Chapter 1 There really are chat groups. Seek collection, flowers, evaluation votes. Dragon Ball World, 7th Universe, Planet Beerus. Lying on the chair, Zi Luo stared at the sky in a daze while eating the delicious food on the table, his eyes full of reminiscence. He has always had a secret in his heart, that is, he is a time traveler. Although he had read many novels about time travel before, he never thought that one day he would encounter such a thing with a lower probability than finding a girlfriend. Moreover, just time travel, what world can you travel to? No, it happened to travel to the world of Dragon Ball. Although Dragon Ball is Zi Luo's favorite anime, but because of this, he also knows how dangerous this world is. Planets, galaxies, and even the entire universe are nothing more than things that can be wiped out with a wave of hands in the eyes of those big bosses. Ordinary people simply cannot control their own destiny in this world. What makes Zi Luo feel even more broken is that the place he crossed is not the Earth, but the planet of Beerus. You must know that Beerus, as the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, besides Angel, is the strongest existence. Moreover, Beerus' temper was not very good at the beginning. So, when an ordinary person like Zi Luo appeared on his planet, the first thing Beerus did was not to ask who Zi Luo was and how he came here. Instead, they want to destroy Zi Luo, an ordinary human being. Even destroying a planet, Beerus wouldn't feel anything, let alone destroying an ordinary human like Zi Luo. As for Whis, he certainly wasn't going to stop Beerus. Fortunately, when his life was threatened, Zi Luo immediately showed the greatest value he could survive. That is, Zi Luo told Beerus that he can cook a lot of delicacies. Zi Luo, who has not traveled through time, because he is a foodie, in order to be able to eat his favorite food anytime and anywhere, he deliberately spent his own money to learn a good cooking skill. It's not as good as those top chefs, but it still has no problem conquering the taste buds of Beerus and Whis. Knowing that Zi Luo can cook a lot of delicacies, Beerus immediately dismissed the idea of destroying Zi Luo. Beerus prefers to do two things rather than destroy, one thing is to sleep, and the other thing is to eat delicious food. It can be said that Beerus is a complete foodie. Of course, the same goes for Whis. After Zi Luo showed his skills, Beerus and Whis were conquered by Zi Luo's food. Beerus even regards Zi Luo as his exclusive chef. As time went by, Zi Luo was not only Beerus' exclusive chef, but Beerus even regarded him as the 7th universe's alternate gods of destruction to train. Under the guidance of Whis and Beerus, Zi Luo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, the planet of Beerus is very suitable for cultivation. It only took Zi Luo a few short years to step into the realm of gods of destruction from an ordinary person. Moreover, what surprised Beerus and Whis even more is that Zi Luo actually comprehended the ultra instinct that even many gods of destruction did not comprehend. And it's the perfect ultra instinct. You know, even Beerus himself didn't master the perfect ultra instinct. Qi Luo, who has mastered the perfect ultra instinct, has just stepped into the field of gods of destruction, but his strength can compete with some old gods of destruction. When watching Dragon Ball before, Zi Luo didn't know many things because he was just a spectator. But after traveling to the world of Dragon Ball and stepping into the realm of gods of destruction, Zi Luo knows many things. For example, although gods of destruction is a position, it is also a realm of strength. Because Zi Luo has just stepped into the field of gods of destruction, he can only be a junior gods of destruction. And according to Beerus, other gods of destruction, even the weakest gods of destruction, have already stepped into the realm of intermediate gods of destruction. No way, other gods of destruction have practiced hundreds of millions of years longer than Zi Luo. Beerus himself is the realm of the intermediate gods of destruction, and he is also the peak of the intermediate gods of destruction. You're just one step away from the advanced gods of destruction realm. However, because Beerus is one of the few gods of destruction who has mastered the ultra instinct, although the ultra instinct he mastered is not perfect, it is enough for him to compete with ordinary advanced gods of destruction. It is also because of this that Beerus is also the strongest gods of destruction among the 12 gods of destruction. Beerus is still very satisfied that Zi Luo can step into the field of gods of destruction and master Ultra Instinct perfectly in just a few years. Therefore, not long ago, Beerus officially passed the position of gods of destruction to Zi Luo, making Zi Luo the current gods of destruction of the 7th universe. As for Beerus himself, he slept, ate and slept every day. After becoming gods of destruction, Zi Luo's life became boring. After stepping into the realm of gods of destruction, the improvement of strength has slowed down a lot, and it can almost be said to be negligible. So he basks in the sun and eats every day, boring but leisurely. And at this moment, a voice suddenly entered Zi Luo's mind. Wanja chat group invites you to join the group chat, please agree. Agree/deny. Chat group. Hearing these 3 words, Zi Luo immediately sat up from the chair. Having read many novels, he certainly knows what this is. But he didn't expect that there really was such a thing as a chat group. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2. Seek collection, flowers, evaluation votes. Zi Luo is quite familiar with chat groups, after all, he has read many novels about chat groups before. After the time travel, he also thought about whether he would be bound to a chat group or something, but there was no response in the past few years. So Zi Luo gave up. Especially after becoming gods of destruction, although his strength is not the strongest, he is already at the top, and it seems useless to have another gold finger. It's just that Zi Luo didn't expect that the chat group would appear at this time, it seemed a little late. But it doesn't matter, he is worried about boredom, the appearance of the chat group can make him hang out, pass the time and so on. Agree. Without further ado, Zi Luo immediately agreed. You have joined the chat group. A voice sounded in Zi Luo's mind, and then Zi Luo suddenly felt a special feeling. It was as if something was bound to him. After joining the chat group, Zi Luo found a very familiar interface appeared in his mind. Chat group, it seems that the interface has the same effect. Master Zi Luo, are you okay? Seeing that Zi Luo was lying down, but suddenly sat up from the chair, and stared in front of him in a daze, Whis couldn't help asking. When Whis was training Zi Luo, he was called by his first name. But now that Zi Luo has become the new gods of destruction, Whis will also add the word adult after Zi Luo's name. It's a tribute to the gods of destruction. It's okay, no problem. Zi Luo, who originally wanted to join the chat group, shook his head after hearing what Whis said, and then lay down on the chair again. Judging from Whis' reaction just now, only he can see the chat group, and Whis cannot. I have to say that there is still something in this chat group that can make Whis, an angel, unable to see the chat group. After lying down on the chair again, Zi Luo reopened the chat group, and found that there were several messages in the chat group that had been quiet just now. Shinomiya Kagaya, welcome newcomers to the group. This is the poorest person in this group. Carp, welcome, welcome. This old man is the strongest fighter in this group. If the newcomers have any ideas about becoming stronger, this old man is willing to help. Sakamoto, Sakamoto, what's your business? Shinomiya Kagaya. Carp. Sakamoto. Zi Luo is still very familiar with these 3 names. Shinomiya Kagaya, the eldest lady who combines ice sculptures and sand sculptures. As for her claim that the group is the poorest, Zi Luo believes her. As the eldest lady of the Shinomiya group, Shinomiya Kagaya's family assets are as high as 200 trillion. Not 20 billion, but 200 trillion. And 1 trillion is equal to 1 trillion. In other words, Shinomiya Kagaya's family is truly wealthy. On the earth where Zi Luo used to be, those famous and rich people added up all their assets. It is still a question whether there is a fraction of the Sigong group. However, no matter how rich Shinomiya Kagaya is, it seems that it has nothing to do with Zi Luo. Her money in the Dragon Ball world is probably just a pile of waste paper. And Garp, needless to say, is the naval hero of the One Piece world, Iron Fist Garp. For this role, although Zi Luo hasn't watched One Piece much, he still likes it, especially his character. It's just that he was crushed by the justice behind him. And he couldn't even save his godson Ace from dying in front of him. I don't know if Ace is dead now. If not, Zi Luo can do Garp's ideological work and let him put down the justice behind him to save Ace. And the last one, Sakamoto, is a boss-level figure. His world has already been revealed in the message he sent, and just hearing the name, there is a strong air of pretense blowing over his face. Although his strength is very weak, his achievements on the road of pretending to be X are still very high. Maybe, Zi Luo still needs to learn from him, how to pretend a woman so naturally that people can't stop. It's a pity, I don't know if it's because the chat group has just started to operate, plus Zi Luo himself. There are only 4 people in this chat group. According to Zi Luo's experience, if the number of chat groups can reach 5 people, it is estimated that some new functions can be opened. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, why don't you introduce yourself? Garp, newcomer, here is a hot photo. Sakamoto, it's okay to send a red envelope. Looking at the messages sent by the 3 group members, a smile appeared on the corner of Zi Luo's mouth. This scene reminded him of how young he was when he was in the water group. Running in the sun, that is his lost youth. And just when Zi Luo was about to say something, Whis, who was at the side, suddenly spoke. Master Zi Luo, you have brought new movement to the earth I am concerned about. The previous cell is about to hold a cell meeting, and the time is just 10 days later. Whis looked at the staff in his hand and said, in the crystal ball of the staff, it is the picture of Cell announcing to the world that the Cell conference will be held. Hearing Whis' words, Zi Luo's eyes lit up. Later, he edited a message in the chat group and sent it out. Thank you. I'm in Dragon Ball, just became gods of destruction. The earth is about to be destroyed, go to the theater first. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Learn an instant transmission first. Ask for flowers, favorites, evaluation tickets. Shinomiya Kagaya, gods of destruction? Could it be that this newcomer is actually a god? Shinomiya Kagaya, if that's the case, then this newcomer is too terrifying. Gods of destruction. This name sounds very powerful. Destroying 2 words will give people a shivering feeling. Those who can be called this name, even if they are not real gods, they must not be much different. Garp, not necessarily, it might just be a title. There are many similar titles in my world, but they are all human beings, not gods. Sakamoto, is this the only thing you focus on? Didn't you hear the second half of his sentence? The earth is about to be destroyed, go to the theater first. Sakamoto, do you say that the earth where this newcomer lives is really going to be destroyed, or is he just exaggerating? Shinomiya Kagaya, it should be just an exaggeration. The earth is so big, how could it be destroyed? Even if it is an alien invasion, it cannot be said to be destroyed. Garp, the old man also thinks this is just exaggeration of newcomers. In my world, people who are at the peak of their strength can only destroy a country. How can they destroy a planet? After spending some time with Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto Mizu, Garp also knew what the earth was and how huge it was. It is much bigger than the 4 seas. In the world of One Piece, those 4 emperors and generals who are at the peak of their strength are already amazing if they can destroy a country, and this country is still a country in the world of One Piece, which is incomparable with the countries on earth. To destroy the entire earth, even if the people of the entire pirate world add up, it is impossible to do it. Therefore, the three people in the group thought that this was just Zi Luo's bragging, the earth was going to be destroyed, and they still watched dramas? Shouldn't you run for your life? As for why Zi Luo wants to brag, the three of them have the same idea, that is, he doesn't want to give out red envelopes, he doesn't want to explode photos. If they know what Zi Luo said is true, they don't know what kind of expression they will have on their faces. After Zi Luo closed the chat group, he asked Whis to take him to the earth. Before he became gods of destruction, Zi Luo had already made Whis keep an eye on the situation on earth. Now that we have come to the world of Dragon Ball, it would be a pity if we did not meet those warriors headed by Son Goku. It's a pity that Zi Luo couldn't leave the planet of Beerus before becoming gods of destruction. And when he became gods of destruction, the earth was already in the era of artificial humans. Now, Cell is preparing to hold the Cell Conference to show its strength to the world. The Cell Conference was a relatively comprehensive one for fighters, and it can also be said to be a turning point for Dragon Ball. Since some previous events were not involved, the event of Cell still needs to be involved. Among other things, at least you can pass the boring time. The Earth is still relatively far away from Zi Luo's Gods of Destruction planet, even Whis, it will take tens of minutes to get there. So, while on the road, Zi Luo suddenly had an idea. Whis, let's not go to Earth, let's go to Yadetra first. Zi Luo said to Whis, who was flying. Yadetra Star, this is where Son Goku learned instant transmission. I have to say that the move of instant transmission is still very convenient. If he had this move, he wouldn't have to worry about going to Earth in the future. Yadetra Star? Master Zi Luo, do you want to learn instant transmission? Hearing Zi Luo's words, Whis reacted immediately. He glanced at Zi Luo, and said lightly. That's right, it takes us so far to go to the Earth. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if we learned instant transmission? It seems that there is no rule that gods of destruction cannot learn instant transmission. Zi Luo looked at Whis with some doubts. He remembered that he had already memorized all the regulations about gods of destruction. There was no such thing as gods of destruction not being able to learn instant transmission. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Why Whis would be this reaction? There is no such rule. It's just that I suddenly remembered Lord Beerus. If only Master Beerus worked as hard as you, Master Zi Luo. Whis was a little emotional. If Beerus could not be so lazy in the past and learn an instant transmission, how much effort would it save him? Beerus, who was sleeping on the planet Gods of Destruction, suddenly sneezed in his sleep. He wiped his nose, turned over and continued to sleep. The Yadetra Star is a little closer than the Earth. After flying for a while, Zi Luo and Whis arrived here. Not long after the two of them landed, several Yadetra Stars surrounded them immediately. Who are you? How did you come here? As gods of destruction, Zi Luo can understand the languages of all planets, so he can also understand the words of this Yadetra Star. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 Instant Transmission, Come to Earth. Ask for flowers, favorites, evaluation tickets. After explaining his reason for coming, Zi Luo didn't get the kindness from the Yadetra Star, but became even more hostile towards Zi Luo. Instant transmission is the signature move of Yadetra, unless it is a great favor to Yadetra, or someone who has a good relationship with Yadetra. Otherwise, other people can't learn, because the Yadetra Star people can't teach. Well, we have nothing to do with you when we first arrived, so there is no such thing as whether the relationship is good or not. That is to say, as long as I have a great favor for you Yadetra planet. Zi Luo touched his chin and said to the group of Yadetra Stars in front of him. Our planet Yadetra is very peaceful now. It is simply impossible to be kind to us. The leader of the Yadetra star raised the weapon in his hand and said loudly to Zi Luo. Their Yadetra planet has always been peaceful, and no one will come. Just a few years ago, a human named Sun Goku came over and spent a year with them. Because they thought Sun Goku was a good guy, they taught him instant transmission. And besides Sun Goku, they haven't taught instant transmission to anyone else. No, I think you misunderstood me. The kindness I'm talking about is not the kind. Your planet is invaded, and then I save your planet. That's what I mean by Daen. As soon as the words were finished, Zi Luo waved his hand, and a purple-black light beam shot out and landed on the distant mountain. The Yadetra star was shocked to see that several mountains with a height of several kilometers or even tens of thousands of meters in the distance disappeared. Under Zi Luo's purple-black light beam, those mountains had disappeared without a trace. In other words, it has been destroyed. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zi Luo, the seventh universe gods of destruction. Your planet was originally on my destruction list. But if you can teach me instant transmission, then I can spare your planet. How about it? Does this mean that I am doing your planet a big favor? Zi Luo looked at the Yadetra star in front of him and said with a smile. However, his smile is like a devil in front of these Yadetra stars. In the seventh universe, not many people know about gods of destruction, because most of those who know have already been destroyed. But Yadetra is just one of the few planets that knows the existence of gods of destruction and has not been destroyed. When they knew that the young man in front of them was actually the legendary gods of destruction, all the Yadetra star people immediately knelt down. Greetings, Lord Gods of Destruction. I don't know if Lord Gods of Destruction is here. What an offense. I hope Lord Gods of Destruction can spare his life. At this moment, all vigilance and hostility were thrown out of the blue by the Yadetra star. There is just endless fear. You must know that the person in front of you is Gods of Destruction. If you want to destroy the planet, destroy the planet. They offended Lord Gods of Destruction so much just now. If Lord Gods of Destruction gets angry and destroys Yadetra, they have nowhere to cry. I said, teach me instant transmission, and I will spare your planet. Zi Luo said lightly. Although Yadetra star can be said to have offended the majesty of his gods of destruction. But he's not like Beerus, who will destroy a planet because of a little thing. Although he is not a virgin, he will not destroy a planet at every turn. Of course, as a condition for letting go of Yadetra, he must learn instant transmission. And after knowing his identity as gods of destruction, Zi Luo didn't believe that these Yadetra stars could be so bold as not to obediently hand over instant transmission. Sure enough, after hearing Zi Luo's words, all the Yadetra people breathed a sigh of relief. Although instant transmission is the signature move of their planet, but the planet is gone, what is the signature move for? Using instant transmission to exchange the safety of a planet, and the lives of so many people, is definitely not a loss. What's more, they offended the majesty of the gods of destruction. Even if their planet was really destroyed by Zi Luo, it was their own fault. Now that Zi Luo can give them a chance to save their own planet, how can they say anything? Lord Gods of Destruction, you are already very merciful. The Yadetra star immediately settled Zi Luo and Whis down, and then prepared a lot of food for them. However, because the food in Yadetra was not very tasty, Whis and Zi Luo stopped eating after a few bites. If you want to eat delicious food, there are plenty on earth. Seeing that Zi Luo and Whis stopped eating after a few mouthfuls, the Yadetra star panicked and knelt on the ground, saying that they didn't treat them well and hoped to let them go. There is no way, the name of gods of destruction is among those who know it, but it must not be provoked, and even small flaws cannot exist. Zi Luo didn't care about their hospitality, he just asked them to teach him instant transmission quickly. Because Zi Luo is at a very high level now, it doesn't take that long to learn an instant transmission. Soon, Zi Luo learned instant transmission. After learning instant transmission, there is no need for Whis to take Zi Luo to Earth. Zi Luo directly took Whis an instant transmission and came to the Earth. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Vegeta's Disdain. Ask for flowers, favorites, evaluation tickets. This is the first time that Zi Luo has come to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Compared with the Earth he was on before, the Earth in this world is far superior to Zi Luo's previous Earth in terms of technology, at least in terms of technology. If a black tech product such as the Universal Capsule was placed on the Earth before Zi Luo, it would probably take at least several hundred years before it could be manufactured. After coming to the Earth, Zi Luo has already scanned the entire Earth. Among them, there is a chi that far surpasses the others, and it is probably cells. And those warriors on the Earth are now all concentrated in one place, the temple on the Earth. In order to defeat Cell, several warriors headed by Son Goku are practicing in the temple at this time, because there is a very special room in the temple. Spiritual Time House. But Zi Luo also knew that Son Goku and the others still couldn't defeat Cell even after training in the Spiritual Time Room. Earth, I haven't been here for a long time. It's been a long time since the last time I came with Lord Beerus. Looking at the environment around the Earth, Whis said lightly. He had been to Earth with Beerus before, when the Earth was still dominated by dinosaurs. Because the dinosaurs were rude at that time and offended Beerus, Beerus wiped out all the dinosaurs. In this way, the Earth is really big enough. Beerus actually only wiped out the dinosaurs, but didn't destroy the Earth. The current Earth changes should be quite large, maybe there will be food that is more delicious than what I cook. Speaking of food, Zi Luo couldn't help swallowing. Like Beerus, Zi Luo is also a big foodie. And the reason why he became a foodie has a lot to do with Dragon Ball. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that Sion has a very good appetite. Whenever Son Goku and the others eat, the food is delicious. I don't know how many people watched Son Goku and they were hungry after eating. At least Zi Luo is one of them. He fell in love with food because he watched Son Goku eat so deliciously, and then became a big foodie. And now that he has come to the world of Dragon Ball, Zi Luo is still a little excited that he can actually eat those delicacies in his memory. And Zi Luo's words made Whis' eyes shine. Whis is very clear about Zi Luo's craftsmanship. That's a compliment. And now, there are still food on this Earth that is more delicious than Zi Luo's food, which makes Whis look forward to this small planet. Of course, food is one aspect, and Zi Luo has not forgotten his main purpose of coming to Earth, to meet the warriors headed by Son Goku. Although he is gods of destruction now, Son Goku was once his life after all, meeting these fighters can be regarded as fulfilling a childhood dream. Of course, as for dealing with Son Goku and the others. If Son Goku and the others offered to talk to him, then he would talk to them too. But if Son Goku and the others didn't come, Zi Luo wouldn't take the initiative to join them either. He is a dignified gods of destruction, and there is no need to be so humble for a few mortals. Whis, first come with me to meet the warriors on this planet. Okay, Master Zi Luo. Whis nodded. He knew who those warriors Zi Luo was talking about. From the time Zi Luo asked him to pay attention to the situation on the Earth, Whis knew about Son Goku and their affairs. Although at first he didn't know why Zi Luo cared so much about a few mortals, but later Whis figured it out. Before becoming gods of destruction, Zi Luo was also a mortal, and he just became gods of destruction not long ago, so in terms of mind, he was still a mortal. Zi Luo came to the temple with instant transmission and Whis. At this time, it was the time when Son Goku and Son Gohan father and son were practicing in the spiritual time room, and the others were waiting outside the temple. The sudden appearance of Zi Luo and Whis startled Piccolo and the others, because they didn't realize how they got here at all. Who are you? Piccolo looked at Zi Luo and Whis, and asked with a vigilant look. Those who can come to the temple, except for those who fly up like Bulma, other people who can come have some strength. And those people, Piccolo happened to know all of them. But Zi Luo and Whis, Piccolo had never met before. What made Piccolo even more surprised was that he actually felt an aura from Zi Luo that shouldn't appear in humans. That is the breath of God. Now Piccolo has merged with the God of the earth, so he also has the ability to feel the breath of God. The aura of God emanating from Zi Luo's body can be called terrifying. What Piccolo didn't know was that this was also the reason why Zi Luo had restrained himself. Otherwise, the divine aura emanating from Zi Luo alone could make the earth completely disappear in the universe. Not only Piccolo, but people like Tien Shinyan and Trunks also watched Zi Luo and Whis warily. They have even assumed a fighting posture. Among these people, only Vegeta glanced at Zi Luo with disdain. In his opinion, Zi Luo is just an ordinary person who can come to the temple with some strength. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Attack from Vegeta. In Vegeta's heart, the only people who can be regarded by him are Kakarot, that is, Son Goku, and the current Cell. Others, even his son Trunks and son Gohan's son Son Gohan, are just ordinary people. In a word, those who are not as strong as him are all ordinary people. Vegeta didn't feel any powerful aura from Zi Luo, or he didn't feel any aura from Zi Luo at all. He just thought it was Zi Luo who suppressed his breath to the minimum. Don't care at all. People in the temple, even the weakest Tien Shinyan and the others, can easily suppress their aura. So Vegeta didn't take it to heart at all. He never imagined how terrifying Zi Luo's strength is. How did he know that Zi Luo's body was the breath of God? How can he, a mortal, be able to feel it? Unless he can feel it when he steps into the realm of God and becomes super blue. But for Vegeta right now, it's a bit too early. I warn you, no matter who you are, after Kakarot comes out of the spiritual time room, the next person to go in is me. Just stay where you are cool. Vegeta walked up to Zi Luo, folded his hands in front of him, looked at Zi Luo and said disdainfully. He regarded Zi Luo as someone who came to grab the spiritual time room to practice. You are Vegeta, the Prince of Sion, right? Vegeta's disdain did not make Chi Luo angry, because he knew that Vegeta was such a character. But the majesty of gods of destruction cannot be humiliated. Although he is not angry, Zi Luo still intends to teach Vegeta a lesson. You know me? Then you should also know my strength. Remember, after I come out of the spiritual time room, whether you like it or not. But you can't go in before me. Vegeta started to play in front of Zi Luo, or this is his current character. I have to say, no matter how manly and family-oriented Vegeta will be in the future. But the current Vegeta is really annoying. Let Zi Luo have an urge to teach him a lesson. You misunderstood, I have no interest in the spiritual time room. I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel about causing so much trouble to other people? What do you mean? Vegeta said very unhappy. He stared at Zi Luo firmly, as if as long as Zi Luo's next words didn't satisfy him, he would do it directly. Isn't it? If it wasn't because you were too confident in your own strength, you didn't directly eliminate Cell before he became a perfect body, but instead gave him a chance to become a perfect body. I don't think Cell has the opportunity to hold any Cell conference now, and you don't have to gather here at the temple to grab a spiritual time room. Zi Luo looked at Vegeta, whose face was already very ugly, and said lightly. Although Vegeta's strength is good, he has a very bad habit, that is, he loves to pretend to be X. In fact, it is not a big problem to love pretending to be X, who doesn't love it? But the problem is, Vegeta seems to have very little success. When playing Frieza, he felt that he had become a Super Saiyan because of his increased strength, and he no longer had to be afraid of Frieza. So frantically provoking Frieza, and finally turning Frieza. As a result, he was beaten half to death by Frieza first, and finally died in Frieza's hands. But this time, after Cell came out of the spiritual time room, Vegeta, whose strength had greatly increased, beat Cell, who had only absorbed number 17. How high-spirited! As a result, Cell told him that he has not yet become a perfect body, and he will definitely not be his opponent when he becomes a perfect body. Because of this, Vegeta didn't kill Cell when he could kill Cell, but let Cell go, giving him a chance to become a perfect body. The purpose is to defeat Cell completely, and to show off what he thinks is invincible. As a result, everyone has seen that Vegeta is no match for the fully transformed Cell. If Son Goku hadn't told him that there is still such a magical place as the spiritual time house where he can practice, Vegeta would have doubted life by now. Therefore, Vegeta was very confident in his own strength several times, but was slapped in the face every time. "I'm the priest." Zi Luo's words made Vegeta's face very ugly, and he also knew that he had to bear a lot of responsibility for the reason why Cell became a perfect body. But his arrogant personality made him unable to admit it. And the others didn't dare to complain because they were concerned about Vegeta's strength. "I can only sulk in my heart." But now that Zi Luo said it, it was like slapping myself in the face again crazily. How can Vegeta bear this? "You are courting death." Vegeta looked at Zi Luo and said with gritted teeth. Then, Vegeta moved in front of Zi Luo, and punched Zi Luo hard with his right fist. P.S. In view of some readers saying that the protagonist licks Son Goku and others, the author explains here that the protagonist does not lick Son Goku. Don't lick Son Goku. Don't lick Son Goku. It's Son Goku who licks the protagonist instead. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Vegeta's Attack? Disdain. Vegeta moved so fast that the others didn't even have time to react. By the time Piccolo and the others reacted, Vegeta had already arrived in front of Zi Luo, and his fist was about to hit Zi Luo. And Zi Luo just stood there blankly, as if he didn't react at all. "Vegeta! Stop! Father! Show mercy!" Piccolo and Trunks hurriedly stopped them. Instead of just talking about it, they all rushed towards Vegeta. They knew very well how strong Vegeta was. Even if he has not become a Super Saiyan now, not everyone can deal with it. And Vegeta is obviously in a state of rage now, and he doesn't show mercy at all. If Vegeta's punch hit Zi Luo, in the eyes of Piccolo and Trunks, Zi Luo would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Although they were very curious about Zi Luo's origins, it was unreasonable for him to hit him with a punch. Unfortunately, Piccolo and Trunks are still too slow. Before they rushed to Vegeta, Vegeta's fist had already arrived in front of Zi Luo. Vegeta was about to show a cruel smile, but saw that his punch was easily blocked by Zi Luo. Moreover, only one finger was used. Vegeta's face changed, and he became a little surprised. It seems that he underestimated Zi Luo. "I didn't expect that you still have some strength. No wonder you can come to the temple and dare to talk to me like that. However, don't think that you can be arrogant with a little strength. In this world, there are still people who are stronger than you." Vegeta withdrew his fist, looked at Zi Luo and said with a sneer. He admitted that Zi Luo still has some strength, at least stronger than Tien Shinyan and the others. But it was nothing more than that. The punch just now was just his normal punch, and it was not a normal full-strength punch. Next, he will show Zi Luo what real power is. This mysterious young man still has some strength. He was able to block Vegeta's punch. Piccolo said silently in his heart. He now feels more and more mysterious about Zi Luo's identity. On the other side, Zi Luo couldn't help laughing after hearing Vegeta's words. Because no matter what Vegeta said, he was talking about Vegeta himself. Vegeta, are you talking about yourself? It seems that you are the one you said, a very arrogant person with a little strength. Otherwise, the cell would not become a complete body. Vegeta was furious when he heard Zi Luo talk about the cell becoming a perfect body again. Aha! Angry Vegeta turned directly into Super Saiyan. Take out his strongest strength. At this moment, he doesn't care about any cell or any spiritual time room. He only wants to do one thing now, and that is to kill Zi Luo. That's right, kill. Vegeta is going to kill someone. Dad! Wait a minute. Calm down. Seeing that his father turned into Super Saiyan, Trunks rushed to Vegeta to stop him. It was already wrong for Vegeta to suddenly attack Zi Luo just now, but now, it is clearly aimed at Zi Luo's life. Roll! Vegeta glared at his son coldly, swung his right hand, swung Trunks aside, and then rushed towards Zi Luo himself. Trunks didn't expect that his father would make a move without hesitation, and before turning into Super Saiyan in time, he was swung aside by Vegeta. By the time he wanted to stop it again, it was too late. And Piccolo, seeing that Trunks failed to stop gave up trying to stop Vegeta. Because he knew that he definitely couldn't stop Vegeta. Moreover, he had a hunch that even if Vegeta became Super Saiyan, he would not be this young man's opponent. Go to hell with me! Vegeta rushed in front of Zi Luo, but this time he did not choose to fight at close range, but used his best prince fighting method against Zi Luo. Countless balls of light shot out from Vegeta's hands and flew towards Zi Luo. If all these balls of light hit Zi Luo, Vegeta believes that no matter how powerful the opponent is, they will all be killed. Most of the people present felt that Zi Luo was going to die, and even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. There's only one person who doesn't think so, and that's Piccolo. Because he could see clearly, the disdainful light in Zi Luo's eyes, the disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Vegeta's attack caused a huge explosion. Fortunately, Vegeta's attack target was not the temple, otherwise the temple would be destroyed by him. The huge explosion produced a large amount of smoke and dust. In the Dragon Ball world, there is a very magical law, that is, the law of smoke without injury. When the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised to see that Zi Luo was still standing where he was, not to mention that his clothes were not damaged, and not even a single hair fell out. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 One Finger Stun Vegeta. Vegeta's attack was very fierce. If he didn't dodge, but just stood there and resisted, even Cell would be injured. However, this mysterious young man who appeared suddenly resisted Vegeta's attack and was unscathed. Doesn't it mean that the opponent is stronger than Cell? Everyone including Vegeta was shocked. Why such a powerful figure suddenly appeared? Impossible! This is impossible! Vegeta yelled in disbelief. He was always confident in his own strength. Except for Cell and Son Goku, he doesn't pay attention to others, because he thinks that others are weaker than him. But now, another person with unfathomable strength appeared, and he was still a young man. Judging by age, Vegeta estimates that Zi Luo will not be older than his son Trunks. This is the most unacceptable thing about Vegeta. A young man younger than his own son, but so powerful, how could the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta, who is proud of his own strength, accept it? Isn't it meaningless to practice for so many years by myself? So Vegeta, what you said just now was talking about yourself. With a little strength, you feel that you are number one in the world. Little do you know that there are many people stronger than you in this world. Zi Luo yawned and said very casually. Not to mention Vegeta's current strength, even if he made Vegeta 10 or 100 times stronger, he could easily defeat him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Vegeta has been dazzled by anger and unwillingness. When people are angry, they can indeed improve their strength a little bit, and at this time, because of Vegeta's anger, his fighting power has increased a little bit. Vegeta's current combat power has actually improved to this point. But it's a pity that this power doesn't last long, otherwise it would increase the hope of defeating Cell. When Piccolo and the others saw Vegeta's current situation, their eyes lit up first, and then they shook their heads regretfully. If Vegeta can burst out with such strength during the Cell conference, maybe there is still a little chance that he can defeat Cell. Vegeta's outburst made Ziluo look a little interested. He remembered that in the original book, because Beerus hit Bulma, Vegeta broke out to surpass the strength of Son Goku Super Saiyan 3. When fighting Cell, Cell killed Trunks. Although Vegeta bravely challenged Cell because of his son's death, it was useless. Poor Trunks. Parents are true love, children are just an accident. In fact, there are many ways to defeat Cell. Either let Kellen sacrifice to the sky, or let Bulma sacrifice to the sky, or let Piccolo sacrifice to the sky. No matter which one of these three worships the sky, one of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan will definitely burst out with very powerful power. If the three of them sacrificed to the sky at the same time, it would be terrible, and Cell would probably be beaten to the point where there was not even a scum left. But unfortunately, these three methods Son Goku they will not use. At this time, Vegeta's strength has improved a lot, and even Cell, who is waiting for the start of the Cell conference in the distance, has a serious look. This aura is Vegeta. I didn't expect Vegeta to have such a powerful force now. It's interesting, I don't know how powerful Son Goku will be. A smile of anticipation appeared on Cell's face. That's what the Cell conference should be for fun. If Son Goku and the others are too weak, so weak that they can't even arouse interest, then this Cell conference will be meaningless. On the temple, Vegeta, who had improved his strength, rushed towards Ziluo again. Vegeta, whose consciousness was dominated by anger, had no other thoughts. Now he just wants to kill Ziluo, the person who has humiliated himself and trampled on his dignity. Vegeta came to Ziluo almost instantly, so fast that even Trunks, the strongest of the remaining people, couldn't see clearly. But unfortunately, Vegeta's speed beyond the limit is no different from turtle speed in Ziluo's eyes. Ziluo once again blocked Vegeta's attack with one finger, then stretched out another finger and flicked Vegeta's forehead lightly. Vegeta flew upside down like a cannonball. If it wasn't for Ziluo's mercy, Vegeta's head would have exploded like a watermelon with just this bomb. But even though Ziluo had shown mercy, Vegeta still couldn't bear Ziluo's bullet, and fell to the ground and passed out. And his forehead was still swollen high. Dead. Trunks hurried to Vegeta, relieved to find that Vegeta had just passed out. Then, he looked at Ziluo like a monster. Not just Trunks, but everyone else as well. With just such a light flick, Vegeta was knocked out. This kind of strength has completely exceeded their imagination. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9 Piccolo, Are You the Great Realm King? Okay, what a terrifying strength. Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? Vegeta's strength just now might have surpassed Cell's, and he knocked him out with just one flick. If he is willing to deal with Cell, then Cell is nothing to be afraid of. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, and others have been completely taken aback by the strength shown by Ziluo. Originally they thought that Cell was already the strongest existence in the world, even the original Frieza could not compare. As a result, an existence even scarier than Cell appeared now. Piccolo and the others are very clear that Ziluo's strength must be above Cell. But Piccolo and the others are a little relieved that Ziluo doesn't seem to be their enemy. Otherwise, with Ziluo's strength, it would be easy to kill them all. The reason why Vegeta was in such a miserable situation was entirely because of his own faults, and Ziluo was self-defense from the beginning to the end. I'm sorry, it's my father's fault, he's too impulsive. Seeing that his father was fine, Trunks ran to Ziluo again and apologized very politely. Different from the small Trunks in the main time and space, the future big Trunks have experienced many things, so although he is young, he is very mature. For big Trunks, Ziluo still has a good impression. In other words, apart from the current Vegeta, Ziluo has a good impression of other fighters. After all, he is a character who grew up with him. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it, it's just that your father is a little too arrogant, so I'll just teach him a lesson. Ziluo glanced at Trunks and said. Originally, Vegeta offended his gods of destruction so much, even if Vegeta was destroyed directly, it would be fine. But for the sake of feelings, I will spare his life. There is only one chance, don't take it as an example. Please, may I ask you, are you? At this moment, Piccolo walked up to Ziluo tremblingly and looked at him in awe. What am I? You, are you the great realm king? Piccolo tremblingly said what he wanted to say. Because of the fusion of Piccolo and the God of Heaven, under the influence of the God of Heaven, Piccolo also has some understanding of the God. In Piccolo's view, the king of the Great Kai is already a god with a high status, not even the king of the Kai. He was just a small earth god before, and he was very honored to see a Kai, let alone a big Kai Wang. Piccolo already felt a breath of God from Ziluo, plus the strength that Ziluo showed just now. If it's the Great Realm King, then everything makes sense. Great Realm King? That kind of weak god? Sorry, I'm not. Ziluo originally thought that Piccolo was going to guess that he was Supreme Kai, but he didn't expect to be just a Great Kai. Joke. With his status as gods of destruction, let's not talk about strength, but about status, that is also in existence at the same level as Supreme Kai. A mere Great Realm King, if you see him, you will bow down immediately. Ziluo is very disdainful to the Great Realm King, but Piccolo can't. After hearing Ziluo's words, and hearing the disdain for the Great Realm King from Ziluo's tone, Piccolo was completely dumbfounded. God. In his eyes, the Great Realm King, who is high and high, is actually just a weak god in the eyes of the other party. Doesn't that mean that the other party, no matter in terms of status or strength, must be above the Great Realm King? Could it be? Piccolo suddenly remembered a legend, that is, there is a god with a higher status above the Great Kai, Supreme Kai. Could it be that this mysterious young man in front of me is Lord Supreme Kai? Seeing Piccolo's appearance, Ziluo knew what he was thinking, but unfortunately, Piccolo's guess was wrong again. As for my identity, you don't need to guess, and you can't. You just need to know that I have no malice towards you or the earth. Ziluo is telling the truth, even if Piccolo knows the existence of Supreme Kai, he will never know the existence of gods of destruction. There is no way, the position of the earth god is still a bit too low. Hearing Ziluo's words, Piccolo shut his mouth instantly, fearing that if he said one more word, Ziluo would be upset. But he has already determined in his heart that Ziluo is the legendary Supreme Kai. God. He actually met Lord Supreme Kai. You must know that even the king of the realm may not have seen Lord Supreme Kai, he, a little former earth god, has actually seen it. If it was the previous Piccolo, of course it would not be so exciting. But since he merged with the gods, it can be said that he has also inherited the wisdom and memory of the gods. God can see Supreme Kai, no wonder he is not excited. After seeing Piccolo and the others, there was no point in staying in the temple. As for Son Goku and Son Gohan, anyway, we can see them at the Cell conference 10 days later, so there is no need to wait for them to come out. Sir, will you attend the Cell conference in 10 days' time? Just when Zi Luo was about to leave, Trunks said suddenly. In his eyes, full of anticipation. If someone as powerful as Zi Luo can participate in the Cell conference, then the Cell conference will be one. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Garp, can I open the video then? Decide as things go. Zi Luo dropped a word and left with Whis. Zi Luo's ambiguous answer made Trunks a little disappointed, but he still had a little luck in his heart, maybe Zi Luo would appear at the Cell conference by then. And shortly after Zi Luo left, Vegeta woke up. If it wasn't for Zi Luo's deliberate mercy, Vegeta wouldn't have woken up so soon. Dad, you're awake! Trunks said very excitedly. He was still worrying about when Vegeta would wake up just now, in case he fainted for 10 days and half a month, the Cell conference would be over by then. That person has left. After looking around, but not finding Zi Luo, Vegeta asked. Trunks nodded. Damn! I was defeated so easily. Vegeta punched the ground hard, making a big hole in the ground of the temple, and Piccolo's eyes twitched as he watched. Although he was dazzled by anger just now, he still knew what happened. Thinking of his strength beyond the limit, he was knocked unconscious by Zi Luo's effortless flick of a finger, which was a bit of a blow to Vegeta. Although he was helpless when facing the full-body Cell before, he was not an opponent of Cell at all. But with Cell, Vegeta at least has the motivation to work hard and beat him. And for Zi Luo, Vegeta has a heartfelt fear. Although he didn't want to admit it, Vegeta was terrified and had a feeling of fear towards Zi Luo. Zi Luo, I'm afraid that even if he cultivates all his life, he won't even try to catch up. On the other side, after leaving the temple, Zi Luo and Whis came to the capital. Since you want to come to the earth to taste delicious food, you must choose a big city. And Zidu is one of the largest cities on Dragon Ball's earth. The world's richest man, Boomer's family, and her family's Universal Capsule Group are located here. Although Zi Luo didn't have the money in this world, how could such a thing be so rare? Gods of Destruction. After casually defeating a guy who set up a ring on the side of the road, Zi Luo won hundreds of thousands of money. Although it is not much, it is completely enough to spend on food. Whis, there are many delicacies on earth that I can't cook, you can try it. Walking into a restaurant, Zi Luo smiled and said to Whis. Although Zi Luo's own cooking skills are also good, it is impossible for him to cook all the delicacies. There are many delicacies that he can't cook, and these delicacies have brought great attraction to him and Whis. This is a treat from the world of Dragon Ball. It must be different from those delicacies on Earth before Zi Luo. After ordering a lot of delicacies, Zi Luo and Whis began to wait for the dishes to be served. The waiting process is boring, and there is no mobile phone to play, so Zi Luo opened the chat group again. Although I haven't opened the chat group for a while, there are quite a lot of news in the group. Although no new members joined, the news of those 3 group members alone has reached a terrifying 99+. Open the group and see that most of the messages are at his. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, can the newcomers say a word? Can you explain what you said before that the earth is about to be destroyed? Carp, that's right, newcomer, even if you don't want to give out red envelopes or expose photos, there's no need to tell such an unrealistic lie. Sakamoto, at Zi Luo, I thought I was already pretending to be like the wind, and I was always with me. I didn't expect the newcomer to pretend to be not bad. And even said that the earth is about to be destroyed, go to the theater first. Little brother is willing to bow down. Zi Luo glanced at the news in the group, and most of them were suspicious of his previous sentence. But it's no wonder that the world these 3 people live in is really too low in terms of force. Even Garp, who is the most powerful among them, is already a top expert if he can destroy a small country. As for the destruction of a planet like the Earth, it seems impossible to them. So they agreed that Zi Luo was bragging. After thinking about it, Zi Luo edited a message and sent it out. Zi Luo, although you think that what I said before is bragging, I can assure you that what I said is true. Zi Luo, the Earth where my world is located will encounter a major crisis in 10 days. If the crisis cannot be overcome, the Earth will be destroyed. As soon as Zi Luo's news was sent out, others responded immediately. This is the second time Zi Luo has spoken since joining the chat group, and the other three have been waiting for a long time. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, newcomer, what kind of world is that world you live in? Could it be that the Earth you mentioned is not the same Earth as I understand? Sakamoto, it is possible, maybe the Earth where the newcomers are located is much smaller than the Earth we understand. It is even smaller than the Moon. Carp, at Zi Luo, since there will be a big crisis on your side of the Earth in 10 days, why don't you open a video in the group at that time, so that we can also see a big crisis enough to destroy the Earth? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 The shock caused by Piccolo's speculation. Garp's words moved Zi Luo's mind. This is indeed a good idea. Didn't these three people not believe what he said? Then when the cell conference is held, he will just open a video in the group. It is also possible to let Garp and the others see what it means to have a combat power beyond their imagination. Zi Luo, your suggestion is very good. I will open a video in the group when the time comes. Just remember to watch it when the time comes. Carp, at Zi Luo, don't worry, I will definitely watch it when the time comes. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, me too. Sakamoto, at Zi Luo, me too. They want to see what kind of big crisis is enough to destroy the Earth. Are aliens invading Earth? Or is something catastrophe starting to break out on Earth? In their thinking, the kind of big crisis that can destroy the Earth is nothing more than the extinction of human beings on the Earth. How could they have thought that what Zi Luo said about destroying the Earth was to let the Earth disappear directly in the universe? Zi Luo, then I'll contact you then. After editing this message and sending it out, Zi Luo stopped paying attention to the movement in the chat group. The current chat group is still a bit too weak in Zi Luo's eyes, and at most it can only pass the time when you are bored. Originally, Zi Luo wanted to rely on the chat group to improve his strength, but now it seems that at least in a short period of time, it should not be possible. But being able to pass the time is also good. After all, after becoming gods of destruction, Zi Luo's life is already endless. After closing the chat group, the dishes ordered by Zi Luo and Whis have already arrived. It has to be said that the food in the Dragon Ball is very different from the food on Earth before Zi Luo. Maybe it's because I've seen more of the previous delicacies. Zi Luo has a fresh feeling for the delicacies of the Dragon Ball world. In terms of taste, there is nothing to say. Although Zi Luo is very confident in his cooking skills, compared with this kind of chef, there is still a little gap. Master Beerus is sleeping, it's a pity not to eat such delicious food. Whis said while eating delicious food. But Zi Luo didn't see any pity on Whis' face. Instead, it was a look of gloating. And Beerus, far away on the planet gods of destruction, sneezed again in his sleep. The food here is really not covered. Zi Luo said with some emotion. He now finally knows why Son Goku and the others eat so deliciously. Not only because of their scion's big appetite, but also because of the delicious food. Zi Luo and Whis who had this meal were very satisfied. Because of this delicious meal, Whis became very interested in this very remote planet, the Earth. Originally, Whis was thinking, anyway, the cell conference will be held in 10 days, so come back to Earth in 10 days. But now, he thought about living on Earth for 10 days. But he can only think about it. Although he is angel, the one who really makes the decision is Zi Luo, the gods of destruction. If Zi Luo said he wanted to go back, then even if Whis wanted to stay on the earth, he could only go back. However, Zi Luo's thoughts are the same as Whis's, since it's all here, then just live on the earth for these 10 days. As for the money, just kidding, how could this kind of thing stump him, the mighty gods of destruction? Just one day after Zi Luo and Whis came to the earth, Son Goku and Son Gohan also came out of the spiritual time room. Before entering, Son Gohan will not change into Super Saiyan, but after coming out, he has maintained the appearance of Super Saiyan. Because before Son Goku and Son Gohan entered the spiritual time room, Cell hadn't become a full body, so they missed a lot of things. Son Goku first asked Bobo to prepare a lot of delicious food for them, and then asked Piccolo to tell him what happened during his retreat. After listening to Piccolo's narration, Son Goku's expression was a bit dignified. Speaking of which, Cell has become a complete body. And there will be a Cell conference in 9 days. Then not long ago, 2 mysterious people appeared. They were so powerful that they even stunned Vegeta, who was pulling out all his strength, with one finger. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta on the side snorted heavily. Goku, I guess, that mysterious young man should be the legendary Supreme Kai. Piccolo told Son Goku his guess. Master Supreme Kai. Hearing these 5 words, everyone including Son Goku was taken aback. Others were taken aback because the name sounds very powerful, giving people a feeling of high quality. And Son Goku was taken aback because he had heard this name from King Kai. Lord Supreme Kai, I heard about it from Kai-O-sama. It is said that he is the highest god standing above all gods. And hearing Son Goku's explanation, others were even more surprised. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Cell Assembly, Start. Everyone here knows who the king of the world is. Although the king of the realm is not strong, he has many magical moves, such as Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, and so on. Moreover, the king of Kai is a god anyway, and his status is not low, so Son Goku and the others still respect the king of Kai. And Supreme Kai, you can tell from the name, that is the god above the king of the realm. If King Kai is a god to mortals like them, then Supreme Kai is god to King Kai. In front of Supreme Kai, the king of Kai is just an ordinary mortal, and his status is simply incomparable. And it's not just about status, judging from Zi Luo's performance just now, his Supreme Kai is also very powerful. Well, under the guidance of Piccolo, others have completely regarded Zi Luo as Supreme Kai. If that young man is really Supreme Kai, then this Cell conference will be nothing to fear. No matter how strong that Cell is, it's impossible to be the opponent of Lord Supreme Kai. Piccolo said very excitedly. In his heart, Supreme Kai is the strongest person in this universe, a mere Cell is simply not enough to see. But the question is, will Lord Supreme Kai attend the Cell conference in 9 days' time? Trunks' words caused the audience to fall into silence. Indeed, so what if Zi Luo is really Supreme Kai, even if he can instantly kill Cell? It doesn't mean anything if he doesn't attend Cell. Moreover, he is the Supreme Kai. The battles of these mortals, what Cells, what Cell conferences, probably in his eyes are just children's play. Let me ask, would a giant dragon participate in the activities of a group of ants? Fortunately, Zi Luo didn't know what Son Goku and the others were thinking, otherwise they would definitely laugh out loud. The Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, who has never seen the world, was able to win such a following from Son Goku and the others. If Piccolo knows that Supreme Kai is just a guy who has never seen the world, and his strength is pitifully weak, I don't know if the glorious and great image of Supreme Kai in his heart will collapse. In short, don't put all your hopes on Supreme Kai for this Cell conference, it still depends on us. Gohan and I don't need the spiritual time room anymore, you can use it if you need it. Son Goku said to the crowd when he was full. Kakarot, what do you mean? You mean that your strength is already above ours? Vegeta was upset with Son Goku's words. What does it mean that he no longer needs the spiritual time room, and other people can use it if they need it? This means that he, Vegeta, still needs the spiritual time room because his strength is very weak. I think so. Son Goku didn't greet Vegeta this time, but admitted it directly. After finishing speaking, Son Goku ignored Vegeta's livid face, and took Son Gohan away. After Son Goku and Son Gohan left the temple, they came to Kallen Tower. He has just raised his strength to the limit, so he wants to compare the strength gap between him and Cell for immortal Kallen. On Kallen Tower, Son Goku began to gather chi, and then began to explode his own chi. Son Goku's ki is very powerful. After he exploded, all the people on the earth who can sense chi felt it. This is Goku's chi. It's so powerful. I didn't expect Goku's strength to have risen to this point. These are the words of Piccolo. It's amazing. Is this the strength of Goku Uncle? It's really amazing. With Goku Uncle here, we have hope of winning this Cell conference. This is Trunks' words. Damn Kakarot, why does he walk in front of me every time? This gnashing of teeth was Vegeta's words. Is this Son Goku's anger? As expected of Son Goku. His strength is already above Vegeta and Trunks. Now I am really looking forward to the arrival of the tournament. This is the word of Cell. It seems that Son Goku has come out of the spiritual time room, that's all. Anyway, it will be the day of the Cell conference in 9 days. Let's go see him again at that time. On the other side, Zi Luo also felt Son Goku's anger and couldn't help saying. Originally, when Son Goku was released, he could meet many people, including his former hero, for the first time. But after thinking about it, Son Goku will also be on stage at the Cell conference anyway, so let's put this meeting at that time. Anyway, just to meet Son Goku, anytime. It's hard to come to the earth once, of course, we still have to enjoy the food of the earth. That's right, Zi Luo and Whis are eating food in another restaurant now. Zi Luo and Whis plan to enjoy the delicacies of the earth during the period before the Cell conference. Anyway, with their strength and realm, no matter how much they eat, they won't spoil their stomachs, let alone get fat. No worries at all. And while Zi Luo and Whis were eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves, a few days passed quickly. The Cell conference is about to begin. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 Satan, this is a trick. On this day, people all over the world did not go to work, but stayed at home, or in internet cafes, or in front of big screens and squares. Because this day is the day when the Cell conference is held. 10 days ago, when Cell announced to the world that the Cell conference would be held 10 days later, the whole world fell into panic. When Cell was just born, he killed people wantonly, which made people panic. If no one can defeat Cell in this Cell conference, the whole world will be plunged into darkness. Some people of the older generation even think about the time of Piccolo Daimao a long time ago. The current Cell is no different from the original Piccolo Daimao, even more terrifying than the original Piccolo Daimao. However, this time, people all over the world did not feel any panic. Because just when Cell said that the Cell conference would be held, Mr. Satan of the World Fighting Champion had already announced that he would attend the Cell conference. Satan has become a great hero all over the world since he won the championship of the #1 Budokai in the world. He has also become the strongest person in the hearts of people all over the world. Therefore, they believe that as long as Satan can participate in the Cell conference, he will definitely be able to defeat Cell and save the earth. And at that time, the Cell conference will be broadcast live by the TV station. That is to say, they can see how Satan defeats Cell and saves the Earth all the way. This exciting moment, of course, must be witnessed by people all over the world. So on this day, the whole world is not going to work, but waiting to see how Satan saves the Earth. In order to leave a good impression on the hearts of people all over the world, Satan set off early with his apprentices and people from the TV station. When they arrived at the Cell conference venue, Son Goku and the others hadn't come yet. Everyone. The person you see now is the opponent of Mr. Satan later, the person who caused panic all over the world, Cell. The host of the TV station pointed the camera at Cell and started his host today. Don't look at him standing in the ring very calmly now, but I believe he has already known Mr. Satan's arrival, and he has already started to be afraid. You're right, Mr. Satan. After finishing speaking, the host specially handed the microphone to Satan beside him. Of course, it's not just me who came today, even my 3 apprentices are here. This Cell, let alone me, I guess even my apprentice can't beat it. Satan said confidently to the camera, as if Cell could be easily defeated in his eyes. In fact, the current Satan really doesn't pay attention to Cell. Because he doesn't even know the horror of Cell now. Even if Cell has done a lot of shocking things before, he still uses this as a trick to get it done. Therefore, the current Satan is still immersed in the dream that he can save the Earth and become the savior. As for Satan, what the host did, Cell didn't even look at them, and just ignored them. In Cell's eyes, Satan and the others are just a few bedbugs, and they don't even bother to kill them. Because if you kill them, you will get your hands dirty. He is now just waiting for Son Goku and the others to arrive. Because there is still some time before the start of the Cell conference, Son Goku and the others have not arrived at this time, but are on their way. During this period of time, the host created a lot of momentum for Satan, and Satan himself created a lot of momentum for himself. They portrayed Satan as a great hero and savior who is unique in the sky and unparalleled in the earth. Shape Cell into a big villain who wants to cause chaos in the world. As long as Satan can defeat Cell with a thunderbolt, his image in the hearts of people all over the world will reach a higher level. Coming. At this moment, Cell, who was standing motionless on the ring, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw several figures flying over from there. He's been waiting for so long, Son Goku, and they're finally here. The sudden raising of Cell's head also caught the attention of Satan and the others, and they all looked in the direction Cell was looking at. They were surprised to see that several people were flying over. Use it to fly. Mr. Satan, I'm not mistaken. How can this human being fly in the sky? The host quickly asked Satan on the side. He really can't explain why there are humans flying in the sky, this is simply a violation of the laws of physics. Trick, this is trick. Satan didn't know how to explain it, because he was in a daze. But in order to maintain his image in the eyes of the public, all the things he doesn't understand and the things he can't do are summed up in one sentence. It turned out to be a trick. The host nodded as if suddenly enlightened. But in fact, he is still very puzzled, what kind of tricks can make people fly in the air? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Zi Luo, I'm here to see a play. The puzzlement and shock brought about by Son Goku and the others flying in the air were just brought over by Satan with a trick. The host and the people in front of the TV didn't care either. Anyway, in their hearts, what Mr. Satan said is right. Son Goku and the others flew to the front of the ring and landed on the ground. There are quite a few people who came to the Cell conference this time, with Son Goku as the head. There are 8 people here. Among the 8 people, like Yamcha, Tian Xinyan also came. Of course, they didn't come to participate in the Cell conference, they just came to make a number and join in the fun. They, including Piccolo, are still self-aware, knowing that the main force of this Cell conference is still the 4 Scions. Of course, if Zi Luo comes, the main force will be Zi Luo. Unfortunately, Zi Luo did not come. It seems that Lord Supreme Kai has not come over. After looking around but not seeing Zi Luo, Trunks said with some disappointment. Are you putting all your hopes on that Supreme Kai? You really don't have any dignity as a scion. Vegeta on the side gave his son a hard look, and said coldly. Trunks' performance really disappointed him. If he wasn't his own son, he would have killed Trunks first. But this can't be blamed on Trunks. After all, he is not a purebred scion like Vegeta and Son Goku, and he doesn't have much desire for such things as fighting. And he has experienced so many things. If there is a strong person to help solve the troubles, he will definitely agree. Son Goku, you're finally here. Since that's the case, let's get started. Cell looked at Son Goku, eyes full of desire to fight. As for the others, even Vegeta, he ignored them. From Cell's point of view, among these people, Son Goku is the only one who can fight him. At this time, Zi Luo and Whis suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku and the others. The two came over with instant transmission, but it was not the instant transmission used by Zi Luo, but Whis. In the past few days, Zi Luo also taught Whis about instant transmission. After all, he is also a god of destruction, and Whis is his servant, so we can't let him bring Whis every time. In this way, whoever becomes the servant of whom. Therefore, Zi Luo taught Whis instant transmission, so that Whis can also use instant transmission to take him on the road in the future. Moreover, with Whis' strength, he can go to more and farther places with instant transmission. The Cell conference hasn't started yet, it seems that I came at the right time. Looking at the situation on the field, Zi Luo knew that the Cell meeting had not started yet. The time card is just right. If the Cell conference had already started, when he opened the video in the group, other people would probably be at a loss. Master Supreme Kai. Seeing Zi Luo, Trunks couldn't help his excitement and blurted out. Hey, don't bark, I'm not Supreme Kai, the guy who hasn't seen the world. Zi Luo said that he will not recite the identity of Supreme Kai. What? Everyone was surprised to learn that Zi Luo was not Supreme Kai. They already regarded Zi Luo as Supreme Kai, but they were told that they were not. But the next moment, they were even more surprised, because they heard that Zi Luo actually said that Supreme Kai is a guy who has never seen the world. God! They were dumbfounded. Supreme Kai in their eyes was just a guy who had never seen the world in Zi Luo's eyes. And you can tell from Zi Luo's tone that Zi Luo knows about Supreme Kai. And if you dare to say that when you know Supreme Kai, then Zi Luo's identity may be higher than Supreme Kai. However, shouldn't Supreme Kai be the god with the highest status? How could there be an existence with a higher status than Supreme Kai? At this moment, Son Goku and the others were completely at a loss for Zi Luo's identity. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Zi Luo made Cell very confused. Son Goku's information is available on his data curry. But he doesn't have Zi Luo's data. And, to Cell's surprise, he didn't know how Zi Luo actually appeared. With his strength, no matter how fast Zi Luo is, he should not be able to escape his eyes. But just now he didn't see how Zi Luo appeared at all. As if it appeared out of nowhere. Cell is too confident in his strength. Don't say that Zi Luo came here by instant transmission. Even if he really relies on speed, he can't keep up with Cell's strength at all. I'm just a melon-eating crowd. Don't worry about me. If you beat yours, I'll eat mine. I'm just here to watch the show. As he said that, Zi Luo really took out a watermelon. People who eat melons. Another idiot. Cell doesn't pay attention to Zi Luo anymore. In his opinion, Zi Luo is just like Satan before him, he is an idiot. Celebrate the 7-day long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15. The group video is on. Son Goku, there are so many of you here, who do you plan to play first? Cell looked at Son Goku and others below the ring, and asked with a sneer. Although among so many people, he only felt that Son Goku could fight him alone. But it would be nice to play with someone else before fighting Son Goku. After all, the Cell conference he held would be meaningless if he and Son Goku started fighting. For dinner, it is appropriate to eat after the appetizer. But what Cell didn't expect was that the first person to challenge him was not Son Goku, nor Vegeta and others who were so-so. It was Satan who came first and was ignored by him from the beginning to the end. The time for the Cell conference has come, and as the hope of the whole world, Satan will certainly not let Son Goku and his jugglers show off. Although Satan thinks that Son Goku and the others are just here to join in the fun, in case Cell is defeated by them. Wouldn't it be meaningless to come by yourself? Therefore, Satan decided to defeat Cell before Son Goku and the others. And Satan thought very well, if he defeated Cell in front of Son Goku and the others, then Son Goku and the others would be surprised by their own strength. Maybe at that time they will beg him to accept them as disciples. You must know that this is the situation of live broadcasts all over the world. If someone begged him to accept them as disciples in front of the whole world, it would be too embarrassing. You guys, Cell is not worthy of me, so I'll leave it to you. In order to show his strength, Satan didn't even make a move himself, but asked his 3 apprentices to do it. If Cell can't even beat his 3 apprentices, wouldn't he have more face as a master? There are a total of 3 apprentices of Satan, but because the rules of the Cell conference are similar to those of the number 1 martial arts association in the world, it is 1-on-1, so only 1 apprentice can play 1 by 1. However, even if it is possible for 3 people to go to bed together, Satan will not let them do so. If the 3 apprentices defeated Cell together, how would it reflect his strength? Only when Cell is defeated by one of his apprentices can he reflect his strength. At that time, he can say that Cell can't even beat any of his apprentices. If he plays by himself, he can beat Cell in a few seconds. At that time, his image in the hearts of people all over the world will reach a new peak. Satan thought very well, he was even immersed in his beautiful fantasy, and even laughed out loud. But he didn't think about a problem. That is whether his 3 apprentices, including himself, will be Cell's opponents. Satan's actions made Son Goku and the others unexpectedly. By the time they realized it, Satan had already sent one of his apprentices to play. I didn't expect that there would be an entertainment program at this Cell conference. Goku, I think you might as well wait until they all play. Seeing Satan's foolish behavior, Kellen couldn't help laughing. They were already a little heavy by the events of the Cell conference, and it would be good if they could watch funny shows like Satan and the others to lighten their mood a little. Son Goku didn't say anything either. The point is that now that he's on the ring, it's hard for him to call him down. He can only pray that Cell can show mercy to these ordinary people. On the other side, Zi Luo, who is eating melons, also opened a chat group. There are also many at his messages in the chat group. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, newcomer, didn't you say that there will be a catastrophe in 10 days, now the time has come, when will you start the video? Carp, at Zi Luo, yes newcomer, have you forgotten that there is such a thing, we are already waiting to see the big disaster. Sakamoto, at Zi Luo, newcomer, start a video. Zi Luo looked at the time when these messages were sent out. Good guy, they were all sent in the early morning. It seems that Garp and the others can't wait to see what the catastrophe that can destroy the world is. But to be honest, Zi Luo really doesn't want to start the video at this time, because Satan and the others are here to make fun of it. After thinking about it, Zi Luo turned on the video function of the chat group. Although Satan and the others are here to make a joke, he can also take advantage of this time to explain the ins and outs of the matter to Garp and the others, so that they will not be confused about the situation by then. And just after Zi Luo turned on the video function of the chat group, several messages appeared in an instant. Shinomiya Kagaya, the newcomer finally opened the video. I've been waiting for a long time. Carp, is this scene about to fight? Could it be that there is a danger of destroying the earth? Sakamoto, but look, the man standing on the ring with green all over his body doesn't look like a normal human being. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16. This newcomer is here to be funny. The picture of the scene was transmitted to the eyes of the other 3 people through the live video broadcast. Garp and the others watched Cell and others discussing it. In their view, what Zi Luo said was too exaggerated. Isn't it just a fight? Can there be a catastrophe of the destruction of the earth? Could it be that the earth can still be destroyed if the arena is lost? The appearance of Cell surprised the 3 of them a little, but that was all. Carp, it seems that the newcomer's world should be unusual, at least not an everyday world like yours. Sakamoto, after seeing Mr. Carp's world, I found that my receptivity has improved a lot. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, now that I see this kind of guy who is not like a normal human being, I have no reaction. As the 3 members of the most advanced group, Garp and the others still have a certain understanding of each other's world. Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, 2 ordinary people in the everyday world, have also seen the world of One Piece where Garp is, and have seen those humans who are like monsters in the world of One Piece. Therefore, Sakamoto and Shinomiya Kagaya were not particularly surprised after seeing Cell's appearance that was different from normal humans. A little bit surprised, already giving Cell enough face. However, Cell's appearance also let them know that the world Zi Luo lives in should not be an everyday world. After all, such strange-looking guys rarely appear in the daily world. While they were chatting and watching the live broadcast, Satan's apprentice had already attacked Cell in the ring. Unsurprisingly, he flew off the ring before touching Cell. Except for Zi Luo and the others, Satan and the others, including Garp in the group, don't know how that person fell into the ring. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this making a movie? Why did that person fly out without incident? I don't think that green guy did anything. Carp, I didn't see what the green guy did either. I guess he was really making a movie. After chatting with Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto for a long time, Garp also knew what it meant to make a movie. Sakamoto, in that case, could it be possible that the strange-looking guy is wearing makeup, but the newcomer's world is actually the same as our everyday world? Shinomiya Kagaya, there is a possibility. Carp, I think so too. Looking at the news in the group, Zi Luo smiled wryly. He knew that this would happen if he shared the picture of Satan and the others fighting Cell with Garp and the others. Because, Satan and the others are just here to make a joke. Zi Luo, everyone, this is not a movie. The green guy you see is called Cell, and he is an artificial human made by humans in this world. Zi Luo, although his strength is weak, there is no problem in destroying a solar system. Zi Luo edited 2 messages and sent them out. And his 2 pieces of news immediately caused a shock in the group. Carp, at Zi Luo, rookie, don't be ridiculous, okay, and destroy the solar system, it's not bad if he can destroy this ring. One Piece world, in a room, Garp is eating senbei while sending a message. There was still a look of disdain on his old face. He learned from Shinomiya Kagaya and the others what the Earth is, what the solar system is, and what the universe is. If the solar system is compared to the Earth, then the Earth is estimated to be similar to the microorganisms on the Earth. But Zi Luo actually said that the one named Cell could destroy the solar system. Isn't this a joke? What is it? Not only Garp, but Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto didn't believe Zi Luo's words at all. Before Zi Luo talked about the catastrophe of destroying the Earth, they already thought it was nonsense. Now it actually says that the one called Cell can destroy the solar system. As modern people, they have a deeper understanding of the solar system than Garp. It was precisely because of this that they felt that Zi Luo was crazy for even saying such things. Garp, I don't know if the newcomer's world is the everyday world, but I know now that this newcomer is probably here to be funny. Shinomiya Kagaya, +1. Sakamoto, +2. In their view, Zi Luo has completely become a joker. Originally, they had some expectations for Zi Luo's video, but now, they feel very boring. But they can't blame them, because what Zi Luo said has completely exceeded their imagination. Although things like chat groups have come out, they still don't believe that there are people who can destroy the solar system. Shouldn't this kind of thing only exist in novels and movies? Zi Luo also saw the news in the chat group. He shook his head with a smile. He didn't bother to explain so much to them. For this kind of thing, the facts speak louder than words. When Cell and Son Goku fight, they'll know who's kidding. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17 Son Goku enters the stage, the show begins. Garp, let's give the rookie a face, after all, we also promised the rookie will watch his video. Sakamoto, anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, so I don't care. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, then Miss Ben will give the newcomer some face. Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto are both students, and they are still very top students, so they still have plenty of time. Unlike other students who have to worry about homework and so on, their homework is usually done in the first time. Looking at the news in the group, Zi Luo also nodded slightly. Originally, he wanted to let them read it, but since they are willing to take the initiative to read it, it would be best. In the ring, because Satan's first apprentice was easily thrown off the ring by Cell, Satan took his second apprentice to the stage. As a result, the second apprentice was thrown off the ring in less than a minute. The same goes for the third apprentice. All three of Satan's apprentices combined did not last a minute in front of Cell. The Cell just stood there and didn't move at all. What's even more funny is that every time an apprentice is thrown out of the ring by Cell, Satan will explain to people all over the world why his apprentice was thrown out of the ring. That way, it looks like a student who desperately finds excuses and reasons in front of his parents after failing in the exam. The three apprentices all lost, and Satan could only play in person. And now, Satan still doesn't pay much attention to Cell. He is full of confidence in his own strength. As soon as he entered the ring, Satan first said a lot of nonsense to Cell. The general meaning was to tell Cell to admit defeat quickly. If he waited until he made a move, Cell would be injured or something. However, Cell didn't listen to Satan at all, and didn't even look at Satan. It is completely ignoring Satan. Cell's thoughts and eyes were always on Son Goku below the ring. Even Vegeta was extremely speechless about Satan's performance. He never expected that there would be such confused people on this earth. Seeing that Cell was unmoved by his words, Satan also felt too shameless. Since he can't rely on words, he will use his strength to make Cell surrender. However, before Satan ran in front of Cell, Satan was knocked off the ring with a wave of Cell. If Cell didn't feel that killing Satan would dirty his hands, Satan could have had tea with King Yama just now. The flies are gone, Son Goku, now it's your turn. Cell didn't even look at Satan and the others, but said to Son Goku and the others. Cell's words were also heard by Satan and the others, knowing that Cell actually compared them to flies. Several disciples of Satan were very angry. But now they are full of fear of Cell, because they know that the reason why they fell off the ring just now is not at all what Satan said. Compared with Satan, these apprentices can understand some situations clearly. Satan and the others are nothing more than an entertainment show. Apart from themselves and the pathetic human beings in the world who have never seen the world, Zi Luo and the others don't take them seriously at all. Next, the battle between Cell and Son Goku. that's the real show. On Son Goku's side, Son Goku was the first to play. Seeing Son Goku playing first, Cell was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Son Goku, the main player, was the first to play. Son Goku, I didn't expect you to be the first to play. Why, don't you think this Cell conference will end so soon? Cell's original idea was to play with Vegeta and the others first to warm up, and then fight Son Goku. Unexpectedly, Son Goku would be the first to play. Cell, let me meet you first. Son Goku didn't talk nonsense with Cell, but looked at Cell warily. This is his first time fighting Cell. Although he is the strongest among them, he can't be careless when facing Cell. Seeing that Son Goku finally played, Zi Luo spoke again in the chat group. Zi Luo, what happened just now was just an entertainment show, now is the real battle. Carp, are you sure about the newcomer? Aren't you making a movie over there? Shinomiya Kagaya, it looks like a small production, and the investors didn't pay much. Sakamoto, I hope the next battle will be a little bit more interesting, at least the martial arts instructor should be a little bit stronger. Well, Carp and the three of them have now regarded the Cell conference as a movie. Zi Luo didn't explain it to them either, anyway, they would know if it was a movie or not. Since this was Son Goku's first fight with Cell, he didn't show his strength right away. But then again, even if Son Goku had fought Cell before, he wouldn't have come up with his full strength. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Garp, are you sure it's not a trick? This is Son Goku's fighting habit. You must first find out the opponent's strength, and then slowly improve your own combat effectiveness. Son Goku didn't show his full strength, and Cell will not show his full strength. Neither of these men treated the initial fight as a fight, they were just warming up. But the warm-up of these two people is not the same thing in the eyes of others. Because the speed of the two was so fast that even the cameras couldn't catch their figures. In the eyes of ordinary people like Satan, Cell, and Son Goku seemed to disappear in the ring. But Vegeta and the others were able to keep up with the speed of the two of them, because they were just warming up and didn't show their full speed. In the chat group, Garp and the others were also at a loss for the performance of Cell and Son Goku. Shinomiya Kagaya, what's going on? The two big living people who were still in the ring just now, why did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Sakamoto, at Carp, Mr. Carp, do you know how the two of them disappeared? Carp, I don't know either. I didn't see how they disappeared. Shinomiya Kagaya, could it be that the technology in the world where the newcomer is located has developed to such a point that special effects can be added even when making movies? Kagaya Shinomiya regards the speed of Cell and Son Goku as special effects. Sakamoto, no, I can see that the live broadcast of the newcomer is definitely on the spot. No matter how high the technology is, it is impossible to achieve this level, to suddenly disappear. Shinomiya Kagaya, I know, am I just curious? Shinomiya Kagaya, Zi Luo, newcomer, can you explain to us how those two people disappeared? No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out, so Shinomiya Kagaya had no choice but to ask Zi Luo for advice. Zi Luo, it's very simple, because the speed of the two of them is so fast that it has exceeded the limit of what your eyes can see. That's why you think they just disappeared in the ring, but in fact they have been in the ring all the time now. Superior. As soon as Zi Luo sent this message, Cell and Son Goku appeared in the ring, and the two are now engaged in a power game. Zi Luo, look, don't they appear now? Carp, how is this possible? Do the two of them also have the ability to speed? In One Piece world, Garp, who was sitting on a chair and eating senbei, stood up immediately. If Cell and Son Goku suddenly disappeared just now because their speed was too fast, then how fast their speed must be? Even he can't see clearly. In the world of pirates, the only ones who can reach this speed are probably the yellow monkey who ate the sparkling fruit, and Enilo who ate the thunderous fruit. But they can do it with the help of the power of devil fruit, and it is impossible for them to disappear and reappear suddenly like Cell and Son Goku. Although the speed of Huang Yuan and Ai Nilu is fast, but because of the use of devil fruit, they have to turn into light and lightning to do it. Zi Luo, this speed is the result of their own cultivation. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the speed they showed just now is not their fastest speed. They are just warming up. This news from Zi Luo caused even greater shock in the group. Especially Carp. Although Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were also very shocked. How could a normal human being have such a speed? But because they are ordinary people themselves, they don't know much about combat, so they don't feel very deeply. But Cap was different. He knows how difficult it is to cultivate by himself. Although the devil fruit has a big flaw, that is, it will be restrained by sea water and sea stones. But there are still countless people who want to get a devil fruit. Why? Because only one devil fruit is needed to step from an ordinary person to a master. After all, there are only a few people like himself who can become a top player without eating devil fruits. And it is precisely because he has obtained his current strength through his own hard work, so he knows how difficult it is to become stronger through self-cultivation. But now Zi Luo told him that the speed of Son Goku and Cell was obtained by their own practice, which really shocked Garp. What does this mean? This means that Son Goku and the others rely on their own practice to have a speed no less than that of the yellow ape. And the yellow ape has the shining fruit. If he can achieve the speed like Son Goku and others, Garp believes that he will definitely become the strongest person in the world. What shocked Garp even more was, Son Goku and the others were just warming up. In other words, their speed just now was just what they showed casually. Garp, at Zi Luo, are you sure that really wasn't a trick? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19 A Passionate Battle. It's not that Garp doesn't want to believe it, it's really hard for him to believe it. In his world, it is impossible to achieve such a speed without relying on the ability of the devil fruit. And there is another point, since Son Goku and Cell are so fast, their strength is definitely not weak. This is the knowledge of kinetic energy he learned from Sakamoto. Garp's reaction is completely under Zi Luo's control, because Garp was the strongest in the chat group before, and the world of One Piece he is in is also a world of bloody battles. Therefore, Garp is very confident in his own strength, and it is very normal that he will even have a subtle sense of superiority in front of two ordinary people, Kagaya Shinomiya and Sakamoto. And now Garp knows that human beings who are still such monsters must find it incredible, even hard to believe. Zi Luo, everything you see is real, not a trick. And don't be surprised, because this is just the beginning. Son Goku and Cell haven't fought seriously yet, just thinking about their speed has surprised Garp and the others so much. Then if they saw the destructive battle afterwards, wouldn't they drop their eyeballs in surprise? In order to prevent this from happening, Zi Luo vaccinated them in advance. Shinomiya Kagaya, my god! Could it be that more exaggerated things will happen in the future? Sakamoto, there should be more. Since it's a battle, it shouldn't just be about speed. Shinomiya Kagaya, I am now looking forward to the follow-up development. Sakamoto, me too. I don't know if the battle in the newcomer's world can surpass the battle in Mr. Garp's world. Garp also live broadcasted the Battle of One Piece world for them before, which left a very deep impression on Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto. They have seen how the strong in the pirate world fight, and let them know how terrifying the human beings in the bloody battle world are. In comparison, the humans in their two everyday worlds are much more normal. But now, the appearance of Zi Luo seems to have opened another door for them, allowing them to see another passionate world. Garp, at Zi Luo, rookie, I apologize for what I just said. Now I kind of believe what you said. Carp apologized to Zi Luo because he said in the group before that Zi Luo was probably here to make a joke. But judging from the current situation, it may be them who are funny. Carp is not the arrogant person like Vegeta, who feels that he is wrong, and he apologizes. Not just Garp, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto also apologized to Zi Luo in the group, because they also thought Zi Luo was here to make a joke. In the ring, after Son Goku and Cell had a new round of collision, their warm-up was over. The two of them started to enter the real battle. If Vegeta and the others could keep up with the speed of Son Goku and Cell during the warm-up before, then after the warm-up was over, Vegeta and the others gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. The only ones who can keep up with the speed of the two are Son Gohan, Zi Luo, and Whis. But it's also because Vegeta and Trunks didn't become Super Saiyan. If they transformed, they would still be able to keep up. But fortunately, after the official battle started, the speed duel between Son Goku and Cell became less and more of a fist-to-flesh kind of fight. Dragon Ball deserves to be the #1 manga of bloody battles. And the feeling of this battle is different. Because Zi Luo has practiced with Whis and Beerus since he came to this world. So basically he would never encounter such a fierce battle. So when seeing the battle between Son Goku and Cell, Zi Luo was still a little excited. This can be regarded as a little fulfillment of a small wish he had when he was a child. Because the speed duel between Son Goku and Cell is much less, the three people in the group can also see the battle between the two. The strength shown by Son Goku and Cell has already made them dumbfounded. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the battle of the rookie's world? Why does my blood boil even as a girl? Sakamoto, this is what macho men should watch. This is the kind of fighting men should have. This fist-to-flesh blow really makes people's blood boil. Garp, it's really exciting. Although they rely on punching and kicking, this kind of fighting is what men should fight. Those people who only rely on devil fruits to fight will not understand of. Garp is known as the Iron Fist, and he relies on a pair of fists to fight the world, so he can fully feel the passionate battle between Son Goku and Cell. That kind of fist-to-flesh feeling is the romance of a man. However, Garp seems to have misunderstood a bit. He seems to think that Son Goku and Cell can only punch and kick. And then, the performance of Cell and Son Goku began to surprise the eyes of the three. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20. This is too exaggerated. In the beginning, Cell and Son Goku just fought in the ring. But as the battle continued, the two began to be dissatisfied with fighting on the ground, and their battle area began to expand to the sky. And when Son Goku and Cell flew up, Satan and the others, needless to say, it was just a trick anyway. And the three Carp in the group who were watching the battle couldn't bear it anymore. Shinomiya Kagaya, I'm not mistaken. The two of them are actually flying. Sakamoto, you read that right, because I saw it too. They can still fly. Carp, Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, can you please explain to us how this is done? After witnessing the battle between Son Goku and Cell, Garp no longer called Zi Luo a rookie, but started calling him Mr. Zi Luo. Because Carp has gradually realized that the world Zi Luo lives in may be a world with higher combat effectiveness than his world. After seeing that Son Goku and Cell could fly, Carp couldn't bear it anymore and sent a message to Zi Luo. Although there are people who can fly in One Piece world, it's because they rely on the power of devil fruit to do so. Moreover, except for the fluttering fruit of the golden lion, which can make him stay in the air for a long period of time, other devil fruits, even the flying animal fruits, can only make people stay in the air for a long time. For a short period of time. Unlike Son Goku and Cell, flying in the air is just like playing. The key is, they don't have fruit ability. Could it be that human beings can still fly in the air by practicing on their own? Zi Luo, the reason why they can fly is because they have used a skill called flying technique. As long as they know this skill, they can fly freely in the air. Shinomiya Kagaya, flying technique? Then can we learn it? Sakamoto, that's right, Mr. Zi Luo, can we learn too? Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were very moved when they heard that as long as they learned the flying technique, they could fly freely in the air. Let me ask, who hasn't had a heart that hopes that they can fly in the sky? Although there are planes now, there is no sense of accomplishment in flying in the air by yourself. Not to mention Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, even Garp is very excited about flying technique. It's just that after Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, he was too embarrassed to ask again. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't hold back this face. But since Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto both asked, if Zi Luo can tell the method of flying technique, he can learn it too. Although Garp is old, he also wants to be able to fly in the air, and he still doesn't rely on devil fruits. Zi Luo, this may be a bit difficult for you, because if you want to learn flying technique, you must first learn to control your own chi. Gas? Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were a little confused. What kind of anger was Zi Luo talking about? Could it be anger? Probably not. But Garp couldn't help but get excited when he heard Zi Luo's words, and he quickly asked in the group. At Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, are you talking about chi as a kind of power hidden in our body? Zi Luo, that's right, the so-called chi actually exists in each of us, it's just that it's hidden in our body and hasn't been discovered. Zi Luo's words made Garp very excited, and he would be angry if he was angry. And he is a domineering man who knows 3 colors. If what Zi Luo said about chi is domineering, doesn't it mean that he can learn flying technique? It's just that before Garp finished his excitement, Zi Luo's next message came again. At Garp, it's just that the chi I'm talking about is not the same thing as your domineering. So don't try to use domineering to learn flying technique, because that will not succeed. This news from Zi Luo was like a basin of water in the winter, which directly made Garp's whole body tremble. He was still excited just now, he will be domineering and able to learn flying technique. He even imagined that after learning the flying technique, he could fly freely in the air, making Sengoku and Crane extremely envious. As a result, Zi Luo told him in the next moment that domineering cannot learn flying technique. Doesn't this make him happy for nothing? But soon, Garp realized how Zi Luo knew he would be domineering. Could it be Shinomiya Kagaya or Sakamoto who told him? Did the two of them have a private chat with Zi Luo? But it doesn't look like it. Zi Luo didn't say in the group whether he would teach them flying technique. With some disappointment, the 3 of Garp continued to watch this battle that was enough to refresh their worldview. After the battlefield left the ring and began to fight in the air, Son Goku and Cell gradually showed more strength. The fight between them was not just about punching and kicking, but also started long-range attacks. Son Goku and Cell send out light balls, beams, and other long-range attacks towards each other. And their powerful destructive power also began at this time. When they saw the damage caused by the 2, Garp and the 3 expressed their opinions in the group. This is too exaggerated. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 The world of Mr. Zi Luo is so scary. In terms of destructive power, the destructive power of chi must be stronger than that of fists, and I don't know how many times stronger. Because Son Goku and Cell were engaged in close-range hand-to-hand combat before, their destructive power was not reflected. But now, they started to use chi to attack from a long distance, and the powerful destructive power of the 2 began to be reflected. A large number of energy light spheres and light beams were released from Son Goku and Cell's hands, densely packed, and the number is countless. The 2 of them either choose to dodge each other's attack, or they shoot the attack away. None of them chose to resist the opponent's attack. After all, neither of them is a fool. Why should they be foolish to resist when they can dodge and bounce off the opponent's attack? Only when there is no other way, they will resist the opponent's attack. Regardless of whether it was dodging or bouncing away, the energy light balls avoided by Son Goku and Cell did not hit them, but flew to a distance and landed on the ground. This is terrible. Although they didn't attack with all their strength, they wouldn't destroy the Earth. But at their level of strength, even a light ball of energy released casually can produce huge destructive power. Those energy light balls that were dodged and bounced by them fell on the mountains in the distance and on the ground, blasting the ground into deep pits, and blasting the 1,000-meter-high mountains into pieces. Tricks. They added tricks. Satan desperately used tricks to explain everything that happened in front of him. He absolutely did not believe that human beings could do this. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is a bit too exaggerated. This battle has surpassed the battle in Mr. Garp's world. Sakamoto, I think so too. The last time Mr. Garp broadcast live the battle was never as exaggerated as it is now. Garp, I don't. There are no monsters like this in my world. Not to mention the two ordinary people, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, even Garp, a naval hero who has fought countless battles and countless powerful enemies, was shocked by the battle between Son Goku and Cell. This is really a bit too exaggerated. Although in the pirate world, the owners of those powerful devil fruits also have very powerful destructive power. Like the three generals of the navy, the white beard of the four emperors, etc., their devil fruits have very powerful destructive power. Even Garp's own destructive power is top-notch. But Garp can be sure that no one can be as exaggerated as Son Goku and Cell. Through the live broadcast, Garp could see clearly that that small ball of light was able to blow out such a big hole in the ground, and it was bottomless. Moreover, such a tall mountain, just because it touched those small light balls, it was directly shattered into slag. This kind of destructive power is so terrifying that I don't know how to describe it. It is estimated that the top powerhouses including him need to make a move with all their strength, and whether it can be done is still a question. Although in order to deal with a big pirate before, he flattened 8 mountains with his fists. But he just leveled 8 hills. It's not about smashing the 8 mountains into scum. Moreover, the mountain he flattened was not this kind of mountain with a height of 1,000 meters. It's pretty good to have a 100 meters. Moreover, this is nothing more than the destructive power caused by a few light spheres. Garp could see very clearly that just now Son Goku and Cell released countless balls of light. Just a few light spheres caused such huge damage. What if all the light spheres add up? And looking at the appearance of Son Goku and Cell, it is just their ordinary moves, which is equivalent to level A. So what if they make a big move? What kind of damage will it cause? Now Garp understands why Zi Luo said that the Earth is about to be destroyed. He doesn't know if Cell can destroy the solar system, but with such terrifying destructive power, it seems that it is not impossible to destroy the Earth. The 3 admirals of the navy, the 4 emperors, including him, the naval hero, these top fighters in the pirate world, even if they go all out, they may not be able to do things. Can do it. Exaggerate. Incredible. Apart from these, Garp didn't know what to say. Shinomiya Kagaya, are you sure this is an Earthling? Why are they all Earthlings? There is such a big gap between everyone. Sakamoto, I always thought that my ability was already outstanding among the people on Earth, but compared with them, I am simply a waste. Shinomiya Kagaya, who says it's not, Mr. Zi Luo's world is a bit too scary. There are such terrifying Earthlings. Sakamoto, yes, the Earth where Mr. Zi Luo lives is too dangerous, and there is a danger of being destroyed at any moment. Garp, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, since you say that the Earth is in danger of being destroyed, why are you still in the mood to watch a show? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Mr. Zi Luo, What a God! Carp's words also caused Kaguya Shinomiya and Sakamoto to leave messages in the group. Kaguya Shinomiya, that's right, Mr. Zi Luo, since the earth on your side is already in danger of being destroyed, why are you still in the mood to watch a show? Sakamoto, Mr. Zi Luo, I think you are not an ordinary person. I don't know if you have the strength to protect the earth. If you have, you should also do your part. Now these three people have no doubt that the earth that Zi Luo said before is about to be destroyed. With Son Goku and Cell's destructive power comparable to human-shaped nuclear bombs, it seems that it is really not too difficult to destroy an earth. But they don't understand Zi Luo's behavior of eating melons and watching movies. The earth is going to be destroyed, so how can they still be in the mood to watch movies? Zi Luo, it's okay, isn't it just the destruction of an earth, it's just a trivial matter. The destruction of the earth is just a trivial matter. The three of Garp don't know what to say anymore. They can no longer tell whether Zi Luo is really confident or just talking about it. However, after being slapped in the face before, Carp and the others didn't think Zi Luo was joking this time, but planned to figure out where Zi Luo's confidence came from. Carp, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, if the earth is destroyed, then all the people living on the earth will be destroyed too. So many lives. Shinomiya Kaguya told him before that there are billions of lives on this earth. Although the population of pirate world is also very large, the navy and pirates plus ordinary people are also an astronomical figure. But there is still a gap compared with billions of people. As a navy, Garp knows how fragile the lives of ordinary people are. A fight between the pirates and the navy may result in the death of many innocent people. This has already made Garp feel very uncomfortable, let alone a population of billions. They are obviously innocent, but they lost their precious lives because of the Battle of the Strong, which is a bit too unreasonable. Although he is not from the same world, Garp still has a heart of compassion for those people. Shinomiya Kaguya, yes, Mr. Zi Luo, and if the earth is destroyed, I'm afraid you will be affected too. Sakamoto, Mr. Zi Luo, are you really just watching like this? All three think that Zi Luo should be like Son Goku and Cell, not an ordinary human being. So, if he can make a move, maybe he can prevent a catastrophe that destroys the earth. It is also because of this that they all persuade Zi Luo in the group. Although the world is different, they can't just watch so many people die. Zi Luo, don't worry, although this disaster will indeed put the earth in danger of being destroyed. But even if I don't take action, there will be others to prevent this disaster. Zi Luo, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, knows that at the Cell Conference, Son Gohan will explode with a very powerful force. The scene of Son Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Zi Luo once thought it was the first time Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. It is simply exciting. Since someone can stop Cell, he won't join in the fun. Thinking of him as gods of destruction, meddling in this kind of children's play, seems to be a little bit cheap. Zi Luo's words silenced the group. Garp and the others were not in the mood to send messages anymore, but wanted to see how this crisis, which was enough to destroy the earth, could be resolved. But then again, they still don't seem to know why Son Goku and Cell are fighting. At this time, Zi Luo also posted some ins and outs of the matter in the group. This gave Garp and the others a general idea of what was going on. I didn't expect that green monster Cell to kill so many people. And in order to show their great strength, they actually held this Cell conference. Proper way of the big villain. At this moment, in Garp's mind, Cell became the image of an ultimate boss who commits all kinds of crimes and wants to destroy the earth. As for Son Goku, he became a hero who fought to protect the earth. This made Garp feel very moved. He thought back then, he also fought against those powerful big pirates for the sake of the navy and many ordinary people. Those battles, in retrospect, still make people feel unstoppable. At this time, Sakamoto suddenly sent a message in the group that made Shinomiya Kagaya and Carp very interested. Sakamoto, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, compared to that Cell and Mr. Son Goku, who is stronger? Zi Luo, this question, let's put it this way, even if the two of them add up, it's not worth one finger of mine. Sakamoto. Shinomiya Kagaya. Carp. Mr. Zi Luo, what a god! Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 Come again. Garp, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were very speechless to Zi Luo's words. It took a while before I could hold back the words, Mr. Zi Luo, you are truly a god. Now they have discovered it. It seems that this Mr. Zi Luo seems to like to pretend to be X. The strength shown by Son Goku and Cell has left them dumbfounded, and the three views are about to collapse. But now Zi Luo actually told them that those two people, who were comparable to human-shaped nuclear bombs, couldn't add up to one of his fingers. It's not that they don't want to believe Zi Luo's words, but every time Zi Luo's words make it hard for them to believe. Although it seems that Zi Luo's words are true every time, but this time, Carp and the others are really hard to believe. If the combination of Son Goku and Cell is really not as good as Zi Luo's one finger, then how strong must Zi Luo be? Is it possible that one breath can make the whole earth disappear? Well, forgive them for being unable to imagine what kind of strength that is. While Zi Luo and Carp were chatting in the group, the battle between Son Goku and Cell had reached a heated stage. Son Goku has already tested Cell to the point of testing, and began to fight with all his strength. A very powerful chi emanated from Son Goku's body, and even the ground began to shake. Garp, what a terrifying strength! Even if I just watch it in the video, I can feel this terrifying strength. Shinomiya Kagaya, did you see that even the ground started to tremble? It's hard to imagine that a human being can do this. Sakamoto, it seems that Mr. Zi Luo's world is stronger than Mr. Carp's world in terms of combat power. Carp, you really think highly of me, all the strong people in my world add up, I guess I can't last long in front of Mr. Son Goku. Because Garp's strength is also top-notch in the world of pirates, he can feel the horror of Son Goku more than ordinary people like Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto. He knew very well that it was a good thing that Son Goku was not in front of him, otherwise, just the aura emanating from Son Goku that made the earth tremble would have killed him instantly. The gap in strength between him and Son Goku is too great. He estimated that it would be pretty good if he could have 1%, or even 1,000th, of Son Goku's strength. And seeing Son Goku put out his full strength, Cell also got a little more serious. Although my own strength is stronger than Son Goku, but in front of a master like Son Goku, if you underestimate the enemy, you will be easily counter-killed. It's amazing. Goku's strength is so strong. Damn cockroach. How on earth does he practice? Why does he walk in front of me every time? Son Goku, you have finally shown your full strength. You really are not simple. Compared with you, Vegeta and Trunks are nothing but trash. Seeing Son Goku show his full strength, everyone's thoughts are different. Some are excited, and some are unwilling. There are all kinds of things. After Son Goku showed his full strength, the battle between him and Cell was more intense and exciting than before. Moreover, in order to make the battle between himself and Son Goku less worrying, Cell also shot and destroyed the ring he built. Because there is no ring, the rule of losing if you fall off the ring is gone. Cell doesn't want to have a good fight with Son Goku, only to lose because one of them falls off the ring. What a pity! Under Cell's attack, the original arena has disappeared, replaced by a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters and bottomless depth. And because this time they saw the destructive power of Cell at close range, the three Garp in the group exclaimed again. Shinomiya Kagaya, oh my god. Just wave your hand casually, and the destructive power it causes is even more powerful than missiles. Mr. Zi Luo's world is really terrifying. Sakamoto, I'm just an ordinary person, and I can't compare with these monsters at all. Carp, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, I want to ask, is it possible that in your world, are there many people like Mr. Son Goku and Cell? Zi Luo, of course not, there are only a few people on Earth who can do this. Hey! After hearing Zi Luo's words, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that there are not many such terrifying people in Mr. Zi Luo's world. But this is normal. If the people on the entire Earth were so terrifying, then the Earth would have been destroyed long ago, I don't know how many times. Zi Luo, by the way, I forgot to mention it just now. There are indeed not many people on Earth who can do it. But among aliens, there are countless people who can do it. As soon as Zi Luo said this, the group fell silent again. Come, Mr. Zi Luo is here again. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Zi Luo, Cell is not dead yet. The three of Garp don't know what to say to Zi Luo anymore. They really wanted to ask Zi Luo if he came to slap them in the face on purpose. They just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that there are only a handful of people like Son Goku and Cell. As a result, I would say to them in the next second that there are very few among the Earthlings, but there are many among the aliens. Good guy, even the aliens are here. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, there are aliens in your world. Zi Luo, that's right, it's possible that you think that the terrifying destructive power of Son Goku and the others can be achieved by a person on Earth. Zi Luo, the Son Goku you see is actually not an Earthling, but an alien in the universe called Sion. By the way, that Cell is not an Earthling either. He is an artificial human made by Earthlings, no they are Earthlings. Sakamoto, the artificial man made by the people on Earth. Is that a robot? My god! On the Earth where Mr. Zi Luo lives, can humans even create such a terrifying robot? Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, how is this artificial human made? If you know, can you tell me? Money is not a problem. What a speech by a rich woman. Carp, at Zi Luo, yes, Mr. Zi Luo, can you reveal a little bit about how this artificial human is made? You don't need to reveal too much, just a little bit of content is enough. Carp thinks a lot, although their navy also has similar war machines, but those war machines are not even qualified to compare with Cell. If he can know a little information about making Cell, it doesn't take much, even just a little, he can raise the strength of war machine to a higher level. Maybe it can directly raise the strength of those war machines to the level of the 4 emperors or generals. At that time, wouldn't it be easy for a large group of naval forces composed of war machines with the strength of the generals and 4 emperors to wipe out the pirates? It's a pity that Zi Luo's speech disappointed Garp. Zi Luo, I don't know about this either. I don't know anything about this. Well, Zi Luo's words also woke Garp up from his dream. He also suddenly figured it out. Don't say that Zi Luo didn't know about it, even if he knew, why would he say it? Zi Luo has not been in the group for a long time, and most of the time he has been diving, and his relationship with them is not even considered a friend. Since this is the case, why did the other party tell them this kind of thing? Carp is very clear that he doesn't have that much face yet. On the other side, the battle between Son Goku and Cell has reached a very intense level. Although Son Goku and Cell are on par so far, anyone with a discerning eye knows that if this continues, Son Goku will lose 100%. Because Son Goku has pulled out his full strength, but Cell has not. And Son Goku's physical strength has begun to decline gradually, but Cell's physical strength is still at its peak. Son Goku himself knows this. If he continues to fight, he will definitely lose. So, he decided to take a risky move. Son Goku flew into the air and looked at Cell on the ground in a Kamehameha pose. From Son Goku's angle, if he shot with all his strength, once Cell dodged the attack, Son Goku's attack would hit the earth directly. And the earth will disappear without a trace in an instant. Cell wondered why Son Goku did this. Could it be that he wanted to die with him? But it shouldn't be. Son Goku is not the type to sacrifice his partner. Moreover, even if Son Goku destroys the earth, but he has Frisia's cells, he will never die in the universe. Cell, who is puzzled by Son Goku's actions, has forgotten that Son Goku can instant transmission. By the time Cell reacted, it was too late. Son Goku had already used instant transmission to come to him, and Kamehameha fully activated. Under Son Goku's attack, Cell's upper body has disappeared. Win! Mr. Son Goku defeated that Cell. That's great! The Earth is saved. In the group, they saw that Cell fell to the ground without even his upper body, and the three of Garp cheered. Although Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto felt a little uncomfortable when they saw Cell, after all, they were just ordinary people and had never seen such a scene. But the Earth is saved, they are still very happy. It's just that Zi Luo's words stopped them from laughing again. Zi Luo, don't be too happy, Cell is not dead. Although they were severely slapped in the face by Zi Luo in the past few times, this time, Garp and the others felt that Zi Luo was thinking too much. Garp, no way, Mr. Zi Luo, half of that Cell's body is gone, so it's not dead yet. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Mr. Zi Luo, you must have guessed wrong, that Cell must be dead. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Mr. Zi Luo's words are the truth. Cell was defeated by Son Goku in front of their eyes, even his upper body was gone. If this is not dead, then it is really unreasonable. Don't say that Cell is just an artificial human made by an earthling. Even if he is an alien, it is impossible for him to be alive without his upper body. Although aliens are different from people on Earth, their vitality cannot be so tenacious. But before Garp and the others were happy for too long, they were shocked to see that the Cell that fell on the ground jumped up from the ground. You must know that Cell has no upper body now, only these two legs. This picture is so weird no matter how you look at it. As a girl, Shinomiya Kagaya even cried out in surprise when she saw such a terrifying scene. Of course, it was in her room, not in the group. Because of Shinomiya Kagaya's cry, her maid Ai Hayasaka thought something happened to her. Even Garp, a naval hero who has seen so many big scenes, was a little surprised after seeing such a weird picture. Although those natural-type devil fruit ability users will not die even if their bodies are divided into several parts after elementalization, and they can be restored. But that's because of the fruit ability. And Cell, but not elemental. What surprised Garp and the others even more happened. After Cell jumped up from the ground, he actually grew a new upper body. Shinomiya Kagaya, is it possible that this Cell has the genes of earthworms? It can even grow a new body. Sakamoto, maybe it has the gecko gene. If the gecko's tail falls off, it can grow a new one. Garp, no wonder Mr. Zi Luo said that Cell is not dead yet, so it is so. Garp, it seems that Mr. Zi Luo already knew that Cell has such a special ability. Shinomiya Kagaya, I've already decided, no matter what Mr. Zi Luo says in the future, I won't doubt him anymore. Sakamoto, me too, Mr. Zi Luo's words will be the truth to me from now on. All I have to do is believe. Garp, well, I still have too little knowledge. It is too wrong to use my shallow knowledge to judge whether Mr. Zi Luo is right or wrong. I will never doubt Mr. Zi Luo's words in the future. After this time, Garp and the three reached an agreement that they would no longer doubt Zi Luo's words in the future. They have been suspicious from the beginning until now, but every time they doubted, they got slapped in the face severely by Zi Luo. Their faces were swollen from Zi Luo's beating. They don't want to be beaten by Zi Luo anymore. Now, even if Zi Luo tells them that Son Goku is actually a woman, they won't doubt it anymore. On the other hand, the recovery of Cell made Son Goku look a little ugly. He didn't expect that Cell would have the same recovery ability as Piccolo. Although the recovery consumed a lot of Cell's physical strength, his physical strength was consumed even more. Why was Son Goku's move just now a dangerous move? On the one hand, if Cell guesses that he will use instant transmission, if he is prepared, then his attack will be difficult to hit. On the other hand, it was also because the move just now was his full strength move. It is very exhausting. Son Goku's stamina was already running low, and after unleashing Kamehameha's all-out blow, he's even more so now. Although Cell's physical strength has also dropped a lot, it is much better than him. Moreover, Cell has already been fooled once, and will not be fooled a second time. Son Goku knew very well that he had no hope of winning. But Son Goku didn't feel disappointed or unwilling, because he knew that he was not Cell's opponent. In the ensuing battle, Son Goku just took a few moves with Cell casually, and then made a move that surprised Vegeta and the others. Surrender. That's right, Son Goku surrendered to Cell. As soon as the word Son Goku surrendered, Vegeta, Kellen and others who were familiar with Son Goku were shocked. They know Son Goku's character very well. He is someone who would never say the word surrender. Thinking back to his previous battles with Piccolo Daimao, Vegeta, Frieza and others, which one was not as difficult as it is now, and some were even more tragic than this time. But even those times Son Goku never surrendered, but surpassed his own limits, or defeated his opponent with the help of his partners. But this time, Son Goku just surrendered. This is not Son Goku's style. Even Cell was surprised by Son Goku's surrender. Because his data and information about Son Goku told him that Son Goku is a person who will never surrender. Son Goku, you are not joking. If you are lack of physical strength, I can let you eat a fairy bean and fight again. But surrender, it's not like you. Celebrate the 7-day long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Mr. Zi Luo is right. In Cell's mind, Son Goku is the only one who can fight him among all the people present. He is fighting hard now, but Son Goku is about to surrender. How could Cell be willing? Cell knows that Son Goku and the others have a magical thing called Fairy Bean. As long as one eats one, not only the injuries of the whole body can be recovered, but also all the physical strength can be recovered. So he tells Son Goku to eat a fairy bean and fight him again. Although the fairy beans can restore Son Goku's full strength, Cell doesn't care. Because he is very confident in his own strength, he knows that even if Son Goku recovers all his physical strength and injuries, he will not be his opponent. However, Son Goku still shook his head and refused. He knew that even if he ate the fairy beans and recovered his strength and injuries, he would not be Cell's opponent. Moreover, with his personality, he couldn't do this kind of thing like eating fairy beans halfway to restore his state, and then join the battle. Because the rules of the Cell Conference are similar to those of the world's #1 Budokai. And at the world's #1 Martial Arts Association, props are not allowed to be used. Son Goku, you have to think clearly. If you admit defeat, then this Cell Conference will be my victory. As a price, although I have no interest in destroying the Earth, I am still very interested in destroying all the creatures on the Earth. Cell also finally knew that Son Goku really wanted to surrender, and he suddenly felt very bored. Unexpectedly, this Cell Conference would end with Son Goku's surrender. He thought he would have to fight Son Goku to the death. Cell, although I surrendered, it doesn't mean that no one will challenge you again. You don't want Vegeta and Trunks to challenge me, do you? Although the strength of the two of them has indeed improved, they are not as good as you, and they will not be my opponent. Again, Cell only thinks Son Goku is his opponent. As for the others, he doesn't pay attention to them at all. Vegeta and Trunks are just his defeated opponents. If he hadn't become a perfect body before, happy in his heart and not familiar with his own power, he would have killed Vegeta and his son long ago. Even if the strength of Vegeta and his son has improved now, they will not be his opponents. As for the others, I'm sorry, he doesn't even pay attention to them. As for Ziluo and Whis, because there is no information about these two people in Cell's data curry, Cell directly ignored them. Those who can enter his database are all people with some strength. In other words, Shuo, not everyone is eligible to enter his database. Just like that idiot Satan and his apprentices before, his data curry doesn't have their qualifications, because they don't have the qualifications at all. Therefore, in Cell's view, Ziluo and Whis are also like Satan, and they are not worth his attention at all. The conversation between Son Goku and Cell was also spread to Garp and the three of them. They didn't expect that Son Goku would surrender after fighting well. Garp, why did Mr. Son Goku surrender? He should be able to fight Cell again. Shinomiya Kagaya, yeah, and he almost defeated Cell just now. If it wasn't for that Cell would recover, Mr. Son Goku would have won. Shinomiya Kagaya, and that Cell shouldn't be recoverable without limit, he must have a weakness. If Mr. Son Goku continues to fight, he is very likely to win. Sakamoto, could it be that Mr. Son Goku is too tired, he has no energy, so he surrendered? Garp, probably not. Although Mr. Son Goku is indeed panting, he didn't have the kind of panting of lack of physical strength or overdraft, so he should still have physical strength to fight. Garp is also a person who has experienced countless battles, and he also knows what it is like to have no physical strength. And the appearance of Son Goku, in Garp's view, does not seem to be lacking in physical strength. And just as the three of them were making lively guesses, Ziluo spoke. Ziluo, you don't need to guess. To tell you the truth, Sakamoto's guess is correct. One of the reasons why Son Goku surrendered is that his physical strength is not enough. Even if he continues to fight, he will lose to Cell sooner or later. Garp really wanted to argue with Ziluo, Son Goku obviously still has physical strength like that. But he thought of how he was slapped in the face by Ziluo several times before, so he gave up this idea. Mr. Ziluo's words are the truth. So, Garp quickly sent a message in the group. Mr. Ziluo is right. And his message was echoed by the other two. Ziluo, it's not just panting heavily that is a sign of lack of physical strength. Don't look at Son Goku as if he is panting slightly, but in fact his physical strength is no longer enough for him to continue fighting. Seemingly knowing Garp's thoughts, Ziluo explained in the group. Originally, the three of them decided that they would not doubt what Ziluo said in the future, but now that Ziluo gave them an explanation, they would no longer doubt it. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Don't look at me, I'm just a melon eater. Mr. Son Goku is out of stamina. There will be no other explanation than this one. On the other side, when Son Goku told Cell that there would be others challenging him, he turned his head to Son Gohan and the others. In fact, Son Goku turned his head to Ziluo and the others at first. He had heard about Ziluo from Piccolo before, and he also knew that Ziluo was very powerful. Bounce Vegeta out with one finger. And it's Vegeta who has exceeded his limits because of anger. With Vegeta's strength at that time, Son Goku knew very well that he definitely couldn't do it, and Cell couldn't do it either. In other words, this young man named Ziluo is stronger than Cell in terms of strength. If he is willing to fight Cell, it should be a very simple matter to defeat Cell. However, as soon as Son Goku looked at Ziluo, Ziluo had already spoken. "Don't look at me, I'm just a melon-eating crowd. If you hit you, as long as that Cell doesn't mess with me, I won't get involved." Ziluo didn't want to deal with Cell at all. No way, Son Goku can only pin his hopes on his son Son Gohan. And Cell also heard Ziluo's words, and he was very unhappy with Ziluo's words. "What do you mean, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't get involved?" The meaning of Ziluo's words is that if he gets involved, he can defeat himself. Cell didn't take Ziluo seriously at first, but now that Ziluo dared to say such arrogant words, he was immediately on Cell's must-kill list. Originally Cell was too lazy to deal with an idiot like Satan like Ziluo, but since the other party said such a mindless thing, then he didn't mind giving him a ride. Cell has already decided, after this Cell meeting is over, they will kill Ziluo. After learning that Son Goku actually wanted to play his son Son Gohan, everyone except Ziluo and Whis was shocked, including Cell. Although he dismissed the sentence that Son Goku said, the next person to play will be able to beat himself. But when he knew that the person who appeared next was actually Son Gohan, Cell's first reaction was whether Son Goku had lost his mind. He actually sent his own son to die. And Piccolo was not happy after learning that Son Goku actually let Son Gohan play. Piccolo's relationship with Son Gohan is not a real father, but better than a real father. How could Piccolo be happy to see Son Gohan fighting against such a strong opponent now? However, after Son Goku's words, Son Gohan decided to play against Cell. What Son Goku said to Son Gohan, Ziluo heard very clearly. He was a little emotional, because he always felt that, looking at the entire Dragon Ball, Son Goku was the most mature in the Cell chapter, and also the one that best reflected his martial arts master. The conversation between Son Goku and Son Gohan was also heard by the three of Garp, who did not understand Son Goku's move to let his child play. Shinomiya Kagaya, no way, after Mr. Son Goku surrendered, he actually let his son play. Could it be that he thinks his son can beat that monster Cell? Sakamoto, that's right. Mr. Son Goku's child is still so young, so it's unlikely that the blue is better than the blue. Carp, Mr. Son Goku is so impulsive, he let such a small child face such a powerful monster. How strong can a child be? Although Son Gohan has become a Super Saiyan and has become a bit handsome, but don't forget that he is only 9 years old. 9 years old. No matter which world you are in, at the age of 9, you are still a child. Garp thought of his grandson Luffy. When Luffy was 9 years old, he was just a kid. But now, Son Goku puts a little kid against a foe that even he can't handle. Garp and the others really don't understand Son Goku's operation. Could it be that Son Goku deliberately sent his son to die? Or Son Goku thinks that a 9-year-old child can defeat the monster Cell? Although Son Goku's strength is very strong, his son's strength should not be weak. But how strong can it be? After Son Gohan played, Son Goku made another move that left everyone speechless. He actually asked Kling for a fairy bean, and then gave the fairy bean to Cell. This really wants Son Gohan to die. Son Goku's behavior caused a lot of dissatisfaction among Piccolo and others. After listening to Ziluo's explanation of Xiandu, the three people in the group already didn't know what to say to Son Goku. Garp, what is Mr. Son Goku doing? He even restored Cell's strength. Shinomiya Kagaya, could it be that the child is not Mr. Son Goku's biological child, and Mr. Son Goku is taking this opportunity to get rid of him? As expected of a girl, she has a big brain. Sakamoto, Mr. Son Goku, alas. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28. Is this actually 9 years old? Although Garp and the others are just bystanders, they really can't understand Son Goku's actions, and they even can't stand it anymore. If they could, they would really like to ask Son Goku why he did this. And the questions of Garp and others were asked by others, and that was Piccolo. Seeing that Son Goku actually gave the fairy beans to Cell, he really couldn't help it. Goku! What the hell are you doing? Piccolo grabbed Son Goku by the collar and asked sharply. Is this because Son Gohan didn't die fast enough? And Son Goku's explanation left everyone speechless. Son Goku's explanation is that Cell has consumed a lot of physical strength fighting him just now, and now it is unfair to Cell to put Son Gohan on the field. Those who know Son Goku know that this explanation fits his character very well, so even Piccolo didn't say anything after hearing Son Goku's explanation. But Garp, Shinomiya Kagaya, and Sakamoto, who don't know Son Goku, were quite speechless after listening to Son Goku's explanation. Although they appreciate and admire Son Goku's kind character very much, but this kindness also has to be divided into people. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Son Gohan doesn't care about his father's behavior, he also knows his father's character very well. He was even there waiting for Cell to eat the jelly beans instead of trying to stop Cell from eating the jelly beans before that. After Cell ate the celestial beans, all the lost physical strength recovered, and he finally understood how good the celestial beans are. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the power of Xiandu? It actually restored all of Cell's physical strength. Sakamoto, not only my physical strength, but also all the injuries on Cell's body have recovered. Garp, what a magical fairy bean! If the Navy can also have such a magical thing, then the strength of the Navy will be even higher. After all, Garp is still a naval hero, and the first thing that comes to mind is the Navy. If the Navy can own such a magical thing as fairy beans in large quantities, or even have one in hand, it will be equivalent to an extra life for each Navy. But Garp is also very clear that something as magical as Xiandu is probably very rare even in Zi Luo's world. I didn't see the bag Krillin took out when he gave the beans to Son Goku earlier. There are probably only a few fairy beans in that bag, at most a dozen. The quantity is too rare. And after Cell fully recovered his physical strength, Son Gohan finally broke out his strength. A powerful aura emanated from Son Gohan, which surprised Piccolo and Vegeta. They didn't expect that Son Gohan, who was just a child in their eyes, was so strong. Especially Vegeta, he feels very clearly that with Son Gohan's current strength, he is no longer weaker than him. But how old is he? How old is Son Gohan? Vegeta was already very upset that Son Goku was always better than him, but now even Son Goku's son has caught up with him, which makes Vegeta feel very unwilling. In the group, Garp and the others were also surprised by Son Gohan's strength. Although they can't feel how strong Son Gohan is, but through the video, they can roughly know how terrifying Son Gohan is now. I didn't see that once Son Gohan showed his strength, even Cell's face showed a look of surprise. And when Son Gohan broke out just now, the ground was shaking, and cracks appeared. Garp! Is this the strength that a child can possess? Shinomiya Kagaya, this kid is a bit too scary. Even Cell was surprised by his strength. Sakamoto, it really is a tiger father and no dog son. If Mr. Son Goku hadn't given the fairy beans to Cell, maybe this kid would really be able to defeat Cell. But now, it's very difficult. Sakamoto is still a bit bitter about Son Goku handing the Sento to Cell. Garp, at Zi Luo, the son of Mr. Son Goku, shouldn't be too old. Zi Luo, it's really not that old, he's only 9 years old. 9 years old. Although they had already guessed that Son Gohan's age was not very old, they were still surprised by his age when they really learned about Son Gohan's age. 9 years old. Younger than they guessed. This is only 9 years old. But it can't be blamed on them, because Son Gohan looks like this, although he can tell that he is still a child, but it is really hard to believe that he is only 9 years old. Shinomiya Kagaya, my god! I was still in elementary school when I was 9 years old, but this kid has already fought such a terrifying person. Sakamoto, me too. The difference between my 9-year-old and our 9-year-old is too big. Garp, the child is so sensible at the age of 9. My heart hurts when I think of that brat in my family. He really is someone else's child. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29. New group members join the group. The stinky boy in Garp's mouth is of course his grandson Luffy. When Luffy was 9 years old, he was just a kid, and he kept shouting all day that he wanted to be a pirate instead of a navy. It just gave Cap a headache to die. Let's look at Mr. Son Goku's children. At the age of 9, they have already fought for the safety of the earth. Aside from strength, just the brilliance of a hero like Son Gohan is enough for Luffy to learn for a lifetime. It's a pity that Son Gohan's age is still a bit too young. Although a child has good strength, it is still very difficult to defeat Cell, and it is still a fully recovered Cell. After all, although Son Gohan is strong, he does not necessarily have rich combat experience. Where do you expect a 9-year-old to be experienced in combat? Sure enough, as soon as Son Gohan came on the field, although he showed his formidable strength, he was basically under pressure in the battle with Cell. First, it was because Son Gohan's strength could not keep up. This is because Son Gohan's mind is not on the battle at all. He wasn't really fighting Cell at all. When Cell sent Son Gohan flying and crashed into a mountain, those who cared about Son Gohan felt distressed. Piccolo, who was at the scene, watched Son Goku complaining non-stop. If it wasn't because he was not Son Goku's opponent, he probably would have done it. In the group, Garp and the others were also worried about Son Gohan. Garp, it's really tragic. Although this kid is very powerful, he is still young, and he probably hasn't experienced many battles. Mr. Son Goku asked him to face such a powerful enemy as Cell. It was really a bit of a miscalculation. What? Shinomiya Kagaya, this Cell is indeed an artificial human, without any humanity at all. Even a 9-year-old child can lift such a heavy hand. Sakamoto, my god! Such a big mountain was smashed into pieces like this. That child hurts so much. Even if he is strong, it's impossible for him to be okay. Although Garp and the others don't know Son Gohan, they don't know Son Gohan, but they all feel sorry for Son Gohan now. Such a young child was sent to the battlefield by his father to face such a terrible enemy. It is estimated that he is very scared now. But to the relief of Piccolo and Garp, nothing happened to Son Gohan. Although there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. It's just that they can also see that Son Gohan has no fighting spirit at all. Later, Son Gohan tells Cell that he doesn't like fighting like his father. And he also knows why Son Goku let him play, because he also knows a special thing about himself. That is, once you are in anger, you will erupt with a very powerful force to fight non-stop. Son Gohan is telling the truth, but sadly no one believes him except Zi Luo, Whis, and Son Goku. Even Cell looked at Son Gohan with disbelief. He felt that Son Gohan said these words because he didn't want to fight himself, so he wanted to use these words to scare himself. But unfortunately, he is Cell. How could he be so intimidated? Moreover, Son Gohan's words aroused his interest instead. Since Son Gohan said that as long as he is angry, he can explode with great strength, then he will make Son Gohan angry. He wants to see how powerful the angry Son Gohan will be. When a person feels that his strength is strong enough, he will often make some desperate moves. It was the same way that Vegeta made Cell into a perfect body before, and now it is the same way that Cell wants to make Son Gohan angry. In the final analysis, they simply don't believe that the other party's strength will surpass their own. In the group, Garp and the others also didn't believe Son Gohan's words. Although they regard Zi Luo's words as the truth, they will not doubt it. But Sun Gohan is not. Even if a child is angry, how much strength can he unleash? They all thought that Sun Gohan must have said that because he was too scared. But, how scared do you have to be in your heart to tell such a lie? Zi Luo didn't explain anything to them, and they would know if it was true when Sun Gohan broke out. And Zi Luo also has a little expectation in his heart. Although his strength surpasses Sun Gohan too much, he always thinks that Sun Gohan turned into Super Saiyan 2 because of his anger is so handsome. When he watched Dragon Ball, he watched this clip several times over and over again. This has nothing to do with strength, but a memory of childhood. And at this time, the chat group that hadn't been moved for a long time suddenly sent a group message. Newcomer Jin Tianyi has joined the group chat. As soon as the group news came out, several people including Zi Luo were a little surprised and excited. Unexpectedly, besides Zi Luo, there are newcomers in the chat group. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31 of the Tokyo Shuangsha, Kind Aichi. Since Zi Luo joined the chat group, he hasn't joined a newcomer for more than 10 days. There have always been only 4 people in the group. Although everyone is somewhat familiar with each other, the number of people is a bit small after all. And now, a newcomer has finally joined. Although the number of people is still small, but one more newcomer, one more friend. Carp and the others are still very happy. Carp, welcome newcomers to the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, this is the poorest young lady in this group. Sakamoto, newcomers, just joined the group and want to explode their photos and send red envelopes. Zi Luo, welcome, welcome. Everyone is warmly welcoming newcomers into the group. Jin Tianyi, what's going on here? What is a chat group? Who are you? Could it be that the puppet master from hell, Gao Yuanyao, created the ghost? In the world of Jin Tianyi's juvenile casebook, Jin Tianyi, who was absent from class, looked at the chat group in front of him with a puzzled and blank expression. He was having a good time on a short errand just now. Why did such a thing pop up all of a sudden? Chat group? What it is? Because he was too surprised, Kind Aichi even yelled, which caused the whole class to laugh wildly, and made the teacher so angry that he directly asked him to stand in the corridor outside the classroom. And Zi Luo looked at Jin Tianyi's speech and smiled slightly. Others may not know who Kind Aichi is, but he does. Because he is the man who has read the complete works of the Kind Aichi boy casebook. Similar to Detective Conan, the world of Kind Aichi casebook is also a world of reasoning. And because Conan and Kind Aichi are both in Tokyo, and there are dead people wherever they go, so the two are collectively called Tokyo Shuangsha. Kind Aichi can be said to be the pinnacle of bench reasoning comics, and many techniques in it have been borrowed by many TV dramas and movies in later generations. Although Kind Aichi's reputation is not as big as Conan's. But Zi Luo felt that Kind Aichi was better looking than Conan in terms of reasoning. Of course, there are benefits to both, and Zi Luo is equally fond of both. And now, Kind Aichi actually joined the chat group, and I don't know if Conan will join the chat group in the future. If possible, the Tokyo Shuangsha teamed up and could hand over their cases to each other for help. Because the era of Kind Aichi has not reached the 21st century, and that era is still the era of mobile phones. There are forums and so on, but there is no such thing as a chat group. So he is very unfamiliar with everything in the chat group. Fortunately, there are very enthusiastic group members in the group. Under Garp's explanation, Kind Aichi roughly understood what it was. His IQ is already very high, so it is very easy to understand these things. Kind Aichi, so you and I are not from the same world. Garp, of course, but newcomers, can I trouble you to introduce your world, is it also the kind of world where the strong can destroy the earth at every turn? Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, yes. Are you a big boss? Sakamoto, newcomer, is your world also a bloody battle world? Because of Zi Luo, Garp and the others stopped underestimating every newcomer. And in order not to let themselves be slapped in the face again, they quickly asked Kind Aichi, wanting to know more about Jin Tianyi's world. If Kind Aichi and Zi Luo are big bosses, it will save them from being slapped in the face. Kind Aichi, destroy the earth at every turn? What are you talking about? How could there be such a person? Seeing that Garp mentioned the earth, Kind Aichi took it for granted that the other people in the group were ordinary earthlings like him. And on the earth, how could there be human beings capable of destroying the earth? I'm afraid it can only be done with nuclear weapons. Garp, why not? You can open the video sharing in the group and have a look. Because Shinomiya Kagaya and the others taught Kind Aichi how to use the chat group before, he quickly opened the video. As soon as he opened it, what caught Jin Tian's eyes was the scene of Sun Gohan being beaten badly by Cell. In the video, Cell pressed Sun Gohan on the ground and rubbed him hard. Sun Gohan didn't know how many injuries he suffered. Kind Aichi, how is this possible? How can humans do such a thing? Kind Aichi couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly saw that the battle between Cell and Sun Gohan had created large pits on the ground, and the surrounding stones were as fragile as foam. And the energy light spheres emitted from their hands, any one of them can make a mountain disappear. This kind of scene that only appeared in movies and TV, actually happened in front of him so vividly now. If Garp and the others hadn't told Kind Aichi before, the scenes in the video were all real, not a movie or something. Kind Aichi wondered if he was watching a movie. And Jin Tianyi's speech didn't make Garp and the others say anything, because they were as ignorant as him not long ago. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, The Group Leader, I Will Be Disrespectful. In Garp's eyes, Kind Aichi's performance was very normal. If Jin Tianyi didn't show such surprise, but looked very normal, then they would have to wonder if Jin Tianyi is a big boss like Zi Luo. And Jin Tianyi's current performance tells them that the world he lives in, at least in terms of combat power, is definitely not as good as the world where Mr. Zi Luo lives. Garp, don't think this is impossible. This is Mr. Zi Luo's world. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, we thought it was impossible before, just like you, but now I just want to say, Mr. Zi Luo is amazing. Sakamoto, newcomer, because you are new here, I advise you, no matter what Mr. Zi Luo says in the future, don't doubt his words. This is the truth that the three of us got with our swollen faces. Mr. Zi Luo? Jin Tian set his eyes on the one remaining person in the group. Could it be that this Zi Luo came from such a terrifying world? Because the world he lives in is also a normal world, except for more murders, there is nothing special about it. Therefore, it was hard for him to imagine that there would be such a terrifying existence on Earth. However, Kind Aichi has a high IQ, and people with high IQs are generally calmer. So, after experiencing the initial surprise and disbelief, he calmed down. Since even such miraculous things as chat groups have appeared, and there are all kinds of different worlds, it seems that it is not impossible for humans to have such destructive power in other worlds. After all, it is still a question whether the Earth where Zi Luo is located is the Earth in his cognition. But no matter what, the emergence of the chat group opened a door to a new world for Jin Tianyi, who was useless except for solving crimes and was invincible. But he also knows that only he can see the chat group, otherwise, he really wants Miyuki to see this magical chat group. The group has reached 5 members, and now we are starting to select the group leader. At this time, the chat group sent another group message. Choose a group leader. In fact, about this, they also discussed it when there were only Carp, Shinomiya Kagaya, and Sakamoto before. Now that there are chat groups, there should also be group owners. It's just because the group leader has never appeared, and there is no information about the group leader in the chat group, so they gradually forgot about it. Unexpectedly, this group leader actually wanted to choose from among the 5 people after the group was full of 5 people. The position of the group leader is obvious at first glance, but the other 4 people, except Zi Luo, made a unanimous decision. Carp, I support Mr. Zi Luo as the group leader. Kind Aichi, me too. Shinomiya Kagaya, +1. Sakamoto, +2. That's right, they agreed that Zi Luo should be the group leader. There is no particular reason, who made Zi Luo's world so scary? Who dares to take the position of the leader of this group in front of Zi Luo? Although group members can't go to each other's world now, what if they can in the future? They don't want Zi Luo to come to their world in the future, and then directly destroy their world. It's not worth it to offend such a horrible person for the position of a group leader. Although I don't know whether Zi Luo is interested in the position of the group leader. But there will be no problem in making an early statement. Make a better impression on Zi Luo. Zi Luo, I think this group leader should not be elected by us, but should be selected by the chat group. So your support is actually useless. Shinomiya Kagaya, I don't know if this group leader can be used by people. If possible, I suggest that no matter who gets this group leader except Mr. Zi Luo, we will give this group leader to Mr. Zi Luo. How about it? Cap, I agree. Sakamoto, I also agree. I am only convinced that Mr. Zi Luo is the leader of this group. Kind Aichi, there is no such thing as a chat group in my world, even if I am the group leader, I can't do it. Let Mr. Zi Luo do it. Everyone's opinions are very unified. And at this time, the chat group finally had another movement. The selection of the group leader is complete. Congratulations to the group member Zi Luo for being the chat group leader. Seeing this news, Zi Luo was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that he would actually become the leader of the chat group. But this is also good, the group owner must have a lot more authority than ordinary group members, and there may be a way to make himself stronger. Although the water group is indeed a very happy thing. But Zi Luo never forgot that he is in the world of Dragon Ball. A world full of strong men. Although his strength of gods of destruction is already very strong, it is not enough, he needs to become stronger. Zi Luo, since the chat group also chooses me as the group leader, I will be disrespectful to the group leader position. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32 The Authority of the Group Owner. Zi Luo didn't try to be hypocritical. He already wanted the position of group leader, so there was no need to be hypocritical. And he also knew, except that Jin Tianyi might not have any idea about the position of the group leader because he didn't know the chat group and the group leader. The other 3 people must have some ideas about the position of group leader. It's just that they dare not fight because the Dragon Ball world he lives in is too terrifying. But since they performed well, Zi Luo decided to give them a little sweetness at that time. After all, as the chat group leader, you still have to think more about the group members. After becoming the group owner, Zi Luo also gained some authority of the group owner. However, it may be because the number of people is a bit small now, and the authority of the group owner is not very much. Some of these permissions are familiar to Zi Luo, such as what can mute speech, kick people, and so on. And there are some permissions that Zi Luo thinks are more interesting. For example, as a group owner, you can watch the world copy of the world where the group members live. In other words, he can watch it. For example, he can watch a copy of the world of One Piece where Garp is located, which is equivalent to watching the anime of One Piece. This permission is still somewhat useful to Zi Luo. After all, more and more group members will definitely join in the future, and it is impossible for him to understand the world of every group member. At that time, he can use this authority to understand the world of those group members. As a group leader, if he doesn't even understand the world of his own group members, then what he, the group leader, has failed somewhat. Also, as the group leader, he can go to the world where the group members are without any restrictions. That is to say, as long as he wants, he can go to the world of One Piece, the world of Miss Kaguya, the world of Kind Aichi, etc. But he doesn't have much interest in this authority now. Although it should be quite interesting to play in other worlds, you can also see the paper people that you can only see in anime before. But now, Zi Luo is still more interested in becoming stronger. Because, after Zi Luo became the group leader, the chat group finally gave him a way to become stronger. Group Owner Exclusive Mall. There is a shopping mall in the chat group, but because there are not enough people, the shopping mall has not been opened yet. But the chat group gave Zi Luo an exclusive shopping mall for the group owner. The exclusive mall for group owners, as the name suggests, is a mall that only group owners can use. And Zi Luo took a look at this mall. There are really many good things in it. There are many things that can make him stronger. As long as you can have enough points, you can exchange them for whatever you want. Moreover, it seems that in order to take care of Zi Luo, the new group leader, the chat group gave Zi Luo 10,000 points. This chat group is quite humane, but I don't know how to get points. Zi Luo thought silently in his heart. Seemingly knowing what Zi Luo was thinking, the chat group sent a message to Zi Luo in the background of the group owner. Since you become the group owner, you can know in advance how to obtain points. There are many ways to get points. You can complete the tasks that the chat group releases from time to time, and you can help group members solve some of their difficulties. You can also exchange some treasures recognized by the chat group for points. The amount of points depends on the difficulty of the task and the preciousness of the treasure. There are quite a few ways to earn points, but among these methods Zi Luo values the method of exchanging treasures for points. After all, the tasks of the chat group are released irregularly, who knows how often a task is released? And help the group members solve their difficulties? It's not that Zi Luo is bragging, with his strength and the authority of the group leader, it is still very simple to help these group members solve their difficulties. Judging from the current group members, even if they help them solve their difficulties, they won't get many points. It's better to exchange treasures for more quickly. With his identity and strength as gods of destruction, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain treasures, but he doesn't know how many points those treasures can be exchanged for. Zi Luo is still getting acquainted with the exclusive shopping mall for the group owner, and there are already discussions in the group. Carp, at Zi Luo, Mr. Zi Luo, have you gained any authority after becoming the group owner? Shinomiya Kaguya, that's right, Mr. Zi Luo, can you tell us what permissions you have? Kind Aichi, the authority of the group owner? It should be very advanced. Sakamoto, Mr. Zi Luo, can you please tell me something to satisfy our curiosity? Seeing the news in the group, Zi Luo told them some permissions of the group owner, but of course, he didn't tell them some permissions. After learning about some of the authority of the group owner, several people were amazed. I didn't expect the group owner to have so much authority. It seems that he will have a better relationship with Zi Luo in the future. And when Zi Luo became the leader of the group, Sun Gohan on the battlefield was beaten badly by Cell. Cell wanted to make Sun Gohan angry, so he beat him badly on purpose. But Sun Gohan has never been angry, which made Cell a little headache. Celebrate the 7-day long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 Cell, you said don't mess with me. This Sun Gohan is really too difficult to deal with, he has been beaten like this, but he is still not angry. Based on Cell's knowledge of humans, when a person, especially a man, is beaten like this, there is definitely a surge of anger in the heart, and then the adrenaline kicks in, and no matter who the opponent is, they will roll up their sleeves and start fighting. Anyway, Cell felt that if it was him, he would definitely be angry when he was beaten so badly. But this Son Gohan really broke his cognition. Could it be that Son Gohan doesn't know what anger is? Or if it was only aimed at him alone, then he would not be angry. Thinking of this, Cell looked at Son Goku and the others. Since just torturing Son Gohan can't make him feel angry, then he can point the finger at Son Goku and the others. He wanted to see if he would be angry when he saw his father and his friends in danger. Son Goku and the others felt a little bad when Cell looked over. This Cell, shouldn't it be paying attention to them? Not just Son Goku and the others, even Zi Luo and Whis were glanced at by Cell. Although he felt that Zi Luo was nothing more than an idiot like Satan, but this idiot kept dangling in front of his eyes, which was really in the way. If Zi Luo could find a place to hide like Satan and the others, he wouldn't bother to worry about it. But since Zi Luo was dangling in front of his eyes all the time, then he reluctantly cleaned up Zi Luo as well. To be able to die by his own hands, Cell considers it an honor for Zi Luo. After counting the number of people, Cell made several small cells. Don't underestimate these small cells. Although their strength is not as strong as Cell's, they still have a few % of Cell's strength. It is very difficult for Vegeta and the others to win. Players like Piccolo and Kling are the result of being instantly killed in front of them. Since dealing with you can't make you angry, then I'll deal with your partner. Cell said something to Son Gohan, and then let the little Cell deal with Son Goku and the others. Even Zi Luo and Whis are no exception. Hey, I said Cell, didn't you hear what I said before? If you don't mess with me, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Why, you must provoke me. Zi Luo looked at Cell and said with a sneer. Although he can kill the little Cell with a single breath, Cell's action already shows that he is going to provoke himself. Zi Luo didn't want to intervene in the first place. It's a bit too cheap for the majestic gods of destruction to intervene in this kind of children's play. But now that Cell dares to offend the dignity of his gods of destruction, then he can no longer be a melon eater. In the group, Carp and the others also saw the little Cell rushing towards Zi Luo. Although they have already determined that Zi Luo is a big boss in their hearts. But they have seen Cell's strength before, and they couldn't help but sweat for Zi Luo when they saw the little Cell. After all, this is a monster made by Cell, so it must not be too weak. Carp, group leader, your strength should be enough to handle it. Because Zi Luo has become the owner of the group, Carp no longer calls him Mr. Zi Luo, but directly calls him the owner of the group. And the same goes for everyone else. Shinomiya Kagaya, group leader, although I know you are a boss, but I haven't seen you make a move yet. Let us see your strength now. Sakamoto, group leader. Please use a very handsome move to defeat this little monster. Kind Aichi, group leader, just knock him out, don't kill anyone. After all, Kind Aichi has just joined the chat group, and he is a good citizen who abides by the law, so it is still somewhat unacceptable for such things as killing people. It's just that Kind Aichi's thinking will change sooner or later after joining the chat group. Zi Luo's words made Cell sneer, and now he feels more and more that Zi Luo's brain has problems. Who gave him the courage to feel that he dared not mess with him? Did he feel confident that he could be involved in the battle between himself and Son Goku? It's just an ordinary human being, how dare he be so arrogant? The little Cells have already come to their opponents, and Vegeta and the others have also started to fight with the little Cells. The strength of the small Cell is very strong, and even Vegeta and Trunks, who have become Super Saiyan, are in a hard fight. And weak people like Piccolo and Kling are directly beaten, so don't be too miserable. And Son Goku is no match for little Cell because he has lost too much strength. In short, Son Goku was beaten very badly by Little Cell. Seeing his father and partner being beaten so badly, Son Gohan finally started to feel a little angry. Cell is very satisfied with Son Gohan's changes, and his method finally has an effect. But when he saw the situation on Zi Luo's side, his face changed. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Shock of Son Goku and Others. From Cell's point of view, among these people, Zi Luo and Whis are the best to deal with. So the two of them should be the ones who died at the hands of the Little Cell first. And Cell didn't expect to make Son Gohan angry after killing Zi Luo and Whis. He was just removing 2 flies. But what Cell didn't expect was that these 2 people who had been ignored by him and treated as idiots by him would actually hide their secrets. Cell saw that when the Little Cell rushed in front of Zi Luo just stretched out a finger and flicked the Little Cell directly. When Little Cell fell to the ground, his head was gone. A simple flick, directly flicking the head of the Little Cell. And Whis next to him was even more terrifying. Every time the Little Cell came in front of him, he disappeared directly. Cell saw it very clearly, the Little Cell that attacked Whis just disappeared out of thin air. Cell doesn't think that Whis is performing some kind of magic trick to transform people into living beings. The Little Cell that disappeared has really disappeared in this world. The actions of Zi Luo and Whis also attracted the attention of others. The fierce Little Cell and Son Goku who were fighting at first stopped and stared at Zi Luo and Whis dumbfounded. Okay, what a terrifying strength! Little Cell, who has been fighting with us for so long, was easily dealt with by him with one flick. Vegeta said in disbelief. He didn't even know that his body was trembling slightly. That was an extremely shocking performance. After fighting with Little Cell for so long, Vegeta is very aware of the opponent's strength, not weaker than himself, and even superior to him. But such a scary Little Cell was simply solved by Zi Luo. Thinking of how Zi Luo solved the small cell, Vegeta couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, Zi Luo was merciful at the beginning, otherwise, I would have become the senior of this small cell. Thinking of this, Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat. I was hit by Zi Luo before, but I just fainted for a while. I really want to thank Zi Luo for not killing me. He didn't think his head would be harder than Little Cell's. Not only Vegeta, but the rest of Trunks, Piccolo, and others were also shocked. Even Son Goku couldn't believe it. Although they know that Zi Luo is very powerful and can even defeat Cell. But they never thought that Zi Luo could be so strong. It is estimated that even if Cell does it himself, it is impossible to achieve Zi Luo's level. In other words, Zi Luo's strength must be stronger than Cell's, and not even a little bit stronger. Seeing that his partner was killed, the Little Cell that was dealing with Son Goku and the others stopped fighting with Son Goku and the others. Instead, they gathered to surround Zi Luo and Whis. Cell didn't stop it either, because he finally found out that Zi Luo and Whis were completely pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. The two of them are more of a threat than Son Goku and the others combined. The small cell that surrounded Zi Luo and Whis launched an attack on Zi Luo at the same time. Because they are made by Cell, and Cell can do all the moves that Son Goku can do, so can Little Cell. What is Kamehameha? What is Magic Flash? What is Magic Penetrating Light Killing Cannon? What is Chi Yuan Zhan? All kinds of moves were displayed by the Little Cell. With so many small cells, none of the moves they perform are repeated. So many powerful moves flew towards Zi Luo and Whis, causing a huge explosion. According to the law of smoke without injury, Zi Luo and Whis were not injured at all. But Cell doesn't know this law. Seeing Zi Luo and Whis being hit by so many moves, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Unfortunately, when the smoke cleared, Cell was a little dumbfounded. Zi Luo and Whis stood where they were, nothing happened at all. Not even the hairstyle is messed up. How is this possible? Cell finally couldn't help being moved. Even if it is himself, if he suffers so many moves abruptly, he will be injured. Could it be that the strength of these two people is stronger than myself? This is impossible. He doesn't believe it. Cell will never believe that Zi Luo and Wis are stronger than him. Because after becoming a complete body, Cell is full of confidence in his own strength, and feels that his strength is already the strongest existence in the universe. And this kind of self-confidence has gradually turned into conceit, so he simply cannot accept that someone is stronger than him. It's a pity that Zi Luo is destined to let Cell see the reality clearly and let him know that this is just him deceiving himself and others. After blocking the attack of the small cells without injury, Zi Luo glanced at the small cells with disdain. Then, he moved his arm slightly, and several thin purple-black energy lines emanated from his body, and then wrapped around the little cell. Under the action of these thin energy lines, the little cell had no room to resist, and disappeared into this world directly. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 The Shock of the Group Members. These thin purple-black energy lines are Zi Luo's destructive energy. Although it is only as thick as a strand of hair, it is not a problem to destroy a few planets with such a thin line of energy. Under the powerful destructive force of destructive energy, can the small cell survive? Although the destructive energy used by Zi Luo just now is very thin, like hair. But none of the people present had outstanding eyesight, and they all saw how those small cells disappeared. How is this possible? Such a thin strip of energy actually wiped out a small cell. Vegeta hasn't stopped being shocked since the beginning. The little cell is so scary, but Zi Luo was wiped out with only a little energy. That thin line of energy actually contains such terrifying energy. Doesn't that mean that the thin lines of energy that Zi Luo casts at will are more powerful than the destructive power of his full strength? If Zi Luo knew what Vegeta was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he was thinking too much. Even if Vegeta is 10 times stronger, he still can't match a thin line of energy from him. Is it a joke to destroy energy? And Zi Luo's slight display of strength has left the people in the group dumbfounded. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the strength of the group leader? Isn't it a bit too powerful? Sakamoto, boss. Please accept my worship. Garp, it turns out that the group leader is so strong. No wonder he was able to say that the earth is about to be destroyed, so go to the theater first. Garp, with such terrifying strength, I think in the eyes of the group leader, the battle between Mr. Son Goku and Cell is like a child's play. This reminded Garp of how many years ago, when Luffy and Ace were kids, they fought together. At that time, in his eyes, the fight between Luffy and Ace was just a joke. Kind Aichi, group leader, why did you kill someone? Killing someone is against the law. Well, since Jin Tianyi joined the group for a short time, his thinking is still at the usual level. So when he saw that Zi Luo had killed such a pair of little cells, his first reaction was that Zi Luo had broken the law. Carp, don't put the rules of your world on the group owner, okay? Don't say it's the group owner's world, even in my world, this kind of thing happens from time to time. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, kind Aichi, you have to learn to adapt. You have to remember that the laws of each world are different. It is against the law to kill people in our world of ordinary people, but in the world of group leaders, it is probably a very normal thing. Sakamoto, although you two are right, I still want to say something. Those small cells are made by cells, and the cells are made by the humans on the group owner's side. They are artificial humans, not real human beings. So the group leader cannot be considered a murderer. Garp, that's right. Those little cells are not real humans, the group owner didn't kill anyone. Shinomiya Kagaya, you can rest assured now, the group leader didn't kill anyone, he just wiped out a few artificial humans. However, you still have to get used to it quickly. Look at me and Sakamoto, it's almost gotten used to. Because Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto joined the group relatively early, they have gradually adapted to these things. They have seen the battle in Garp's world. And they have also seen the upper body of Cell was wiped out by Son Goku before, and then grew back again. Therefore, the endurance of the two of them has been much enhanced compared to when they first joined the group. They also clearly know that not all the people in the chat group are like them, from the normal, everyday world. Many of the rules they think don't apply to other people. Seeing what Shinomiya Kagaya and the others said, kind Aichi fell silent. Indeed, don't say that Zi Luo can't be considered a real murder at all, even if it is, so what? He and Zi Luo are not in the same world. Many things he thinks can't be applied to Zi Luo at all. Moreover, he has joined the chat group now, and he should try to change some of his views. Otherwise, if there are too many things he can't accept, he will collapse. Thinking of this, Jin Tianyi immediately edited a message and sent it out. Thank you everyone, I will learn to adapt. But I just joined the chat group, and I hope everyone can give me some time. His news also received a response from Karp and the others. Don't worry, just take your time, they said. The group was full of joy and harmony, but Cell's face was not so pretty. After all the small cells were eliminated by Zi Luo, Son Goku and the others were no longer in danger, and Son Gohan's originally angry state also calmed down. It's just that Cell doesn't care about whether Son Gohan will be angry or not now, and now he focuses all his attention on Zi Luo. The current Zi Luo has given Cell a great sense of crisis. P.S. Many readers said that the plot of Cell is a bit procrastinated and watery. But my original intention is to use the plot of Cell to show other group members the power of the protagonist's world. But don't worry everyone, this episode will end tomorrow. I also hope that everyone can send flowers, comment tickets, and collect a lot of support. Thank you. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36 You can't afford the price of messing with me. Cell looked at Zi Luo with an ugly face. He didn't expect that this guy who took out a watermelon as a melon-eating crowd would be a big boss stronger than Son Goku and the others. The strength shown by Zi Luo has given him a great sense of crisis. Of course, this sense of crisis means that Cell feels that Zi Luo has the strength to threaten his life, not that Cell feels that his strength is not as good as Zi Luo. From becoming a full body until now, Cell has not fought with all his strength. He couldn't believe that with all his strength, he was still no match for Zi Luo. To put it bluntly, it was Cell's self-esteem that was at work, and he refused to admit that he was no match for Zi Luo. On the other hand, after solving those small cells, Zi Luo set his sights on Cell. Although he is not interested in meddling in this matter. But now that Cell has gotten into his head, if he doesn't do something, it will inevitably weaken the majesty of his gods of destruction. After all, Cell is not his favorite character, and Zi Luo is not generous enough to let anyone provoke him, and he will let him go. Cell, why bother, why bother? I said don't provoke me, but why don't you listen? Zi Luo walked towards Cell step by step, with a cold smile on his face. As for Whis, he just stood there motionless. Now it's time for Lord Gods of Destruction to perform. As a follower, he just needs to watch Lord Gods of Destruction show off his might. With Zi Luo's strength, he can reach Cell's side in an instant, and Cell will never have a chance to react. But he still chose to move towards Cell step by step. Because, doing so can bring a great sense of oppression to Cell. And the fact is the same, every time Zi Luo takes a step, the expression on Cell's face becomes more serious. As Zi Luo got closer, a few drops of cold sweat even appeared on Cell's face and back. Although Cell has always felt that his strength can defeat Zi Luo, but that is just his mentality. But his body is honest, his body can't bear the oppression brought by Zi Luo at all. Humph! Don't think that you are my opponent after solving a few small cells. I'll show you now. My full strength. It's an honor. You are the first person I can deal with all my strength since I became a perfect body. As Zi Luo's footsteps got closer and closer, Cell finally couldn't take it anymore. He wants to use all his strength to deal with Zi Luo. It was also because, only when he showed his full strength, would he be able to bring him some comfort. As for Son Gohan, he has already ignored him. And Son Gohan also took advantage of this time to return to Son Goku's side. Now that someone new has appeared to deal with Cell, he can finally stop fighting Cell. A very powerful aura emanated from Cell, much stronger than Son Goku's full power and Son Gohan's full power before. If Cell fights with all his strength from the beginning, then Son Goku won't last long at all. If divided according to the realms in other novels, Cell's full strength is half a step beyond the second level. Compared with the full power of Son Goku and Son Gohan, it is half a level stronger. Is this the full strength of Cell? It's really powerful. Goku, it seems that Cell hasn't fought you seriously in the first place. I guess you are just a tool to pass the time in his eyes. In other words, this mysterious young man named Zi Luo is very threatening in Cell's heart, otherwise he wouldn't fight with all his strength as soon as he came up. Anyway, this Zi Luo still joined this Cell conference. And with the strength he showed, Cell should not be his opponent. This Cell conference, Cell should have lost. Son Goku and the others had already eaten the fairy beans after the little Cell left. At this time, they were discussing Cell and Zi Luo. They agreed that since Zi Luo joined the Cell conference, there is a 90% chance that Cell will lose in this Cell conference. As for the remaining 10%, it cannot be ruled out that Zi Luo will not fight halfway through the fight. Cell's full power eruption made the whole earth tremble, causing panic all over the world. Moreover, they were surprised to find that the promised savior Satan? Why did they actually find a place to hide now, but a few people they didn't know at all fought with Cell. Although the explanation given by the host is that Satan is not feeling well now, and he will fight Cell after a short rest. But not everyone is a fool, there are still many people who find something is wrong. Satan, shouldn't he be escaping? Oh? This is your full strength? What do you think an ant will look like after it uses its full strength? It just turns into a bigger ant. Zi Luo looked at Cell in front of him and sneered. Do you know why I said don't come to provoke me? Because you can't afford the price of provoking me. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Weak Cell. Can gods of destruction be provoked by anyone? If it is some characters that Zi Luo liked before, he may still take the other party's life for the sake of feelings. Like Vegeta. No way, feelings are still very powerful. If it were someone else, there would be only one end for provoking gods of destruction, and that would be death. Unfortunately, Zi Luo doesn't like the role of Cell. If it was King Frieza, maybe Zi Luo would spare Frieza's life because he was a Beerus boy. I can't afford to provoke you? Ha 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 ha. I want to see if you are as powerful as you said. I want to see if I can afford to provoke you. Cell was enraged by Zi Luo's words, the strength he was proud of was always being scorned by Zi Luo, how could Cell bear it? Because this is the first time that Cell has shown his full strength, this incomparably powerful force has given Cell great confidence. He is the most powerful existence in this world. No one can be his opponent. Cell took the initiative, he had already decided, he wanted to defeat Zi Luo with lightning force, and then tortured him well. He would not let Zi Luo die so easily. Having despised him so many times, it would be too cheap for Zi Luo if he died so easily. Cell's full shot gives a very strong sense of oppression. Even Sun Gokū, who stood not far away to watch the battle, felt the oppression. For weaker people like Kellen and Tian Xinyan, under this sense of oppression, they don't even have the courage to fight Cell. Not to mention ordinary people like Satan. If they weren't far away from the battlefield, this sense of oppression alone would be enough to kill them. Even so, Satan and the others were still pressed to the ground, unable to get up, very embarrassed. Not only the people on the scene, but also those who watched the live broadcast in the group. Carp, this Cell is so powerful. Just watching the live broadcast, I can feel a very strong sense of oppression. If it were on the scene, this oppression alone would be enough to kill me in seconds. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Mr. Carp, can you tell me about the battle situation later? I felt very uncomfortable after the Cell just put out all its strength, so I turned off the live broadcast. Sakamoto, me too, Mr. Carp, please tell me in the group when the time comes. Kind Aichi, me too, please. Although Cell's full strength is weak, it is also in the eyes of big guys like Zi Luo and Whis. In the eyes of others, Cell is already a monster among monsters. Even Carp was very uncomfortable being suppressed by Cell's sense of oppression across the screen. If he hadn't used the domineering bodyguard in time, he must be in a mess now. But even so, Carp is trembling now. Even Carp is like this, let alone ordinary people like Kagaya Shinomiya, Sakamoto, and Kind Aichi. When Cell was trying its best before, they turned off the live broadcast because they felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, they turned it off in time, otherwise, they would probably be gone by now. Carp, if I can insist on watching the whole situation, then I will say it. But I will probably turn off the live broadcast too. Because I can hardly bear the oppressive feeling of Cell now. Carp felt that he had reached his limit, and he couldn't last much longer. But at this time, something that surprised everyone happened. Cell's full shot was so powerful that Son Goku and the others didn't even realize when he came in front of Zi Luo. However, for Cell's attack, Zi Luo just casually raised his hand and grabbed Cell's neck. The powerful aura and sense of oppression on Cell disappeared without a trace under Zi Luo's hands. Cell was held by Zi Luo, as if a little chicken was pinched by the neck. There is no resistance at all. Okay, so strong. This young man named Zi Luo is a bit too strong. Cell with all his strength was easily strangled by his neck. What is his origin? There is such a powerful existence in the universe. Son Goku and their ideas were different, but they were all surprised by the strength shown by Zi Luo. Although they have already thought that Zi Luo's strength is higher than that of Cell, and can even easily defeat Cell. But it's too easy. Just a simple grasp, it solves the Cell with all its strength. In their thinking, how could Cell have a few tricks with Zi Luo? It's not that Cell is too weak, but Zi Luo is really too strong. After choking Cell's neck, Zi Luo's other hand directly went through Cell's head, and then took out a small chip. It's because of this chip that you can regenerate infinitely. Zi Luo tossed the chip in his hand and said to Cell. No, it's impossible, why would you know? Cell was completely dumbfounded, this chip is his biggest secret. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 A New Hero is Born. Why can Cell be infinitely regenerated? In addition to having Piccolo's cells, it's also because he has a chip in his head. As long as this chip is not damaged, even if he only has this chip left, it can be regenerated infinitely. This is his biggest secret. He never told anyone. But why would this young man know this? Seeing Cell's unbelievable expression, Zi Luo smiled coldly. Could it be that he has the perspective of God, and he has to say things like reading the script? The chip was taken out, and the cell that left the chip felt that its vitality was rapidly draining. Not long after, Cell, who was strangled by Zi Luo, lowered his head and lost his breath. Without the chip, Cell would not survive long at all. After this Cell died, the chip in Zi Luo's hand began to move. A lot of cells actually grew on the chip. If it continues, the cells will recover soon. With a little force, Zi Luo directly crushed the chip. The chip was destroyed, and the cell had no ability to recover, and died completely. Shat, Cell is dead. Cell was killed so easily by that Zi Luo. Cell is dead, which means we won this Cell conference. The Earth is saved. We are saved too. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, they were all excited. Originally, they came here this time with the determination to die, and they were ready to die. But I didn't expect them to survive. And no one died except Cell. What a happy scene this is! Who would choose to die if they could survive? The scene of Zi Luo killing Cell was also broadcast live to people all over the world. Although they didn't know Zi Luo, they knew that it was this young man who defeated Cell, saved them, and saved the world. In their hearts, Zi Luo has become a new hero. Although Zi Luo himself doesn't care about the title of this hero, in the hearts of many people on Earth, he is a new hero. As for Satan, although many people still worship him, he is still the champion of the World Fighting Championship. But in the eyes of people all over the world, Satan's prestige has dropped a lot. After all, Satan's performance at this Cell conference was really bad. It's just horrible. Especially the practice of making excuses after losing has made many people feel very disappointed. Poor Satan, originally wanted to take advantage of this Cell conference to improve his prestige in people's hearts. In the end, he didn't expect that stealing a chicken would cost him nothing, and he couldn't even maintain his original prestige. Zi Luo didn't feel anything after defeating Cell. From his point of view, he just crushed an ant to death. Originally, Zi Luo wanted to see if he could convert Cell's chips into points. After all, Cell's chip can be regenerated, so it can be regarded as a treasure. Unexpectedly, Cell's chips were worthless. Not even a single point can be exchanged for it. Obviously, in the eyes of the group owner's exclusive mall, Cell's chip is not a treasure at all, but a piece of rubbish. For this result, Zi Luo had already expected it. After all, compared with many things in the mall, Cell's chips are actually quite rubbish. That's why Zi Luo crushed Cell's chip without hesitation. After Cell died, Son Goku and the others flew to Zi Luo. Although they are not familiar with Zi Luo at all, at least they saved them and the Earth. It is necessary to say thank you. This is the first time Zi Luo saw Son Goku and Son Gohan father and son up close. When he came to the venue of the Cell conference before, because he was standing far away from Son Goku and the others, he didn't take a good look at it. Roughly the same as Son Goku in the anime, the Son Goku in front of him gives Zi Luo a sense of wisdom. It is commendatory wisdom. Son Goku in the Cell chapter is definitely a perfect man who integrates maturity, IQ, and strength. For the thanks from Son Goku and others, Zi Luo accepted with a smile. Although solving the Cell was nothing to him, but to Son Goku and the others, it saved their lives and the whole world. However, because of his own shot, Son Gohan did not succeed in becoming Super Saiyan 2, and Son Goku did not die. I don't know if it will have any impact on the future. But who cares about him? After killing Cell, is it possible to revive him and let Son Gohan kill him again? In the group, Zi Luo also closed the video because all the cells were resolved. Carp was in the group telling Shinomiya Kagaya and the others what happened just now. In fact, there is nothing to talk about, because it is too easy for Zi Luo to solve the Cell, and Carp can get it done with a few words. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is the strength of the group leader. He defeated that Cell so easily. Sakamoto, the group leader deserves to be the group leader, and only people like Mr. Zi Luo are qualified to be the group leader. Jin Tianyi, if the group owner comes to my world and commits a crime, I will never be able to solve it in my life. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, A Red Envelope from Zi Luo. Although Jin Tianyi has a superior IQ, he can solve any case. But his world is a world that conforms to the laws of physics. Even Gao Yuanyi, the puppet master from hell, has superb magic techniques, but it is nothing more than magic, which still conforms to the laws of physics. If there is a person who can ignore the laws of physics to commit a crime, then he may not be able to solve it for a lifetime. Carp, you are so courageous, you dare to say that about the group leader. Shinomiya Kagaya, that's right, kind Aichi, who is the leader of the group. How could he commit a crime? Sakamoto, if this is seen by the group leader, kind Aichi, I think you will be in bad luck. Kind Aichi only sent such a message out of emotion, and he didn't have any malice. It's just that under the reminder of Carp and the others, he also realized that what he said just now was very inappropriate. Jin Tianyi hurriedly wanted to withdraw the message he sent just now, but it was too late. Zi Luo had already seen it. Zi Luo, do you really want me to go to your world to commit crimes? As the group leader, you have the authority to go to the world where the group members are. As soon as Zi Luo's news came out, Jin Tianyi was frightened. If Zi Luo really wanted to come to his world to do something, it would be based on the other party's strength. It's not as simple as killing a few people. It's Zi Luo's mercy not to destroy his world. Jin Tianyi quickly joined the group at Zi Luo. At Zi Luo, group leader, I was wrong. I didn't have a brain to say that just now, please forgive me this time. As he said that, he also sent a few cute and pitiful expressions begging for mercy. Zi Luo was not really angry, and what kind Aichi said was also a thought he often had when he watched reasoning anime. If the murderer can really ignore the laws of physics to commit crimes, then it is really impossible for those detectives to commit crimes. Of course, Zi Luo is not bored enough to really do this kind of thing. It is also because Jin Tianyi is not provoking him, or should be praising him, and he will not care about Jin Tianyi. Zi Luo, okay, I was just joking with you, you don't need to be so nervous. After getting Zi Luo's reply, kind Aichi finally heaved a sigh of relief. If he really made Qi Luo angry and caused the crisis of destruction in his world, then he would really be a big sinner. After solving Cell, Zi Luo did not go to the temple with Son Goku and the others, but continued to play in the world with Whis. I've been on Earth long enough this time, and it's time to go back. So of course we have to enjoy it more before we go back. Even if you go back, you can come to the Earth again, but that will be in the future, and you have to enjoy the present. In the process of playing, Zi Luo suddenly thought that, as the group leader, he should also give some benefits to the group members. Thinking of Carp and the others asking him to blow up photos and give out red envelopes, Zi Luo decided to send out a few red envelopes in the group. Explosive photos are impossible, he has no habit of exploding photos. And he is so handsome, he is afraid that Sakamoto, kind Aichi, and the others will feel inferior after the photo explodes. As a group leader, you still have to think about the group members. But it is still possible to give out red envelopes. Anyway, with the strength and technology of the Dragon Ball world, there are still many good things. The group leader Zi Luo sent a red envelope in the group. Suddenly, such a message appeared in the chat group. As soon as this news appeared, the four of Carp immediately took action. Before Zi Luo and Jin Tianyi joined the chat group, the three Carp had already sent red envelopes to each other, so they still like red envelopes very much. What's more, it's a red envelope sent by the group leader Zi Luo. It must be a good thing. But because kind Aichi had never snatched a red envelope and didn't know what it was, he was the last one to receive it after Kagaya Shinomiya taught him how to receive it. Fortunately, the number of Zi Luo red envelopes is set to 4 people, which means that each of the 4 people in the group can get a red envelope. Otherwise, Jin Tianyi won't get anything in the red envelope this time, and it's not fair to him. Carp, at Zi Luo, group leader, is this the red envelope you sent, something like a capsule? Shinomiya Kagaya, at Zi Luo, group leader, is it possible that this capsule is something good? The 4 people in the group all snatched a capsule, so they felt very strange. They all know the capsules, although the capsules Zi Luo gave are rather strange, but it's just a capsule, what good can it be? Could it be that Zi Luo is so stingy? It should be impossible. With Zi Luo's strength, even things he despises are treasures in their eyes. Zi Luo, don't underestimate this capsule, it's called a universal capsule, open it, and you'll know what's inside. After speaking, Zi Luo also posted the method of how to open the universal capsule in the group. Garp and the others opened the universal capsule according to Zi Luo's method, and finally saw what Zi Luo gave them. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40 Mr. Zi Luo's gift is not simple. Shinomiya Kagaya, this universal capsule is amazing. There are still things in it. It's just that the group leader, did you send this red envelope by mistake? It's useless if I want this thing. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at a small and exquisite pistol in his hand, and said in the group. She didn't know if the gun was real, but whether it was real or not, she wouldn't use it at all. Her world is an ordinary everyday world, and it is illegal to hold a gun without permission. Although with the strength of her Sagong family, it's okay to hold a gun, but what is she doing with a gun as a girl? Jin Tianyi, at Zi Luo, group leader, here is a strange dress. Is this dress useful? Garp, mine are a pair of boxing gloves, which suit me pretty well. Sakamoto, you too grabbed these things, so I was lucky, I grabbed a car. Shinomiya Kagaya, at, what's so special about grabbing a car? My family has a lot of cars, and they are all luxury cars, I didn't say anything. Sakamoto, at, you have so many cars in your house, find me a car that can be suspended in the air and have a look. Sakamoto understands Shinomiya Kagaya's world, and knows that the background of the other party's world is similar to his world background. There is maglev, but there is no such thing as a levitation car. Shinomiya Kagaya, levitation car. It's so high-tech. The things obtained by the 4 people are different, but they are all quite curious about what they have obtained. At this time, Zi Luo finally explained in the group. Zi Luo, at, the pistol you got is small and exquisite, but it is the latest type of laser pistol. It is no problem to smash a building with one shot. It is suitable for you to defend yourself. Shinomiya Kagaya. Use this black technology pistol for self-defense? The leader of the group is the leader of the group, and the brain circuit is really not the same as mortals like them. Zi Luo, at, this piece of clothing you got is a flying suit. Wearing it, you can fly in the air for about 10 minutes. And it is charged by solar energy, which is very convenient. Kind Aichi, so, I can fly in the air from now on. Kind Aichi was very excited, he was just an ordinary high school boy, and of course he yearned for things like flying in the air. Didn't expect him to be able to fly in the air one day. Although it was only 10 minutes, it was enough. The flying suit that Kind Aichi obtained made the other 3 very envious. Like Jin Tianyi, they also had a dream of being able to fly. Zi Luo, at, your pair of gloves are called punching gloves. Wearing this pair of gloves can increase the attack power of your fists by up to 3 times. As for how many times it can be increased, you can adjust it freely. Zi Luo, speaking of which, what you get is the most suitable thing for you. Hearing Zi Luo's introduction, Garp was very excited. Although he felt a little pity for not getting the flying suit, he didn't feel a pity at all after getting this pair of punching gloves. You must know that his title is Tekken Garp. Conquer the world with one pair of fists. And this pair of punching gloves can actually increase the attack power of his fist by up to 3 times. This is equivalent to directly increasing his strength by 3 times. With this pair of gloves, what Whitebeard, what Kaido, what 4 emperors? If he can resist his punch, he will lose. Zi Luo, at. Your car is the most common thing, it's just an ordinary means of transportation for the people here. It's just that your car was modified by a friend of mine, so it's not only available and it can be driven on the road, and it can also be driven in the water. And the speed is a little faster than your supercar. Sakamoto, sure enough, it's ordinary enough. Fortunately, Sakamoto has gotten used to Zi Luo's style, otherwise he would have spit out a mouthful of old blood. This kind of black technology car is actually ordinary. In short, after Zi Luo introduced what they got, Garp and the others were quite satisfied with what they got. But they didn't expect that the world Zi Luo lived in was not only terrifying in strength, but also advanced in technology. These 4 things cannot be achieved by the technology of the world they live in. And it's not just these things, let's say it's a universal capsule for these things. Such a small universal capsule can hold things several times its size. Black technology, really black technology. They have known for a long time that Mr. Zi Luo's gift must not be simple. Of course, these things are not from the handwriting of Zi Luo, but from the hand of the genius inventor, Boomer. A few days after defeating Cell, Zi Luo approached Son Goku and the others again, and met Boomer, the richest man and inventor of the Dragon Ball world. These 4 things are made by Bulma. The reason why Bulma is willing to help Zi Luo is because she has a request for Zi Luo. That is, I hope to practice with Vegeta. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Showdown, I am Gods of Destruction. As soon as Bulma made this request, Zi Luo knew that it must be Vegeta who asked her. After all, Bulma himself would definitely not have such a request. It is estimated that after seeing his strength, Vegeta deeply realized his lack of strength. Also know the strength gap between him and Son Goku. Therefore, in order to surpass Son Goku, he wanted to be able to practice with Zi Luo. Surpassing Zi Luo, this Vegeta didn't think about it, because he knew that even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he couldn't do it. But to surpass Son Goku, Vegeta thinks there is still hope. Especially now that Son Goku doesn't know. I heard that you want to practice with me. Zi Luo found Vegeta and said to him. Yet. Following your practice, I will definitely become stronger. I will bite and surpass that damned cockroach. Vegeta nodded to Zi Luo, and said very firmly. There is something I want to tell you in advance, even if you want to follow me, I will not teach you how to practice myself, but this Whis behind me. How about it, do you accept it? Zi Luo pointed to Whis standing behind him and said. On the one hand, Whis is certainly better taught than he is. After all, even he was taught by Whis, and his guidance is definitely not as good as that of Whis. Let Whis guide Vegeta, and Vegeta's strength will improve faster. On the other hand, just kidding. He still has to become stronger himself, so how can he have time to guide Vegeta? If Vegeta agrees, Zi Luo may still take him back to the planet Gods of Destruction. But if Vegeta disagrees, there is no other way, it means that Vegeta himself has missed this opportunity. In the original book, Vegeta knew that Whis was stronger than Beerus, so he practiced with Whis. But now, Vegeta doesn't know how strong Whis is, so this choice is very difficult for Vegeta. It can be said that this is also a test for Vegeta. If Vegeta insists on following Zi Luo to practice, then he doesn't like Whis. Then he will lose the opportunity to hit a higher level of power in the future. Zi Luo's words made Vegeta very entangled. In his heart, he hopes to practice with Zi Luo. He has seen Zi Luo's strength before, even if it is described as unfathomable, it is not enough. But he didn't know Whis' strength. Moreover, judging by Whis' appearance, he is Zi Luo's follower. How strong can a follower be? It seems pointless to train with him. So, Vegeta is very entangled now. However, after struggling for a while, Zi Luo saw that Vegeta's eyes became firmer. Okay. I am willing to practice with him. Vegeta finally chose to practice with Whis. Although he didn't know how strong Whis was, he was still Zi Luo's follower. No matter how weak he was stronger than him now. As long as you are stronger than him, it can help him become stronger. After he has surpassed Son Goku, the first thing to do is to defeat Son Goku and fulfill his long-cherished dream. Vegeta also hoped that when he practiced with Whis, Zi Luo could see his efforts and agree to let him practice with him. But there is a problem, that is why I promised you. You were still provoking me not long ago. I don't kill you, it's already very good. Zi Luo glanced at Vegeta and said. Vegeta provoked him so much before, and he didn't kill Vegeta. Many people have said that he is not good at gods of destruction, and he has a stupid mentality. If he accepted Vegeta as his apprentice so easily now, he would probably be sprayed to death. Hearing Zi Luo's words, Vegeta frowned. Indeed, why did the other party accept him? Seeing Vegeta's tangled look, Zi Luo shrugged and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Vegeta did something that surprised him. Vegeta actually kneeled directly on the ground. I beg you, accept me. In order to improve his strength, Vegeta actually knelt down to Zi Luo. With Vegeta's haughty dignity, it was more difficult for him to make this decision than to kill him. It can be seen how much Vegeta wants to surpass Son Goku. Since you are kneeling down, I will give you a chance. You can practice with Whis in the future. But you have to be mentally prepared, Whis cultivation is very hard. Thinking of Whis in human cultivation, Zi Luo couldn't help but shudder. If it weren't for the fact that the planet Gods of Destruction is suitable for cultivation, the divine power on it would improve his physical fitness every moment. Coupled with his desire to become stronger and survive in the Dragon Ball world, Zi Luo gritted his teeth and persisted. I'm not afraid. Vegeta not only didn't feel scared, but was also faintly excited. The harder you practice, the faster you can improve your strength. As long as he can become stronger than Son Goku, no matter what suffering, he can bear it. After enjoying the earth for a few days, Zi Luo and Whis left the earth with Vegeta. After all, he is the Gods of Destruction, and he cannot stay on the earth forever. The planet Gods of Destruction is his destination. Leaving Earth, Vegeta was not surprised at all, he already knew that Zi Luo and Whis were not from Earth. Earthlings, how could it be possible to have such a powerful strength? And when Whis used instant transmission to bring Vegeta to the planet Gods of Destruction, Vegeta couldn't help being curious about the identities of Zi Luo and Whis. By the way, although instant transmission can't go where no one is, but because Beerus is still on the planet, Whis can use instant transmission to come here. I don't know if you can tell me, who are you? Vegeta looked at Zi Luo and asked very puzzled and curiously. So what if I don't tell you? Zi Luo glanced at Vegeta and said. Vegeta choked on Zi Luo, and was speechless immediately. Actually, you should have heard of my identity. I am Gods of Destruction, Gods of Destruction Zi Luo. There was nothing to hide about the identity of Gods of Destruction, so Zi Luo had a showdown. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Exchange the Power of Destruction, Breakthrough. Gods of destruction? Just hearing this word, Vegeta looked at a loss, because he didn't know what gods of destruction was. However, Vegeta still finds this word familiar, as if he has heard it somewhere. Seeing Vegeta's bewildered look, Zai Luo didn't continue to say anything. His identity has been told to Vegeta, as to whether Vegeta knows it is his business. He is the gods of destruction himself, there is no need to explain to Vegeta what gods of destruction is. From today on, you can practice here with Whis. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do, and don't bother me if you have something to do. After bringing Vegeta to the planet gods of destruction, Zai Luo left him alone. Anyway, with Whis around, he doesn't need to worry about it. Now, it's time for him to improve his strength. Otherwise, in the 12 gods of destruction, he really has no face at all. Back in his room, Zai Luo sat on the bed and opened the group owner's exclusive mall. Before on Earth, because of the live broadcast in the group, he didn't study the mall carefully, but just took a rough look at the things in the mall. And now, he can finally take a good look at this mall. As an aspiring young man from the 21st century, Zai Luo is very familiar with shopping malls. So soon, he figured out the general operation of the mall. There are many good things in the mall. Although some things Zai Luo thinks are not very helpful to him, there are also some things that can help him become stronger. As the gods of destruction, besides one's own combat experience, there is another very critical factor in the strength of one's strength, that is, the strength of the power of destruction. The greater the power of destruction, the greater the power of gods of destruction. Because Zai Luo has just become gods of destruction not long ago, he is only a junior gods of destruction, so his destructive power is not very strong. Of course, this is not very strong just for other gods of destruction. For those humans, the power of destruction is invincible. Even humans who are as powerful as gods of destruction and can even defeat gods of destruction, such as Jiren from the 11th universe. Although Jiren's strength is very strong, even Vermit is not his opponent. In terms of strength, it is difficult for Zai Luo to compare with Jiren. But if Zai Luo really wants to deal with Jiren, even if the other party is stronger than him, as long as the destructive power comes out, Jiren won't be able to stand up to it at all. Otherwise, the 11th universe would have been dominated by Jiren long ago, and there would be no such thing as Vermit. Of course, with Jiren's strength, he can also contend against the relatively weak destructive power, but he will definitely not be able to withstand the destructive power of Zai Luo's all-out attack. There is no way, the power of destruction is so powerful. And in the mall, there is the power of destruction that can be exchanged. As long as you have enough points, you can have as much destructive power as you want. In other words, as long as there are enough points, Zai Luo can become the strongest gods of destruction in a short time. Even surpassing Beerus, the strongest gods of destruction today. According to the conversion ratio, 1 point can be exchanged for 10 points of destructive power. In other words, Zai Luo's 10,000 points can be exchanged for 100,000 destructive power. Nowadays, the power of destruction is the most important thing, so Zai Luo didn't think about keeping some points in case of emergencies. He directly exchanged all 10,000 points for the power of destruction. Starting with 100,000 points of destructive power, Zai Luo can clearly feel that his destructive power has become stronger, and his own strength has also become stronger. If it is said that he just stepped into the realm of gods of destruction not long ago, he was only a junior gods of destruction. Now he is already the gods of destruction at the peak of the primary stage. Just a little bit, you can step into the realm of gods of destruction in the junior middle stage. 100,000 destructive power seems to be a lot, but it is simply not realistic for gods of destruction to have any huge breakthrough. It is already very good to make Zai Luo improve so much. If it is said that Zai Luo could rely on the perfect Ultra Instinct and some old gods of destruction to compete, but it is difficult to draw. So now, he has the confidence that he can match those old gods of destruction, or even defeat those old gods of destruction. Of course, the old gods of destruction here refers to the weaker one. It is impossible for Zi Luo to defeat Beerus, at least not yet. But Zi Luo believes that as long as he has enough points, it is only a matter of time to defeat all gods of destruction. Because the fastest source of points is to exchange treasures, Zi Luo ordered Whis to find all the treasures of the 7th universe while training Vegeta. Although I don't know what Zi Luo wants those treasures for, Whis still obeys gods of destruction's command. With Whis' strength, it is only a matter of time before he can find the treasure in the 7th universe, and whether he can find it is not Zi Luo's concern. Therefore, Zi Luo waited for Whis to bring the treasure to him. Of course, during the time when Whis was looking for treasures, Zi Luo certainly wasn't idle. He is now at the critical moment of breakthrough. As long as he goes one step further, he will be able to step into the realm of gods of destruction in the junior middle stage, and his strength will increase greatly by then. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 The group leader is really powerful. Once Zi Luo can make another breakthrough, even if his strength is among the 12 gods of destruction, he will be at the middle level. And when Zi Luo was working hard to improve his strength, he suddenly received a message from the chat group, and it was a private message. Group member Garp sent you a friend request, please accept it. It turned out that it was Garp who added him as a friend. In the previous chats, Zi Luo chatted with other people in the group, and did not add other people as friends. Zi Luo never thought about adding others as friends. If you want to chat, you can chat in the group. It seems that there is no need to add friends in private. But now that Garp took the initiative to add him as a friend, Zi Luo did not refuse. He was a little curious, what happened to Garp? He couldn't say it in the group, but he had to be added as a friend. Zi Luo chose to agree, and saw an interface for private chat with Garp appeared under the chat group. One Piece World, Garp, who was staying at the pirate headquarters, was watching the chat group nervously. He just summoned up the courage to send a message to add friends to Zi Luo, but he was not sure if Zi Luo would be willing to add him. Don't look at him as a naval hero, one of the strongest people in the pirate world, he seems very beautiful. But compared with Zi Luo, he is still a bit behind. If a big guy like Zi Luo is unwilling to add him, then he has nothing to do. And when Garp saw a message in the chat group that Zi Luo had agreed to his application and the two had been successfully added as friends, Garp was very excited. Garp, group leader, is it convenient for you now? I didn't bother you, did I? Garp immediately edited a message and sent it out. It would be bad if he accidentally disturbed Zi Luo. Zi Luo, what's the matter? Zi Luo's reply was quite fast, and Garp didn't have to wait too long. Garp, group leader, it's like this, I want to ask some knowledge about Qi. It turned out that Garp still couldn't forget the flying technique. But it's no wonder that after learning the flying technique, you can fly freely in the air. Just ask, who can resist this temptation? The reason Garp chose to chat privately was not because he was selfish and didn't want to share it with others, but because this kind of thing is better with one-on-one guidance. If you ask in the group, when the time comes, you will say something to me, do you still need to learn? Moreover, Garp wants to learn about Qi, not just for flying technique. He saw very clearly in the video before, the light balls, energy beams and so on that Son Goku and Cell made with air. That destructive power is not covered. He thought, if he could control Qi, would he be able to make himself stronger? He doesn't expect to be able to compare with those monsters like Son Goku, he only needs 1% or even 1,000th of their strength. Although he is old, his heart that wants to become stronger is not old yet. Who in this world would despise oneself for being too strong? Zi Luo, knowledge about Qi? I really don't understand this. Zi Luo is telling the truth, because he trained with Whis and Beerus from the beginning, so from the beginning he followed the way of God, not the way of Qi. He really doesn't know anything about Qi. If it was Son Goku and the others, they could solve this problem for Carp, but if they asked Zi Luo, it can only be said that Carp asked the wrong person. One Piece World, seeing the news from Zi Luo, Garp was a little disappointed. In fact, he had already mentally prepared before that Zi Luo would refuse. But after actually seeing Zi Luo refuse, he inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. Carp doesn't think that Zi Luo really doesn't know about Qi. In his opinion, Zi Luo probably looks down on him, so he just doesn't bother to tell him. Garp, I'm sorry, the group leader, to bother you. In a simple sentence, Zi Luo can see Garp's loss in it. After thinking about it, Zi Luo sent Garp a message. Well, if you can obediently listen to me in the future, then I will tell you how it is. Although Zi Luo has never watched One Piece before, he has heard about some big events in One Piece. For example, on the top of the war. This war has become a regret in the hearts of many people. If these regrets could be changed, Zi Luo would be more than happy. Garp, okay. As long as the group leader can guide me, then I will obey the group leader's words. Although Garp doesn't know why Zi Luo wants him to be obedient, but if he can learn about Qi, he will be obedient. What's more, Zi Luo is the big boss among the big shots. Garp is very happy to be able to hug his thigh. With Garp's affirmation, Zi Luo nodded slightly. Zi Luo, Garp, tell me first, has your grandson Luffy gone to sea? Zi Luo's words surprised Garp a bit. He felt more and more that Zi Luo, the leader of the group, was so supernatural that he even knew that his grandson was called Lu Fei. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 The Arrival of Kampa. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, favorites. Zi Luo's group owner authority can see each group member's world copy. But Zi Luo didn't tell Garp and them this permission. So in Garp's view, Zi Luo is really so powerful that he even knows that his grandson is called Luffy. Garp doesn't think that Zi Luo understands his own world, because he has never told Zi Luo about his world at all. Although Garp didn't know why Zi Luo knew, he didn't find it strange either. The existence of Zi Luo had already shocked him too much, and knowing these things didn't seem to be a big deal. Garp, group leader, my grandson Luffy has already gone to sea. Zi Luo, then has your other grandson, Ace, been caught by your navy? Garp, well, not yet. One Piece World, Garp stared wide-eyed at Zi Luo's message. It's not surprising that Zi Luo knew he had another grandson, Ace, but Zi Luo actually said whether Ace was caught by the navy. This shows what? Is it possible that Ace will really be caught by the navy in the future? If this is the case, then the group leader is really terrible. Not only does he know everything, but he even knows the future. But out of doubt, Garp still asked. Group leader, do you mean that Ace will be captured by the navy someday in the future? Zi Luo, is Ace under Whitebeard's hand now? If so, he will be caught by the navy after a while. I hope you can make a decision that you won't regret. Zi Luo's words are not meaningless, they can plant a seed in Garp's heart. If Ace doesn't catch it at that time, and the war begins on top, this seed is likely to make Garp make a different decision from the original book. Garp, group leader, I see, thank you for reminding me. Although I don't know if Zi Luo can really predict the future, his words also reminded Garp. Although Ace is his grandson, he is a pirate after all. If Ace is really caught, as the son of the pirate king Luoji, he will definitely be executed by the navy. And according to my own understanding of the Warring States period, the execution of Ace will definitely be broadcast live all over the world. And with Whitebeard's temper, he will definitely come to rescue Ace. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will fight directly with the Navy headquarters. Garp didn't want to see such a situation, so he had to keep an eye on it. It is impossible to expect Ace not to be a pirate, so Garp can only prevent Ace from being caught by the Navy. Even if caught, just put Ace in jail, and don't execute him. After chatting with Garp, Zi Luo closed the chat group. Although he promised Garp that he would teach him about Qi, he didn't say when. Zi Luo still feels that his breakthrough is more important. A few more days passed, and during these few days, Whis also brought many treasures to Zi Luo. Zi Luo exchanged all these treasures for points, but unfortunately, only a few thousand points were exchanged. Although a few thousand points is already very good, after all, Cell's chips can't even be exchanged for a little point. But Zi Luo still felt dissatisfied. Breakthrough from the peak gods of destruction in the early stage to the middle stage of the primary stage requires more destructive power than 100,000 points of destructive power. Thousands of points are simply not enough. But fortunately, the treasures brought by Whis these days are not all the treasures of the 7th universe. There are still many treasures in the 7th universe. If the treasures of the entire universe can only be exchanged for a few thousand points, then Zi Luo doesn't know what to say. And just when Zi Luo was working hard for a breakthrough, suddenly two unexpected guests came from the 7th universe. In the 7th universe, two figures are rushing to the planet gods of destruction where Zi Luo is. If Zi Luo were here, he would definitely recognize that these two uninvited guests are the neighbors of the 7th universe, gods of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados of the 6th universe. I don't know what they want to do in the 7th universe. Under the fast flight of Vados, the two soon came to Zi Luo's gods of destruction planet. The arrival of the two also caught Zi Luo's attention. Zi Luo left the room with a livid face, went outside, and saw that Kampa was about to launch an attack on his castle. Hey! What do you want to do? Zi Luo said to Kampa very unhappy. Just now, he finally found a feeling of breakthrough, and when he was about to make a breakthrough in one go, the movement caused by the sudden arrival of Kampa disturbed him. How could Zi Luo endure the finally lost opportunity to break through? Of course Zi Luo knew Kampa, but so what? He's not afraid of Kampa at all. In the old gods of destruction, Kampa's strength can be said to be one of the weakest gods of destruction. With Zi Luo's current strength, there is no need to be afraid of him. Moreover, if Kampa dares to provoke him, he can just have a fight with Kampa to vent his unhappiness. P.S. The new book needs everyone's care, and I hope everyone will move your little hands to make a fortune, collect this book, and vote for free flowers and evaluation votes. Thank you. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 Kampa, Dare to Fight Me. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, favorites. Zi Luo knows Kampa, but Kampa doesn't know Zi Luo. In Kampa's consciousness, the gods of destruction of the 7th universe should still be Beerus. Beerus did not tell the other gods of destruction about Beerus resigning from gods of destruction, but only reported the matter to Grand Priest and Zeno. Although Grand Priest and Zeno don't care about changing gods of destruction. Because in their eyes, gods of destruction is nothing at all, even if the 7th universe is destroyed, they will not care. But it still needs to be reported. In case Wang Qi blames everyone in the future, why the gods of destruction of the 7th universe is changed, and he feels uncomfortable, destroying the entire 7th universe, then it is really too late to cry. As for other universes, Beerus didn't bother to tell. Generally speaking, when the gods of destruction position of a universe changes, they will not tell the gods of destruction of other universes. Because this is their universe's own business, regardless of other universes' business. Just like in the 11th universe, there is a backup gods of destruction like Topo, but the gods of destruction of other universes don't know the same at all. So, when seeing Zi Luo wearing gods of destruction clothes, Kampa was a bit weird. Strange, isn't the gods of destruction of the 7th universe the Beerus guy? Why is it a different person? Kampa asked Vados, very puzzled. And Vados also looked blank. She didn't know when the gods of destruction of the 7th universe was changed. Lord Kampa. At this time, Whis flew over and saluted Kampa. Whis. When did the gods of destruction of your 7th universe change? Where's that Beerus guy? Kampa's voice was so loud that it woke up Beerus, who was sleeping. Zi Luo. Can you please keep your voice down? Beerus rubbed his sleepy eyes, flew out of the castle, and shouted at Zi Luo, very unhappy. As for Kampa on the side, he ignored it. I said, Beerus, I didn't wake you up to sleep, why are you yelling at me? It's this dead fat pig that woke you up, okay? Zi Luo pointed to Kampa and said to Beerus. After being reminded by Zi Luo, Beerus finally saw Kampa. It turned out to be Kampa. You gods of destruction of the 6th universe, what are you doing in the 7th universe? Beerus, when did you give up the position of gods of destruction to someone else? And you are such a rude kid. What Zi Luo said just now about dead fat pig made Kampa very upset. If Beerus hadn't been on the side, he would have done it a long time ago. A newly promoted gods of destruction, how dare to be so rude to him, an old gods of destruction. I'm not polite? If you go to someone else's place and make such a big noise, that's called rude. Zi Luo was already very upset with Kampa, but now he is even more rude. Anyway, he's not afraid of Kampa, and he really doesn't know who wins and who loses in a fight. Well said. Zi Luo, you just can't be polite to this kind of guy. Zi Luo's words made Beerus very satisfied. He and Kampa were already enemies, and every time they met, they would definitely be noisy, so he naturally didn't want his heir, Zi Luo, to cower in front of Kampa. Zi Luo's performance made Beerus very satisfied. Even if Kampa is very angry with Zi Luo, so what? With his cover, a mere Kampa can't hurt Zi Luo at all. Okay, Beerus. Your heir is really carved out of the same mold as you. I came this time, originally to let you see the superb food of our 6th universe, but now, forget it bar. Kampa knows Beerus and knows that he is a big foodie, so he lures him with delicious food. Only this time, Beerus was not tempted, but looked at Kampa with disdain. What delicacies do you have in the 6th universe? Let me tell you, my heir, the delicacies he makes can make you swallow your tongue. If it was before, Beerus was also a little interested in the superb food in the 6th universe that Kampa said. But now, for Beerus, who has already eaten the food made by Zi Luo, Zi Luo's food is the best in the world. Oh? Isn't he gods of destruction? He can also cook food. Kampa looked at Zi Luo with disdain, and didn't believe what Beerus said. But Beerus doesn't care if he believes it or not. He won't let Zi Luo cook a table of delicacies for Kampa to eat. If you come here for only one thing, then you can leave. If you have other things, you can also leave. You are not welcome in the 7th universe. Beerus has ordered eviction. Humph. Vados, let's go. Kampa gave Beerus and Zi Luo a cold look, turned around and was about to leave. He came to the 7th universe this time just to show off the food in front of Beerus. As for finding the Super Dragon Ball, that is a matter for the future. Wait a moment. But when Kampa was about to leave, Zi Luo stopped him. What else do you have? Kampa gave Zi Luo a disdainful look. For Zi Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction, Kampa doesn't care at all. Kampa, do you dare to fight me? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46 Battle in No Realm. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, favorites. Zi Luo's words sounded from behind Kampa. Kampa looked back and saw Zi Luo looking at him with a sneer on his face. The breakthrough opportunity that he finally got was interrupted like this. How could Zi Luo let Kampa go so easily? In addition to retreating and practicing, you can also break through when you fight against a powerful opponent. Although Kampa's strength is not strong, he is still a god of destruction. Zi Luo believes that if he can fight Kampa and fight with all his strength, it will definitely be very beneficial to his breakthrough in strength. Boy, do you want to challenge me? Kampa looked at Zi Luo in disbelief, and then started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Boy, did I hear you right? You, a newly promoted gods of destruction, are actually going to challenge me, an old gods of destruction. Wouldn't it be Beerus who trained your brain to be stupid? Kampa didn't take Zi Luo seriously. How powerful can a new gods of destruction be? After all, he is also a veteran gods of destruction, and he has practiced for so many years, so he is not something a new gods of destruction can provoke. Why, don't you dare! Zi Luo just looked at Kampa so coldly, the meaning of provocation was very clear. It's just a Kampa, he really isn't afraid. Although Beerus was a little surprised by Zi Luo's challenge at the beginning, he didn't expect Zi Luo to challenge Kampa, the old gods of destruction, as soon as he came up. But Beerus didn't stop it. He is very clear about Kampa's strength. Apart from Zi Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction, he is definitely one of the weakest gods of destruction. With Zi Luo's strength, even if he is not Kampa's opponent, he will not be beaten too badly. Moreover, there is still him here, he will not just watch his heir being taught by his enemy. Whenever the going gets tough, he steps in to stop Kampa. Unbeknownst to Beerus, Zi Luo's strength has improved a lot. His perception of Zi Luo's strength is already in the past tense. Although there are regulations that gods of destruction cannot fight between. But that's because if the gods of destruction fight in the universe they are in will perish. But there is one place where gods of destruction can fight to its heart's content. That is the realm of nothingness. In this place, not to mention just two gods of destruction fighting, even if 12 gods of destruction fight together, it's fine. I dare not? All right, since you want to be beaten so much, then I will reluctantly teach you a lesson instead of Beerus. For this sake, of course Kampa would not refuse, he accepted the challenge from Zi Luo. Since the two of you want to fight, you must not be allowed to fight in the universe. Let's go to No Realm. Beerus spoke. Subsequently, the two angels, Whis and Vados, took the three gods of destruction to the realm of nowhere. With angels' speed, they soon came to the realm of nothingness. No Realm is a chaotic and empty place, without time and space, not even a place to stand. However, the few minimums here are gods of destruction, and you can float in the realm of nowhere without standing. Kampa, I hope you can fight with all your strength, otherwise if I defeat you too soon, it will be of no benefit to me or you. Since Zi Luo wants to break through in the battle, of course it needs a hearty battle. If Kampa didn't fight seriously because he underestimated the enemy, then this battle would lose its meaning. Of course, Zi Luo also knows that with Kampa's character, he will only listen to his own words. Sure enough, after hearing Zi Luo's words, Kampa sneered disdainfully. You want me to fight with all my strength? That depends on whether you have the strength. Although he said so, Kampa didn't think that Zi Luo had the strength to let him use his full strength. Zi Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction, is at most no more powerful than the junior gods of destruction. And his strength is in the realm of intermediate gods of destruction. Although it has only just broken through and belongs to the weakest kind, it is much stronger than a junior gods of destruction like Zi Luo. Kampa felt that the battle would soon be over. Zi Luo had no room to resist in front of him. Kampa's performance was within Zi Luo's expectations, and he didn't say anything else. Since Kampa feels that his strength is not enough for him to use his full strength, then he will show Kampa the price of underestimating the enemy. This battle is over, don't worry about it. Beerus glanced at Kampa and said flatly. He said this mainly to Kampa, telling Kampa not to shoot too hard. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a little lesson, and I won't do anything to him. Although Kampa said so, the expression on his face had already betrayed him. He will definitely treat Zi Luo well. This is a little lesson, isn't it up to him to a little extent? Beerus knew Kampa quite well, and he saw what Kampa was thinking right away. But he didn't say anything. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47 The Shock of Perfect Freedom. In this way, even if Zi Luo's strength is inferior to Kampa, it is not easy for Kampa to crush, or it is almost impossible. So it is impossible for Kampa to teach Zi Luo too badly. On the other hand, if this battle is won by Zi Luo, then forget it. But if Zi Luo loses, then Beerus will show Kampa what a real lesson is. Whis, Vados and Beerus retreated to a place far away from Zi Luo and Kampa, giving them plenty of room to fight. How can I say that I'm also your elder, so I'll let you make the first move. Kampa said something to Zi Luo very pretendingly. Then I won't be polite. Zi Luo will not be hypocritical with Kampa, since Kampa gave him a chance to take the lead, of course he will not let it go. Facing Kampa, Zi Luo directly activated the perfect ultra instinct. Although Kampa can underestimate the enemy, he cannot show his full strength when he comes up. That's because his realm is indeed above Zi Luo. If Zi Luo is not perfectly at ease, he is no match for Kampa at all. But Zi Luo can't do it. If he doesn't activate perfect comfort as soon as he comes up, there is really no way to compete with Kampa. Since Kampa underestimates the enemy, he must let Kampa know that if he is not strong enough, he should not underestimate the enemy. When Zi Luo turns on perfect comfort, Vados senses it. As an angel, I have been driving the ultra instinct all the time, so I am very clear about the breadth of the ultra instinct. No wonder you would agree with Master Zi Luo to challenge Master Kampa. Unexpectedly, Master Zi Luo has already mastered the ultra instinct. And it's a perfect ultra instinct. Vados' tone made no secret of her admiration for Zi Luo. But it's no wonder that not everyone can master ultra instinct. Even in gods of destruction, there are only a few who can master ultra instinct. And those gods of destruction mastering the ultra instinct are not yet perfect. Zi Luo is already the first gods of destruction who has mastered the perfect ultra instinct besides angel. This alone makes the future of Zi Luo very promising. With the perfect ultra instinct, even if Zi Luo's strength is only junior gods of destruction, Kampa can't easily defeat him. Of course, the apprentices I teach are of course excellent. Hearing Vados' praise, Beerus was very proud. It's like when parents hear someone praise their children, of course they feel proud and happy. Master Beerus, Master Zi Luo seems to be taught by me, you spend most of your time sleeping and eating delicious food there. Whis dismantled the stage without hesitation at this time. As angel, tearing down gods of destruction has always been something he loves to do. Not only Whis is an angel, but other angels also like to tear down their own gods of destruction. Whis. Don't pay attention to these details. Being demolished by Whis, Beerus rarely blushed. He really didn't spend much time on Zi Luo. In order to divert his attention, he focused on Zi Luo who was fighting. On the battlefield, Zi Luo, who put out all his strength from the start, caught Kampa by surprise. Kampa didn't expect that he was just a newly promoted gods of destruction, but he could have such a powerful strength. Because Kampa didn't master Ultra Instinct himself, he didn't know that Zi Luo was using Ultra Instinct. Because gods of destruction casts ultra instinct unlike Son Goku in the original book. Surrounded by silver-white light, so in Kampa's eyes, Zi Luo remains the same. Kampa, who was caught off guard, was in a miserable situation. Zi Luo never stopped attacking him, one punch after another, one kick after another. Kampa, who had been attacked countless times by Zi Luo, made his already obese body even more bloated. How is this possible? How can you, a newly promoted gods of destruction, possess such strength? Kampa said in disbelief while being beaten. Did he stay in the 6th universe for too long? Why is the newly promoted gods of destruction so powerful? He remembered that when he was promoted to gods of destruction, he was not so strong. Compared with the current Zi Luo, he was just a waste. Damn Beerus, where did you find such a monster? Humph. Because, my lord, times have changed. After finishing speaking, Zi Luo punched Kampa's fat face hard, and sent him far away. If the fight continues, it's only a matter of time before Kampa loses. But this is not what Zi Luo wants. What he wants is to be able to fight against Kampa, who is showing his full strength, and then break through in the battle. I admit, I underestimated you. It seems that you really have the strength to make me use my best. Kampa looked at Zi Luo with an ugly face. To deal with a newly promoted gods of destruction, he actually had to use his full strength. If this gets out, he will lose all face. But if you don't use your full strength, you are no match for Zi Luo. When the news spread that he was defeated by a newly promoted gods of destruction, his embarrassment would be even greater. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48 Breakthrough is about to happen. Ask for flowers, favorites, evaluation tickets. Kampa's momentum with all his strength is very strong. Fortunately, this is in the realm of nothingness. Even if you use all your strength, there is no problem. If this were in the universe, the aura exuded by Kampa alone would be enough to make the entire universe tremble, or even destroy. Very good. Only such a battle can make people happy. Feeling the aura of Kampa, Zi Luo nodded very satisfied. Today's Kampa puts a little pressure on Zi Luo. Only under such a battle can he break through. Kampa, it seems that he has been slacking off all this time. I remember that he had this kind of strength when I saw him decades ago, but now he still only has this kind of strength. Beerus said something disdainful. Even if it reaches the realm of gods of destruction, let alone decades, even hundreds or thousands of years, there will be no progress. But Beerus clearly felt that although Kampa's aura was powerful, it was not stable. In other words, after Kampa broke through to the mid-level gods of destruction, he never stabilized his strength at all. Otherwise, his aura would not be so unstable. Decades of time are enough to stabilize one's own strength. Master Kampa hasn't practiced since he broke through to the intermediate level of gods of destruction. Lord Kampa prefers food and laziness to cultivation and gods of destruction work. Vedo's words were full of deep complaints. It's the same with Beerus-sama, he prefers eating and sleeping more than working in gods of destruction. Whis glanced at Beerus and said lightly. The lives of their siblings are really hard, and there are 2 gods of destruction. What about this gods of destruction now? Vedos looked at Zi Luo on the battlefield and asked. Master Zi Luo has just become gods of destruction not long ago, so the work of gods of destruction has not been done yet. But as far as the current situation is concerned, Master Zi Luo is much better than Master Beerus. Anyway, now that Beerus is no longer gods of destruction, Whis will naturally dismantle it politely. But then again, even if Beerus was still gods of destruction, Whis would still do it. Whis, I'm also a former gods of destruction anyway, so you don't have to mock me like that. Beerus glanced at Whis with some displeasure, and said. Master Beerus, I'm not mocking you, I'm just stating a fact. From the beginning of training Zi Luo, Wis is very satisfied with Zi Luo. In addition, Zi Luo took him to the earth before, allowing him to enjoy the many delicacies on the earth. This made Wis' impression of Zi Luo even better. As for Beerus, it's not gods of destruction anymore anyway, so Wis doesn't have to give any face. On the battlefield, Kampa, who has already put out his full strength, is fighting fiercely with Zi Luo. It has to be said that although Kampa is the weakest existence among the old gods of destruction, he has stepped into the existence of the intermediate gods of destruction anyway. Although the realm is not yet stable, but the strength is not covered. The power gap between primary gods of destruction and intermediate gods of destruction is a bit large. If Zi Luo hadn't broken through, although he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Kampa, he definitely wouldn't have lasted too long. But now, Zi Luo not only fought back and forth with Kampa, but even had a slight upper hand. During this battle, Zi Luo also learned that the power of destruction exchanged from the Maul has another advantage, that is, the quality is better than the power of destruction he cultivated before. It is precisely because of the destructive power exchanged from the Maul that Zi Luo can gain the upper hand. But unfortunately, only part of Zi Luo's destructive power was exchanged from the Maul. If all his destructive power had been like this, Kampa would have been defeated by him by now. But fortunately, Zi Luo has already felt that his breakthrough feeling that disappeared because of being disturbed by Kampa reappeared. And this time, it was even stronger than the previous one. Kampa. Is this your strength as a veteran gods of destruction? I think it's nothing more than that. After knocking Kampa back with a punch, Zi Luo said disdainfully. He is only a little short of breaking through now. If Kampa puts more pressure on him, he is confident that he can break through. Provoking a person is one of the most effective ways to make him explode stronger. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta. In the original book, these three people burst out with power beyond their limits because of their anger. Sure enough, Zi Luo guessed right. After listening to Zi Luo's words and feeling Zi Luo's disdain, Kampa was so angry. Anyway, he is also a veteran gods of destruction, stepping into the existence of intermediate gods of destruction. But now he still can't win the new gods of destruction, and even vaguely suppressed by the opponent. How can Kampa bear this? If this news gets out, his face in the circle of gods of destruction will be completely humiliated. And he knows Beerus, if he really loses, Beerus will definitely spread the news of his loss to Zi Luo. Defeating Zi Luo is the best way for him to protect his face. The angry Kampa is more powerful than before. Feeling the stronger aura of Kampa, Zi Luo's breakthrough has reached the critical point. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49 Breakthrough in Battle. Very good. If this continues, I will be able to break through soon. Looking at Kampa, who is getting more and more angry and stronger, Zi Luo is very excited. Although Kampa's current strength has become stronger, and he has even completely surpassed himself. But Zi Luo is not panicking at all. Because only under such circumstances can one's own strength break through. And Zi Luo believes that as long as his own strength can break through, Kampa will be completely no match for him. That guy Kampa would be irritated by Zi Luo so easily. His gods of destruction really has no face at all. Seeing that Kampa would be so angry because of Zi Luo's few words, Beerus said something in disdain. Meanwhile, Whis glanced at Beerus. After staying with Beerus for so long, Whis knows Beerus well. Don't look at Beerus's disdain for Kampa's performance. But if Kampa is replaced by Beerus, if anyone dares to say these things to Beerus, Beerus will be more angry than Kampa. I don't believe it. Now that Kampa's strength has increased due to anger, Zi Luo is no match for him at all. Saying that, Beerus was about to block Kampa. But Whis stopped him. Master Beerus, Master Zi Luo should have provoked Master Kampa on purpose. Although I don't know why he did this, Mr. Zi Luo must have his reasons. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Mr. Zi Luo is not a fool, he knows how to measure. Although he said it, with Wis's strength, he could feel that Zi Luo's current strength was at a critical point. So he guessed that the reason why Zi Luo wants to anger Kampa is to hope that Kampa can let him break through his strength. In other words, Kampa is completely regarded as a tool by Zi Luo. But then again, Zi Luo was able to make another breakthrough in such a short period of time, he is really a genius. For Zi Luo, Wis is undoubtedly more satisfied. You bastard, I want to teach you a good lesson. Kampa, who is dominated by anger and rational, doesn't care about anything, what he has to do now is to teach Zi Luo a good lesson and protect his face. If you can. Zi Luo looked at Kampa in a fighting pose. Facing the current Kampa, Zi Luo is also a little stressed. But this kind of pressure did not make him panic, but excited him. Because he clearly felt that as long as he was a little short, he could break through. Although he can now use those thousands of points to exchange for destructive power to break through. But since he could break through in battle, Zi Luo would of course choose this. He had long wanted to try what it was like to break through in battle written in those novels. Kampa took the lead in attacking Zi Luo. Whether it is speed or strength, Kampa is much stronger than before. If Zi Luo had the upper hand before, so now it's Kampa who has the upper hand. In the process of resisting Kampa, Zi Luo also clearly felt that the critical point of his breakthrough was being hit again and again. As long as he can break through this critical point, then he can break through. Therefore, in the face of Kampa's storm-like attack, Zi Luo did not dodge, but was tough. It won't work like this. It's very difficult for Zi Luo to even resist Kampa's attack now. If this goes on like this, he will be tortured by Kampa sooner or later. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Beerus said with an ugly face. Concerned about chaos. He put all his thoughts on Zi Luo's safety, ignoring Zi Luo's strength that was about to break through. Otherwise, although Beerus's strength is not as good as Wis, if you feel it carefully, you can find that Zi Luo's current strength has reached a critical point. Almost. And Wis at the side just spit out 2 words like that. He clearly felt that the bottleneck that imprisoned Zi Luo's breakthrough was getting weaker and weaker. Don't look at Kampa's high spirits now, pressing Zi Luo down and beating him. But it won't be long before Zi Luo can make a breakthrough. At that time, who wins and who loses is still unknown. Ha 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 ha. See, kid. This is my strength. On the battlefield, Kampa laughed loudly while suppressing Zi Luo. I admit that you are very strong. As the newly promoted gods of destruction, your strength is already good. But in the eyes of my old gods of destruction, you are simply not enough. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of that guy Beerus, and let you know what is beyond the sky, and there is a god beyond the gods. After speaking, Kampa's attack became more violent. Beerus also heard Kampa's words. If Wis hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed up to give Kampa a hard lesson. What does it mean to teach Zi Luo instead of him? His people can also be taught by Kampa. Wis. Why are you blocking me all the time? If Zi Luo really had any ideas, he wouldn't be suppressed by Kampa like this. Beerus glanced at Wis unhappily. He is a very protective person, of course he will not stand by and watch Zi Luo being bullied. And at this moment, Zi Luo, who was fighting Kampa, suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 Is this the new gods of destruction? Ask for flowers, review votes. Master Beerus, if you really care about it, you will be confused. Haven't you noticed the power in Master Zi Luo's body? Seeing Zi Luo's breakthrough, Whis glanced at Beerus and said lightly. And when Zi Luo broke through, Beerus also understood everything. Why did Zi Luo want to provoke Kampa on purpose? Why did he go to provoke Kampa? It turned out that he regarded Kampa as a tool man, a tool for himself to break through. This kid really knows how to think. Fortunately, I am here to worry about him so much. That kid, he just likes to mess around. Although the words of complaint were on his lips, the smile on the corner of Beerus's mouth had already betrayed him. In Beerus' heart, don't be too happy. Zi Luo is his heir. The stronger Zi Luo is, the more face he will have. Poor Master Kampa, it's really sad that Master Zi Luo used him as a tool for breakthrough. Saying that, Vados wiped the corners of his eyes deliberately. Unfortunately, there was not a single tear in the corner of her eye. How could Vados not know what Whis could perceive? But she didn't stop it. For one thing, Zi Luo's breakthrough is a good thing for the 7th universe. If she stops it, Whis will definitely stop her. These two, Kampa and the 7th universe, are enemies, but she is not. As an angel, this kind of thing is not easy to do. And in the past 3 years, making Kampa deflated and seeing Kampa deflated is Vados' favorite thing to do, so how could she stop it? Poor Kampa, no one is on his side in this fight. On the battlefield, under Kampa's attacks again and again, Zi Luo's critical point finally broke through. He finally stepped into the middle stage from the primary stage gods of destruction. Don't look like it's just a little bit of progress. But it was just this little thing that greatly increased Zi Luo's strength. A domineering aura emanated from Zi Luo, even suppressing Kampa and retreating a certain distance. If not before the breakthrough, he was no match for an angry Kampa. So now, Kampa is no longer in his eyes. Even Kampa in anger. Moreover, what surprised Zi Luo even more was that after he broke through, the destructive power he exchanged from the mall actually began to assimilate his other destructive powers. In other words, all his destructive power will be assimilated into the destructive power exchanged from the mall. This is a very good thing for Zi Luo. You must know that these two destructive powers are not at the same level at all. At the same level, if Zi Luo's destructive power can be fully assimilated, his strength will at least increase several times. At that time, even if he does not activate the perfect ultra instinct, he will be able to compete with some old gods of destruction even if he is only an imperfect sign of freedom. And if he uses the perfect ultra instinct, his strength can at least be ranked in the middle and upper reaches of the 12 gods of destruction. It can be said that this breakthrough has greatly increased Zi Luo's strength. How is it possible? How could you have such a powerful force? The movement caused by Zi Luo's breakthrough made Kampa wake up from his anger. As for Kampa who woke up, his strength also returned to its original state. The power obtained through anger is not his own power after all. If he loses his anger, his power will become what it was before. He looked at Zi Luo who broke through, already dumbfounded. Are you sure this is a new gods of destruction and not the old gods of destruction? The aura that erupted from Zi Luo just now has completely surpassed his veteran gods of destruction. If Zi Luo is really the new gods of destruction, then he is probably the strongest new gods of destruction ever. Kampa, I have to thank you, without you, I wouldn't break through so easily. But it's also your fault, who told you to interrupt my breakthrough when you came to my planet before? Zi Luo looked at Kampa and said with a sneer. He exited the state of perfect ultra instinct, and switched to the ultimate sign of freedom. With Kampa's strength, it is enough for him to use the free sign. Perfect ultra instinct, Kampa is unworthy. Just now you said you were going to teach me instead of Beerus, right? It's me now, I'll take Beerus' place and teach you a good-for-nothing brother. After being pressed and beaten by Kampa for so long just now, Zi Luo will not let Kampa go so easily. Although you can't kill Kampa, you can still beat him into a pig's head. Zi Luo, you can teach Kampa a lesson instead of me. Unlike Kampa, when Beerus heard that Zi Luo was going to teach Kampa a lesson instead of him, instead of being angry, Beerus was very supportive. He had long wanted to teach Kampa a good lesson, but he was still so arrogant when he came to the 7th universe. Let Zi Luo do it for now. Did you hear? Even Beerus asked me to give you a hard time. You are ready. Zi Luo sneered at Kampa, and then attacked Kampa. This time, Zi Luo took the lead. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers and evaluation tickets, thank you everyone. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 51 Another way to get points. Ask for flowers, review votes. After being suppressed and beaten by Kampa for so long, Zi Luo's heart has long been suffocated. Now, his strength has finally broken through, and he can vent his anger on Kampa. Wait a moment. Just as Kampa was about to say something, Zi Luo had already come in front of him, and then punched him hard. There is no way, Kampa has no time to hide, so he has to raise his hands to resist. However, Zi Luo's current strength is much stronger than before, and Kampa can't resist it at all. Under Zi Luo's fierce punch, Kampa was directly thrown thousands of meters away. Fortunately, this is in the realm of nothing, and there is nothing. If this is in the universe, it is estimated that some unlucky planets will be smashed by Kampa. Just this punch has already let Kampa know that he is no match for Zi Luo, unless he gets angry again. But anger doesn't mean anger means anger. Kampa wants to be angry, but he can't get angry at all. And just when Kampa wanted to get back the feeling of anger, Zi Luo's attack came again. Kampa saw that Zi Luo flew up and kicked him hard. He quickly dodged, but his speed was not enough at all. He was kicked by Zi Luo directly, and kicked in the face. Kampa only felt that his face was burning and hurt, and it was probably swollen. Hitting someone doesn't hurt your face, it hurts your self-esteem. But this time, Kampa learned his lesson. He turned around and ran away, instead of fighting Zi Luo. What face, what dignity of gods of destruction, has been thrown away by Kampa at this moment without a trace. He just wants to protect his face now, from being beaten too badly by Zi Luo. Kampa. After all, you are also a veteran gods of destruction. Why did you run away? It's too embarrassing for gods of destruction. In the distance, Beerus, who was watching the battle, saw that Kampa ran away, and taunted him unceremoniously. He remembered very clearly how arrogant Kampa was just now. Beerus, shut up. Kampa, who escaped, did not forget to reply to Beerus. Okay, very good, it seems that after Zi Luo has taught you a lesson, I will give you a good lesson. Beerus didn't expect that Kampa would still be in the mood to hate him at this time. This upset Beerus. He decided that after Zi Luo taught Kampa a good lesson, he would teach him a lesson too. Poor Kampa doesn't know yet, he's already on Beerus' lesson list. Although Kampa escaped fast enough, it was a pity that Zi Luo was faster than him. Before Kampa ran much distance, Zi Luo had already caught up. I said, Kampa, why are you running? You are an old gods of destruction, how can you run away from me, a new gods of destruction? Zi Luo grabbed Kampa's ears and said to Kampa. How arrogant and high-spirited Kampa was before, how embarrassing he is running away now. Can you tell me if Beerus has been grooming you for a long time? Caught by Zi Luo, Kampa knew he couldn't run away. He only wants to know one thing now, and that is how long Zi Luo has been practicing. If Zi Luo had practiced with Beerus from a long time ago, then it would be fine if he had such great strength. Because Kampa knew that he didn't like to practice, and he was defeated by a newly promoted gods of destruction who had practiced for a long time, and it seemed that there was nothing he couldn't accept. Yeah, it's been a long time. Zi Luo nodded and said. With a very serious expression. Hearing Zi Luo's answer, Kampa also breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, he won't lose too much face. But the next moment, Zi Luo's words made him unable to laugh. It took me years to go from a normal guy to gods of destruction. Okay, how many years? Are you sure you mean years and not tens of millions of years? Kampa was dumbfounded, and he wondered if it was because Zi Luo grabbed his ear that he misheard. For several years, from an ordinary person to gods of destruction, how is this possible? If it is tens of millions of years, then Kampa still thinks it is possible. Are you kidding, tens of millions of years? I'm not even 40 now, okay. Although he knew that gods of destruction's lifespan was endless, Zi Luo still felt a little weird when he heard about tens of millions of years from Kampa's mouth. One must know his original age, plus the years of his cultivation, the total is less than 40 years old. If this made him practice for tens of millions of years, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to Grand Priest. Monster! Monster! Kampa looked at Zi Luo in horror, and kept talking about monsters. In Kampa's heart, Zi Luo has now completely turned into a monster. It only took so many decades, and it surpassed his hundreds of millions of years of hard work. This is not what a monster is. Zi Luo didn't care what Kampa was thinking, he grabbed Kampa's ear with one hand, and punched Kampa in the face with the other hand. When you come out, you have to talk about credit. If you beat Kampa into a pig's head, you will beat him into a pig's head. And just when Zi Luo beat Kampa into a pig's head, he suddenly saw a message from the mall. Because the group leader defeated gods of destruction Kampa, reward 30,000 points. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 52 Zi Luo's goal, hit the whole universe. This news caught Zi Luo's attention, he threw aside Kampa, who was already swollen into a pig's head, and started to check them all. Looking at it, Zi Luo saw that he really gained 30,000 points in the mall. The chat group told him that there are only a few ways to get points, but he didn't expect to find a new one now. Just defeating a Kampa gave him 30,000 points. In other words, as long as you can beat other people, you can get points. Of course, it is impossible to defeat someone casually, and the mall will reward points. Zi Luo knew that according to the rules, the enemies he wanted to defeat were either those whose strength was similar to his own, or those whose strength was stronger than his. The reason why you can get 30,000 points for defeating Kampa is because Kampa is stronger than Zi Luo purely in terms of realm. If Zi Luo didn't know Ultra Instinct, he really wouldn't be Kampa's opponent. So, if I can beat all the other gods of destruction, then I can get more points. Zi Luo seems to have seen that a road that can earn a lot of points is in front of him. Kampa is just the weakest in the old gods of destruction, but defeating him will cost you 30,000 points. If this defeats other gods of destruction, wouldn't it be more points? If this beats the strongest gods of destruction like Beerus, how many points will it get? It is estimated that at least there are more than 100,000 points. What if he could beat Angel, or even the Grand Priest? The points that can be obtained are definitely more. Of course, it is still a bit far away to reach the level of defeating Angel, but it is still possible to defeat other gods of destruction in a short time. Moreover, it shouldn't be just defeating the gods of destruction, and defeating humans who are similar in strength and level to gods of destruction should also be able to gain points. Of course, in Zi Luo's impression, there is only one person who is stronger than the current Zi Luo in terms of realm, and that is Jiren, the strongest human being in the 11th universe. Jiren is a human being who is not even an opponent to Vermit, and Vermit's strength in gods of destruction can also be ranked at the upper middle level. In other words, Jiren's current state is higher than Zi Luo's. As for strength, Zi Luo doesn't know yet because he hasn't played before. But in Zi Luo's view, the current Jiren should be a little stronger than him. Because his current strength should be about the same as Vermit. If Jiren can beat Vermit, he should be able to beat himself too. But it doesn't matter, he now has another 30,000 points. Converting all the 30,000 points into destructive power is enough to bring his strength one step closer. However, the current situation is obviously not suitable for exchange. Let's talk about it after we go back. Zi Luo closed the mall and set his sights on Kampa, who had turned into a pig's head. After the battle, they have come over. Under the treatment of Vados, Kampa, who was originally swollen into a pig's head, quickly recovered. I said, Kampa, do you see that my air is not something you can teach? Instead, you were defeated by a newly promoted gods of destruction. If you say this, you will lose all face. Beerus looked at Kampa and mocked unceremoniously. He was very happy to see Kampa in distress. And Beerus has already decided to tell Kampa what Zi Luo taught him when he goes back. Before, Beerus didn't say anything about the replacement of the 7th universe gods of destruction, except that this matter has nothing to do with other universes and is unnecessary. Another reason is that Zi Luo has just become gods of destruction, and he is inferior to other gods of destruction in terms of strength, so he may be bullied by other gods of destruction. It's impossible for him to stay by Zi Luo's side all the time, and Whis doesn't care about such things. When Zi Luo was bullied, there was no place to cry. But now, since Zi Luo can defeat Kampa, it means that his strength has caught up with the old gods of destruction. Therefore, it is time to announce to the whole universe that Zi Luo exists. By the way, give the other gods of destruction a good laugh at Kampa too. Just laughing at it by myself is not fun. Humph. He must be the heir who has been cultivated since a long time ago, that's why he is so powerful. Kampa doesn't believe that Zi Luo is only a few dozen years old, or rather, he doesn't want to believe it. Because once he admits it, his face will be completely lost. I'm sorry, it's only been a few years since Zi Luo taught him from Whis. Before that, he was a complete mortal. People's hard work in a few years is better than your hard work in hundreds of millions of years. You are really a waste. Beerus looked at Kampa very proudly and said, with such an air, his face is also bright. But Zi Luo is so evil, Beerus is also a little surprised and flustered. It only took a few years for Zi Luo to become so powerful. Doesn't that mean that after a while, his strength will surpass his predecessor, gods of destruction? Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 53, The Whole Universe Shakes. Although it is difficult to improve the strength of the gods of destruction realm, it doesn't seem to be a problem at all for Zi Luo. Didn't you see that Zi Luo just became gods of destruction and made another breakthrough? Moreover, Zi Luo, who has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, can leapfrog the challenge. Although as the heir of Beerus, Zi Luo is the most gratifying thing for Beerus. But it was too fast for Beerus to prepare for it. Although Zi Luo has not surpassed him yet, Beerus knows that this day will not be too slow. However, being able to have such a monstrous heir is something to be happy about. Therefore, Beerus is more satisfied with Zi Luo. Beerus, don't be complacent. Your heir is such a genius, even if he surpasses you, it's only a matter of time. I want to see how you will lose to him then. Kampa looked at Beerus very displeased and said. It's fine that he can't compare to Beerus, but now he can't even compare to Beerus' heir. In addition to being unhappy, Kampa is also jealous of Beerus. He also wants an heir as monstrous as Zi Luo. To have such a monstrous heir as Zi Luo, no matter which universe's gods of destruction is sure to be able to laugh out loud in their dreams. Where did this hateful Beerus find the heir of such a monster? 7th, it's unbelievable that the universe has such monstrous humans. Kampa has already decided that when he returns to the 6th universe, he will also look for such a monstrous human being. Since the seventh universe exists, then there is no reason for the sixth universe. It would be great if he could surpass me. If my heir can't even surpass me, doesn't it mean that my vision is not good enough? Where will I put my face? I hope he can surpass me. Kampa's words didn't make Beerus angry, and Beerus also knew that Kampa was just envious. But so what? Kampa can only be envious and jealous, who made him unlucky not to meet such a monstrous heir like Zai Luo. After the battle, Vados took Kampa back to the sixth universe, and Whis took Zai Luo and Beerus back to the seventh universe. On the way back, Kampa called a regret. If he knew, he shouldn't have gone to the seventh universe. Originally, he wanted to show off the delicacies of the sixth universe in front of Beerus. It turned out that Beerus was dismissive of his good food, and even he was defeated by Beerus' heir. It's really a blood loss if you steal chickens and lose money. Kampa had been able to foresee what was to come. Next, Beerus will definitely release the news of his loss to Zai Luo, and then he will lose his face. In the circle of gods of destruction, he couldn't hold his head up anymore. Kampa guessed right. After answering the seventh universe, Beerus told about the things in the world of nowhere. The whole universe knows that Beerus passed the position of gods of destruction to a newcomer, and this new gods of destruction also defeated the old gods of destruction, Kampa. At this moment, the entire universe was shaken. For Zeno and Grand Priest, changing gods of destruction is not a big deal at all. But for the rest of gods of destruction, that's the big deal. And the one who changed the position of gods of destruction is Beerus of the seventh universe. You must know that Beerus is one of the strongest gods of destruction. How could he pass the position of gods of destruction to others? It's a rare thing that Beerus stepped down as gods of destruction. So the gods of destruction of the seventh universe is no longer Beerus, and I don't know what the new gods of destruction looks like. Just kidding, a newly promoted gods of destruction defeated the old gods of destruction, Kampa. Are the new gods of destruction now so powerful? I really want to meet this newly promoted gods of destruction if I have the opportunity. The other gods of destruction passed away after a few exclamations. However, there are a few gods of destruction that have a lot of ideas. Damn Beerus, he is no longer gods of destruction. He must be afraid of me. That's why he hastened to pass the position of gods of destruction to his heir. These are the words of the fourth universe gods of destruction Quitella. As gods of destruction in the fourth universe, Quitella and Beerus have never had a good relationship. Even worse than Kampa and Beerus' relationship. Who made Quitella a mouse and Beerus a cat? Cats and mice have been natural enemies since ancient times. Quitella has always wanted to draw a winner with Beerus, but they have been fighting for so long, each has their own winners and losers, and there is still no real winner. And now, Beerus is no longer gods of destruction, which means that he has lost the chance to win with Beerus. This made Quitella very uncomfortable. Therefore, in order to make himself feel better, Quitella can only imagine that Beerus passed on the position of gods of destruction to his heir because he was afraid of himself. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 54 Strengthen. The Power of Destruction. Asking for flowers, evaluation votes. And in the 11th universe, the gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe also got the news. He doesn't feel anything special about Beerus stepping down as gods of destruction. His relationship with Beerus is not good, and whether Beerus does gods of destruction has nothing to do with him. He is just more interested in Zai Luo. It's not easy for a new gods of destruction to defeat the old gods of destruction, Kampa. Mark Erita, how can you say that Beerus is so lucky that he met such an excellent heir? Vermit turned to Angel beside him. Makarita said. He thought of his universe alternate, gods of destruction Topo. Topo has been an alternate for gods of destruction for a long time, but he has never stepped into the realm of gods of destruction. Because of this matter, Vermit is also a bit of a headache. Although he is a gods of destruction, but he does not have the ability to let Topo step into the gods of destruction level. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. Vermit remembered that when Topo became the alternate gods of destruction, Beerus had no heir yet. But now, Beerus' successor has become the new gods of destruction, and Topo is actually an alternate gods of destruction. This gap is a bit too big. Moreover, the new gods of destruction, the heir of Beerus, actually defeated the old gods of destruction, Kampa. Although Kampa's strength is said to be the weakest among their gods of destruction, it is not something that a new gods of destruction can defeat. Vermit had to admit, he was envious. No way, with Zi Luo's enchanting level, any gods of destruction would be envious. Vermit thought, if Topo could be half as good as Zi Luo, then he would have become gods of destruction long ago. Master Vermit, we also have Jiren in the universe, but he doesn't want to be gods of destruction. Mark Erida said from the side. At the mention of Jiren, Vermit shook his head. Jiren's strength is indeed very strong, even stronger than his gods of destruction. But alas, Jiren has no interest in being gods of destruction. That's why Vermit would settle for the next best thing and let Topo be gods of destruction. Otherwise, Jiren is actually the most suitable person for gods of destruction. And if Jiren is gods of destruction, it's him who makes other gods of destruction envious. Vermit doesn't think Jiren will be worse than Zi Luo. Zi Luo didn't know about the shock of the whole universe, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After returning to the 7th universe, Zi Luo first turned on the live video with Garp, and asked Vegeta to tell some knowledge about Chi there. As for himself, he was thinking about how to spend the more than 30,000 points. As for whether Garp can understand Vegeta's narration, it's none of his business. He has already done what he promised Garp, and the other things are out of his control. He is the group leader, but not the nanny of the group members. Zi Luo opened them all because he got 30,000 points, plus the thousands of points he had exchanged for treasures before. He now has more than 30,000 points. Originally, Zi Luo wanted to exchange all these points for destructive power. Once all these points are exchanged for destructive power, Zi Luo believes that his strength will become even stronger. But when he saw a product in the mall, he temporarily let go of this idea. He saw that there was a very magical thing in the mall. Strengthen it. As the name suggests, enhancement points can be used to strengthen what Zi Luo has, including skills, power of destruction and so on. The number of enhancements depends on the strength of the item to be enhanced. Some ordinary skills can only be strengthened once, but the power of destruction can be strengthened 3 times. It's not that the power of destruction has no face, but that the strengthening point can only strengthen the same item up to 3 times. What's more, what makes Zi Luo feel more humanized is that the enhanced items, such as his destructive power, will automatically transform into the strengthened destructive power if he gains destructive power again in the future. However, a complete enhancement must be completed first. This makes Zi Luo feel very good. Otherwise, he has strengthened his destructive power now, but in the future he will exchange the destructive power, and the new destructive power will be strengthened again, which is too troublesome. It's all right now, it only needs to be strengthened once, and it can be done once and for all. He hadn't seen such a good thing before. In this case, Zi Luo gave up the idea of exchanging the power of destruction. He plans to strengthen his destructive power to the highest level first, that is, strengthen it 3 times before talking. Who knows if he exchanged the power of destruction first, would he need more strengthening points to strengthen it later? Anyway, after strengthening the power of destruction now, the power of destruction in the future can be transformed automatically, so it is better to strengthen it when the power of destruction is not much now. Action is worse than excitement. Zi Luo directly exchanged all 30,000 points for enhancement points. He didn't know if 30,000 points could complete the first strengthening of his destructive power. But even if only a part of it is strengthened, it can still improve his strength. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 55 Strengthen. Unlimited instant transmission. Asking for flowers, evaluation votes. Zi Luo didn't spend all his points, but only the 30,000 points he got from defeating Kampa. If the effect of strengthening points is not bad, he has other uses for the remaining points. Zi Luo used all the strengthening points exchanged for 30,000 points to strengthen the power of destruction. He clearly felt that after he used the reinforcement point, his destructive power was changing. His original destructive power has been completely assimilated into the higher level of destructive power in the mall. But now, his destructive power has increased again, evolving towards a higher level. And as the power of destruction strengthened, Zi Luo could feel that his strength was also improving. Using things in the mall to improve one's own strength will not cause any movement. Therefore, in the eyes of Whis and Beerus, Zi Luo is just sitting on the chair at this moment, just in a daze. They didn't know that Zi Luo was improving his strength again at this time. The strengthening points exchanged for 30,000 points did not strengthen all of Zi Luo's destructive power. It's only half strengthened. In other words, Zi Luo still needs 30,000 points to strengthen all his destructive power. And only when the power of destruction is completely strengthened can it be considered as a complete strengthening. However, although it has only been strengthened by half, Zi Luo still clearly feels that his strength has been greatly improved. Feeling his current strength, Zi Luo made an estimate. If he can completely strengthen his destructive power once, then he can compete with Kampa even if he doesn't use the sign of freedom. If he can boost his destructive power twice, he can beat Kampa without Ultra Instinct. In other words, the destructive power that has been strengthened twice is already comparable to his use of the ultimate sign of freedom. And if he can strengthen the power of destruction to the extreme, that is, 3 times, he can even dare to use the normal state to compete with other gods of destruction. If he uses the perfect Ultra Instinct, even the strongest gods of destruction like Beerus can survive a few tricks. Strengthen it, it's really a good thing. Zi Luo is also fortunate that he did not choose to exchange the power of destruction to make a breakthrough. With his current state, it would take 60,000 points to completely strengthen the destructive power once. If he makes another breakthrough, it is estimated that he will need more points. Knowing how powerful the enhancement points are, Zi Luo also exchanged the remaining thousands of points for enhancement points. But this time he didn't strengthen the power of destruction, because these thousands of points can only strengthen the power of destruction a little bit, which is not necessary for Zi Luo. Might as well use it to strengthen other things. What Zi Luo strengthened this time is a skill he learned not long ago, instant transmission. Since his instant transmission was learned from Yadetra, there is a big limitation, that is, it can only go to places with people. This is the biggest flaw of this instant transmission, and also its biggest limitation. And the strongest instant transmission is mastered by Supreme Kai. The instant transmission mastered by Supreme Kai can go even to places where no one is there. And even the Xeno Palace can be reached in an instant. You must know that even Angel can only fly to Xeno Palace obediently, but Supreme Kai can arrive in an instant. This shows how powerful Supreme Kai's instant transmission is. There are no limits. It's just that this instant transmission can only be mastered by Supreme Kai, and others, even gods of destruction, can't do it, and they can't even learn it. It's like the power of destruction can only be mastered by gods of destruction. That's why Zi Luo made the second best choice and chose the instant transmission of Yadetra Star, otherwise, he would have already yelled at Supreme Kai to teach him. And now that he has a strengthening point, he can completely strengthen his instant transmission. Who wants a flawed instant transmission when you can have a perfect instant transmission? He is gods of destruction, of course to have the best stuff. The instant transmission of Yadetra is not a powerful skill, it can only be strengthened once. Zi Luo used all the strengthening points on instant transmission, hoping to completely strengthen instant transmission once. Even if it can't be completely strengthened once, at least the defects in it must be made up for. And after using strengthening points to strengthen instant transmission, Zi Luo found that his instant transmission was completely strengthened once. The reinforcement points required to completely strengthen instant transmission once are much less than the reinforcement points required to completely strengthen destructive power once. After all, these two things are not at the same level. This made Zi Luo a little happy. After all, it is better to get things done once. And after the instant transmission was strengthened, Zi Luo also got the information of the strengthened instant transmission. Unlimited instant transmission. In order to test what is unlimited, Zi Luo went to a place where no one was around and started using instant transmission. In just an instant, Zi Luo left his gods of destruction planet and came to the universe space. Of course, there is no one in the universe space. If you use instant transmission before, you cannot reach it. But here it is. That said, instant transmission's biggest flaw has been fixed. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 56 The Lost Carp. For this alone, it is not a loss for Zi Luo to strengthen instant transmission this time. However, Zi Luo always felt that the enhanced instant transmission would not be so simple. In order to test his guess, Zi Luo used instant transmission again. And he appeared this time, still in a universe space. However, Zi Luo knows that he is no longer in the 7th universe. As the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Zi Luo still knows the aura of his own universe very well. The aura emanating from this universe space is not the aura emanating from the 7th universe. As for which universe it is, Zi Luo doesn't know. Subsequently, Zi Luo left this universe again using instant transmission. After all, he is not from this universe, let alone the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Trespassing into other universes is never a good idea. The point is that it doesn't matter if it's other universes, he is not afraid of most gods of destruction now. But if the gods of destruction of this universe are the gods of destruction at the same level as Beerus, he still can't handle it now. When his strength is not afraid of all gods of destruction in the future, then he can have no restrictions at all. As for Angel, unless it is necessary, for example, if gods of destruction is fighting in the universe, he will not intervene in the affairs of gods of destruction. And just as Zi Luo was leaving, two figures suddenly appeared from the place where he had just left. Why did the breath of other gods of destruction appear here just now? Could it be that other gods of destruction came to my universe? One of the figures spoke. If Zi Luo were here, he would be able to recognize that these two figures are the beauty of gods of destruction and Angel Makarita from the 11th universe. Just a random instant transmission from Zi Luo actually left the 7th universe and came to the 11th universe. If Zi Luo knew that this was the 11th universe, he wouldn't just leave like this. Although Vermit's strength is stronger than Kampa's, but among gods of destruction, it is only in the middle and upper reaches. With Zi Luo's current strength, as long as it is not the strongest gods of destruction like Beerus, he will not care about other gods of destruction. Maybe he can still fight Vermit. If he can defeat Vermit, he will definitely get more points than Kampa. Vermit didn't know who the gods of destruction was, because he was not familiar with the breath of other gods of destruction. But Angel Makarita knows. She felt that this gods of destruction that broke into the 11th universe did not belong to the other 11 gods of destruction she knew. In other words, this gods of destruction who came to the 11th universe is exactly the new gods of destruction from the 7th universe. However, Makarita did not tell Vermit that as Angel, the matter between gods of destruction is just a child's play for them. If it is not against the rules, Angel will generally not intervene. Back in the 7th universe, Zi Luo is still in a good mood. This unlimited instant transmission is amazing. There are only 2 ways to shuttle between 2 universes. The first is to be carried by Angel, and the second is to use Angel's vehicle to shuttle through the cube. Apart from these 2 methods, there seems to be no other way to travel between 2 universes. As for whether Supreme Kai's instant transmission can be achieved, Zi Luo doesn't know, because it has not been shown in the original work. But he now knows that the enhanced instant transmission can do it. In this way, it will be much more convenient for him to go to other universes in the future. After returning to the 7th universe, Zi Luo continued to stay on the planet Gods of Destruction. All his points have been spent, so it is impossible to become stronger in a short time. Moreover, after experiencing the benefits of them all, Zi Luo became very indifferent to his own cultivation. How slow it is to cultivate by yourself, even if it takes several years, or even decades, you can't make progress. With this time, he can rely on points to improve his strength to the point where he can compete with Angel, or even Grand Priest. Lying on the chair, Zi Luo opened the chat group. Before, he started a live video broadcast for Carp and asked Vegeta to tell some knowledge about Qi. I don't know how well Carp has learned, and whether he has a little bit of superficial knowledge. In the chat group, Zi Luo found that Carp had sent him several messages. Carp, group leader, is this the knowledge about Qi? It's a bit too esoteric. Carp, group leader, does each of us really have Qi? Why do I gather Qi as this gentleman said, but I don't feel the existence of Qi? Carp, group leader, maybe it's because I'm really not suitable for taking my breath away. Thank you for finding me a master. Judging from the news Garp sent him, Garp didn't understand anything about Qi that Vegeta told. The tone is full of loss. But it's no wonder that Garp's previous exposure to Qi was domineering, and he didn't know anything about the Qi in Dragon Ball. This is equivalent to asking a person who has never studied mathematics to listen to the teacher's knowledge about advanced mathematics. It would be strange if he could understand. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 57 Carp who has mastered Qi. However, Zi Luo didn't intend to ask Vegeta to explain it to Garp in detail. What he promised Carp has been completed, and whether Carp can understand it is his own business. He is neither Carp's nanny nor Carp's teacher. Whether Carp can understand or not is none of his business. In One Piece world, in the Navy headquarters, Garp is staying in his office with a serious expression. People who didn't know thought something big had happened. After all, in the eyes of others, Carp is that kind of joking, heartless character, smiling all day long. Rarely does he look so serious. This expression only appeared when dealing with big pirates like the Golden Lion and Locks. If other people see it, they will doubt whether those big pirates have made any big moves. In fact, the reason Carp looks serious is because he is watching a video of Vegeta's lecture. The chat group has a recording function, and Carp is also very self-aware. He knew that with his own knowledge, it was impossible to master the knowledge about Qi just by listening to it once. So when Vegeta started to give a lecture, he turned on the recording function and recorded all the content of Vegeta's lecture. It is so convenient that he can watch and understand it over and over again in the future. Diligence can make up for one's weakness. Since he can't master Qi by watching it once or twice, then he will watch it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. One day, he will always be able to control Qi. Carp has already decided that his main goal in the future will be on how to master Qi. As for the Navy, it has nothing to do with him. Lieutenant General Garp. At this moment, a Navy soldier suddenly knocked on the door, and then walked into Carp's office. As soon as he entered the door, the Navy soldier saw Garp sitting there with a serious face, as if something important had happened. This made the Navy soldier panic, and Mr. Carp could show such a serious expression. It must be something very important happened. Could it be that the 4 emperors are coming to attack the Navy headquarters? What's the matter? Someone came to look for him. Garp paused watching the video, looked at the Navy soldier and said, "The Warring States Marshal asked you to go to a meeting." The Navy soldier saluted, then spoke. Originally, he was wondering why the Warring States Marshal suddenly called Garp for a meeting, but now he thinks he knows. Judging by Mr. Carp's serious face, he probably wants to discuss how to deal with those big pirates. Although Carp is only a vice admiral, who in the Navy would dare not give him face? Even the 3 generals dare not show off in front of him, and Aokiji, one of the 3 generals today, is Garp's little fan. Therefore, Garp will be allowed to participate in every Warring States meeting of the high-level Navy, and other people will not have any opinions. "Tell Warring States that I'm not here." Garp started talking nonsense with his eyes open. If it was before, he would give Warring States a face and go to some meetings. But now, his mind is all on how to master Qi, and he is not interested in any meeting at all. This. The Navy soldier was dumbfounded. This Lieutenant General Garp is too tough. His ability to open his eyes and tell nonsense is really superb. It is obvious that the person is in the office, but he is not there. If Marshal Warring States knew about this, he would probably die of anger. Before the Marine could say anything, Cap let him out. There is no way, the Navy soldier can only tell the Warring States in this way. As expected, when Zhang Guo knew the news, he was angry. He just knew that Garp was in the office, so he sent someone to call him. I didn't expect Garp to be so courageous now that he dared to open his eyes and tell nonsense. Sengoku postponed the meeting and went to Garp's office to find him in person. As a result, Garp was no longer in the office. As a brother for many years, Garp should not know too much about the Warring States period. He knows that the other party will definitely come to him, so he will naturally not stay in the office anymore. Garp found a place where he would never be found, and continued to watch the video. He has watched this video several times, but he still doesn't see the mystery in it. As for other knowledge about Qi, Garp hasn't taken it seriously yet. Most of all, he put his mind on how to master Qi. For him now, how to master Qi is the most important thing. For other things, wait until he has mastered his Qi first. Garp watched the video on how to master Qi over and over again, and calmed down to understand it as Vegeta said. I don't know if it's because the surrounding environment is very quiet, Garp's mind is gradually immersed in the video. Moreover, he has become more and more proficient in sensing Qi. I don't know how long it took, but Garp's whole body suddenly trembled. He looked down, and saw a little white gas appear on the position of his palm. Although the number is small and the intensity is very weak, Garp is still very excited. Because, this is the Qi in Mr. Zi Luo's world. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 58 Garp's Show Off. This made Garp very excited. After watching so many videos and working so hard, he finally gathered the energy in his body. In fact, this is not surprising. In the original book, even Videl only took half a day to gather his Qi under the guidance of Son Gohan. No matter how you say it, Garp is still much better than Videl. Moreover, he has also experienced many battles, and he has a strong ability to control his body. That's why Garp gathered his energy so quickly. Don't look at Garp who has watched the video so many times and practiced so many times, thinking that a long time has passed. In fact, it was only a few hours from when Garp listened to Vegeta's narration to when he successfully gathered Qi. Because of the excitement, the anger that Garp had gathered with great difficulty dissipated in an instant. But it doesn't matter, because he has successfully gathered once and found that feeling. Therefore, the next gathering will be easier than this time. To successfully gather Qi, the next step is to be able to master your own Qi proficiently. Because flying technique is to have a high enough mastery of Qi. Originally Karp was worried that his Qi would be very weak, which would prevent him from successfully learning flying technique. But Zai Luo told him that with his current strength, if he could learn the flying technique, it would be no problem to circle the 4 seas from the Navy headquarters. In the original book, an ordinary person as weak as Videl can fly such a long distance after learning the flying technique. With Garp's strength, the distance he can fly will definitely not be worse than that of Videl, on the contrary, it will be farther. However, because Karp's Qi is very weak, the flying speed is not very fast. Cap didn't care about that at all. Meals need to be eaten bite by bite. The mystery of this Qi is so profound that Garp didn't expect to be able to grasp too much in a short time. Karp has even made a detailed plan for himself. Let yourself be able to control your Qi proficiently first, and then ask for the secret of Zai Luo flying technique. After he has thoroughly learned the flying technique, he can start on the path of Qi training. Although his own strength has already stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world, the power glove given to him by Zai Luo gave him the confidence to become the number 1 in the pirate world. But after witnessing the battle between Son Goku and Cell, Garp's vision has been broadened a lot. That kind of devastating destructive power is what every man yearns for. Although he is old, his heart is not old. He has come to an end on the road of domineering, so he has nothing to do all day long. But now, he finally found his target again. Back then, he could level 8 mountains in order to cultivate his domineering spirit. Now, he can smash 8 mountains in order to cultivate his Qi. He doesn't expect that he can be like Son Goku and Cell, destroying the earth is a trivial matter. He just needs to do his best, and he also believes that if he works hard, no matter what, he will definitely be better than himself. Karp, who was in a very good mood, decided to give Sengoku a face and go to this meeting. In the conference room, Sengoku had already returned from Karp's office. He didn't find Garp, but he knew that Garp must be in the Navy headquarters, but he just found a place to hide. But there is no way. If Garp is determined to hide, even he can't find it. So the warring states can only come back and start the meeting first. But not long after the meeting started, the door of the meeting room was opened, and several people led by Zhangguo saw Garp walking in leisurely. After Garp walked into the room, he found a place to sit down, and then stared straight ahead. Because it was in the middle of the meeting, Sengoku didn't ask too much, as long as Garp listened to the content of the meeting carefully. However, how could Garp listen carefully to the content of the meeting? If it was before, maybe he would listen carefully. But after getting the chat group, Garp never listened carefully again. With this time, isn't it good to hang out with other people in the group? Compared with the meeting, the water group is obviously more interesting, okay? When he came to the meeting, he just changed the water group in another place. Opening the chat group, Garp first sent a private message to Zai Luo and sent him a thank you message. With Zai Luo's identity and strength, Garp knew that the other party didn't care about things in his own world at all. So apart from sincere thanks, he has nothing else to offer Zai Luo. Afterwards, Garp sent another bragging message in the group. Thank you, the group leader, for giving me this opportunity to open the door to a new world. As soon as this news was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of others. Shinomiya Kagaya, at, Mr. Garp, what did the group leader do to open a door to a new world for you? Sakamoto, yeah, Mr. Garp, just tell me. We're all curious. Kind Aichi, +1. Please let me know. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 59, Boss. Please fly. Garp's information let the other 3 know that he and the group owner had definitely contacted each other in private. As for how to contact, it is very simple, just add friends. In fact, except for Zi Luo, the others have already added each other as friends. They also want to be friends with Zi Luo, but they are worried that Zi Luo will never agree. After all, what is Zi Luo's identity? With his ability to destroy the world, being able to chat with small people like them in a large group, the Shui Shui group is already very good. If you add friends, it is estimated that people will not pay attention to these little people. Therefore, they did not take the initiative to add Zi Luo as friends. Of course, it is even more unlikely that Zi Luo will come to add their friends. It's just that I didn't expect Garp to be so courageous that he dared to add Zi Luo's friend. If this makes Zi Luo unhappy, and then uses the authority of the group owner to go to Pirate World, it will definitely be a catastrophe for Pirate World, and it is the kind that cannot be avoided at all. And they didn't expect that Zi Luo would actually agree to Garp's friend request. This made Shinomiya Kagaya and the others a little ready to move. Since Zi Luo can agree to Garp's friend application, can they also agree to their friend application? Although they add Zi Luo as friends, there is nothing to chat with him privately. But this time I have face. Being able to become friends with such a powerful existence as Zi Luo can satisfy their vanity. After all, everyone has vanity. Garp, at Zi Luo, group leader, can I say something? Showing off is all about showing off, but Garp still has a clear picture of the situation. The reason why he can show off is thanks to the help of Zi Luo. Therefore, without Zi Luo's consent, he would not tell others what happened. 7th Universe, Zi Luo, who was eating leisurely, suddenly found someone at him. He opened the chat group and saw the few thank you messages Garp sent him, and then saw the messages in the group. Zi Luo didn't find it strange that Garp gathered his energy so quickly. Even Videl can successfully gather chi in half a day. If Garp can't do it, it means he doesn't have this talent at all. And now, Garp has succeeded, becoming the first person in Pirate World who can use chi. Of course, chi here is not domineering. I don't know how far Garp can go on this road. After all, he is not young anymore, and he has to worry about the affairs of the Navy, so he will definitely not spend a lot of time on anger. Zi Luo didn't know that Garp had already decided not to worry about the Navy in order to practice chi. What's more, the affairs of the Navy were originally left to the warring states to worry about, and it was none of his business as a vice admiral. If I hadn't been in the Navy for so many years, I would have feelings for the Navy. Garp even wanted to resign from his position in the Navy and find a place to retreat and practice chi with peace of mind. Seeing Kunli Garp's message, Zi Luo edited a message and sent it out. At Garp, whatever you want. Although it was only 3 short words, it represented his attitude. With Zi Luo's consent, there is nothing to say. Garp directly posted what happened in the group. Garp, don't get me wrong, think I secretly asked the group leader about chi without telling you, is it because I am too selfish? Garp. It's not that I'm selfish, but I plan to tell you how to gather my chi if I can successfully learn from the group leader. Garp, after all, the group leader is so busy, so it's not easy for us to bother him one by one. Originally, Shinomiya Kagaya and the others complained a little about Garp's behavior, thinking that Garp was actually eating alone. Unexpectedly, Garp had such an idea. This made Shinomiya Kagaya and the others a little ashamed. They would actually doubt their group of friends. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Garp, Mr. Garp, you are so kind to us. I'm sorry, I was still complaining and doubting you in my heart just now. I was wrong. Sakamoto, actually, I am the same, Mr. Garp, I am here to apologize to you. Kind Aichi, I'm sorry, Mr. Garp, but I hope you won't be angry. Seeing the news from his group of friends, Garp's old face was full of smiles. He didn't blame Shinomiya Kagaya and the others, because he knew it was normal for them to have such thoughts. And they apologized immediately after knowing that they had misunderstood themselves, which made Garp very happy. Sengoku was very surprised to see Garp laughing inexplicably. Is what he said so funny? He called Garp a few times, wanting to know what Garp was laughing at. But how could Garp, who was so absorbed in the chat group, talk to Sengoku? Garp, it's okay, I don't blame you. If you are also interested in chi, you can chat with me privately. Shinomiya Kagaya, boss, please take me away. Sakamoto, 2 people flying is so boring, take me 1. Kind Aichi, take me 2. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 60 The Work of Gods of Destruction. After seeing Son Goku and Cell fight, everyone in the group is very interested in Chi. Chi is not only powerful in destructive power, you can even learn the flying technique after mastering Chi, so that you can fly freely in the air. But Shinomiya Kagaya and the others also have self-knowledge. Although Zi Luo said that everyone has Chi in their body, they know that it is impossible for a completely ordinary person like them to master Chi. So they can only think about it. But now, Garp has also mastered Chi, and is willing to teach them, which makes them very excited. Someone taught them, maybe they can really master Chi. One Piece World, Garp nodded in satisfaction when he saw the news in the group. Because of his age, when Garp faced other people, it was as if he was facing his grandson and granddaughter. His grandson Luffy is not by his side all year round, and the presence of Shinomiya Kagaya and the others just allows Garp to enjoy a more comfortable life. From the time he got to know the world where Shinomiya Kagaya and the others lived, Garp was thinking about teaching them some self-defense skills. Although the world where other people live is an ordinary everyday world, it is difficult to encounter any danger. But it doesn't hurt to have a little more self-defense skills. It doesn't matter if you can avoid it thousands of times in normal times, but if you win it once, you will pay a heavy price. Originally, Garp wanted to teach them the 6th form of the Navy. But Shinomiya Kagaya's physical fitness is simply not enough for them to learn the 6 naval styles. It is also an ordinary person, and the physical fitness of ordinary people in the pirate world is definitely better than that of ordinary people in the daily world. If Shinomiya Kagaya and the others are forced to learn the 6th form of the Navy, it will harm them instead. But now, Garp has mastered Chi, and Chi is something that even an ordinary person can master, it is nothing more than a matter of time. If other people can also master Chi, it will definitely be of great help to their safety. A big man like the group leader has a lot of things to do every day, so how can he have time to find someone to give lectures every day? As the second person in the group to get angry, Garp felt that he had the obligation to teach other people in the group. As for who the first person is, of course it is the group leader Zi Luo. Although Zi Luo really doesn't know the way of Chi, he can only perceive Chi. But in Garp's view, Zi Luo is a big boss with a lot of energy. Zi Luo is not very clear about the situation in the group, because he happens to have something to do right now. As the gods of destruction, there is naturally work that belongs to the gods of destruction. However, because Zi Luo has been serving as gods of destruction for a short time, he did not complete the work of gods of destruction. And this time, Whis reminded him that it was time to finish the work of gods of destruction. As for the job of gods of destruction, it is very simple, it is destruction. Destroy planets in the universe. There are too many planets in the universe, and most of them are populated by humans. This causes the resources in the universe to be quickly consumed by them. The task of gods of destruction is to destroy some of these planets and maintain the balanced development of the universe. This is Zi Luo's first time working on gods of destruction, so he didn't know what to do for a while. It's very simple, you see which planet is unhappy, or which planet makes you dissatisfied, just destroy it. That's what I did. When Zi Luo asked Beerus for advice, Beerus told him so. This reminds Zi Luo of Beerus' style of doing things. He remembered that when Beerus destroyed the planet, either someone on the planet pissed him off, or the food on the planet didn't satisfy him. In short, they will find a reason to destroy the planet. This is indeed a good way. In fact, according to Beerus' method, when Zi Luo went to Earth before, what he encountered on Earth was enough to give him a reason to destroy the Earth. Being provoked by Vegeta and being scorned by Cell, if this had been changed, Beerus would probably have done it long ago. But Zi Luo didn't say anything at all, and even just taught Vegeta a little lesson. And Zi Luo's approach also made many people unhappy. Think gods of destruction is it? After being so provoked by others, Vegeta was spared, and even the earth was spared. I feel that his gods of destruction is not qualified at all, he is not domineering at all, and his personality is not suitable for gods of destruction at all. Not the gods of destruction they had in mind. But come on, how long has he been gods of destruction? Not so long ago he was a human being, gods of destruction for only a short time. Always give him a process of adaptation. It is not realistic for a human being to step into the realm of gods of destruction and become a gods of destruction, and let him immediately have the ruthlessness of gods of destruction and do whatever he wants. Of course, he can't always be human mentality. As he spends more time doing gods of destruction, his psychology will gradually get rid of human beings and move closer to the psychology of gods of destruction. Celebrate the 7-day long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 61 Zi Luo's Cold Side. Ask for flowers, review votes. There is one thing Zi Luo still agrees with very much, that is, to do gods of destruction, you should do whatever you want. So he does things according to his own mood. When you are in a good mood, you can gag with other people in the group, without any airs of gods of destruction. When you are in a bad mood, don't mess with him. Of course, Zi Luo thinks that he is in a good mood most of the time. After all, before he became gods of destruction, his personality was relatively gentle. In a word, most foodies are not bad people. And this gods of destruction work can also be said to be a solid step for Zi Luo on the road to becoming gods of destruction. Whis, how many planets are we going to destroy this time? Zi Luo looked at Whis on the side and asked. There should also be a limit to the number of destroyed planets, otherwise, if all the planets in the 7th universe are destroyed, then the 7th universe will exist in name only. There is no rule. It all depends on Master Zi Luo's own thoughts. When Master Beerus was gods of destruction, he would destroy any planet that didn't meet his wishes. Every time, he would probably destroy a dozen or so planets. It turned out to be like this. This is my first time working on gods of destruction. I have to get a good start. I just want to destroy 15 planets casually. Zi Luo touched his chin and said. Speaking of which, this is the first time he wants to destroy a planet, and he doesn't know what it feels like. Although the powerhouse in the Dragon Ball world destroys the planet just like playing, but in fact, there are not many scenes where the real planet is destroyed. Frisia once, Golden Frisia once, Bu once. If the planet of the King of the Realm is also counted, it seems that there are only 4 times. Of course, Zi Luo doesn't know if there are any missing ones, but there are definitely not many. And now, he can also try the feeling of destroying an entire planet. It should be very exciting. With the mentality of finishing early and returning early, Zi Luo directly let Whis take him to set off. Because both he and Whis can instant transmission, there is no need to fly hard in the universe space. Whis directly brought Zi Luo instant transmission to a planet. As for which planet it is, they don't know. Gods of destruction destroys the planet, does it matter which planet it is? The arrival of Zi Luo and Whis immediately attracted the attention of the inhabitants of this planet. After a while, a group of people rushed out with weapons and surrounded Zi Luo and Whis. Then, a man wearing a crown came out, who seemed to be the king of this planet. He looked at Zi Luo and Whis with an unfriendly expression. These two guys actually broke into his planet just like that. Although I don't know how they did it, but when they came to his territory, he has the final say on how to deal with these two people. After all, there are only a small number of people who know the gods of destruction, and most people don't know that there is such a god in the universe. Regardless of when Beerus destroyed the planets and came to planet Vegeta, the bosses of these planets knew Beerus. But that's just a coincidence. Just like now, people on this planet don't know about gods of destruction. But even if they knew, they wouldn't regard Zi Luo as gods of destruction. Because in their consciousness, gods of destruction should be a purple cat. Who are you two? How did you come here? The leading king stared at Zi Luo and Whis, and said coldly. And Whis and Zi Luo just looked at each other without speaking. The eyes of Zi Luo and Whis made the leading king feel like a fool. He was angry. The king of his own planet was used to being aloof, yet someone dared to look at him like that. Give me both of them. The leader gave an order, and his subordinates rushed towards Zi Luo and Whis with weapons. This is the first planet. Zi Luo smiled coldly, a purple light radiated from his feet, and after that, the whole planet trembled. Then, Whis took Zi Luo directly to instant transmission and left. They don't need to stay here anymore, because this planet can no longer exist. True gods of destruction, never look back at the explosion. And just after they left, the whole planet turned into fireworks and disappeared into the universe, not even dust. Under the action of the force of destruction, still want to leave dust? That's a joke. This is the first time Zi Luo has destroyed a planet, and to be honest, I don't have any special feelings in my heart. Perhaps because of his increased strength, his mentality began to gradually approach that of gods of destruction. If this were changed to the mentality of ordinary people before, destroying the entire planet, and there are so many lives on the planet, I would feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. But now, I don't feel anything at all. Master Zi Luo, it seems that you are really suitable for the position of gods of destruction. Seeing Zi Luo's calm face, Whis spoke. When he was on Earth before, seeing Zi Luo being provoked by Vegeta and despised by Cell, but he didn't feel anything, Whis was still a little worried about whether Zi Luo was suitable for the position of gods of destruction. But now, he saw another side of Zi Luo, a cold side. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 62 Vegeta's Fear. Ask for flowers, review votes. Whis still remembers that when Beerus first worked on Gods of Destruction, his performance was not as good as that of Zi Luo. Don't look at Beerus as very domineering and arrogant now, destroying a planet if he doesn't agree with each other. But Whis remembers clearly that when Beerus first became Gods of Destruction and destroyed the first planet, his face was very ugly. No one is born to be Gods of Destruction, unless they are the kind of born evil, otherwise it is the first time to destroy a planet and destroy so many lives. Even if these lives have nothing to do with me, I still feel somewhat uncomfortable in my heart. But Zi Luo is still very calm. Of course Whis can see that he is not pretending, but really calm. Zi Luo's performance can be said to be the best among the gods of destruction he has served. You know Zi Luo is a new gods of destruction. In the circle of gods of destruction, he can be said to be a newcomer who can't be newer. But whether it is strength or mentality, he is very good. As long as he is given a little more time, Whis believes that he can definitely become the most powerful and outstanding gods of destruction. Although in Angel's eyes, gods of destruction is nothing at all, but with Zi Luo's performance, Whis is still very satisfied. After destroying a planet, Zi Luo's work on gods of destruction is getting easier and easier. Soon, he destroyed the remaining dozen or so planets. If you say you want to destroy 15 planets, you must destroy 15 planets. Not too much, not too little. Moreover, the planet that Zi Luo destroyed was the kind that was not strong but had a bad attitude. Zi Luo remembers clearly that in the original book, under the leadership of Beerus, the 7th universe ranks second to last among the 12 universes. As a result, the 7th universe must participate in the Tournament of Power. If it weren't for the aura of the protagonist, the probability of being eliminated by Zeno is very high based on the strength of the 7th universe. Although because of his appearance, the original plot is a bit off, Son Goku may not know Zeno, nor may he propose to Zeno to hold the Tournament of Power. But don't forget, if the Tournament of Power is not held, Zeno will erase all universes except the top 4 universes. In other words, if the Tournament of Power is not held, the 7th universe is on the list that must be cleared. Zi Luo certainly wouldn't let that happen. Because the universe is cleared, his gods of destruction will also be cleared. Therefore, in order to prevent the fate of being cleared from happening, Zi Luo will either raise the ranking of the 7th universe, or, it is to improve your strength to the point where you don't have to worry about being wiped out by Zeno. And this kind of strength is at the angel level. So, Zi Luo is now making two-handed preparations. On the one hand, clear away those lower-level planets in the 7th universe, so as not to let them lower the level of the 7th universe. On the other hand, it is to improve one's own strength. Having completed the work of gods of destruction, Zi Luo and Whis return to the planet gods of destruction. Come back so soon? Zi Luo, how is your work on gods of destruction done? You won't come back after destroying only one planet, right? Seeing that Zi Luo and Whis came back so soon, Beerus asked curiously. How is it possible? I said that I want to destroy 15 planets, and I will definitely destroy 15 planets. Zi Luo glanced at Beerus and said. Master Beerus, Master Zi Luo's performance is much better than your original performance. Whis also glanced at Beerus at this time, and said. With Zi Luo as a comparison, Whis is now more and more determined that Beerus is no good. And Vegeta on the side heard Zi Luo's conversation, and his whole body trembled. He has been practicing with Whis for a few days, and during this time he also knows who gods of destruction is. Especially when he sees Beerus, it brings back memories from his childhood. Beerus had been to planet Vegeta when he was a child. At that time, his father, King Vegeta, dared not even say a word in front of Beerus. Even being stepped on by Beerus, he didn't even dare to move. You know, even when facing Frieza, his father has never been so humble. Moreover, he was killed by Beerus with a look before. Vegeta did not expect that the mysterious young man in front of him who went to Earth before would be gods of destruction. When knowing this, Vegeta broke into a cold sweat with fright. Although he is proud, he is nothing in front of gods of destruction. He was also very thankful that Zi Luo had so many adults that he spared his life. So, knowing how terrifying gods of destruction is, Vegeta obeyed Zi Luo's words. I am afraid that there is something about him that will dissatisfy Zi Luo, and I will count his performance on the earth again on him, and then he will have a few lives that are not enough to die. It is precisely because of this that when Zi Luo asked Vegeta to explain the knowledge about Chi before, he would agree without saying a word, without any complaints. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 63, Gods of Destruction Treated as Chess Pieces. Ask for flowers, review votes. Otherwise, with Vegeta's character, how could he waste time doing things that he thinks are meaningless? After completing the work of gods of destruction, Zi Luo returned to normal life. The work of gods of destruction is timed, and the intervals are long. Like Beerus, he loves to sleep so much, every sleep is decades or hundreds of years. But even after sleeping for so long, it didn't delay him from completing the work of gods of destruction. Of course, as gods of destruction, you can do whatever you want, destroy whatever you want, and destroy it whenever you want. But no gods of destruction will do this, because if they do this, no matter how big a universe is, it will be destroyed by them in a short time. So in the next long period of time, Zi Luo will be in a situation of doing nothing. But this is just right, Zi Luo can calm down and improve his own strength. The fastest way to improve strength is to use points, and there are now two ways to source points the fastest. One is to exchange treasures, and the other is to defeat existences that are similar to or stronger than oneself. Zi Luo, on the other hand, is also making two-handed preparations. On the one hand, he asked Whis to seize the time to search for the treasures of the seventh universe, and on the other hand, he wanted to find a way to fight the other gods of destruction reasonably. Going directly to the door to fight with other gods of destruction is one way. But in case other gods of destruction united to besiege him, it would be quite difficult for him to resist the siege of other gods of destruction with his current strength. Don't look at those gods of destruction who are very proud and disdain to join forces with others. But if something happens that threatens them, let's see if they join forces. As for finding Zeno and asking him to host a big confrontation between gods of destruction, this is also a good way, but if he meets gods of destruction who is almost as powerful as Beerus in the first game, and he is not an opponent by then, it will be embarrassing. As for letting Zeno and Grand Priest give him a black box operation, Zi Luo can be sure that as long as he dares to say that, he will be the first person Zeno will clear up. Although he already had a good relationship with Zeno and Grand Priest when he became gods of destruction. But for this kind of thing that will hinder Zeno's happiness, Zeno will not show mercy. And just when Zi Luo was a little distressed, on the other side, on the gods of destruction planet in the 9th universe, two unexpected guests came suddenly. If Zi Luo were here, he would recognize that these two uninvited guests were gods of destruction Quitella and Angel Conic from the 4th universe. This Quitella is a deadly enemy to Beerus, and even hates the 7th universe. He's in the 9th universe now, and if there's no conspiracy then there is. Quitella, why don't you stay in your 4th universe, what are you doing in my 9th universe? Gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe looked at Quitella curiously and said. If you change to gods of destruction of universe, maybe you are already very upset at this time. Because gods of destruction cannot go to other universes without permission. Of course, this rule is basically not followed by anyone. But gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe can be said to be the mildest of the 12 gods of destruction. He's the one who really wasn't right for gods of destruction. Especially in the original book, the performance of Tournament of Power and the previous overview game of Tournament of Power. Many people think that the gods of destruction of Sidra should be the Supreme Kai, and the Supreme Kai of the 9th universe should be the gods of destruction. Because Supreme Kai from the 9th universe has a very irritable and annoying personality. Have you heard about the 7th universe being replaced by gods of destruction? Quitella said. I've heard it. It seems that the newly promoted gods of destruction in the 7th universe also defeated Kampa. Sidra nodded and said. This matter is already known to the whole universe, and Kampa has been completely reduced to the laughing stock among gods of destruction. But it doesn't seem to be our business. The gods of destruction in the 7th universe is changed. Besides, don't you hate Beerus? Now Beerus is no longer the gods of destruction, so you should be happy. Sidra gave Quitella a strange look, not understanding why he said this. It's like this. Although Beerus and I did fight before, we've known each other for so long anyway. Now he is no longer gods of destruction, I plan to visit him, how about it, do you want to go with me? You go to Beerus, what am I going to do? I don't have any grudges with Beerus. But don't you want to meet the new gods of destruction? He's only just become gods of destruction, and he's already been able to defeat Kampa. Don't you think he's going to threaten you? Among us gods of destruction, Kampa is the weakest, but you are next. In the 7th universe gods of destruction big change, Quitella found an opportunity to make Beerus feel uncomfortable. And Sidra was treated as a pawn by him. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 64 Quitella's Conspiracy. Although Beerus is no longer gods of destruction, the conflict between Quitella and Beerus will not disappear so easily. Since he can no longer compete with Beerus, he must make Beerus feel uncomfortable. As Beerus' staunch enemy for many years, Quitella knows very well that Beerus is very proud of having such an excellent heir. And what Quitella has to do is to stop Beerus from continuing to be complacent. There is only one easiest and most direct way, and that is to defeat the newly promoted gods of destruction that Beerus is proud of. Relying on his status, Quitella would not do it himself, so he had to find a chess piece. Among all the gods of destruction, the gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe is the most suitable chess piece. That's why he traveled all the way from the 4th universe to the 9th universe to find Sidra. As for whether Sidra would agree, this Quitella was not worried. With his eloquence, if he can't convince Sidra, it's a ghost. Hearing Quitella's words, Sidra fell into deep thought. Indeed, Quitella is right, his strength is also the last one in gods of destruction. The 12 gods of destruction are exactly divided into 4 echelons. Among them, Quitella and Beerus are in the 1st echelon. Sidra and Kampa are in the 4th echelon. Sidra is only slightly stronger than Kampa. If Kampa didn't consolidate his strength after becoming an intermediate gods of destruction, then Sidra has completely consolidated his intermediate gods of destruction strength. Sidra's strength is about the same as that of angry Kampa. If Zi Luo is left alone, I'm afraid it won't be long before he, the second last gods of destruction, will also lose to Zi Luo. Sidra and Quitella didn't know that with Zi Luo's current strength, he was no longer a member of the 4th echelon. If Sidra really dares to trouble Zi Luo, it will definitely end up with Kampa. Seeing Sidra's pensive look, Quitella knew that his words had moved Sidra's heart, and he was just a step away from talking to Sidra. Actually, there is nothing to consider. If you think about it carefully, although the newly promoted gods of destruction defeated Kampa, it should not be your opponent. If you don't take advantage of this time to defeat him, when his strength rises in the future, you will have no chance to defeat him again. Of course, it doesn't seem very good to go to fight with him for no reason. You can say that you are looking for him to learn from each other. Whoever said that you can't win or lose in fighting with him? I'll leave the words here. You can decide for yourself whether you want to go with me or not. If you miss this time, you may be trampled underfoot by that newly promoted gods of destruction in the future. Having said all that, Quitella couldn't believe that Sidra wouldn't be tempted. Okay. I promise to go with you. But I have agreed in advance that you will help me cover up when the time comes. After pondering for a while, Sidra was persuaded by Quitella. However, he himself is an old gods of destruction anyway, and it is a bit embarrassing to find a new gods of destruction to compete with. So he's hoping that when the time comes, Quitella will be able to cover for him. Of course. Don't worry. Quitella gave Sidra a determined look. That's good. Poor Sidra, totally unaware that he has become a pawn of Quitella. The angel of the 9th universe saw what Quitella was thinking at a glance, but he didn't tell Sidra. This is a matter between gods of destruction, and has nothing to do with him, angel. As long as the 2 gods of destruction don't fight in the universe when the time comes. After convincing Sidra, Quitella asked Angel Conic to contact Whis after returning to the 4th universe, and asked Whis to find Beerus. Beerus, I heard that you are no longer doing gods of destruction. Quitella, you didn't come to me just to talk about this matter, did you? Of course not, I just wanted to tell you that I got word that Sidra will be coming to your 7th universe soon. Sidra? What did he come to me for? He probably didn't come here to look for you. He probably got anxious after knowing that your heir defeated Kampa. After all, his strength is only stronger than Kampa. You mean he's here to find my heir? But even if it's true, why did you tell me? Anyway, we've known each other for so long, so consider this a gift from me. Of course, I know that your newly promoted gods of destruction is not strong enough, so you don't want him and Sidra to do it. Otherwise, you will be ashamed when the time comes, so don't blame me for not reminding you. Quitella seems to care about Beerus on the surface, but in fact he is provoking Beerus. Because he knew very well that as long as he said these words, even if he knew that his heir would lose, Beerus would still let him fight Sidra. Because Beerus would never want to lose his momentum in front of him. Once the time comes to fight and Sidra wins, Beerus will definitely look good. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 65 Just What I Want. Ask for flowers, review votes. This is the plot of Quitella. Of course, he also knew that his conspiracy would be discovered by Beerus soon, because Beerus was not Sidra, so it was impossible not to see such an obvious conspiracy. But so what, even if Beerus knew it was a pit, he would obediently jump into it. Because Beerus is very concerned about saving face. Humph! You don't need to remind me. Beerus snorted coldly, and then asked Whis to cut off the contact. The fourth universe, Quitella, is a triumph. Although Beerus didn't say anything just now, but he knows Beerus, and he will definitely let the newly promoted gods of destruction play at that time. At that time, no matter who wins, it will not be harmful to oneself. If Sidra wins, Beerus will definitely feel bad, and then he can take a good look at Beerus' ugly face. By the way, you can also mock a few words. And it doesn't matter if Sidra loses, at least let him know that the new gods of destruction of the 7th universe is not easy. Anyway, it wasn't him who lost, and it wasn't him who lost face. But then again, Quitella doesn't believe that Zi Luo can beat Sidra. Even if there is a small difference in realm between gods of destruction, the difference in strength is still huge. Being able to defeat Kampa is already considered Zi Luo's strength, but to defeat Sidra, Quitella thinks it is impossible at all. Kampa has only just broken through the mid-level gods of destruction not long ago, and he hasn't even consolidated his strength yet. And Sidra has completely consolidated his mid-level gods of destruction strength. The gap between these is still very large. So, now he just needs to wait to see Beerus's ugly face. What Quitella didn't know was that in the 7th universe, Beerus' expression was not as cold as before, but a smirk. His appearance just now was all fake, in order to lower Quitella's vigilance. He is very aware of Sidra's strength, which is about the same as the angry Kampa. But Zi Luo had easily defeated the angry Kampa before. In other words, defeating Sidra is nothing more than a piece of cake. Quitella thought he could see his face suffering from Zi Luo's defeat, but how did he know that it was impossible for Zi Luo to lose? This Quitella still wants to see my ugly face? I want to see Sidra's ugly face after losing. Beerus said expectantly. In this wave, Quitella thought he was on the 5th floor, and Beerus was only on the 1st floor. But he didn't expect that Beerus was actually on the 8th floor. Later, Beerus came to Zi Luo and told him about it. Although we know that Zi Luo can defeat Sidra, we still need to let him know about it so that we can prepare in advance. You mean Quitella encouraged Sidra to come and trouble me? Upon hearing the news, Zi Luo looked at Beerus with joy. Yes, why are you so happy? Beerus looked at Zi Luo with a strange face. He didn't understand, what's there to be happy about? Beerus didn't know how to get points when Zi Luo was having a headache. He didn't expect someone to bring him a pillow when he was dozing off. He really needs to thank that Quitella. No, I'm suffering from boredom and itchy hands. Quitella's doing this is exactly what I want. Zi Luo just found an excuse to fool the past. According to Beerus, Sidra is stronger than Kampa. In other words, if he can defeat Sidra, then he can get at least 30,000 points. At that time, he can fully strengthen his destructive power once. Once the power of destruction is completely strengthened once, his strength will increase greatly at that time. I don't know when that Sidra will come, he can't wait to beat him. On the other side, after having decided to go to Zi Luo to compete, Sidra contacted Quitella to set off. Taking advantage of the fact that Zi Luo's strength has not changed, this is the best time to defeat him. If this drags on for a while, what if Zi Luo becomes stronger again? Although at the level of gods of destruction, it is very difficult to break through. Even in the early days of gods of destruction, it may take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to make a breakthrough. But Zi Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction, cannot be viewed with normal eyes. Is there any new gods of destruction that can directly defeat the old gods of destruction? Quitella didn't expect Sidra to be so anxious. He had just finished talking with Beerus when Sidra came to find him. But it doesn't matter, go early, he can see Beerus' ugly face earlier. The 7th universe is quite far from the 9th and 4th universes, even if it is brought by angel, it will take a little time to get there. And in the 7th universe, Zi Luo is sleeping soundly. Since the gods of destruction took the initiative to come to him, he didn't need to worry about points for the time being, and he felt much more relaxed. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 66 The Monster in the Eyes of Gods of Destruction. Ask for flowers, review votes. Seeing Zi Luo sleeping leisurely, Beerus felt a little sorry for the upcoming Sidra. Sidra was instigated by Quitella, which Beerus guessed right away. Otherwise, with Sidra's temperament, he would not have done such a thing to find Zi Luo, the new gods of destruction, to discuss. As for what reason Quitella used to instigate, he also generally knows. It's just that Zi Luo didn't pay attention to Sidra at all. Poor Sidra, who was instigated by Quitella to come here to trouble Zi Luo. In the end, he also followed in the footsteps of Kampa and lost to Zi Luo. It's just that it's pitiful, Beerus will not feel sorry for Sidra, nor will he tell Sidra Zi Luo's true strength, so that he will not challenge Zi Luo. Because that's what Sidra asked for. Although it was instigated by Quitella, if Sidra didn't have this thought, no matter how much Quitella instigated him, he would not succeed. As gods of destruction, Sidra is still responsible for her own choices. Under the flight of the two angels, Quitella and Sidra came to the 7th universe. They haven't been to the 7th universe for a long time, and the number of years is measured in tens of thousands of years. After coming to the 7th universe, they didn't stay, and immediately came to the planet gods of destruction. At this time, Whis was training Vegeta, Beerus was basking in the sun while eating, and Zi Luo was sleeping soundly. This scene is very peaceful and peaceful. Beerus, you are living a pretty leisurely life. Quitella walked up to Beerus and said with a sneer. You came here so soon, I thought it would take a while for you to come. Beerus glanced at Quitella, still laying leisurely on the chair, not paying any attention to the arrival of Quitella and Sidra. This is your heir? The new gods of destruction of the 7th universe? Why do you look so ordinary human? Quitella glanced at Zi Luo who was sleeping, and said curiously. 12 gods of destruction, except for the female gods of destruction of the 2nd universe, the other gods of destruction are more strange than the other. And Zi Luo is the gods of destruction who looks closest to ordinary humans. By the way, the ordinary humans mentioned here refer to ordinary humans like earthlings. After all, the scope of human beings is very large, as long as they are not gods, they can be called human beings. Even Frisia, Majin Bu, etc., can be called human beings. What's so strange about this? He was an ordinary human being before he became gods of destruction. Beerus looked at Quitella with a "Why are you making such a fuss" look and said. What? He is actually an ordinary human being. How is this possible? Beerus' words surprised Quitella and Sidra. Gods of destruction is not so easy to become. If you want to become a god, you need to spend a lot of time to practice. Those old gods of destruction, which one has not been cultivated for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years to become gods of destruction. Ordinary humans don't have such a long lifespan at all. There's nothing to make a fuss about. By the way, he has only cultivated for a few years from an ordinary human to gods of destruction. A few years. The other two gods of destruction were even more shocked. In a few years, they have completed their tens of thousands of years of hard work. No. They missed one point, that is, Zi Luo also beat Kampa. And Kampa has been cultivating in the realm of gods of destruction for hundreds of millions of years. In other words, it only took Zi Luo a few years to complete their hundreds of millions of years of hard work. How can that be? How could an ordinary human be such a monster? In the eyes of Quitella and Sidra, now Zi Luo has become a monster, a monster. They didn't doubt Beerus' words. Although Quitella hated Beerus, he had to admit that Beerus never lied. And Sidra is also very fortunate. Fortunately, I came over immediately. If it takes a while, with Zi Luo's level of enchantment, I might not really be his opponent. The speed at which the monster's strength increases, ordinary gods of destruction like them, will not understand at all. Sidra, you came here to find Zi Luo to discuss heads up. Then don't waste time, finish the game early and call it a day. Beerus was used to the shock of the two gods of destruction. After he spoke to Sidra, he woke Zi Luo up. It is a very annoying thing to be woken up while sleeping soundly. Zi Luo was about to complain, when he saw two gods of destruction standing beside Beerus. Of course he knew Quitella and Sidra. Even if he hadn't seen it in real life, he didn't know how many times he had seen it in anime. At first he thought that the two guys would not come so soon, but he miscalculated. Zi Luo, he is the gods of destruction Quitella of the 4th universe. He is the gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe. He is the one who is looking for you to discuss. Beerus introduced two gods of destruction to Zi Luo. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 67 Face Sidra. Ask for flowers, review votes. And Zi Luo glanced at the two gods of destruction, nodded, and said hello. Quitella glanced at Zi Luo without even nodding his head. Sidra, on the other hand, even greeted Zi Luo. For Sidra, Zi Luo is actually not annoying, no matter when watching anime before or seeing real people now. Sidra's appearance is a bit like a kind grandfather, and his personality is similar. It's a pity that now the other party came to him on his own initiative. Coupled with the consideration of his own points, Zi Luo could only defeat him. If it weren't for his own strength is not enough now, Zi Luo would have solved this guy Quitella by the way. Defeating Quitella will surely earn him a lot of points. Since you are looking for me to compete, then hurry up. After the fight, I want to continue to sleep and go back to the cage. Zi Luo yawned, rubbed his eyes and said. Since we want to compete, we should go to the realm of nothingness. Hurry up, what are you doing? Beerus glanced at Quitella and urged. Neither Zi Luo nor Beerus took this discussion seriously. Because they already knew what the ending would be, there was no psychological pressure at all. The reason why Beerus followed was not because he was worried about Zi Luo, but because he was worried about Quitella. This is what to do if you see that Sidra is not Zi Luo's opponent, and then Quitella makes a move to deal with Zi Luo. Beerus is very clear about the strength of Quitella, and he is not much different from himself. They both belong to the first echelon of gods of destruction, which is one of the strongest gods of destruction. No matter how strong Zi Luo is now, it is impossible to defeat Quitella. So, he'll have to guard against Quitella. Seeing Zi Luo and Beerus in such a hurry, Quitella was a little strange. Why is the situation a bit different from what he thought? Shouldn't it be that he urged Beerus and Zi Luo, and the other party showed a very reluctant look? Why is the plot now completely different from what he thought? No, Beerus thinks that this Zi Luo can really defeat Sidra. Although it is strange what Beerus and Zi Luo are doing, but since they want to seek death so much, then of course I have to fulfill them. Quitella took a look at Sidra, and then went to nowhere with his angel. And Sidra followed behind them. In just a few days, Wuzhija has come. But Zi Luo didn't find it annoying. If possible, he really wants to come to Wuzhija more. Because coming to Wuzhija means that he can get points. This time, it's just a sparring session. Click here, no problem. Beerus looked at Zi Luo, then at Sidra, and said. He said this mainly for Zi Luo. Beerus can still vividly remember how badly Kampa was beaten by Zi Luo last time. But because Kampa took the initiative to provoke last time, so he was beaten like that, Beerus would not say anything. But this time, although Sidra took the initiative to come to the door, it was because of Quitella's instigation. The main fault is Zhang Quitella's body. If Zi Luo beat Sidra too badly, then Sidra would be a little too pitiful. But Quitella misunderstood. He thought this sentence was for Sidra, to make Sidra's subordinates show mercy. I thought you were in such a hurry, there was something behind you. It turned out that you were asking Sidra to show mercy, and you said it so tactfully. Quitella glanced at Beerus and said in a mocking tone. Originally, he was still a little worried. Beerus and Zi Luo were so urgent and so indifferent, maybe they had some backup. But after hearing what Beerus said, he was completely relieved. It turned out that they were holding the idea of letting Sidra show mercy and fail early and go back sooner. But let alone, with Sidra's character, he will really show mercy to Zi Luo. Quitella doesn't care whether Sidra's subordinates stay or not, as long as Sidra defeats Zi Luo. Beerus didn't explain anything about Quitella's misunderstanding. Facts speak louder than words. After Zi Luo defeated Sidra strongly, it will be more enjoyable for him to taunt Quitella at that time. Beerus and others left enough space for Zi Luo and Sidra to fight freely. Use all your strength, I will let you attack first. Don't worry, I will show mercy. Sidra looked at Zi Luo and said. Obviously, he also thought that what Beerus said just now was meant for him. It doesn't take much for Beerus to say, he will show mercy. He came this time only to defeat Zi Luo. As long as he defeated the opponent, he didn't need to cause the opponent to suffer too much damage. Then I would be more respectful than obedient. Although with Zi Luo's strength, it doesn't matter if Sidra makes the first shot with all his strength. But since the other party is so generous, Zi Luo will certainly not disappoint the other party's kindness. This is the second gods of destruction he has faced. Facing Sidra, Zi Luo directly used the omen of freedom. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 68, 100,000 points in hand. Ask for flowers, review votes. With Zi Luo's current strength, if he doesn't use Ultra Instinct, he really isn't Sidra's opponent. Only after his destructive power has been completely strengthened twice can he hit Sidra without relying on Ultra Instinct. As for fighting against Sidra, Zi Luo reckons that he only needs to strengthen his destructive power once and a half, that is, complete strengthening once and incomplete strengthening twice. But this is still a little far away from Zi Luo, and now he has to defeat Sidra first. The fluctuation of Zi Luo's sign is not as strong as Ultra Instinct, except for a few angels and Beerus who have mastered Ultra Instinct. Others do not know that Zi Luo uses Ultra Instinct. In other words, only Sidra and Quitella do not know. Angel from the 9th universe and Angel from the 4th universe looked at Zi Luo in surprise. They now finally know why Zi Luo, a newly promoted gods of destruction, can defeat the old gods of destruction, Kampa. It turns out that he has mastered the Ultra Instinct. A new gods of destruction has mastered Ultra Instinct, and they have to admit, it's the best new gods of destruction they've ever seen. Of course, as angels, they will not remind Sidra, as long as the battle between the gods of destruction does not affect the safety of the universe, they will not intervene. On the battlefield, Zi Luo made the first move after using the ultimate sign of freedom. Since the other party gave him a chance to make the first move, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Zi Luo disappeared in a flash, and the fast Sidra couldn't react at all. How can that be? Seeing Zi Luo disappearing, Sidra felt bad. He didn't expect why a newly promoted gods of destruction would have such a fast speed. He wanted to defend well, but it was too late. Before Sidra took a defensive posture, Zi Luo had already arrived in front of Sidra. Then, a punch hit Sidra directly in the face. Anyway, after the battle is over, Angel will heal his wounds, so such things as hitting someone but not face will not happen to Zi Luo. Sidra was directly sent flying by Zi Luo's punch, and he was in a daze when he flew out. He hasn't gotten out of the question of why Zi Luo has such a fast speed. One punch sent Sidra flying, and Zi Luo took advantage of the victory to pursue. His main purpose is to defeat Sidra, not torture Sidra, so he will not treat Sidra like he treated Kampa before. Zi Luo quickly caught up with Sidra, but Sidra had just stopped at this time. Before he could recover, Zi Luo's punch came again, and this time, it hit Sidra directly in the stomach. Wow! Sidra spit out a mouthful of sour water directly from Zi Luo's punch. He hadn't been beaten so badly since he became gods of destruction. The strength shown by Zi Luo not only made Sidra unbelievable, but even Quitella, who was watching from the sidelines, was a little surprised. Beerus, are you sure he's really the new gods of destruction? Quitella looked at Beerus and asked very puzzled. He suspected that Beerus was lying. Zi Luo was not a new gods of destruction at all, but had already reached the realm of gods of destruction, but was hidden by Beerus. Stupid question, I never lie, and there is no need to lie to you. Beerus glanced at Quitella and said flatly. Oh, what's the matter with your face, it doesn't seem very good looking. Seeing Quitella's somewhat surprised face, Beerus sneered. This Quitella still wanted to see his own ugly face, but now his own face is quite pretty. Humph! Beerus, you are lucky. There is such an air. Quitella snorted coldly, and said somewhat unwillingly. But even though he was not reconciled, Quitella also knew that he lost the battle with Beerus this time. With Zi Luo's powerful strength, Sidra would not be an opponent at all. However, Quitella was also a little uneasy. Beerus' air is really good. It only took a few years to grow to this point. If you give him another period of time, wouldn't even he be able to surpass it? If Zi Luo surpasses himself, Quitella can imagine how proud Beerus will be. No way, with Quitella's character, how could he allow a newly promoted gods of destruction to surpass himself? What's more, this newly promoted gods of destruction is also the heir to his most hated Beerus. However, he hasn't thought of any good way to deal with Zi Luo yet. On the other side, the battle between Zi Luo and Sidra has also ended. The difference in strength between the two is a bit big, and Zi Luo can defeat Sidra only by relying on his free spirit. And Sidra didn't have the slightest resistance from the beginning to the end. Poor Sidra, if he doesn't give Zi Luo a chance to make the first move, although the ending will not change, at least he can still make some moves. It wouldn't be like now that the battle was over without even having a chance to make a move. And just when Zi Luo defeated Sidra, he received a message from the chat group. The group leader defeated Gods of Destruction Sidra and got 100,000 points. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 69 The Power of Destruction, strengthened once. Ask for flowers, review votes. 100,000 points. When Zi Luo saw the news of the chat group, he was very happy. Before defeating Kampa, the chat group gave him 30,000 points. And this time, although Sidra is stronger than Kampa, according to Zi Luo's estimation, it should be around 50,000 to 60,000 points. Unexpectedly, this chat group actually gave him a surprise. Gave him a full 100,000 points. 100,000 points, not only can strengthen his destructive power once, maybe it can be strengthened twice. Unexpectedly, the gap between Sidra and Kampa of Gods of Destruction, who are also in the last echelon, is so big. A 30,000 points, a 100,000 points, 3 times more. In fact, Zi Luo underestimated the gap in the realm of Gods of Destruction. Although both Kampa and Sidra are mid-level Gods of Destruction, but one is said to have just broken through, and has not even consolidated. And the other one has already consolidated its own strength. The gap between the two is still a bit big. Only by being completely angry can Kampa burst out with the same strength as Sidra. Defeating Sidra gained 100,000 points, which made Zi Luo more and more interested in other Gods of Destruction. With these 100,000 points, his strength can be raised to a higher level. Before, he thought that his strength could reach the middle and upper reaches of the 12 Gods of Destruction. But after listening to Beerus talk about the 4 strength echelons of Gods of Destruction, Zi Luo has a clearer understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he uses the perfect Ultra Instinct, he is only in the 3rd echelon. And this time, relying on 100,000 points, he might be able to break into the 2nd echelon directly. At the end of the battle, Zi Luo was victorious, which made both Sidra and Quitella look a bit ugly. Sidra's face was ugly because he followed in Kampa's footsteps, and news of him being defeated by a newly promoted Gods of Destruction would soon spread. At that time, he will be like Kampa, unable to hold his head up in the circle of Gods of Destruction. Quitella, on the other hand, is worried about Zi Luo's growth rate. Zi Luo's growth rate is really too fast. It only took a few years to complete the results of their hundreds of millions of years of hard work. The gap between these can no longer be described as a genius or a monster. Zi Luo is nothing short of a monster. And according to Quitella's understanding of Beerus, when Zi Luo's strength rises in the future, Beerus will definitely let him challenge himself. If he lost to Zi Luo at that time, Quitella couldn't imagine how Beerus would mock him. At that time, his loss to a newly promoted Gods of Destruction will be enough to make him lose all face. The new Gods of Destruction and the old Gods of Destruction have a year limit. Those who have been Gods of Destruction for less than 100 million years are the new Gods of Destruction. Only when it has reached 100 million years can it be called the old Gods of Destruction. With Zi Luo's growth rate, Quitella doesn't think it will take the other party 100 million years to defeat him. Moreover, even if it took Zi Luo 100 million years to become the old Gods of Destruction. But in the eyes of these Gods of Destruction, no matter how long it takes, Zi Luo is just a new Gods of Destruction. Therefore, in order not to let himself be threatened, Quitella knew that he had to find a way to deal with Zi Luo. But right now, he hasn't figured it out yet. Zi Luo didn't know that Quitella was after him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With Beerus behind him, Quitella won't do anything to himself anytime soon. And as long as he defeats the remaining Gods of Destruction, the points he gets will definitely increase his strength to the point where he can compete, or even defeat Quitella. At that time, if Quitella came to make trouble for me, it would be just to give me points. Zi Luo's mind is all on the points now, so he asked Whis to take him and Beerus back to the 7th universe as soon as possible. As for the remaining 2 gods of destruction, what they like is none of his business. Back in the 7th universe, Zi Luo walked into his room and opened the exclusive mall. He first spent 30,000 points in exchange for enhancement points, and then used all of these enhancement points on his destructive power. Let's fully strengthen your destructive power first. Under the effect of strengthening points, Zi Luo's destructive power began to become stronger again. I don't know how long it took, but with the destructive power in Zi Luo's body boiling, the strengthening ended. Zi Luo finally fully strengthened his destructive power once. Feeling his destructive power, Zi Luo nodded in satisfaction. This complete strengthening of the destructive power once, and the previous half-strengthened destructive power, there is a big gap. If Zi Luo needed to use Ultra Instinct to deal with Kampa before, then even if he doesn't use Ultra Instinct now, he can still compete with Kampa. Don't look at it as if it is not very powerful just to counter Kampa. But Kampa is also an intermediate gods of destruction anyway, although it is only an early stage. As for Zi Luo, he is only the gods of destruction in the junior middle stage, and he is several small realms behind Kampa. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 70 Grand Priest's Attention. Ask for flowers, review votes. If it were a gods of destruction who had the same realm as Zi Luo, he would have no resistance at all in front of Kampa. Kampa can kill that gods of destruction with just one finger. The leapfrog challenge between gods of destruction, unless you have mastered Ultra Instinct, otherwise it is simply impossible. Even if they are both in the early stage, one is at the peak of the early stage, and the other has just stepped into the early stage. The former can completely defeat the latter as well. But Zi Luo, relying on the high-quality destructive power of the mall and the enhanced destructive power, can complete the leapfrog challenge without using Ultra Instinct. And it's still a challenge that can be bettered a few levels. If other gods of destruction knew about this, they probably wouldn't even be able to sleep. And don't forget, Zi Luo's 100,000 points for defeating Sidra has only used 30,000 points so far. He still has 70,000 points to use. If all the 70,000 points are exchanged for destructive power, Zi Luo believes that his realm will definitely break through again. But after tasting the sweetness of strengthening, Zi Luo is even more determined to strengthen his destructive power 3 times first, and then make a breakthrough in the realm. Again. What if after he breaks through, there are more strengthening points for strengthening the power of destruction? It's better to strengthen the power of destruction to the full level when there are not many enhancement points needed now. Zi Luo also converted all the remaining 70,000 points into strengthening points. As for leaving some points for backup, Zi Luo felt that there was no need for this. Because from the current point of view, he will not encounter the kind of things that need to be solved by points. In addition to enhancing your own strength, Zi Luo once again used all the exchanged strengthening points on his own destructive power. Of course, he knew that these strengthening points were not enough to fully strengthen his destructive power twice. He just wanted to know how far these strengthening points could strengthen his destructive power. Under the effect of the strengthening point, the destructive power that had been strengthened before changed again. Feeling his increasingly powerful destructive power, Zi Luo was very satisfied. Who would know except him that after his strength was improved not long ago, he actually improved again in such a short period of time. But there is no way, who makes them all powerful. With the end of the strengthening, Zi Luo also knew how far he had been strengthened for the second time. With 70,000 points, it is of course impossible to completely strengthen the power of destruction twice. However, it made his destructive power take a big step on the road to the second strengthening. Only a little bit, half of the secondary strengthening can be completed, According to Zi Luo's calculations, this second strengthening of destructive power requires 80,000 points to complete half of the strengthening. And to fully strengthen it twice, it needs 160,000 points. If it was before, Zi Luo might still feel that there are a lot of points. After all, defeating a Kampa only earned 30,000 points. But after defeating Sidra and earning 100,000 points, he thinks otherwise. Sidra is also at the bottom of gods of destruction. But he is only slightly stronger than Kampa. But he was given 100,000 points. Then the next gods of destruction is stronger than Sidra. How many points can we give him? 150,000? 200,000? Gods of destruction in the last echelon can provide him with so many points, but what about the previous echelons? What about Beerus and Quitella in the first echelon? How many points can it bring him? It is estimated that the bottom line is more than 1,000,000 points. Excluding the 70,000 points that have already been used, Zi Luo only needs another 90,000 points to complete the second strengthening of the power of destruction. Moreover, after strengthening with 70,000 points of strengthening points, Zi Luo's strength has improved again. If he didn't use Ultra Instinct before, he could only compete with Kampa but not beat it. So now, beating Kampa is no problem. He's even sure of beating Sidra without using the Ultra Instinct. If he uses the perfect Ultra Instinct, his current full strength is at least at the peak of the third echelon. You can even fight against the gods of destruction in the second tier. What Zi Luo didn't know was that just when he was happy with the improvement of his strength, the fact that a newly promoted gods of destruction defeated 2 old gods of destruction in a row has spread to other gods of destruction, and even Grand Priest knows about it. For Zi Luo, Grand Priest is still very impressive. After all, it is the first new gods of destruction in so many years. And when Beerus brought Zi Luo to meet Zeno before, because Zi Luo brought him and Zeno a lot of delicious food, and taught Zeno some games. Make Zeno very happy and also like this Zi Luo very much. Even he himself has a pretty good impression of Zi Luo. It's just that he didn't expect that this Zi Luo would grow so fast. Not long ago, he just became gods of destruction, and he defeated 2 gods of destruction in a row in the blink of an eye. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 71. Another newcomer joins the group. Ask for flowers, review votes. Gods of destruction is like ants in the eyes of Grand Priest. Not to mention defeating gods of destruction, even if he killed gods of destruction, he wouldn't feel anything. At worst, just change to gods of destruction. What interests him is Zi Luo's growth rate. Zi Luo is the fastest growing gods of destruction Grand Priest has ever seen, which gives Grand Priest some fun. Although the Grand Priest has a high status and is powerful, in fact his daily life is very boring. Including Zeno is the same. If Zi Luo hadn't brought some food and games to him and Zeno before, the life between him and Zeno would have been even more difficult. And now, Zi Luo has brought another fun to the Grand Priest. That is to pay attention to the growth of Zi Luo. He wanted to see how long it would take Zi Luo to defeat all the gods of destruction. Of course, he still wanted to tell Zeno about this matter, and he believed that Zeno would be very interested if he knew about it. The days in Zeno Palace were really boring. Unbeknownst to Zi Luo, he has been targeted by Grand Priest and Zeno. After improving his strength, Zi Luo once again fell into a peaceful life. His next gods of destruction target has been found, that is the gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe, that is, the pink elephant gods of destruction. There are 3 weakest gods of destruction in the 4th echelon, the 10th universe gods of destruction Rumsshi, the 9th universe gods of destruction Sidra, and the 6th universe gods of destruction Kampa. Among them, Rumsshi is the strongest existence in the 4th echelon. If Sidra has already consolidated his mid-level gods of destruction strength, then Rumsshi has already walked on the path of mid-level gods of destruction for a while. In terms of strength, only the combination of Kampa and Sidra can compete against Rumsshi. Moreover, there is another reason why Zi Luo chose Rumsshi, and that is Angel from the 10th universe. The world of Dragon Ball is not only bloody battles, but also many beautiful characters. Originally Zi Luo was more interested in number 18, but before Cell provoked him, he directly killed Cell. As a result, number 18 also died. Although Son Goku and the others will use the Dragon Ball to resurrect those who died because of the Cell, that is, the 18th will be resurrected, but he is no longer on the Earth. If the next time I go to the Earth, I can meet number 18, and then number 18 thanks him for killing Cell, and then he may accept number 18. But if not, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be number 18. But now, Zi Luo's greater interest is still in the Angel of the 10th universe. Many people may not know who Kessie is. After all, Kessie has very little playing time, much less than Vados. But Kessie appeared on the stage for a short time, but it aroused Zi Luo's great interest. Kessie is different from Vados in 11th universe's Angel Makarita. She has the appearance of a very cute little girl. That is, having the appearance of a loli. However, her age is the oldest among the 12 angels, that is, Whis' big sister. Of course, age and time are the last things to mention when it comes to angel and gods of destruction. In the past, Kessie could only be seen in anime. But now that he has come to the world of Dragon Ball, of course he still has to see the real person with his own eyes. If there is a chance to become Whis and their brother-in-law in the future, that would be great. But because he just finished playing Sidra, other gods of destruction will definitely be more interested in or wary of him than before. During this time, he should take a rest first. Thinking that it has been a long time since I paid attention to the news in the group, Zi Luo opened the chat group. As soon as he opened the chat group, Zi Luo found that the news in the group had reached a terrifying 99+. And there are several messages from at him. Because the message in the chat group reminding him to get points is separate from the message in the chat group or other people chatting about him privately. So he didn't know that there were so many messages in the group. After opening it, Zi Luo realized that several newcomers had joined the chat group. Since Jin Tianyi joined the chat group, there has been no newcomer in the chat group for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time, 3 newcomers were added at once. And these 3 newcomers also happened to be familiar to Zi Luo. Zi Luo took a look. The 3 newcomers were Lu Moxing, Hattori Heiji, and Izumi Masamune. The world these 3 people came from happened to be the one Zi Luo had seen before. They are Little Chinese Master, Detective Conan, and Mr. Ira Manga. Originally, Zi Luo thought it would be Conan, that is, Kudo Shinichi, who would join the chat group in the future. Unexpectedly, it would be his good brother Hattori Heiji who joined the chat group. But forget it, the character of Hattori Heiji is quite popular, and his ability to solve crimes is not inferior to Conan. He joined the chat group, and he should have a lot of common language with kind Aichi. Zi Luo glanced at the chat information roughly. At his people are old group members such as Carp, to inform him that new group members have joined the group. After all, he is the owner of the group, so if there are new group members joining the group, he must be notified. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Testimonials. This book will be on the shelves soon. First of all, thank you all who have voted for flowers, comments, and rewards. Thank you for your support. Without your support, this book probably wouldn't be here. In fact, from the beginning of this book, some readers said in the comment area that the protagonist, Gods of Destruction, is not qualified at all, does not have the character of Gods of Destruction at all, and it doesn't matter if he is provoked by others. In fact, I want to say that although the protagonist is Gods of Destruction, but at the beginning he just became gods of destruction not long ago, and his mentality is still that of an ordinary person. Gods of destruction is a realm and a position, but one's mentality will not change as soon as one becomes gods of destruction. It's as if you are an ordinary person who usually likes some celebrities very much, but it is difficult to meet them in life. But suddenly you turned into a rich second generation, you also need a process to integrate into this identity. When you first became the rich second generation, you still felt excited when you met the star you used to like. This is a truth. Of course, I also wrote a few chapters later on the change of the protagonist's mentality. The protagonist will not always have the mentality of a mortal. So, let me also talk about the character design of the protagonist here. The protagonist is gods of destruction, and the mentality will gradually become gods of destruction, and the provocative protagonists encountered before will not laugh it off. Of course, when in the chat group, the protagonist should also be in the water, should be cold, and it is okay to joke. Another point, some readers also said that cell plot water. In fact, my original intention was to let other people in the group know the power of the protagonist and the Dragon Ball world where the protagonist lives through the cell conference. Seeing other people in the group being slapped in the face by the protagonist, I believe readers will feel quite refreshed. However, it may indeed be a bit watery, and I would like to apologize to everyone here and kowtow. Bang bang bang. Okay, knocking over. The plot of this book has just begun, and the protagonist's great career of conquering the universe has not yet been completed. There are still interactions in the chat group, some functions of the chat group, and so on. As for the heroine, 3 female angels are first decided, namely Angel Vados from the 6th universe, Angel Kessie from the 10th universe, and Angel Makarita from the 11th universe. Since the protagonist is gods of destruction, then the heroine must also be a bit higher. Want to see everyone in the chat group use the power of chi to fly around in their respective worlds and amaze others? Do you want to see Garp use Kamehameha in the pirate world in high spirits? Then I hope everyone can support a lot, can raise your little hands to make a fortune, and click to subscribe. 10 more broke out on the day it was put on the shelves. At that time, I will release 3 chapters first, and the remaining 7 chapters will be released one after another during the day. Please also give a lot of support and make a first order. Of course, it would be even better to have automatic subscriptions. By the way, the author has never opened a single chapter to ask for data since publishing the book. Just here to get it together. I also hope that readers can vote for the free flowers and evaluation votes in your hands. By the way, don't forget to subscribe. I also wish all readers good health and good luck. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 72 Osaka Black Chicken, Hattori Heiji. An update, first order please. Looking at the time when Hattori Heiji and the others joined the group happened to be when he was fighting Sidra. After he came back from beating Sidra, he used the points to strengthen himself. So he didn't see any news about the group. These newcomers also looked at a loss when they first joined the group, but Carp and the others are very enthusiastic. You explain to them about the chat group in the group sentence by sentence. I don't know how long it took to explain, but Hattori Heiji and the others believed that there is such a miraculous thing in this world. You can actually pull people from different worlds into the same chat group. Among the 3 newcomers, Hattori Heiji and Izumi Masamune were the first to adapt. After all, the 2 of them lived in modern times, and they are quite familiar with chat groups. As for Lu Moxing, that is, the young master, he will be slower to accept it. The era of Xiao Dangjia's life is in modern times, not to mention chat groups, and he doesn't even have a mobile phone. 12 It is not easy for Xiao Dangjia to accept the chat group, and it took Carp and the others a lot of energy. After reading all the messages, Zai Luo sent a message in the group. Zi Luo, welcome newcomers to the group. He is the owner of the chat group, so of course he also welcomes newcomers to the group. Garp, group leader, you have finally appeared. Newcomers, hurry up and worship the group leader. Shinomiya Kagaya, new people. Remember what we said before. Don't question the words of the group leader. The group leader is an existence we need to look up to for the rest of our lives. Sakamoto, new people. Don't think we are joking with you. Don't blame us for not reminding you that if you anger the group leader, it may bring catastrophe to your world. As soon as Zi Luo appeared, Garp and the others immediately reminded Hattori Heiji and the others in the group. They don't want these newcomers to say something that would anger Zi Luo because they don't know how powerful Zi Luo is. Although when they chatted with Zi Luo was always very polite and gentle. But after watching Zi Luo deal with the little Cell and Cell, they knew that this Luo was not as gentle as they imagined. Zi Luo's ruthlessness is enough to make them terrified. Garp and the others are very fortunate that when they said Zi Luo was funny before, Zi Luo didn't bother with them, and they also apologized to Zi Luo afterwards. Otherwise, being remembered by such a terrifying existence is definitely the scariest thing in this world. Those old group members in the group said so, and Garp and the others also described Zi Luo's horror before. Therefore, Hattori Heiji and the others didn't dare to greet Zi Luo at all, fearing that what they said would make Chi Luo angry. Even Hattori Heiji, who is fearless, is very cautious. Zi Luo, don't be so restrained, as long as you don't mess with me, I won't do anything to you. Just chat happily in the group like Garp and the others. Zi Luo also doesn't want these newcomers to lose the courage to speak in the group because they are afraid of themselves. As the owner of the chat group, I still hope that the group can be more active, and I can also give him a little time. Hattori Heiji, at Zi Luo, group owner, listen to Mr. Garp and the others say that the world you live in is a very powerful world. And there are people who can destroy the earth, isn't it true? Finally, Hattori Heiji was the first at Zi Luo to speak. As a man and a passionate high school student, Hattori Heiji is still more interested in some heroic deeds. In particular, he is a master of swordsmanship, and he admires and yearns for masters very much. Zi Luo, at G, that's right, is there any problem? Hattori Heiji, I just think it's amazing. Group leader, I don't know if there are people who practice kendo in your world, can you ask him to teach me? Hattori Heiji still likes kendo very much, and his kendo has reached a bottleneck now. If there is a very powerful expert to guide him, then his swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Zi Luo, not really, but if it's about solving crimes, you can talk to Jin Tianyi. He 587 is also a master of solving crimes in his world. Hattori Heiji, really? That's great. I can finally beat that Kudo guy. Although the relationship between Hattori Heiji and Conan is very good, they are also competitors at the same time. They worked together to solve every case, and Kudo Shinichi also beat him before. Therefore, winning Kudoshin this time has always been what Hattori Heiji wants to do most. But he also knows that his reasoning ability cannot surpass Kudo Shinichi, at most it is equal. It is very difficult to win Kudoshin time. But now, if there is another case-solving master who can help him, then he can definitely solve the case earlier than Gongduksen. Although it was with the help of other people, Kudo Shinichi didn't know it. Hattori Heiji already knew before that the existence of the chat group was invisible to everyone except the group members. Although his own kendo may not be able to break through, but it is not bad to be able to win Kudoshin times. Chapter 73 Delicacy from Zio Dangjia. Second update, first order please. After chatting with Zi Luo for a few words, Hattori Heiji dived, probably to have a private chat with kind Aichi. It seems that the chat between Zi Luo and Hattori Heiji is relatively normal, and the other two newcomers, Zio Dangjia and Izumi Masamune also boldly started chatting with Zi Luo. Now that they have joined the chat group, they must deal with Zi Luo, the group leader. They can't stay in the group all the time, just chat with Garp and his group members. They were indeed intimidated by what Garp told them about Zi Luo at first, so they never dared to chat with Zi Luo. But now that Hattori Heiji is the first person among them to chat with Zi Luo, and the effect is not bad, Zi Luo is not as high as they imagined, and the chat is more normal. So what are you waiting for? Let's talk. If you don't have a good relationship with the group leader Zi Luo at this time, then when will you wait? Xiao Dangjia and Izumi Masamune immediately started chatting with Zi Luo in the group. Zi Luo is also familiar with these two roles. The animation of Xiao Dangjia was something he saw growing up when he was a child. The reason why he embarked on the road of food, the animation of Xiao Dangjia has a lot of credit. When watching anime before, he was salivating over the food in it, and wanted to try how delicious it was. But at that time they existed in 2 dimensions, and it was simply impossible to do so. After learning cooking skills, he also tried to imitate the delicacies in Xiao Dangjia, but the cooking was not satisfactory. And now, the real person in charge is actually in the chat group. If he has this opportunity, he still wants to try how amazing his food is. Do the dishes he cooks really shine? And, it's not just him, Whis and Beerus will definitely like those delicacies cooked by Xiao Dangjia. No way, who made all 3 of them foodies? As for the role of Izumi Masamune, Zi Luo is not so familiar with him, only knows that he seems to be a novel writer. And his novels seem to have always been at the bottom of the list. It's just that Masamune Izumi was lucky to be able to join the chat group. Not only can he meet so many people from other worlds, but he also has the material for his novels. There are now 8 people in the group, except Izumi Masamune himself. He can have 7 novels. At that time, maybe there will be novel versions of One Piece, Detective Conan, etc. After chatting with Xiao Dangjia and Izumi Masamune for a while, suddenly 2 red envelopes appeared in the group. One is from Xiao Dangjia, and the other is from Izumi Masamune. They are very conscious of being newcomers, and they have implemented one thing that as newcomers are often encouraged to do by the old fritters in the group, that is, to give out red envelopes. This is the first time Zi Luo has snatched red envelopes in a chat group. Although with his strength and status, these 2 red envelopes are useless to him at all. But anyway, it is also a little thought of the 2 newcomers. Clicking on the red envelope, Zi Luo found that Izumi's authentic red envelope contained a novel written by himself. No way, he is a novelist himself, and he is also a novelist who is not popular, and there is nothing good to publish. So I can only post some fragments of his novels for others to watch. As for the red envelopes from Xiao Dangjia, this Zi Luo is quite interested. It's the food he made with his own hands. Moreover, he is also very familiar with the delicacy that Zi Luo snatched. It is the golden fried rice that Xiao Dangjia just made. Also known as egg fried rice. When Zi Luo took out the golden fried rice, there were really golden rays blooming from the fried rice. Unexpectedly, Xiao Dangjia can really make glowing dishes. Well, even things like his time travel and chat groups can happen, and it doesn't seem like a big deal for Xiao Dangjia to be able to cook luminous dishes. Accompanied by the golden light, there is also the tangy aroma. I have to say, this golden fried rice is the best egg fried rice Zi Luo has ever seen. Although I haven't tasted it yet, Zi Luo knows that this plate of fried rice must be extremely delicious. What Zi Luo didn't know was that when he took out the golden fried rice, Beerus and Whis outside sniffed at the same time. They all smelled the aroma of golden fried rice. It's just that before they could smell it more carefully, the aroma had already disappeared. Linos. Because, it has already been dropped to eat the bars. Zi Luo is still very satisfied with this gift from the little master. And it's not just him, even Garp and the others are praising the young master's cooking skills in the group. Garp. Little boss, your cooking skills are a little too good. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, I have eaten a lot of good things anyway, but I have never eaten such delicious things. Sakamoto, I have always thought that my cooking skills are already very superb, but in front of the little master, I am willing to bow down. Kind Aichi, delicious. Obviously, these people in the group were also conquered by Zyodangjia's cooking skills. Chapter 74 Let Rumshi, come here yourself. Third watch, first order please. Zyodangja is also very happy to see that the delicacies he made have been recognized by other group members in the group. As a chef, the greatest sense of accomplishment is to be able to enjoy the food you cook. Just like Zi Luo, who hasn't become gods of destruction yet. He conquered Beerus and Whis with his delicacies. Besides thanking himself for saving his life, he also has a sense of accomplishment. After all, not everyone can conquer gods of destruction and angel. If Zi Luo hadn't become gods of destruction, maybe he would learn his culinary skills from Little Master. But now that he is gods of destruction, he doesn't care much about cooking. Anyway, if you need to eat delicious food in the future, it will be fine to find a small master. As the leader of the group, Zi Luo did not believe that the little boss would refuse. After 3 newcomers came to the group, it became much more lively, and it was no longer just a few people in the group. And Zi Luo is about to challenge the next gods of destruction. The gods of destruction Rumshi of the 10th universe is Zi Luo's next target. 877. If it was before, Zi Luo might still have a bit of a headache. How should he reasonably go to other gods of destruction to discuss? Because if this matter is not handled properly, it may become a situation where several major gods of destruction besiege him alone. If it's gods of destruction in the 4th echelon, the 3rd echelon, then Zi Luo is not worried. With his current strength, even with the addition of these gods of destruction, he can handle it. But if there is a 2nd-tier gods of destruction, it will be more difficult for him to deal with it. But this time the arrival of Sidra and Quitella gave Zi Luo a good idea. Since Sidra and Quitella can come here under the banner of looking for him, the newly promoted gods of destruction, to discuss and get to know each other. Then he can also take the initiative to find other gods of destruction with the identity of the newly promoted gods of destruction. He is a newly promoted gods of destruction, and he went to visit the old gods of destruction. BC, it seems to be a very normal thing. In this way, other gods of destruction can't say anything. Why, he, a newly promoted gods of destruction, can't visit the old gods of destruction. To go to the 10th universe, Zi Luo originally wanted to use instant transmission directly. Anyway, his instant transmission is unlimited, and he can go from one universe to another universe at will. But the problem is that he doesn't know where the 10th universe is. If this teleports to other universes, it would be bad. Although his instant transmission is unlimited, it has no navigation function. Therefore, Zi Luo directly asked Whis where the 10th universe is. Master Zi Luo, what are you going to do in the 10th universe? Whis gave Zi Luo a strange look. After all, I'm a new gods of destruction. Why don't I have to visit those old gods of destruction? By the way, you can also meet other gods of destruction. Zi Luo looked at Whis and said. Of course, there is another sentence he didn't say, that is, he went to fight the gods of destruction in the 10th universe. The heir of Beerus, how can I manually visit other gods of destruction? If I want to visit, it should be him, Rumshi himself. As the gods of destruction of the 1st echelon, Beerus has his domineering and arrogance. Except for the 2 gods of destruction who are also in the 1st echelon, the other gods of destruction are not qualified to let Zi Luo visit in person. Because Zi Luo represents his Beerus face. That's fine, but what if people don't want to come over? Zi Luo agreed with Beerus' proposal. If the other gods of destruction can come over by themselves, it will save him from going to the door one by one. It's just that, after all, it's also the gods of destruction. Could it be that just because of Beerus' words, let others come to visit me, the newly promoted gods of destruction? Beerus has such a big face? Zi Luo, you have just become gods of destruction, so you may not know much about it. In gods of destruction, you also rely on your strength to speak. The weakest gods of destruction like Kampa, if not everyone is gods of destruction, give him a little face. Do you think he would dance like this? As long as you have enough strength, the other gods of destruction will dare not speak out against you, and they can only obey your orders obediently. Beerus turned into a teacher and taught Zi Luo a lot. Zi Luo actually understands what Beerus said, but his knowledge of watching anime has affected his judgment. When he watched anime before, he saw that the gods of destruction could talk to each other casually, and thought that there was no distinction between gods of destruction. Didn't expect the reality to be like this. It seems that no matter where you are or what realm you have reached, everything still depends on your strength. Without strength, one can only be bullied. Whis, inform the gods of destruction Rumsshi of the 10th universe, let him visit Zi Luo, the new gods of destruction. Beerus turned his head and said to Whis. However, Whis just glanced at him and didn't act. Master Beerus, you are no longer the gods of destruction, the one who can order me is Master Zi Luo. Whis said lightly. Chapter 75 Find the 10th Universe. 4 more, first order please. Whis' words made Beerus feel awkward. He's used to giving orders to Whis from gods of destruction. I have forgotten that he is no longer gods of destruction. Although he has the strength and destructive power of gods of destruction, there is no difference from before except for his position. But to order Angel to do things, one does not rely on strength, but on the position of gods of destruction. Beerus is no longer gods of destruction, so even if he is the strongest among gods of destruction, he is not qualified to command Whis. Of course, if Whis is willing to obey Beerus' orders, then there is no problem. The problem is that one of Whis' favorite things to do is tear down Beerus. So many times Whis will choose to ignore Beerus. Whis, just do as Beerus says. Seeing Beerus' embarrassing expression, Zi Luo gave Beerus a step down. Yes, picture Luotians. Facing Zi Luo, Whis' attitude is different. He nodded to Zi Luo, then took out his staff and started contacting the people from the 10th universe. Angel has no way to contact gods of destruction directly, so Whis first contacted Angel Kessie from the 10th universe, and then asked Kessie to call Rumsshi over. Whis told Rumsshi the general meaning of Beerus, and asked Rumsshi to come to the 7th universe to meet Zi Luo, the new gods of destruction, if he had time. The story of Zi Luo defeating 2 veteran gods of destruction in a row has spread throughout the universe. Those gods of destruction in the first and second echelons are not so flustered. Except for Quitella, who had seen the horror of Zi Luo with his own eyes, the other gods of destruction had no other thoughts except to be amazed at the strength of Zi Luo, the new gods of destruction. Because in their view, no matter how fast Zi Luo grows, it is impossible to catch up with them in a short time. But gods of destruction in the 3rd and 4th tiers don't think so. Especially Rumsshi, gods of destruction, the 4th tier. The gods of destruction defeated by Zi Luo, Kampa, and Sidra, like him, are gods of destruction in the 4th tier. Although his strength is the strongest among the 3 of them, he still has some uneasiness in his heart. This Zi Luo has already defeated the other 2 gods of destruction, if there is another one, it must be him. So, when he heard that Beerus actually asked him to visit Zi Luo in the 7th universe, Rumsshi immediately refused. If it's just a simple visit, he can agree. Although he, the old gods of destruction, personally visited the new gods of destruction, it seemed a bit embarrassing. But in gods of destruction, it depends on strength. Zi Luo is a newly promoted gods of destruction, who has only become gods of destruction and has grown to this height not long ago, and no one knows his true strength. Such an excellent newly promoted gods of destruction, even if he came to visit in person, no one would say anything. Because Zi Luo is good enough. But Rumsshi is afraid, if he goes there and ends up fighting Zi Luo, will he fight or not? If you fight, there is nothing to be proud of if you win. And if he loses, his face will be lost like Kampa and Sidra. This kind of thing that won't do any good if you win, and it's all bad if you lose, so he won't do it. Rumsshi refused to come to visit, which made Beerus annoyed. He had also vowed to Zi Luo before that with his strength. He would have to come if Rumsshi came. As a result, Rumsshi directly refused, which made Beerus feel embarrassed. Since you don't want to take the initiative to come here, then I will take the initiative to go to your 10th universe. I am a new gods of destruction, and it would be a bit impolite if I don't come to visit you old gods of destruction. Zi Luo didn't want to dwell too long on the issue of who would come and who would go. All he wants is points. Since Rumsshi doesn't want to come over, he should just go over, anyway the result is the same. Don't, I don't have time during this time, even if you come here, you won't be able to find me. Hearing that Zi Luo wanted to come over, Rumsshi immediately refused. Although the reasons given by Zi Luo are very reasonable, Rumsshi always feels that there seems to be some conspiracy in it. It's not that he's smart, after reading Luo Luo's thoughts. He just didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Kampa and Sidra. He also didn't have the idea of defeating Zi Luo when he was still weak and giving him a blow. In a word, that is Rumsshi cowardly. Of course, Rumshi's refusal didn't do any good. Since Zi Luo said he was going to find him, he would definitely go. Ask for flowers. As for escaping, just kidding, when unlimited instant transmission is vegetarian. When talking with Rumsshi, Zi Luo had already remembered Rumshi's breath of God through Wis's staff. No matter where Rumsshi goes, Zi Luo can easily find him. After contacting Rumsshi, Wis is about to take the position of the 7th universe. Of course, Zi Luo, the gods of destruction, is dispatched, and Wis, the angel, will definitely follow. No way, Zi Luo had no choice but to bring Wis an instant transmission to the 10th universe. Here is the gods of destruction planet of the 10th universe. Master Zi Luo, when can your instant transmission travel through the universe? Wis looked at Zi Luo curiously and asked. Instant transmission Wis will also, or Luo taught him before. 0.0. But the instant transmission he knows has many flaws, one of which is that he cannot travel through the universe. But Zi Luo's instant transmission can do it. This made Wis feel very strange. This Zi Luo seems to have many secrets. You don't have to worry about this, let's go find Rumsshi now. Zi Luo didn't explain anything to Wis, and he didn't need to explain. Because he knew that Wis was only puzzled and curious at first, and he would not care after a while. And the fact was just as Zi Luo expected, seeing that Zi Luo didn't want to say anything, Wis didn't ask any more questions. Being an angel doesn't have to know all the secrets of gods of destruction. Because no matter how many secrets gods of destruction has, they cannot escape his control. It is precisely because of this that Zi Luo has no scruples and directly casts unlimited instant transmission in front of Wis. Zi Luo directly brought Wis to the gods of destruction planet in the 10th universe. At this time, Rumsshi was about to run away. If you wait until Zi Luo really comes over, it will be too late to run away. However, suddenly, Rumsshi felt a breath of gods of destruction. It should be impossible for Zi Luo to come so soon, so Rumsshi thought it was the arrival of other gods of destruction. However, when Rumsshi saw Zi Luo and Wis, he was dumbfounded. Isn't this young man in front of him the newly promoted gods of destruction of the 7th universe that he saw in Kessie's staff not long ago? Knife. Chapter 76 If you don't fight, you have to fight. Fifth Watch, begging for the First Order. Rumsshi remembered that he had just lost contact with Beerus and Zi Luo, and it only took a few minutes. Why did the other party come over? You must know that there is a long distance between the 10th universe and the 7th universe, even if Angel flies, it is impossible to reach it in a few minutes. If Rumsshi knew that it didn't take a few minutes for Zi Luo to come here, but just such an instant, I don't know if he would stare out his eyeballs. Rumsshi, I am the newly promoted gods of destruction Zi Luo from the 7th universe, and I am here to visit. Zi Luo looked at Rumsshi and said with a smile. Of course he wasn't laughing because of Rumsshi, but in Zi Luo's eyes, Rumsshi is now a lot of points. Seeing the points, Zi Luo was of course happy. In Zi Luo's eyes, Rumsshi is now a shining existence, and it is the points that shine. Later, Zi Luo saw Angel Kessi from the 610 office next to Rumsshi. When talking to Rumsshi before, Zi Luo didn't see Kessi because Rumsshi blocked the staff. And now, he finally saw Kessi with his own eyes. Looking at Kessi up close, it is a small one, which fits her little girl appearance very well. Kessi's height is not high, it can be said that she is the shortest existence among angels. It probably only goes up to Zi Luo's waist, not to the chest. Standing with Zi Luo can be said to be the cutest height difference. Especially the staff she was holding in her hand was in stark contrast to her height. The moment Zi Luo saw Kessi, 2 words appeared in Zi Luo's mind: cute. It's just that, don't look at Kessi's small and cute appearance, and think she is the little sister in Angel. As I said before, Kessi is actually the oldest existence among the 12 angels, the eldest daughter of Grand Priest. It's with their big sister. It's just that based on Kessi's appearance, even if she is the oldest, it doesn't matter. Anyway, an angel and gods of destruction, time and age are worthless at all, because they are endless. After looking at Kessi for a while, Zi Luo didn't forget his purpose of coming to the 10th universe. Points are the most valuable thing for Zi Luo now. After chatting with Rumsshi, Zi Luo got straight to the point. He could also see that Rumsshi was totally careless and cautious. Since this is the case, let him be relieved as soon as possible. Rumsshi, besides visiting you this time, I actually have one more thing to do. That is to find you, the senior gods of destruction, to discuss. Coming. When Rumsshi heard Zi Luo's words, his heart skipped a beat. What he was most worried about still happened. What came to visit him, the old gods of destruction, is all fake. The purpose of Zi Luo is to come to him to discuss. What's more, to put it nicely, it's called a competition, but to put it bluntly, Zi Luo is here to defeat him and make him lose face. Rumsshi is not very smart, but he is not stupid either. Since Zi Luo dared to take the initiative to come to the door, he must be sure. He didn't think Zi Luo came to him to compete with him because he wanted to lose to him. Therefore, when Zi Luo said that he wanted to discuss with Rumsshi, Rumsshi immediately refused. I said, Rumsshi, I came all the way from the 7th universe, and that's how you deal with me. I, a newly promoted gods of destruction, came to you, an old gods of destruction, to discuss. Please guide me, this is a normal thing, why did you refuse? Maybe it's because his strength is getting stronger and stronger, Zi Luo's psychology is getting closer and closer to the real gods of destruction. If it was before, Zi Luo wouldn't say such arrogant words. However, Zi Luo was not worried about his changes. Because he knew that if he wanted to do a gods of destruction well, this was something he had to go through. Of course, when in the group, Zi Luo joked whenever he should, and he wouldn't be so cold without saying a word. As long as the people in the group don't provoke him, then let them go. Speaking of which, Carp and Vegeta are still very lucky. Because when they provoked and said that Zi Luo was funny, Zi Luo still had the mentality of a mortal. If Zi Luo's current mentality is used, it is estimated that they no longer exist. Master Rumsshi, since Master Zi Luo said so, then you should discuss with him. Although I don't know why Zi Luo must find gods of destruction to discuss, but he is the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, and he is the angel of the 7th abandoned universe. Of course it is to speak to Zi Luo. Moreover, since Zi Luo dared to take the initiative to discuss with Rumsshi, he must have confidence in his own strength. Otherwise, he will be the one who will lose face at that time. Wis wanted to see how far Zi Luo had grown. Master Rumsshi, you should compete with Master Zi Luo. Kessie also spoke at this time. Not only did she not help Rumsshi refuse Zi Luo's challenge, but she also helped Zi Luo speak. Rumsshi glared at Kessie, feeling very upset. Which universe's angel is she? How to speak for gods of destruction in other universes? What Rumsshi didn't know was that since the last time Zi Luo defeated Sidra, he caught the attention of Grand Priest and Zeno. Grand Priest has already notified all angels. No matter if other gods of destruction came to Zi Luo to discuss, or Zi Luo took the initiative to find other gods of destruction to discuss. Not only can angel not stop it, but also facilitate it. So, how could SI speak for Rumsshi? Not just Kessie, but other angels as well. Therefore, there is a reason why Wis helped Zi Luo speak just now. 2 angels plus 1 gods of destruction said so, Rumsshi is cornered. Apart from agreeing to Zi Luo's sparring, he has no other choice. As for escape? Just kidding, where can he escape? 3.1 That is to say, Rumsshi has to fight if he doesn't fight. There is no second choice. Then we'll stop there. There is no way, Rumsshi can only agree to Zi Luo's discussion. But in order not to make the result too miserable, Rumsshi also added a sentence. If he hadn't been beaten so badly, then he would have fewer faces than Sidra and Kampa. That's right, Rumsshi didn't think that he could win. In his heart, he had already tacitly agreed that he would lose to Zi Luo. Rumsshi didn't know why he had this idea. Obviously I am the old gods of destruction, but I will lose to Zi Luo, the new gods of destruction by default. It's really that Zi Luo's performance is too good and too scary. In the short time since becoming gods of destruction, he has already defeated 2 veteran gods of destruction in a row. Chapter 77 Zi Luo wants to test. 6th update, first order please. Because of Zi Luo's excellence, Rumsshi didn't have any confidence when facing Zi Luo. Let a veteran gods of destruction acquiesce that he will lose, and he doesn't even have the courage to win, Zi Luo is also the only one. As far as Rumsshi said, Zi Luo also nodded in agreement. All he wanted was to beat Rumsshi and get points. He had no interest in teaching Rumsshi a lesson. Because Rumsshi didn't do anything to him, and he even came to the door on his own initiative to find Rumsshi to discuss. Rumsshi has no enmity with him, Zi Luo certainly will not treat Rumsshi like he treats Kampa. Even he will treat Rumsshi more tenderly than Sidra. Rumsshi agreed to the discussion, which meant that they were going to No Realm. Wis and Kessie set off with Zi Luo and Rumsshi. Originally, Zi Luo could directly use instant transmission to reach No Realm immediately. But if they arrive at No Realm first and have to wait for Rumsshi and the others, then they might as well fly to No Realm together with Rumsshi and the others. As for Zi Luo bringing Rumsshi and the others with instant transmission? He is not a professional guide, why would he do such a thing? Anyway, even if it doesn't take much time to fly to Wuzhija, 12 can just fly there. After a while, Luo and the others came to Wuzizi. This is the 3rd time Zi Luo has come to Wuzhija during this period of time. If this continues, he will almost regard Wuzhija as a writer. After coming to Wuzhija, the 2 angels gave Zi Luo and Rumsshi a very open place where they could fight to their heart's content. What the 2 gods of destruction didn't notice was that after the 2 angels stayed aside, they took out their staffs and contacted the Grand Priest. When the Grand Priest contacted them before, in addition to asking them to facilitate the battle between Zi Luo and other gods of destruction, they also asked them to do one thing. That is, if Zi Luo and other gods of destruction go to Wuzhija to fight, contact him and send the picture. It is boring enough for Grand Priest and Zeno to stay in the Zeno Palace all day long, and the game Zi Luo taught them before would get tired of playing every day. So, watching Zi Luo fight the other gods of destruction became an interest for both Grand Priest and Zeno. Whis and Kes contacted the Grand Priest, and then passed on the picture of No Realm. In Zeno's palace, Zeno is sitting on his chair, with Grand Priest standing beside him. And in front of them is the picture of Zi Luo and Rumsshi in the realm of nowhere. Master Zeno, this is already the third gods of destruction against Zi Luo gods of destruction. It is also the strongest Rumsshi among the gods of destruction in the fourth echelon. Grand Priest said respectfully to Zeno at the side. Oh! Zi Luo is so good. When he came over last time, he brought me a lot of food and taught me a lot of games. Now that he has defeated 2 more gods of destruction, Zi Luo is really good interesting. Zeno looked at Zi Luo in the picture, his eyes were shining. Because Zi Luo brought him a lot of things before, Zeno had a good impression of Zi Luo. And now, when he was bored again, Zi Luo came up with this kind of thing to discuss with other gods of destruction. This made Zeno's impression of Zi Luo even better. Zeno was bored for far too long, and the other gods of destruction couldn't entertain him at all. So, as long as anyone can make him happy and pass his boring time, Zeno will have a good impression of that person. In the eyes of Zeno and Grand Priest Zi Luo and the other gods of destruction's fights are just for fun. In Washija, Rumsshi did not give Zi Luo the first chance to make a move as generously as Sidra did. And when Zi Luo faced Rumsshi, he didn't use Ultra Instinct directly. His destructive power has just been strengthened, he just thinks his destructive power is very strong, as for how strong it is, there is no accurate answer. Therefore, Zi Luo wants to try to see if he can use the enhanced destructive power without relying on Ultra Instinct, to see if he can compete with Rumsshi. If you can't compete, how far can you fight Rumsshi? Whis was slightly surprised that Zi Luo didn't use Ultra Instinct. Because in the first 2 battles, Zi Luo used Ultra Instinct. It was also with Ultra Instinct that Zi Luo could defeat Kampa and Sidra. And when dealing with Rumsshi, Zi Luo actually didn't use Ultra Instinct. Could it be that Zi Luo wants to use his destructive power to compete with Rumsshi? Even if Zi Luo performed very well before, Whis felt that this was an impossible thing. This Zi Luo didn't use Ultra Instinct. Could it be that he wants to fight Rumsshi with his normal state? What Whis can think of course Kes can think of it too. Moreover, among angels, it is no secret that Zi Luo will use Ultra Instinct. So, seeing that Zi Luo didn't use Ultra Instinct, like Whis, Kesi was a little surprised. Master Zi Luo should have his own ideas. Whis said lightly. On the battlefield, the battle between Rumsshi and Zi Luo has begun. As soon as Rumsshi came up, he directly used his full strength and took the lead. Fighting against a newly promoted gods of destruction like Zi Luo, if you rely on your old gods of destruction status as 027, if you don't use your full strength, you don't know how to lose. Don't make that mistake. The lion still needs to use his full strength to fight the rabbit. He is fighting a newly promoted gods of destruction, and he is also an extraordinary new gods of destruction, so what if he uses his full strength? Feeling the aura emanating from Rumsshi, Zi Luo, who didn't use Ultra Instinct, felt a huge pressure. As the strongest gods of destruction in the fourth echelon, Rumsshi is still the weakest, but he is much stronger than Kampa and Sidra. With the momentum exuded from Rumsshi and the sense of oppression brought to Zi Luo can be sure that Kampa and Sidra can barely compete with Rumsshi together. The other 2 have just become mid-level gods of destruction, and Rumsshi is already a gods of destruction that can touch the third echelon. However, no matter how oppressive Rumsshi brought Zi Luo still did not use Ultra Instinct. Because he wanted to know, if he didn't rely on Ultra Instinct, what level of strength would he have reached? Rumshi's speed is very fast, and with Zi Luo's current strength, it is a bit difficult to keep up with the opponent's speed. By the time Zi Luo reacted, Rumsshi had already come in front of him, and then, the Japanese fist had already hit him. Chapter 78, Rumsshi is the one to die. 7th watch, first order please. It was too late to hide, Zi Luo could only raise his hands to block. Rumshi's fist hit Zi Luo's hands in front of him, and directly sent Zi Luo flying. This is Rumshi's full-strength punch, and its power should not be underestimated. Seeing that Zi Luo was blown away by his punch, Rumshi looked at his fist, then at Zi Luo in the distance, feeling a little confused. Zi Luo shouldn't be so weak, right? Could it be that he misunderstood? In fact, Zi Luo's strength is not as strong as he imagined, and he can completely defeat Luo with his own strength? Thinking of this, Rumshi's eyes lit up. If this is really the case, then not only can he not lose face today, he can even defeat Zi Luo and feel proud of them, the veteran gods of destruction. Xeno Palace. Xeno was a little upset after seeing Zi Luo being knocked back by Rumshi's punch. What he wanted to see was how Zi Luo defeated Rumshi, not how Zi Luo got beaten. Zi Luo is someone who can bring him fun and pass his time, how can he be defeated by Rumshi? Grand Priest, you go tell that Rumshi, don't beat Zi Luo. Xeno said to Grand Priest angrily. Master Xeno, don't worry, Zi Luo hasn't shown his true strength. You'll know when you read on. Grand Priest said respectfully. Of course the Grand Priest knew about Zi Luo's Ultra Instinct. But now Zi Luo has not used it, that is to say, Zi Luo has not shown his true strength. On the other side, Zi Luo also roughly understood the gap between the two sides after receiving a full blow from Rumshi. With his destructive power that has only been strengthened 1.5 times, if he does not use Ultra Instinct, he is no match for Rumshi at all. According to Zi Luo's estimate, if he wanted to defeat Rumshi only with the power of destruction, he had to strengthen his power of destruction at least 2 to 2.5 times. Of course, his current destructive power is enough to defeat Kampa and Sidra. However, Zi Luo is just an estimate, because based on previous experience, Zi Luo knows that he still underestimated the gap between gods of destruction. Originally, he thought that relying on the enhanced destructive power, even if he didn't use Ultra Instinct, he would be able to squeeze into the third echelon no matter what. Coupled with Ultra Instinct, you can have a few tricks with gods of destruction in the second tier. But looking at it now, considering his current state of gods of destruction in the middle stage of elementary school, even if he fully strengthens the power of destruction 3 times, it will be difficult to compete with gods of destruction in the third echelon. Of course, if you add Ultra Instinct, it is another matter. If the other gods of destruction know Zi Luo's inner thoughts, they will definitely drown Zi Luo with their saliva. Without Ultra Instinct, it is simply impossible to leapfrog challenges in the realm of gods of destruction. Not to mention the more challenging levels like Zi Luo. But he is still thinking about whether he can compete with gods of destruction of the third echelon. If it is a new gods of destruction, the realm is the same as Zi Luo. Don't say anything against the gods of destruction of the third echelon, even the weakest gods of destruction Kampa in the fourth echelon can be instantly killed with just one finger. It's a pity that Zi Luo's ideological realm is not at the same level as them. No way. Who told them not to have golden fingers like chat groups and shopping malls? Resisting Rumshi's full-strength punch, Zi Luo's hands ached a little. Fortunately, after strengthening the power of destruction, one's body will also be strengthened. Otherwise, with that punch just now, it is estimated that his hands would have been broken. Now that he knows his general strength without using Ultra Instinct, Zi Luo no longer pretends. It was not his habit to be beaten. Immediately afterwards, Zi Luo directly used ZZ Positive Omen. Against Rumshi, you don't need to use the perfect Ultra Instinct, it is enough to use the Ultimate Omen. Just when Zi Luo used the Sign of Freedom, Whis, Kessi, and Grand Priest all noticed it. Although they were a bit puzzled, why Zi Luo insisted on taking a punch from Rumshi before using Ultra Instinct. But since Zi Luo has already used it, it means that he is finally serious. Rumshi doesn't know Ultra Instinct, so he doesn't know that Zi Luo has undergone tremendous changes at this time. At this moment, he was immersed in the fantasy that he would defeat Zi Luo next and receive thanks and praise from Kampa and Sidra. Zi Luo, although you are a newly promoted gods of destruction, it is very good to do this step. But I am not Kampa and Sidra. My strength is much stronger than them. Since you took the initiative to find me to discuss, then I will guide you well. Rumsshi, who thought he knew Zi Luo's true strength, changed his previous image of being submissive and began to act arrogantly in front of Zi Luo. Especially his smug look, don't be too flattered. Seeing Rumshi's current appearance, Whis shook his head slightly. If Rumshi can keep his cowardly appearance, then Zi Luo won't do anything to him, at most he can defeat him and it's over. But after he punched Zi Luo flying, he felt that Zi Luo's strength was not enough, so he began to show off in front of Zi Luo. Zi Luo would definitely not let him go so easily. Whis has always noticed the changes in Zi Luo. Now Zi Luo is getting closer and closer to a successful gods of destruction. This is not only about strength, but also mentality. If it was Zi Luo before, he might still not do anything to Rumshi. But the current Zi Luo will definitely teach Rumshi a lesson. Oh? You have changed quite a lot, so we don't need, Li Wanghao, to stop there, right? The change in Rumshi's attitude made a smile appear on the corner of Zi Luo's mouth, one choice. Of course, how can it reflect the role of my guidance if it goes to the end? Rumshi, who was complacent at this time, didn't notice the sneer on Zi Luo's face, and was still talking to himself. Because Rumshi looks like a pink elephant, and his current look, his long nose is now up to the sky. Since that's the case, then I'm not being polite. Originally, they thought that defeating Rumshi would be the end of the matter, but Rumshi committed suicide by himself. Zi Luo twisted his neck, looked at Rumshi with a cold smile, and then disappeared in a flash. And when Rumshi saw Zi Luo's sneer, he felt something was wrong. But unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 79, 200,000 points. 8 more, first order please. If Zi Luo couldn't keep up with Rumshi's speed before using Ultra Instinct. So now, Rumshi can't keep up with Zi Luo's speed. Before Rumshi could react, Zi Luo had already come in front of him, and grabbed Rumshi's nose. As the elephant gods of destruction, Rumshi's nose is really eye-catching, and it is also the most vulnerable part of Rumshi's whole body. Zi Luo grabbed Rumshi's nose with one hand, and punched Rumshi in the face with the other hand. Originally, if Rumshi continued to admit defeat and just competed with Zi Luo in such a calm manner, then Zi Luo wouldn't slap Rumshi in the face. After all, slapping people doesn't slap people in the face, slapping people in the face hurts self-esteem. But who let Rumshi kill himself? Then Zi Luo has no choice but to hurt Rumshi's self-esteem to the death. Rumshi was stunned by Zi Luo's sudden attack, and even forgot to resist for a while. He couldn't figure it out, since he sent Zi Luo flying with one punch before, Zi Luo shouldn't be very strong. But why suddenly, Lu became so powerful? Could it be that Zi Luo was always pretending before? He deliberately pretended to be weak to let himself be fooled? But Rumshi couldn't figure it out again. What's the point of Killua doing this? How could he know that Zi Luo completely regarded him as a tool man before? Because of grabbing the nose, every time Zi Luo punches Rumshi in the face, Rumshi will fly out first, and then bounce back. Who makes Rumshi's nose so flexible? After a while, Rumshi's face was already swollen. His elephant's face was already big, but now it's swollen and even bigger. The big Zi Luo had no place to attack, because Rumshi's face was covered with high and swollen scars. The current appearance of Rumshi is already comparable to that of Kampa. It's just that Zi Luo didn't let Kampa go so easily back then, and naturally he wouldn't let Rumshi go so easily now. Although Rumshi's face was swollen, but other parts of him were not swollen, and there was still room to strike. Seeing Rumshi being beaten so badly, not only did Kessie not step forward to stop her, but she was also very happy watching. At the same time, Kessie was also a little surprised by Zai Luo. She is very clear about Rumshi's strength. Although she is in the last echelon, she is much stronger than Sidra and Kampa. Although Zai Luo beat Sidra and Kampa, he may not be able to beat Rumshi. In the end, it turned out that Rumshi was beaten by Luo. Even if Zai Luo knows Ultra Instinct, it is impossible to make up such a big gap in strength. If Zai Luo used the perfect Ultra Instinct, there is still a little possibility, but Zai Luoji is a sign, it should not be so powerful. Whis, what level is this Zai Luo's strength at? Is it really the junior middle stage gods of destruction shown by him? Kessie looked at Whis on the side and asked. Yes, Master Zai Luo's realm is just like this, and, not long ago, he was only a junior gods of destruction. What? You're saying that it only took him a short time to complete a small breakthrough? Although the strength of gods of destruction is nothing in angels' eyes, Zai Luo's breakthrough in such a short period of time is enough to surprise Kes. Master Zai Luo broke through while fighting Lord Kampa. So that's the case. No wonder his strength has improved so quickly. Do you think he broke through fighting other gods of destruction? Kessie's guess was quite accurate in terms of results, but she wasn't thinking too simple. Sister Kessie, you are an angel from the 10th universe, why are you so concerned about Master Zai Luo? Whis glanced at Kessie and said. I'm just curious, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Kessie said something casually and ended the topic. She thought it was just that Whis didn't want to, BCFH, say it, but how could she know, even Whis himself didn't know. On the other side, in Zeno's palace, when Zeno saw Zai Luo beating Rumshi, he patted Zai Luo's little hand very happily. This is what he wanted to see. Zai Luo obviously has a different status in his heart from other gods of destruction. Don't say that Zai Luo just beat up Rumshi, even if he killed Rumshi, he wouldn't care. It's just a gods of destruction, if you die, just replace it with another one. Anyway, gods of destruction is worthless. It's a pity that Zai Luo didn't know what was going on in Zeno's mind, otherwise he might really have killed a gods of destruction with his own hands. You can get so many points for defeating gods of destruction. If you kill one, you don't know how many points you can get. It's a pity that if gods of destruction killed gods of destruction, without Zeno's permission, even the Grand Priest would not be able to do it without permission. And Zeno just saw Zai Luo defeating other gods of destruction for fun, and did not give the order to Zai Luo to kill other gods of destruction with all his strength. Zai Luo kills gods of destruction, Zeno will not surrender. But if Zeno doesn't speak, gods of destruction can't be killed, at least for now. I don't know how long it took, Zai Luo finally let Rumshi go. Like the previous Kampa, Rumshi's current appearance should not be too miserable, there is almost no intact place on the whole body. In fact, as early as when Zai Luo beat Rumshi violently, he had already received messages from the chat group. But he did not choose to stop, but chose to continue beating. If Xi doesn't show off in front of him, then after Zai Luo receives the news, he will. But now, sorry, who let Rumshi kill himself? Hey, Rumshi, tell me about you, why do you have to put on a show? And the condition of pointing to the end is also abolished. Do you know, I really want to let you go just like that, but how could I have the nerve to refuse what you asked for yourself? Zai Luo threw Rumshi aside and taunted him by the way. Hearing Zai Luo's ridicule, Rumshi almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He just wanted to slap himself twice. Originally everything was so beautiful, and the sparring with Zai Luo could be done to the end. Although he would lose face, the loss of face would not be that big. But I wanted to die, but when I saw Zai Luo flying away with a punch, my heart swelled so much that I forgot who I was. Rumshi didn't blame Zai Luo for beating him so badly, he blamed himself. The self who killed him. He asked for everything. After taunting Rumsshi for a while, Zi Luo left him alone. At this time, Zi Luo was looking at the points in the mall happily. This time he defeated Rumsshi, and he won a full 200,000 points. Chapter 80 I finally beat Kudo Shinichi. 9 more, please order first. When Zi Luo saw this news for the first time, he felt a little excited in his heart. 200,000 points. More points than Kampa and Sidra combined. I didn't expect Rumsshi to be so valuable. In order to thank Rumsshi for bringing him 200,000 points, Zi Luo specially rewarded Rumsshi with a few more punches, which made his face even more swollen. 200,000 points is enough for him to fully strengthen his destructive power for the second time. At that time, his strength will increase greatly. The battle is over. In the eyes of Whis and Kes, this battle is just a child's play, and it is a battle whose ending has already been decided. But Zeno is still very happy to watch. When he saw Zi Luo beat Rumsshi violently, he deliberately waved his small fist in the air a few times. Fortunately, there is no planetary chessboard in front of Zeno. Otherwise, with just the few punches he swung, it would have been impossible to know how many planets would have been destroyed. In Washija, Rumsshi, who was beaten up by Zi Luo and could no longer see his original appearance, has returned to his original appearance under Kessi's treatment. The way he looked at Zi Luo at this moment was like looking at a monster. Zi Luo, we've already discussed each other, so it's better not to meet in the future if it's okay. Rumsshi said to Zi Luo tremblingly. Afterwards, no matter what Zi Luo said, Kessi took him back. How glorious he was when he posed in front of Zi Luo before, and how embarrassed he was when he ran away. There is no need to say more about Rumsshi. After earning the points, Zi Luo has no interest in Rumsshi anymore. Points are only awarded the first time you defeat another gods of destruction, and if you have already defeated it once, there is no benefit in defeating it again. Otherwise, Zi Luo would have spent points directly on Kampa and the others, and there was no need to challenge other gods of destruction. After returning to the 7th universe, Luo locked himself in the room again. With so many points, of course they can't be put in the mall to get moldy, of course they should be used to improve one's own strength. This time, Zi Luo did not exchange all 200,000 points for enhancement points, but first exchanged 90,000 points. He is still 90,000 points away from fully strengthening his destructive power for the second time, so let's finish this matter first. The strengthening points exchanged for 90,000 points were all added to the destructive power, and Zi Luo's strength began to grow again. First, his destructive power completed half of the strengthening, and then began to move towards the complete strengthening. After a while, the reinforcement finally ended. As Zi Luo estimated before, 90,000 points can exactly strengthen his destructive power for the second time. Feeling his strength soaring again, Zi Luo was very satisfied. With his current strength, even if he doesn't use Ultra Instinct, he won't be so embarrassed when facing Rumsshi. It's still a bit difficult to beat Rumsshi, but there's no problem getting a draw with them. In other words, if Zi Luo's destructive power can be strengthened a little more, it doesn't need to be fully strengthened once, only half a time is needed. He can beat Rumsshi without Ultra Instinct. After using up 90,000 points, Zi Luo still has 110,000 points left. However, the 110,000 points Zi Luo didn't exchange them into reinforcement points, nor into destructive power, but saved them. His performance during this period is really dazzling, and he must have attracted the attention of other gods of destruction, especially the third echelon gods of destruction. They must have discovered that the 3 gods of destruction he defeated were all from the 4th echelon, and if they made another move, it would be their 3rd echelon turn. Maybe, the gods of destruction of the 3rd echelon are gathering together to discuss countermeasures at this time. Therefore, this is not a good time to make a move. Moreover, to defeat 3 gods of destruction consecutively in such a short period of time, Zi Luo also needs to slow down and take a rest. As for the things to do during the rest, it must be the water group. Zi Luo opened the chat group and found that the news in the chat group was overwhelming. How long has he not paid attention to the chat group? Those guys in the group have sent so many messages. Could it be that they spend all their time on the water group every day, and don't do their own things? Entered the chat group and looked at the messages they sent. Most of them were irrelevant. However, Zi Luo found that the 3 newcomers who joined later, Hattori Heiji, Izumi Masamune and Zio Dangjia, were no longer as reserved as when they first joined the group. Ask for flowers. They've mingled with the rest of the group. Moreover, Zi Luo also discovered that Garp actually served as a teacher in the group, telling others about Qi. Garp is going to spread the Qi cultivation system in the Dragon Ball world to other worlds. Zi Luo didn't stop Garp's move, because it was just a trivial matter to him. After reading all the news, Zi Luo didn't find anything interesting. Most of the news was in the water group. And at this time, Hattori Heiji suddenly sent a message in the group. Hattori Heiji, thank you so much for your help. Let me beat Kudo Shinichi for the first time in my life. 0. The news from Hattori Heiji aroused Zi Luo's interest. In his impression, when Hattori Heiji appeared on the stage, he solved the case with Konan, that is, Kudo Shin. Of course, occasionally there will be a duel between the two. However, it seems that Hattori Heiji rarely beats Konan, and most of the time Konan solves the case first than Hattori Heiji. Thinking about it carefully, Hattori Heiji is a bit pitiful. He has been under the feet of Kudo Shinichi all the time. It is also because of this that Hattori Heiji was asked to find Kindazo before leaving Luo. Because in terms of reasoning ability, Jin Tianyi is not inferior to him and Konan, and even surpasses them in some aspects. If with the help of Kind Aichi, Hattori Heiji can't beat Konan even once, then Hattori Heiji is a bit too good. But it seems that Hattori Heiji beat Konan once this time. I just don't know in which case he won. Hattori Heiji's news also attracted the attention of other people, and they all left messages in the group. Kind Aichi, the case you sent me before is quite interesting, and the case that happened here are 2 different styles. Garp, is that Kudo Shinichi the one you said must win once? Shinomiya Kagaya, but you won with the help of Kind Aichi, so it shouldn't be counted as your own victory, right? Chapter 81. Don't be surprised by the group leader's words. 10 more, begging for the furs. Because Hattori Heiji had been talking about Kudo Shinichi in the group before, Garp and the others also knew that there was such a person. As a member of the group, Hattori Heiji wants to win Kudo Shin once, so they will definitely help. It's a pity that they are not good at reasoning and solving crimes, so they can't do anything. Fortunately, there is Jin Tianyi, a master detective in the group, and the 2 of them not only can chat privately, but also often send some things about the case in the group. This is what Garp and the others requested, because they also want to see what kind of cases will happen in the world where Hattori Heiji and Kind Aichi live. Unexpectedly, with the help of Kind Aichi, Hattori Heiji really won Koshin again. But because this was done with the help of Kind Aichi, Garp and the others don't really agree whether it can be said that Hattori Heiji's 0031 Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji, with the help of Jin Tianyi, I was able to solve the case 1 step faster than Kudo Shinichi. Without Jin Tianyi's help, I would have solved the case at the same time as Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji, anyway, in Kudo Shin's eyes, I was able to solve the case 1 step faster than him. Why did he not have expert help? Hattori Heiji is very open, he just wants to win Kudo Shin once. Besides, when they solved the case before, didn't they rely on the assistance of other people to figure out the truth of the matter? This time, he just had 1 more assist than Kudo Shinichi, and he was the one who essentially solved the case. After finally winning Kudo Shin once, Hattori Heiji can be regarded as fulfilling a dream in his heart. In the world of Detective Conan, in a restaurant, Hattori Heiji was leaning against the wall, looking at the air in front of him, with a smile on his face. In the eyes of others, Hattori Heiji looks like this, like a fool. My persuasion department, you can do it this time. You actually solved the case so quickly. A child wearing black-rimmed glasses and a red bow tie walked up to Hattori Heiji and whispered. He is the one whom Hattori Heiji has always wanted to win, Kudo Shinichi. Now, he is called Conan. The cause of the incident was that Hattori Heiji and Toyama Kazuha came to Tokyo, and Kazuha got off the car halfway and said that they were going to buy curry in a restaurant, and the case occurred as a result. It happened that another female high school student, Detective Serum Maisumi, mentioned whether it was Kudo Shinichi or Hattori Heiji who was better, so there was such a competition. Because both the victim and the murderer are from Kansai this time, that is, Heiji Hattori is a fellow villager, so Hattori Heiji has an advantage in this case. Moreover, in order to hide his identity, the murderer pretended to be from Kanto. Coincidentally, Hattori Heiji sent all the alibi and words of the three suspects to Kind Aichi, and Kind Aichi, like Conan, was from Kanto. So Kind Aichi knew who the murderer was at once, and told Hattori Heiji who the murderer was. In this way, with the help of Kind Aichi, Hattori Heiji rarely beat Conan once. That's why Conan felt a little surprised. He didn't expect Hattori Heiji to solve the case so quickly this time. Moreover, he is obviously a Kansai native, and he knows some things about Kanto. Of course, because I, a famous detective in Kansai, are more powerful than you, a famous detective in Kanto. Hattori Heiji stretched out his hand and rubbed Conan's head, and said very proudly. This time, he raised his eyebrows in front of Conan. Poor Conan doesn't know that behind Hattori Heiji, there is another reasoning master helping him. When Hattori Heiji posted the process and truth of the case to the group, Carp and the others were all amazed. Especially Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto. The two of them lived in the closest era to Hattori Heiji, but they didn't understand some differences between Kanto and Kansai. Seeing this case, they were at a loss. If Hattori Heiji hadn't posted the truth in the group, they still wouldn't know who the murderer was. This also let them know that not everyone can take on the profession of detective. They are also high school students. I have to say that Hattori Heiji and Kind Aichi are very good. Zi Luo also read the case from beginning to end. Moreover, he actually has an impression of this case. Before he came to the world of Dragon Ball, there were more than 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan's anime, and I don't know how many cases there are. Unless it is the mainline case or those very exciting cases, not many people will remember every case clearly. Coincidentally, Zi Luo used to like to watch the cases in which Hattori Heiji appeared, because he always felt that, apart from the main plot, the cases in which Hattori Heiji appeared were very exciting. Therefore, Zi Luo still has an impression of the case that Hattori Heiji participated in. Just like this case. If Zi Luo remembers correctly, the reason why Hattori Heiji went to Tokyo is because he received a letter. Zi Luo, at G, did you go to Tokyo because you received a letter from someone who should have died? Hattori Heiji, at Group Master, how do you know this? Hattori Heiji was surprised. He didn't mention this matter in the group, but how did the group owner know? Carp, at Hattori Heiji, how many times have I told you, don't doubt and question the words of the group leader. The ability of the group leader is not something we mortals can know. No matter what the group leader says, don't feel surprise. Regarding Zi Luo's performance, Carp is not surprised at all. Zi Luo even knows that his grandson is Luffy, and knowing some things about Hattori Heiji is not a big deal. Even, Carp suspects that the group leader knows about everyone in the group. Hattori Heiji, 1.8 Sorry, I forgot. Although Heiji from the Persuasion Department has integrated into the chat group, he is still not used to the magic of Zi Luo. because he listened to the old people in the group about Zi Luo. It's a pity that when they were on Earth before, Carp and the others were so surprised that they didn't record the footage of the cell conference. Otherwise, they can put this video in the group announcement, and make a note that newcomers must watch it as soon as they join the group. Hattori Heiji's news also proves that Zi Luo's memory is not wrong, and it is really the case he thought. Since you want to relax, it seems like a good idea to pay a little attention to the affairs of other group members. Especially the reasoning world of Hattori Heiji. Chapter 82, Hattori Live Streaming. Please subscribe. Before Zi Luo came to the world of Dragon Ball, he also liked anime and TV dramas with suspenseful reasoning. I also thought about how to solve these cases if I were a detective. It's a pity that the reality is not two-dimensional. Ordinary people, let alone being detectives, may not be able to personally experience a case even in their entire lives. And now, since Hattori Heiji and Kind Aichi are in the group, it happens that these two people live in a world that Zi Luo has seen before. He is also familiar with some of the more classic cases in it. If there is anything Heiji and Kind Aichi from the persuasion department don't understand, he can remind them a little bit. Anyway, he has nothing to do now, and he can get points for helping others. Although the points obtained are definitely not as many as defeating gods of destruction, it is as high as tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But what he values is not points. In the chat group, everyone else was attracted by the letter that Zi Luo said. Since someone sent a letter to Hattori Heiji 12, and it was sent by a person who should have died, then there must be some conspiracy behind it. Several people in the chat group are now more interested in Hattori Heiji's affairs. Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto are currently on summer vacation, and they are already bored, so they are very interested in what happened to other people. And Garp, since he mastered Chi, he has completely ignored the Navy's affairs. His daily life now is to practice Chi, and strive to learn flying technique as soon as possible. The rest of the time is spent swimming and seeing if anything interesting happens to other people. Needless to say, Jin Tianyi was originally a detective and was very interested in the case. Moreover, there are no cases happening in the world he lives in now, so he is naturally interested in the cases happening in Hattori Heiji's world. And Masamune Izumi, of course he won't miss it, this is the material of his novel. As for Zio Dangjia, the number of times he spoke in the group was much less. But there is no way, he is a super chef, and he is usually busy, so he doesn't have so much time to come to Shuokan. Seeing so many people supporting him behind his back, Hattori Heiji was not worried about the conspiracy behind this letter at all. He believed that he, Kind Aichi and Konan were there. Coupled with the fact that Zi Luo, the omniscient leader of the group, is here, this conspiracy will soon be exposed by them. At the request of Carp and others, Hattori Heiji started a live video broadcast in the group. It has been a long time since Zi Luo started live streaming in the group for a long time. This surprised Jin Tianyi, who had never watched the live broadcast. According to Sakamoto and the others, after more than 20 years of his era, technology will also develop to the level where live broadcasts can be performed. This made Kind Aichi look forward to it. Zi Luo also watched the live broadcast of Hattori Heiji, and this was the first time he watched the live broadcast in the chat group. I used to watch Detective Conan only to watch anime, but I didn't expect to be able to watch a reality show now. This is also the first time Hattori Heiji has broadcast live in front of so many people, and people from different worlds. This made Hattori Heiji both nervous and excited. He introduced Conan and the others first, and by the way also posted Conan's real identity in the group. Conan's true identity needs to be kept secret in his world, but not in the group. Could it be that after the people in the group know Conan's true identity, they will bring danger to Conan? It is impossible for them to come to their own world and tell the Black Organization about Conan's true identity. Therefore, Hattori Heiji revealed Conan's true identity without any psychological burden. The people in the group were very surprised to learn that the child was actually Hattori Heiji's long-standing opponent, Tang Shinichi. Originally, they thought that Hattori Heiji's world was the same as Kindaichi's world, except that there were a little more cases. It was an everyday world. But unexpectedly, in Hattori Heiji's world, there are all medicines that can make people's bodies smaller. Although this medicine has great side effects, if you are lucky, it can completely rejuvenate people. Carp, Achi, can you get this medicine? If you can get it, can you give it to me? I can exchange it with you. The person who is most excited about this medicine is Carp. Except for Zi Luo's age, Carp didn't know. Among the rest of the people, his age was the oldest. If it was in the past, he didn't care much about his age and just grow old. But it's different now. Zi Luo opened the door to a new world for him, allowing him to embark on the cultivation system of Qi Yi Dao. Garp still wants to go farther and farther along the path of Qi. But the age problem limited him. And if there is a medicine that can rejuvenate people, he can have more time to study it. As for side effects, this Carp wasn't worried. He is still very confident in the Navy's technology. Although it can't compare with the technology of the world where the group leader Zi Luo lives, it is not a problem to research a medicine. But the premise is that Hattori Heiji can obtain this medicine. Hattori Heiji, at Carp, Mr. Carp, this drug is only available in the Black Organization. I have no way to get it. If Hattori Heiji can obtain this 183 medicine, then the Black Organization will not be far from being destroyed. Cap, that's fine. Although Garp was a little disappointed, there was nothing he could do. Hattori Heiji couldn't be turned into a medicine. The live broadcast was still going on, and Hattori Heiji took Conan and the others to the home of a president. And the president had been killed not long ago. As we all know, in the world of Conan, the job of president can be said to be a high-risk job. As one of the two evil spirits in Tokyo, Conan's Reaper's physique is not built. Not long after they arrived, a murder occurred. The president's son was poisoned to death. As soon as he saw this scene, Zi Luo knew who the murderer of this case was, because this case was a case he had seen several times before. It can be said that he knows the methods and murderers inside. But he didn't tell Hattori Heiji, but continued to read. A person died in front of them like this, and most of the people in the group were very calm. After experiencing the events of the cell conference, the endurance of these old group members has reached a very terrifying level. Among the new members, Jin Tianyi is also the god of death who often participates in the case, so naturally he doesn't feel anything. As for Masamune Izumi, he was a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 83 next, someone will die. Please subscribe. After all, Izumi Masamune is just an ordinary person, and he has never experienced anything magnificent. But he also knows that after joining the chat group, his ordinary life will undergo earth-shaking changes. So he also has to learn to adapt. After the case happened, Hattori Heiji and Conan acted immediately. They first checked the corpse and found that the corpse died of potassium cyanide poisoning. In the world of Conan, as long as the victims died of poisoning, more than 95% were poisoned by cyanide. There is a bitter almond smell characteristic of cyanide. The case had just happened. Hattori Heiji naturally wouldn't ask Kind Aichi for help right away. After all, Kind Aichi is also a human being and not a god. It is impossible to know who the criminal method and the murderer are just by looking at the corpse. As for the omniscient and omnipotent group leader Zi Luo, who was said by others, Hattori Heiji thought about it and still didn't ask him for help. It's not that Hattori Heiji doesn't believe Zi Luo. Ever since Zi Luo said that he received a letter from a dead person, in Hattori Heiji's heart, Zi Luo is already omnipotent. However, if it is a case that can be solved by oneself, it is better to solve it by oneself. Hattori Heiji didn't want to ask other people for help whenever he encountered any difficulties. In this case, his reasoning ability will also regress. There was a murder, and the police came quickly. The police officer who came was still Officer Megure. As long as the case happened in Tokyo, it would definitely be Officer Megure and Takagi. Upon seeing Mori Kogoro, Police Officer Megure felt very speechless. For this old colleague, Police Officer Megure really didn't know what to say. It seems that I don't know when, as long as there is a murder case, there will definitely be Kogoro Mori present. Sometimes Police Officer Megure even suspects that Mori Kogoro may have the physique of death, and accidents will happen wherever he goes. The arrival of the police has no effect on Hattori Heiji and Conan, they still go hand in hand to solve the case together. Of course, Hattori Heiji didn't forget to read the news in the group besides thinking about the case. Although it is not yet time to ask Jin Tianyi for help, but looking at the opinions of other people in the group, maybe it will bring him inspiration to solve the case. When he and Conan solved the case together before, didn't the two of them discuss, and finally solved the case? In the group, Garp and others also expressed their own views. Garp, I think that since he died of poisoning, the poison must still be hidden somewhere, maybe it's still hidden on the murderer's body. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Garp, what you said is all clear at a glance, the key is when the murderer poisoned. Sakamoto, I remember that before that person died, there seemed to be only two people who were near the cake. One was a maid, and the other was the president's secretary. If there was a murderer, the murderer should be among the two of them. Izumi Masamune, it's also possible that the murderer said that the man with yellow hair bought the cake, so he might have a chance to poison it. The people in the group discussed very lively with you and me. They are not professional detectives, nor do they have the perspective of God like Zai Luo. What they discussed was the idea of a normal person. Therefore, when Hattori Heiji saw the news, he didn't get any useful news. And at this time, the big detective Jin Tianyi finally spoke. Ugly one, the person who died was the president's son. So the murderer is likely to be the one who can get the most benefits. But this is just one of the motives, and this motive is also very easy to be discovered. After all, Jin Tianyi is still a professional, and he speaks directly with motivation when he comes up. Others are just talking about their own guesses. Hattori Heiji also thought about the motive that Kind Aichi mentioned. If this is really the case, then the president's wife is the biggest suspect. The wife of the president is not the biological mother of the victim, but just a stepmother. In order to be able to inherit the company, it is very normal to kill the heir of the company. But, is it really that simple? If the president's wife is really the murderer, how did she poison it? Hattori Heiji looked at the news in the group and found that everyone else had already spoken, except for Zai Luo, the group leader. Therefore, Hattori Heiji carefully sent a message. Hattori Heiji, at Zai Luo, group leader, I don't know what you think. Because Zai Luo is also watching the live broadcast now, Hattori Heiji is not worried about disturbing him. Zai Luo, my idea is that there will be death. After Zai Luo sent such a message, he stopped talking, and did not tell Hattori Heiji who would die next. He did know that the murderer was right, and he also knew the crime method. But if you just tell Hattori Heiji directly like this, what is Hattori Heiji doing? If Hattori Heiji thought hard and didn't know who the murderer was or how the crime was done, then he would remind him. But Luo didn't want to do something like this kind of direct answer. Because that would be so boring. Will someone die? Hattori Heiji knew that Zai Luo couldn't just talk about it casually. If someone else said it, he might not believe it, but what Zai Luo said, he believed it. Hattori, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Hattori Heiji looked at the news of the chat group, and Conan saw all the actions. This made him very strange. This Hattori, is it epileptic? Kyudo, if I say that there is more than one victim this time, and someone will die next time, do you believe it or not? Wang Zaya how? Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said with a very serious expression. Since Zai Luo said that someone will die in the future, the most important thing now is to find out who is the person who will die. As for finding the murderer, we can talk about it later. Now it's life and death. Hatto, what are you talking about? Do you know something? Seeing Hattori's serious face, Conan also knew that he was not joking. Therefore, his face also became serious. If what Hattori said is true, then the most urgent task now is to find out the murderer's next target. If I'm not wrong, the murderer should have more than one target. Although I don't know who the murderer is, we must find out the next target as soon as possible. Conan couldn't be told about the chat group, so Hattori Heiji took Zi Luo's idea as his own. Chapter 84 I have expert help. Please subscribe. But with so many people, anyone could be a victim. Conan frowned and said. There are quite a few people in the villa, besides them and Maori Kogora and the others, there are several people related to the victim. Among these people, there is a murderer hidden, and there is also a murderer's goal. Don't look at it as if it is easy to find, but in the middle of the incident, Hattori Heiji and Conan are just like Monk Hoji who can't figure it out. It's not just the two of them who are in charge, even the onlookers like Karp are at a loss. Of course they would not doubt Zi Luo's words, since Zi Luo said that there will be another victim, then there must be one. Moreover, they also knew that Zi Luo would definitely know who this person was. But Zi Luo didn't say anything, and they couldn't help it. They can't force Zi Luo to speak. They don't have the courage either. Moreover, they didn't feel that Zi Luo had done anything wrong. In the eyes of a boss like Zi Luo who can destroy the earth, how could the life of an ordinary person be taken seriously by him? Not to mention Zi Luo, even Karp, who has experienced so many wars and seen so many deaths of pirates and navies, has become numb to death. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people like them, a human life may be very precious, and if they know who the next victim is, they will definitely say it. But for Zi Luo, it doesn't matter whether to say it or not. Hattori Heiji also noticed this, so he didn't ask Zi Luo. It would be embarrassing if the time came to ask about the matter. Just when Hattori Heiji and Conan had a headache about who the next victim would be, the president's wife and the secretary were still in the mood to deal with the company's affairs. According to their words, since everyone is dead, it is useless to be sad. And the company's affairs are so busy, the company's affairs must be dealt with first. Moreover, the president's wife also said that it didn't want other people to be present when it was working, so it drove everyone out of the room. After being kicked out of the room, Conan and Hattori Heiji glanced at each other. Judging from the performance of the president's wife, they are very confident that the president's wife, Kve, is either the murderer or the next victim. And according to their past experience, the behavior of the president's wife staying alone in the room is more likely to be the victim. Of course, two people can't bet all the possibilities on one person. Therefore, Conan and Hattori Heiji decided that Hattori Heiji would look at the president's wife, while Conan would observe whether other people might be killed. Since he wanted to look at the president's wife, he naturally couldn't stay outside the room. So Hattori Heiji knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing Hattori Heiji walk in, the president's wife of course told him to go out quickly. But Hattori Heiji sat on the chair in the room on the grounds that he would not disturb the president's wife's work. No way, the president's wife had no choice but to let him go. Of course, when Hattori Heiji came in, he didn't just look at the president's wife and did nothing else. Although the president's wife is very likely to be the next victim, the possibility that she is the murderer is not ruled out. Therefore, Hattori Heiji has been secretly observing every move of the president's wife, hoping to see something from it. I don't know how long it took, the president's wife suddenly stood up, then walked to the side of the bookshelf, picked up a book and started flipping through it. Seeing this scene, Hattori Heiji understood the tricks the murderer would use to kill the president's wife after contacting a small gesture that the president's wife would often do. At this time, Kind Aichi in the group also knew the murderer's method, and quickly reminded Hattori Heiji in the group. Seeing that Kindaichi's reasoning was the same as his own, Hattori Heiji quickly patted the book in the hands of the president's wife on the ground, and then called the police officer from the forensics department over. Originally, the president's wife was very dissatisfied with Hattori Heiji's impolite behavior, but when Hattori Heiji told her that the book was poisonous, and the poison was likely to have reached her hands, she was so frightened that she didn't even dare to move. When an ordinary person knows that he is in danger now, he will react the same as the president's wife. Soon, the police officers from the forensic department came, followed by the police officers Megure, Mori Kogora, and Conan. Hattori Heiji made such a big commotion, of course they wanted to come and take a look. According to the test, the people in the forensics department really detected cyanide in the book, and also detected cyanide in the hands of the president's wife. In other words, President Chuo's wife is really the murderer's 10 targets. If there is no Hattori Heiji, then the president's wife is probably dead now. Knowing the murderer's method, Hattori Heiji already knew who the murderer was without being reminded by others. But he has yet to find evidence to prove it. But it was such a coincidence that when his eyes glanced, he saw a watch on someone's hand, and this watch was the proof. All the puzzles have been solved. After communicating with Kindaichi for a period of time, Hattori Heiji learned all of Kindaichi's catchphrases. What he is saying now is what Jin Tianyi will say every time he knows the truth. Hattori Heiji knew the truth so quickly, which shocked Conan. Because he wasn't in the room just now, he missed a lot of clues, and he still doesn't know who the murderer is and what the truth is. Then, under Conan's surprised eyes, Hattori Heiji began his reasoning. The murderer is the president's secretary. I don't know what the motive is, but the watch she is wearing is the evidence. Because when she poured cyanide on the book before, she accidentally poured cyanide on the watch. It has a chemical reaction with the copper strap on the watch. As soon as the evidence came out, the secretary knew that he could not escape, so he could only admit it. As for the motive for the murder, it's quite bloody, because she is the president's daughter. Killing the president's son is precisely to avenge the president. Because the president was killed by her son. Of course, Hattori Heiji has no interest in knowing these things. He only knows that he has defeated Conan again. Yes, Hattori, you solved the 2 cases very quickly. Conan glanced at Hattori, and said somewhat unconvinced. He was the one who won Hattori before, but now Hattori has won him twice in a row, which made Conan a little bit unwilling. Of course, I have an expert to help me. Chapter 85 Hattori Heiji's Surrender. Please subscribe. Speaking of a master, Hattori Heiji showed a look of admiration on his face. This is not because Zi Luo is watching the live broadcast at this time, he just pretended to please Zi Luo. This is Hattori Heiji's heartfelt worship. Although I have been hearing from other old group members before, how powerful the group leader Zi Luo is, Wu Neng can destroy the earth with a wave, and Wen Neng knows everything. Because Karp and the others mentioned Zi Luo in a very serious tone, Hattori Heiji also believed their words. But in fact, he didn't know how powerful Zi Luo was. After all, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. But now, he finally knows. Although he has never seen how powerful Zi Luo's force is, he does know how omniscient Zi Luo is. While he was still thinking about this case, Zi Luo already knew that there would be another victim next. If it weren't for Zi Luo's reminder, the president's wife would be dead by now. And he himself found out who the murderer was because he prevented the death of the president's wife. In other words, it is very likely that Zi Luo already knew who the murderer was when the case happened. What a terrible boss! If the group leader comes to his world to be a detective, Hattori Heiji can be sure, what Kudo Shinichi, what Hattori Heiji. Even if they add up, they can't compare to the leader of the group. At this moment, Hattori Heiji has been completely conquered by Zi Luo. Facing Kudo Shinichi, Hattori Heiji's idea was to beat him once. But facing Zi Luo, Hattori Heiji didn't think about it at all. because he knew that it was simply impossible to defeat Zai Luo. Since it is impossible, why waste time fantasizing about it? Seeing Hattori Heiji's adoring expression, Conan felt very strange. He and Hattori Heiji were basically together the whole time. The only time they were separated was when Hattori Heiji went to see the president's wife. Could it be that the expert Hattori Heiji said helped him at this time? This made Conan very interested in this expert. You must know that he and Hattori Heiji are both puzzled by this case together. But this expert was not present, that is to say, the contact with Hattori Heiji was by mobile phone. Just by listening to Hattori Heiji say a few words on the mobile phone, this case was solved? Doesn't that mean that the tall man is stronger than him and Hattori Heiji combined? Then this expert is a bit too scary. He can be compared with his father Yusaku Kudo. In Conan's heart, his father is the ceiling of reasoning. And comparing Zai Luo with Kudo Yusaku in his heart also proves how powerful Zai Luo is in Conan's heart. Hatabu, who is this expert, can you introduce me? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji and said expectantly. Since this expert is so powerful, he must see it for himself. And maybe, if he can get the help of this expert, then he will not be far away from destroying the Black Organization and completely restoring himself to his original state. Sorry, this expert is a real expert. I also met by chance. If there is no fate, you will never see this expert in your life. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said proudly. If you want to know Zai Luo, you have to join the chat group. Doesn't that mean you need fate? If there is no fate, how can it be possible to join the chat group? Being able to join the chat group. Hattori Heiji felt that this was the greatest luck in his life. Although he also wanted to show Conan the magic of the chat group, but unfortunately, people who are not members of the chat group cannot see the chat group at all. Therefore, in the face of Conan's request, Hattori Heiji can't do anything. Maybe Conan may have this opportunity to join the chat group in the future, and then he will naturally know Zai Luo. But now, don't believe it. All right. Conan was a little disappointed. But he knew Hattori Heiji and knew that the other party was not that kind of stingy person. If there is no other way, Hattori Heiji will definitely introduce this expert to him. And this made Conan even more curious. Who is it that is so mysterious? Hattori Heiji didn't know what was going on in Conan's mind, and he had already closed the group live broadcast at this time. The case is already over, and there is no point in starting the live broadcast again. This case, because of Zai Luo's help, quickly broke through. Ask for flowers 00. This made Hattori Heiji a little uncomfortable. Think about those big cases that I solved with Conan before, which one didn't take at least 2 days and 1 night to solve. Just when the case ended perfectly, Zai Luo received a message from the chat group. Because the group leader helped the group member Hattori Heiji solve the case, a special reward of 300 points. Seeing this news, Zai Luo remembered that one of the ways to gain points is to help other group members solve difficulties. It's just that at that time, Zai Luo felt that helping other group members to solve difficulties would not get many points, so he didn't pay attention to this way. In addition, you can get more points by exchanging treasures and defeating other gods of destruction. 0. So Zai Luo also forgot that there is such a way. He remembered it before, but after watching the live broadcast, he forgot it again. It's really that Zai Luo doesn't care much about the points gained by helping other group members, because there are definitely not many. And the fact is the same, only 300 points. Although 300 points is not too little, after all, it only takes 30,000 points to defeat a Kampa. But in the eyes of Zai Luo, who still has 110,000 points, 300 points is not enough even to get between his teeth. But no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. 300 points is 300 points. He just sent a random message in the group and got 300 points. Don't waste such easy points. Just sent a random message to do Hattori Heiji a small favor, and got 300 points. If you can do 100 small favors like this, it is already equivalent to defeating a compa. This compa is a bit too cheap. This also made Zi Luo think of another way to earn points. That is to complete the tasks that are released from time to time in the group. The points you get for completing tasks will definitely be more than the points you get for helping others. As for whether it will be more than the points obtained by exchanging treasures and defeating gods of destruction, Zi Luo doesn't know, because the chat group has not released any tasks until now. According to Zi Luo's guess, it should be because the number of people is not enough. Now there are 8 people, maybe 10 people, and new functions will appear in the chat group. Chapter 86: The Meeting of the Third Echelon Gods of Destruction. Please subscribe. Zi Luo is quite looking forward to what kind of functions will be available if there are new functions in the chat group. The matter of Hattori Heiji was resolved, and the excitement in the group dropped immediately. This also let those new members know when is the most lively time in the group. That's when the group live broadcast starts. In fact, this is also a very normal thing. After all, people in the group have lived in their own world for so many years, and suddenly know that there are other worlds, so they will definitely be very interested in those worlds. I'm also very interested in what's happening in other worlds. Even Zi Luo, as gods of destruction, is powerful, but also has a little interest in people and things in other worlds. After all, although gods of destruction is powerful and has a high status, it is too boring. Perhaps, this is why Beerus gave up the position of 027 in Gods of Destruction to Zi Luo so quickly. Because if you don't do Gods of Destruction, you will become much freer. Although it seems that whether Beerus does or does not do Gods of Destruction is like that. To pass the time, Zi Luo thought about it, and decided to rest for a few days before talking. Don't look like it's been a long time since Hattori Heiji opened the group live broadcast, but in fact it didn't even arrive for half a day. Without Zi Luo's help, it might take a day or two to solve the case. But with the help of Zi Luo, Hattori Heiji only took a short time to solve the case. That is to say, in fact, Zi Luo defeated Rumshi and Hattori Heiji ended the group live broadcast, not even a full day. And at this time, the other gods of destruction, especially the gods of destruction of the third echelon, must be most vigilant. Maybe they are discussing how to deal with him now. Zi Luo guessed right, when the news came out that he had defeated Rumshi, gods of destruction in the first 2 echelons was fine, because Zi Luo still had a long way to go before defeating them. But gods of destruction in the 3rd echelon couldn't sit still. Zi Luo wiped out gods of destruction in the 4th echelon, and it will be their turn next. In an unknown space, the gods of destruction of the 3rd echelon are sitting together, discussing something. The gods of destruction in the 3rd tier is the same as the gods of destruction in the 4th tier, both have 3 characters. They are gods of destruction Herace of the 2nd universe, the only female gods of destruction among the 12 gods of destruction. The gods of destruction Moscow of the 3rd universe is the gods of destruction who stays among the robots all the year round. And the gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe. Among them, Meide is the strongest among the gods of destruction in the 2nd echelon. You should have heard that the newly promoted gods of destruction from the 7th universe has already defeated all 3 gods of destruction from the 4th echelon. Vermit glanced at the other 2 gods of destruction, and said calmly. Although gods of destruction in the 3rd echelon is a little flustered now, he is the one who doesn't panic the least. Not to mention that his strength is the strongest among gods of destruction in the 3rd echelon. And in his 11th universe, there is a human being stronger than him, Jiren. Even if Zi Luo really came to challenge him at that time, he can let Jiren go up first. I've heard about it a long time ago. I don't know how that Beerus guy trains his heir. He actually defeated 3 old gods of destruction in such a short period of time. It was Moscow who spoke, the gods of destruction who seemed to be a robot. But in fact, Moscow is just driving a robot, and his body is a very small purple villain. Also because his appearance is not domineering at all, in order to protect his gods of destruction face, he will sit among the robots. But now, the two on the opposite side are also gods of destruction, and they both know what he really looks like. Then Moscow naturally has no need to stay in the robot anymore. To tell a lie, he is the worst of the three gods of destruction. Because his strength is the weakest existence among the gods of destruction of the third echelon. If Zai Luo really wants to challenge gods of destruction in the third echelon, then the next Yabiao is likely to be him. I've also heard that Zai Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction in the 7th universe, has only been gods of destruction for a few years. And I also heard that he was just an ordinary human before, without any kind of combat power. But it only took him a few years to go from being a normal guy to being gods of destruction. It's horrific. The last gods of destruction, Horace also spoke. No one in gods of destruction is not surprised by Zai Luo's performance. It's good that you know, the three of us got together today just to discuss what to do next. Vermit glanced at the other two gods of destruction, and continued to speak. The newly promoted gods of destruction named Zai Luo made such a big noise as soon as he took office. I don't think he will stop after defeating the gods of destruction in the 4th tier. His next target is the three of us. Tell us what you think. What can I think? Soldiers come to cover the water and earth. Horace shrugged, Rizeo said indifferently. After the initial panic, Horace has calmed down. If Zai Luo really came to challenge her, there was nothing she could do. Reject directly? Avoid seeing? If these methods worked, Zai Luo wouldn't have defeated all three gods of destruction. Rumsshi and the others must have passed these methods long ago. And it turned out to be useless. Her current thinking is that at worst, she will fight with Zai Luo, and she still doesn't know who will win and who will lose. And she has the advantage that she is a female gods of destruction. Zai Luo will not beat her too badly no matter what, he will be merciful. Vermit and Moscow also read Horace's inner thoughts. Although they didn't say it, they sneered in their hearts in 1.2. This Horace, relying on being the only female gods of destruction, felt that the other gods of destruction must let her go, as if they were merciful to her. Fortunately, she has never fought with other gods of destruction, otherwise she would not have such a stupid idea. Although they don't know if Zai Luo will really be merciful when they fight Horace, but in their opinion, they won't. After all, Zai Luo is the heir taught by Beerus, and Beerus doesn't have the habit of pity. What's more, Horace is not a piece of incense and jade. Of course, even though they thought so in their hearts, they couldn't say it out of their mouths. Anyway, they are also a group now. But they can't increase the ambition of others and destroy their own prestige. Chapter 87 The Little Master Wants New Ingredients. Please subscribe. How about you? Vermit turned to Moscow again. As the weakest gods of destruction in the 3rd echelon, Moscow should be the most flustered one right now. Me? Don't forget, my 3rd universe is the technology universe. I've already approached Rumsshi and the others before. I also asked them about that Zai Luo. According to what they said, although that Zai Luo grew up very fast, when fighting them, even though they lost, that Zai Luo didn't feel well. Plus, after I listened to their description of Zai Luo's fighting style, I already sent someone to make a new machine. When my new mech is finished, it will be much easier to deal with that Zai Luo. When mentioning his new mecha, Moscow showed a proud smile on his face. The 3rd universe is a technological universe, which can produce many things, and the robot he usually drives is also produced in this way. And now 12, in order to deal with Zai Luo, he specially sent someone to create another stronger mecha, and it was also a mecha specially used to deal with Zai Luo. If Zai Luo came to challenge him, with his new mecha, even if he couldn't defeat Zai Luo, he wouldn't let Qi pass by. Now Moscow's biggest worry is whether Zai Luo will rush to challenge him before his mecha is finished. So he can only pray in his heart, hoping that Zi Luo can come to the door later and let him finish the new mecha first. It's a pity that Moscow also ignored a problem, that is whether Rumsshi and the others lied to him. When Moscow went to ask Rumsshi about the battle before, in Rumsshi's description, they and Zi Luo were fighting in the dark. Although they lost to Zi Luo in the end, Zi Luo didn't feel well and was seriously injured by them. And Moscow didn't doubt what Rumsshi said. Because in his opinion, what Rumsshi they said should be true. Zi Luo, the newly promoted gods of destruction, was already very remarkable to be able to defeat those old gods of destruction. It must have been defeated after a very fierce battle. How could Moscow know that Rumsshi and the others deliberately weakened Zi Luo's strength in order to make themselves look better? The fact that Zi Luo was seriously injured by them is all fake. They have no room to resist in front of Zi Luo. Because the news spread throughout the universes that Zi Luo defeated all the gods of destruction in the fourth echelon, but there is no rumor about how to defeat it. Therefore, apart from the parties involved and a few big bosses who watched the battle, the others didn't know how Zi Luo beat those veteran gods of destruction. Seeing that Herace and Moscow had prepared themselves, Vermit didn't say anything. Originally, he was thinking that if the other two gods of destruction didn't have any preparations and ideas, he suggested that the two of them join forces to deal with Zi Luo together. Although it may be a little embarrassing, it is better than being defeated one by Zi Luo. Besides, he proposed to let the other two gods of destruction join forces, and he would not join them. If you want to lose face, you won't lose his face. But now, Herace and Moscow have their own ideas and preparations, so Vermit gave up this idea. Not even Vermit, the shrewder gods of destruction, noticed. Among the three gods of destruction, none of them thought that they could defeat Zi Luo. They all agreed that if they didn't do something, they would lose to Zi Luo. In other words, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that they couldn't beat Zi Luo with their own strength alone. The dignified veteran gods of destruction, and the gods of destruction of the third echelon, if their ideas spread, they will definitely be ridiculed by the gods of destruction of the other two echelons. But there was no way, it was because Qilu's performance during this period was too dazzling. Let them lose their self-confidence as the third echelon gods of destruction. Vermit and the others gathered together to discuss something, which Zi Luo didn't know. He didn't know that in order to deal with him, the three gods of destruction of the third echelon had their own ideas. However, because of this, Zi Luo didn't immediately challenge gods of destruction from the third tier. Though a bit longer might get the rest of gods of destruction ready. But if the time is longer, maybe the other gods of destruction will think that he has stopped challenging the great act of gods of destruction, thereby lowering their vigilance. Anyway, Zi Luo has already decided that, at least in a short period of time, he will not take the initiative to find other gods of destruction to single out. Of course, if other gods of destruction approached him, he wouldn't refuse either. Since Hattori Heiji started the live broadcast in the group, there has been no particularly big movement in the group. Although cases often occur in the world of Hattori Heiji and Kind Aichi, this often does not happen every day. Otherwise, it would be a bit too scary. As for what an old thief said, in fact, only half a year has passed in Conan's world, so just listen to it as a joke. In the world of Xiao Dangjia, since Xiao Dangjia became a super chef, he started an adventure journey with his little friends. He has been to many places and has seen the food of many places. Of course, every time he went to a place, his identity as a super chef would be exposed once, and then he would attract a lot of exclamations from around. Invisible pretend, the deadliest. Of course, although Xiao Dangjia is a gourmet world in 940, there are also villains in it, that is, the dark culinary world. In order to compete for the legendary kitchen utensils, Xiao Dangjia and his friends launched a fierce duel with the dark cooking world. But this time, the little head is in trouble again. He met a chef in the dark cooking world doing evil in a certain place, so he wants to stop it. However, this chef has conquered the hearts of many people with his cooking skills and those strange ingredients. If you want to stop him, you can only defeat him in cooking. It is worth mentioning that this chef got some ingredients that he has never seen before. If you want to defeat him, you must first win from the ingredients. However, as a super chef, he is very familiar with most of the ingredients. If he wants to win from the ingredients, he must come up with new ingredients. It's a pity that in his era, the types of ingredients are a bit too small. At this time, he suddenly thought of the chat group. Although there are no new ingredients in his era, there will definitely be in other worlds. So, he immediately sent a message in the group. Lu Moxing, excuse me, do you have any special ingredients in your world? I need a new ingredient now. Chapter 88 Dinosaur Meat, have you ever eaten it? Please subscribe. As soon as the news about Xiao Dangjia came out, the group became lively again in an instant. If you want to talk about the few people who speak the least in the group leader Zai Luo is one, and Masamune Izumi is also one. And this little master is also one. However, it is understandable that these three people are few and the others are in the water group. Needless to say, Zai Luo, what is his status? It is already pretty good to be able to speak a few words in the group. How can you expect people to be like them doing nothing all day long? As for Izumi Masamune, because he is a novelist, he needs to spend a lot of time and energy on code words every day, and he has to worry about whether his writing collapses every day. No matter how the data is not moved, no one looks at these things. Of course, there will not be a lot of time to come to the water group. As for the little head, as a chef, he is also very busy, and in the catering industry, basically there is no rest time. I have to be busy until late every day, and of course I don't have time to come to the water group. And among these three people, the number of occurrences of Xiao Dangjia is the least. At least, Luo and Izumi Masamune watched the live broadcast of Hattori Heiji before. If these three people can send some news in the group one day, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Not to mention the news of asking for help like Xiao Dangjia. Carp, at Xiao Dangjia, what kind of ingredients do you want, meat, fish, or vegetables? No matter what you want, I can get it for you. As a naval hero, it's not a piece of cake to get some ingredients, but it's just a matter of his words. Shinomiya Kagaya, actually, there are many good things in my era. I can give you as much as you want. Sakamoto, since Miss Kagaya has said so, then I am embarrassed to rob her. Who made me a poor man? Kind Aichi, +1. Hattori Heiji, +2. The ages of these four people are the closest, so their worlds have similar ingredients. And they also knew Shinomiya Kagaya's identity in her world. She was definitely a world-class business tycoon, rich as hell. As long as there are ingredients in her world, she can get them. As for money? Just kidding. Talking about money with the eldest lady of the Sagong group? Therefore, the other three people didn't say anything, because Kagaya Shinomiya could definitely get more ingredients than them. At this time, Zai Luo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally sent a message in the group. Zai Luo, are you sure any ingredients can be made delicious? As soon as Zai Luo's news was sent out, the group became more lively. The other people in the group were still wondering what day it was, and suddenly the two people who spoke the least, Xiao Dangjia and Zai Luo, spoke in the group. Carp, at Zai Luo, group leader, according to what you mean, you seem to have some ingredients to give to Xiao Dangjia. If that's the case, I won't lose face in front of you, the group leader. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too. The ingredients I have here are just some very common ingredients. The group owner can kill me in seconds with any ingredient, and I don't lose face in front of the group owner. As for the others, let alone. Carp and Shinomiya Kagaya are not flattering Zai Luo, but they really feel that their ingredients can't stand up to Zai Luo at all. Think about the gift Zi Luo gave them before, it was something beyond their imagination. Therefore, the ingredients that Zi Luo can produce will definitely exceed their imagination. After Zi Luo took a look at the news, he stopped paying attention, and now he is waiting for the news from Xiao Dangjia. Lu Moxing, at Zi Luo, group leader, although I am not good at other aspects, I still have a little confidence in my cooking skills. This sentence already represents the meaning of Xiao Dangjia, that is, he thinks that he can make any food delicious. This is also his pride and confidence as a super chef. However, Zi Luo still asked a little uncertainly. Zi Luo, are you sure? Even ingredients you've never seen before. Lu Moxing, I'm sure. In fact, Lu Moxing's original self-confidence dropped a lot when he saw the news about Zi Luo. He has never even seen ingredients that he has never seen before, so how can he be sure that they can be cooked deliciously? He is just an ordinary person, not a god. Even a super chef cannot make delicious ingredients that he has never seen before. However, the little boss still confirmed the news of Zi Luo. Since joining the chat group, Xiao Dangjia actually felt a little inferior. His era was in ancient times, not even modern times, and there was nothing to talk about at all. Except for his cooking skills. The little head is very worried, if other people in the group have doubts about his cooking skills, will they stop paying attention to him? So no matter what, he has to give it a try. And, for a chef, it is an honor to be able to handle ingredients that you have never seen before. Zi Luo, well, I happen to have an ingredient here for you to handle. Lu Moxing, group leader, may I ask, what kind of ingredients are you using? Zi Luo, it is a kind of meat ingredient, a kind of dinosaur meat on a planet in my world. As Zi Luo is gods of destruction, his current interests are only a few. Improve your own strength and become stronger, pay attention to what fun things are in the follow group, as well as food. In his impression, the seventh universe has a very good taste of dinosaur meat. When he was the exclusive chef of Beerus before, he used this ingredient to cook food, and the taste can be said to be endless. With his culinary skills, he can cook such delicious food, so with his cooking skills, wouldn't it be better for this kind of delicacy? Good, 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 Lu Moxing, dinosaur meat. Group leader, there are still dinosaurs in your world. Of course Lu Moxing knew what a dinosaur was, but he didn't expect that Zi Luo could even take out dinosaur meat. In Zi Luo's world, can dinosaurs be completely extinct? As for the others, they were very calm when they heard Zi Luo talking about dinosaur meat. They are no longer surprised by Zi Luo's words. Because they knew that if they were surprised every time Zi Luo said a word, they probably wouldn't live long. Zi Luo, now you still have a chance to regret it. Dinosaur meat, can you handle it? Little boss, I am willing to try. Group leader, please give me this chance. The little boss never imagined that one day he would be able to handle dinosaur meat. Although he knew that the dinosaur Zi Luo mentioned might be different from the dinosaur he understood, he was still very excited. Chapter 89 Invincible Ingredients. Please subscribe. In this era of Xiao Dangjia, dinosaurs have long been extinct and belong to legendary figures. Naturally, it is impossible for ingredients related to dinosaurs to appear. And if Zi Luo can really give him dinosaur meat, let alone other things, he must have won in terms of ingredients. As for whether he can handle dinosaur meat well and make dinosaur meat into a delicacy, he doesn't know yet. It can only be said that he tried his best. Zi Luo, okay, wait for a while, I'll bring you the ingredients. Since the little head had asked him so, Zi Luo decided to give him a chance. Anyway, even if the little boss can't handle the ingredients well, he doesn't have any loss. And if the little boss can make a delicacy, then he will be lucky. No matter what, he won't lose money, so why not give Xiaodang a chance? The dinosaur meat in Zi Luo's mouth is a kind of dinosaur on a certain planet in the seventh universe. The meat of the dinosaurs on this planet is very tender and delicious. Even if it is processed casually, it can have a very delicious taste. Of course, if you treat it casually here, it's not enough to just cook it like this, it still requires a certain 680 cooking skills. Whis took Zi Luo to that planet before, so Zi Luo can use instant transmission to go there now. This planet is very big, not much bigger than the Earth. Moreover, the residents above are very irritable. When Whis brought him over, an aborigine attacked him and Whis very rudely. Luckily Beerus wasn't there at the time, and he wasn't gods of destruction at the time. Otherwise the planet would have disappeared from the universe long ago. This time Zi Luo came here again, and it was much smoother than the last time, and he didn't meet the inhabitants of the planet. Instead, he discovered his goal all at once. The dinosaur meat on this planet is not only delicious, but the dinosaurs are also relatively docile. Although these dinosaurs are so big that they can catch up with the monsters in the Ultraman world, they have a very gentle personality and will not actively attack other people. It doesn't match their tall and burly appearance at all. Perhaps, it is precisely because of their gentle character that they are so. After slaughtering a dinosaur, Zi Luo took the tastiest part of it. This ingredient is what he wants to give to Xiao. It is impossible to send all the dinosaurs there. So only part of it can be taken away. But although it is a part, the size of the dinosaur is too big after all. The part that Zi Luo took was at least as big as a truck. Back on the planet Gods of Destruction, Zi Luo opened the chat group, stuffed part of the meat he had divided into a red envelope and sent it to Xiao. It was impossible for him to send all the meat over at once. If such a large piece of meat was crushed to death by the time, it would be embarrassing. So, Zi Luo divided the meat into pieces. If Xiao Dangjia can really make this ingredient into a delicacy, then he will send the rest of the meat along with him. But if the little boss can't do it, then he doesn't need to waste this time and fine matching. This was the first time that the little master received red envelopes, so he didn't know what to do at the beginning. Afterwards, after being reminded by Sakamoto, Xiao Dangjia received the red envelope. Afterwards, a piece of meat half as tall as a person appeared in front of the little master. Because he didn't know that the ingredients sent by Zi Luo would be so big, Xiao Dangjia was accidentally crushed under the meat. Fortunately, Zi Luo only sent a part of it. If all the meat was sent over, the moment just now would be enough to crush Xiao Dangjia. With the help of others, Xiao Dangjia managed to get up from the ground. Seeing the ingredients sent by Zi Luo, although Xiao Dangjia has never seen it before, he can also, see that this ingredient is definitely the best ingredient he has ever seen. Although it is raw, it has no fishy smell at all, and instead has a faint fragrance. With such a large piece of meat, the little master's partners, namely Chef Xiet, who specializes in pastry, and Ren, who was a member of the dark cooking circle before, felt very strange. It's just that because Xiao Dangjia couldn't tell what happened in the chat group, it was difficult to explain, so he just blurted out a few words casually. After getting the ingredients, and they are such good ingredients, Xiao Dangjia has great confidence that he can win. Because before, Xiao Dangjia only sent a message in the group asking for ingredients, and didn't tell others that he wanted to use ingredients to fight others. So the people in the group didn't care. Otherwise, if Carp and the others find out that the young boss is actually going to have a cooking showdown with others, they will definitely let him start a live broadcast. They have seen the devastating battle, and they have seen the live broadcast of solving the case, but they have never seen a duel about cooking skills. With brand new ingredients and Xiao Dangjia's cooking skills, there is no possibility of Xiao Dangjia losing in this competition. Originally, the little boss was still worried about whether he had the strength to handle the ingredients he had never seen before. But after seeing the ingredients again, he realized that he was thinking too much. With such good ingredients, let alone a super chef like him, even an ordinary chef can make it delicious. When he took out the ingredients, Everyone was shocked by the ingredients he took out. Especially the chef from Hylia realm. As a person in the dark cooking world, what ingredients has he never seen? But he has never seen such good ingredients. After losing the competition with Xiao, he even wanted to snatch the remaining ingredients. For a chef, apart from hands and taste, the most important thing is the kitchen utensils, and the next thing is the ingredients. Such good ingredients are enough to drive any chef crazy. In this world of Xiao, the ingredients delivered by Zai Luo are simply invincible. Even Master Xie and Ren were a little moved, let alone people in the dark cooking world. Fortunately, Master Xie and Ren stopped them, otherwise they might really be snatched away. For the ingredients Zai Luo sent over, only a part of them was used in the competition, and there was still a lot left. Xiao Dangjia did not hesitate to make these ingredients delicious. However, he did not let Master Xie and Ren taste it, because he knew that it must be approved by one person. Lu Moxing, at Zai Luo, group leader, I have processed the ingredients you sent over, and made a few dishes. I wonder if you can let some of my friends taste this ingredient. The ingredients were sent by Zai Luo. And if he wanted other people to taste them, he had to get Zai Luo's approval first. Chapter 90 Food is dangerous, eat with caution. Please subscribe. Zai Luo couldn't help showing a smile when he saw the news from Xiao Dangjia. As a super chef, Xiao Dangjia is very strict with ingredients and cooking. Since he said so, it means that the ingredients he sent over have turned into glowing dishes. Zai Luo can't wait to taste it. Zai Luo, leave a little for you and your friends to taste, and post all the rest in the group, so everyone else can have a taste. It is better to be alone than to be happy alone, and Lo is not selfish enough to prevent others from tasting it. And Zai Luo's words also received thanks and praise from others. Carp, the group leader is magnificent. The group leader is the best. Shinomiya Kagaya, the group leader is indeed the best person. Sakamoto, the group leader is an eternal god. Kind Aichi, the group leader is the most handsome. Hattori Heiji, you guys, you actually say that to the group leader just for a little food. I can only say that what you said is really correct. As for Izumi Masamune, he was probably trying to code and didn't watch the group, so he had to miss such a good opportunity. With Zai Luo's consent, Xiao Dangjia moved most of the dishes to an empty place, leaving only a little for him, Master Xie and Ren. Although Master Xie and Ren were very surprised by Xiao Dangjia's behavior, they were all focused on the food now, and let Xiao Dangjia go. The reason why Xiao Dangjia wants to do this is also very simple. He can't turn these food into red envelopes and send them to the group in front of the other two. If he did, Master Xie and Ren would definitely faint from fright. The little boss stuffed all the leftover delicacies into the red envelopes and sent them out. However, no one dared to be the first to snatch it. Because they know that the first person to grab the red envelope is only the group leader Zai Luo. After Zai Luo snatched the first red envelope, others dared to grab the remaining red envelopes. Soon, all the red envelopes sent out by the little head had been snatched up. For the sake of fairness, Xiao Dangjia made a dish for everyone in the group. But because Izumi Masamune did not come out to grab the red envelope, so his red envelope can only be received by Xiaodang himself. The dishes made by Xiao Dangjia are different, and the dish Zai Luo grabbed was a steak. To be more precise, it should be called a dragon. This piece of dragon steak is simply full of color, fragrance, and taste, and it fills people's appetite just by looking at it. But it's a pity that the dragon steak this time is different from the golden fried rice last time, and Zai Luo didn't see how it shined. It is estimated that Xiao Dangjia will indeed emit light when it was first made, but it has been a while, and all the light that should be emitted has been emitted. Naturally, there is no light. After getting the dragon steak, Zai Luo didn't choose to eat it immediately, but sent a message in the group. Zai Luo, at all members, please wait to eat. Before you eat, I have a question that I want to explain first. As soon as Zi Luo's news was sent out, Carp and others who were about to speak stopped their actions. They were very curious about what problems Zi Luo needed to explain. Zi Luo, the ingredients for these foods come from a dinosaur on a certain planet in my world. Although that dinosaur is very weak, the energy it carries is still too large for you. So you, when eating, don't eat too much at once. It's best to eat small bites. Zi Luo, if you eat too fast and eat too much at once, you may not be able to bear the energy in the ingredients, causing your body to explode. As soon as Zi Luo's news was sent out, in the world of Xiao Dangjia, Master Xie and Ren suddenly ran over to look for Xiao Dangjia. It is said that the person who ate the delicacies made by Xiao Dangjia, for some reason, his body exploded. All the people around ran away in fright, thinking that they were possessed by evil spirits. Hearing this news, the little head froze in place. He actually killed several people. Although the death of those people cannot be blamed on Xiao Dangjia, but after all, they said that they died after eating the delicacies he made, which brought a big impact to Xiao Dangjia. Lu Moxing, at Zi Luo, group leader, what should I do? Several people in my place died after eating what I made. After all, Xiao Dangjia is just an ordinary person, and according to his age, he is just a child. The first time he encountered such a thing, he had already panicked, so he could only ask Zi Luo and the group for a solution. And the news of Xiao Dangjia also shocked the rest of the group. Just after Zi Luo sent the message, someone actually lost their life because of eating this ingredient. This made Kagaya Shinomiya, ordinary people like Sakamoto, so frightened that they didn't dare to eat it. They quickly asked Zi Luo and the group what to do. But at this time, this road has closed the chat group. All his attention is now on Long Pai in front of him. The aroma of the dragon steak made Zi Luo salivate. What else can I say? As a foodie, I definitely can't wait for the food. So Zi Luo picked up the dragon steak and ate it up. There are only two words to describe it: taste. Just when Zi Luo had just finished eating the dragon steak, he hadn't even disposed of the plate. Suddenly the door to his room was opened, and Beerus and Whis rushed into his room. Zi Luo's attention was all on the food just now, and he didn't notice anyone approaching his room. But even if his attention wasn't drawn to the food, he wouldn't know that Whis and Beerus were near his room. Because of his current strength, he is still some distance away from Beerus, let alone Whis. Okay, Zi Luo. You're secretly eating in your room. Rushing into the room, Beerus's eyes immediately set on the plate that was not put away beside Zi Luo. He looked at Zi Luo with heartache in his eyes. Back in the day, when Zi Luo was not gods of destruction, he would take the initiative to send him delicious food. But now, Zi Luo has become the gods of destruction, and it has changed. He eats delicious food alone in the room and doesn't know how to share it anymore. Even Whis looked at Zi Luo with a little sadness in his eyes. As a foodie, it is the most heart-wrenching thing to have something delicious not to share with them. How do you know? Zi Luo asked curiously. He ate in the room, so Whis they can still find out. Could it be that Whis has been monitoring his room all the time? This scent is so strong, how do you think we know? After speaking, Beerus twitched his nose a few times, enjoying it. Chapter 91 Suggestion from Zi Luo. Please subscribe. As a big foodie, just by smelling the fragrance in the air, Beerus knew that what Zi Luo ate must be very delicious. This made Beerus even more upset. There are good things, but I don't know how to share them. Seeing Beerus's appearance, Zi Luo knew that it must be the aroma of the dragon steak he took out that attracted Beerus and Whis. Although the fragrance is indeed very strong, but Zi Luo's room is still some distance away from the open space outside. Even if the fragrance really drifts over, there is only a little bit left. Zi Luo really wants to ask Beerus, you are obviously a cat. You are still a hairless cat, why is your nose so good? Zi Luo, you are very unkind in this matter. I don't care. You have to give me a taste of the food you just ate. Anyway, how good is your cooking skills? Do it again. One copy shouldn't be too difficult. Beerus swallowed, looked at Zi Luo and said. Zi Luo glanced at Beerus and then at Whis. Although Whis had no expression on his face, the meaning in his eyes was the same as that of Beerus. Zi Luo shrugged and said. Okay, then you go out and wait for a while, I'll bring you the food later, it's okay. No. What if you steal it again? I want to watch you do it. Please, since you all already know, how can I steal it? If I can't get it out at that time, won't you bother me again? Besides, when I was your chef before, I did it in front of you. Have you been cooking? If someone is watching, I will be disturbed while cooking. Beerus looked at Zi Luo suspiciously, and finally followed Whis out. After Beerus and Whis left, Zi Luo opened the chat group, only to find that many people at him. After reading the message, Zi Luo realized that it was the reason for the message he sent before. He said before that the ingredients he gave contained some energy, so he asked them to be careful when eating, and not to eat too much at once. Unexpectedly, something happened to the little master. People who ate the dishes made by Xiao Dangjia exploded and died because they couldn't bear the energy contained in the ingredients. Now, the little boss is having a headache what to do. Even other people were worried about this problem, and did not dare to move their mouths, asking what to do in the group. This kind of thing is not a big problem for Zi Luo, or he doesn't care at all. However, since Xiao Dangjia and other people are asking him, he should give them some advice. Zi Luo first sent a message to Xiao Dangjia. Zi Luo, you don't have to take this matter to heart. There is nothing wrong with the dishes you cook. It's because the people who eat them are in poor health. Moreover, since you have joined this chat group, I have to put you some of the previous ideas were discarded. Jin Tianyi, Xiao Dangjia, the group owner is right. Joining this chat group will make you no longer ordinary. You have to learn to abandon some of your original ideas, and you have to learn to adapt to some things. Just like me, I was very uncomfortable at the beginning, but now I am slowly adapting. Kind Aichi also came out at this time and made a fuss. He said that when he first joined, he saw Zi Luo kill the small cell and the big cell in seconds. At that time, he felt very uncomfortable because Zi Luo killed people. Because in his mind, this kind of thing is against the law. But after staying in the group for a long time, his thinking has gradually changed. In his own world, if someone breaks the law, he will of course find the murderer, but if someone else in the group does anything human, he will not be surprised or uncomfortable. Even himself, his thoughts are gradually changing. If he had been told before that there was a person who deserved to be killed in front of him, would he kill him with his own hands? He will definitely say no, and will arrest the other party. But now, his attitude is no longer so firm, and he even had the idea that it was just a trivial matter to kill a person. Therefore, as a person who has experienced it, Kind Aichi felt that it was necessary to enlighten the young master. Under Jin Tianyi's enlightenment, Xiao Dangjia felt a lot better, and he gradually became able to accept the previous things. Indeed, since he joined the chat group, his life has become extraordinary. For him, what is a big thing, what is very troublesome, may be a trivial matter to other people in the group. If he can't learn to adapt, sooner or later he will be eliminated by other people in the group. Now that he has joined the chat group and seen a wider world, of course Xiao Dangjia is not willing to be eliminated like this, so he must start to adapt. The problem of Xiao Dangjia was solved. Thinking of other people's problems, Zi Luo sent another message. Zi Luo, at all members, as for how much you should eat each time, it depends on your own situation. Just like Carp, with his physical fitness, he can eat more each time than you. Zi Luo, so, my advice to you is to eat about the size of a dice each time. Once the body reacts, stop and wait until the reaction passes. Zi luo. As for carp, you can also take such a small amount first, and then decide according to your own situation. Zi luo, by the way, although this ingredient contains some energy, if you eat the right amount, it will be good for you. The energy contained in it can transform your body and make you stronger. As soon as the news of Zi luo came out, the people who were still in fear in the group not only stopped being afraid, but became very excited at 0.9. After Carp mastered Qi before, with the consent of Zi luo, he began to teach other people in the group how to master Qi. But it has been so long, except for Carp, no one else has mastered Qi. According to Carp, it is because they are ordinary people, their physical fitness is too weak, and their energy is too weak, so it is so difficult. This is a disappointment for those who want to master Qi. Sakamoto and others, who have seen the beauty and horror of Qi, really want to master Qi. Even Hattori Heiji and others who joined later are very interested in things like Qi under the explanation of others. But now, Zi luo actually said that eating this dinosaur meat can enhance their physical fitness. Does this mean that they can master Qi? Chapter 92 Beerus, find compa to show off, please subscribe. After seeing the news from Zi luo, the other people in the group were so excited. If it is really possible to enhance their physique so that they can master Qi, they are very willing to try. As for the danger of exploding and dying, they no longer take it seriously. Zi luo has said it all, as long as you eat a little less every time. They were also very fortunate that they got the red envelopes, and when they got the food, they didn't pick it up like a starving ghost. Otherwise, their current fate will be the same as that of those who ate the food of the little master. Knowing the correct way to eat from Zi luo, Carp and the others found a dice and a small knife, and began to divide the dishes in their hands into pieces. It is worth mentioning that although Zi luo said that it is enough to eat a dice-sized amount each time, but apart from Carp, Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakamoto and the others, ordinary people did not divide the dishes into dice sizes, but at least half of them. Because they know very well that the dice-sized amount that Zi luo mentioned is the amount in the eyes of Zi luo, a top boss. Carp, who is also not an ordinary person, may be able to, but ordinary people like them, forget it. Everything is based on 12 safety, and you can divide it into as small as you can. At the worst, if you don't feel anything at the time, just eat a little more. On the other side, Xiao Dangjia took Master Xie and ran away after bidding farewell to the others. Those people all died when their bodies exploded, and everyone else thought they were bewitched by evil spirits, and no one thought about their deaths on the little boss. After all, if you could explode and die after eating something, that would be too terrifying, no one would believe it. And when the three of them arrived in a forest and sat down to rest, the young master suddenly found someone in the group answering him. At first glance, it turned out to be Zi luo, the group leader. Zi luo, I still have some ingredients here, I'll send them over, you can help me cook them. Then, Xiao Dangjia received a red envelope from Zi luo. While the other two were not paying attention, Xiao Dangjia ran to a place where no one was around, and opened the red envelope. Because he had the experience of being under the pressure of the ingredients last time, so this time, after receiving the red envelope, the little master ran away immediately. Sure enough, a large piece of ingredients appeared at the place where Xiao Dangjia was standing just now. Bigger than the ingredients just now. If it wasn't for Xiao Dang's cleverness, he would have been paralyzed by the ingredients. The little head had just received a red envelope, and Zi luo sent him a second red envelope. Zi luo, here are some of the leftover ingredients, it can be regarded as a reward for your hard work. The little master didn't get the red envelope immediately, because even if he got it, there was no place to put it. Anyway, this red envelope was specially given to him by the group leader Zi luo, and no one else has the courage to grab it. Let's wait until he gets to a better place to get it. Next, Xiao Dangjia started to help Zi luo prepare the ingredients. As a super chef, what kind of kitchen utensils and seasonings are brought with me? But in this wilderness, there is no special kitchen, and there are many delicacies that cannot be prepared. Therefore, the little master can only light a fire and prepare to make these ingredients into barbecue. Because there are so many ingredients, it is impossible to roast all of them at once, so Xiao Dangjia can only roast a little and send some to Zai Luo. Zai Luo, on the other hand, brought the delicacies sent by Xiao Dangjia to Beerus and Whis. Beerus and Whis couldn't wait any longer, and soon ate all the food that Zai Luo brought over. Moreover, because Beerus is no longer gods of destruction's sake, Whis didn't treat him politely and took away most of the food. Poor Beerus only got a small part. The look on their faces when they finish eating is a treat. They have never eaten anything so delicious. Zai Luo, I didn't expect you to improve your cooking skills after becoming gods of destruction. Come on, cook more. Beerus had an unsatisfied expression on his face. He ate little, so he hurriedly urged Zai Luo to continue to rely on delicious food. However, Zai Luo glanced at him and shook his head. It's gone, there are only so many ingredients. If you want to eat, wait for the next chance. Of course Zai Luo lied to Beerus, he still has a lot, and the little head is doing it non-stop now. But, the rest are all his. Just kidding. He can't get enough of it himself. Haha, Beerus and Whis are good at experimenting. Of course, Beerus would not believe Zai Luo's words, but Zai Luo asked him to go to the kitchen to have a look, and there was really nothing there, so Beerus gave up. It's a pity, wait until you make more next time, I will take them to the 6th universe to show off to Kampa. Let him show off the food of the 6th universe in front of me all day long. Although Kampa lost face to Zai Luo last time, Beerus will not pity him. Not only that, he also planned to show off in front of Kampa, and then stimulate Kampa well. This sentence from Beerus reminded Zai Luo. Before, he asked Whis to collect all the treasures of the 7th universe. There are a lot of treasures collected, but none of them are high grade. No way, the Dragon Ball world is different from other worlds. There are no treasures that have been uploaded 853 times. Zai Luo exchanged all the treasures that Whis found for points, which only changed his points from the original 110,000 to 130,000. It seems that the most precious treasure in the Dragon Ball world is the Super Dragon Ball. Neither the Dragon Ball on Earth nor Namex Dragon Ball can compare with the Super Dragon Ball. Therefore, Zai Luo also asked Whis to find the Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe. Zai Luo remembered that there should be a Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe, but because there is too much dust in the universe, it covered up the Super Dragon Ball and turned into a planet. Under Whis's search, the Super Dragon Ball was indeed found. Zai Luo thought about whether to exchange the Super Dragon Ball for points. There are a total of 7 Super Dragon Balls, which can definitely be exchanged for a lot of points. But then Zai Luo thought about it, he could collect all 7 Super Dragon Balls, and then make a wish to Super Shenron to get a lot of treasures. Redeem the Super Dragon Ball into points, this is one time, just redeem once and it will be gone. But if you use the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish, you can make an unknown number of wishes and get a lot of treasures. What Beerus said reminded Zai Luo. He remembered that in the original book, Kampa had collected 6 Dragon Balls, and only 1 Dragon Ball from the 7th universe could be collected. Chapter 93 Go to the 6th universe. Please subscribe. Super Dragon Balls are not the same as Earth and Namex Dragon Balls, they are only scattered on one planet. Super Dragon Ball, that is scattered among 12 universes. If you really find it, it will be a very troublesome thing. But since Kampa was able to find so many Super Dragon Balls in such a short period of time, there must be his way. Therefore, Zai Luo has to ask for this method. Or if Kampa doesn't know how to do it, just tell him where the other Super Dragon Balls are. Whis, where is the 6th universe? I will go to the 6th universe. By the way, tell me the locations of all the universes by the way. Action is worse than heartbeat. Zi Luo immediately asked Wis, where is the location of the 6th universe? Although Kampa knows the location of the 7th universe, he does not know the location of the 6th universe, and he does not know the location of many other universes. Therefore, Zi Luo simply asked all the locations of all the universes, and would have to ask Wis again and again in the future. Wis told Zi Luo all the locations of the universe. This is no secret, there is nothing that cannot be told. And hearing that Zi Luo was going to the 6th universe, Beerus said he would go too. Moreover, Beerus also asked Zi Luo to prepare some delicious food just now, and he wanted to bring it over to show off in front of Kampa. Beerus is going, this Zi Luo has no opinion. But what Beerus asked him to do, Luo said he would not do it. It's none of his business to show off to Kampa. Why would he sacrifice his food to show off in front of Kampa? But Zi Luo's refusal made Beerus very upset. Now he has discovered that Zi Luo is no longer the same as before, and has undergone earth-shaking changes. No way, Zi Luo refuses to agree, Beerus can't force him to do it. He knew that Zi Luo was very popular with Zeno and Grand Priest. It would be embarrassing if Zi Luo made a complaint and caused Zeno and Grand Priest to trouble themselves. This is also the reason why after Zi Luo became gods of destruction, he was able to call Beerus by name directly, and he could answer Beerus if he wanted to, and let it go if he didn't want to. Because he has Zeno and Grand Priest behind him. However, only the trio of Wis, Beerus, and Zi Luo from the 7th universe knew about this matter. The gods of destruction and angel of the other universes don't even know about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the courage to find the way. But then again, it seems that they are the ones who are looking for trouble. Wis flew towards the 6th universe with Zi Luo and Beerus. As for why Zi Luo didn't use instant transmission, it's very simple. Anyway, he is also a dignified gods of destruction, so he can't bring Wis and Beerus instant transmission with him every time, so what is he like? A follower of Wis and Beerus? Therefore, unless Zi Luo is alone or the journey is really far away, otherwise he will not use instant transmission, and let Wis fly with him. Coincidentally, the 6th universe is next door to the 7th, not far away. It can be reached quickly even without instant transmission. On the 6th universe, Gods of Destruction planet, Kampa is very rare in cultivation. This is simply an incredible thing for a Gods of Destruction who is too lazy to consolidate even if it breaks through the realm. Vados on the side was also a little surprised at the beginning, but now she is used to it. Since the last time he lost to Zi Luo and was humiliated in front of the Gods of Destruction of the whole universe, Kampa has started to practice seriously. Because he felt that if he had been able to consolidate his realm and even be stronger when fighting Zi Luo before, he would not have lost. I won't lose such a big face. Although Kampa hates cultivation, he hates losing face even more, especially losing face related to Beerus. He also knows that Zi Luo defeated Sidra and Rumsshi. So he has already decided that when she becomes stronger, he will talk to Rumsshi and Sidra, and then go to Zi Luo to fight again. The three of them teamed up to fight Zi Luo. As for the three veteran gods of destruction teaming up to fight a new gods of destruction, would it be too embarrassing? This Kampa no longer cares. Anyway, his face has been lost now, and he is no longer afraid of losing face. At this time, Zi Luo and the others also came to the 6th universe. After coming to the 6th universe, Zi Luo and the others went directly to the Gods of Destruction planet in Kampa. I'm not mistaken. You Kampa is actually practicing. After coming to Kampa's planet, Beerus said in disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was wrong. He and Kampa are brothers, so he naturally knows what kind of character Kampa is. Very lazy, especially don't like to practice. Otherwise, although Kampa's talent is not as good as him, it is impossible for him to just break through the intermediate gods of destruction after so many years, and it is even more impossible for him to be the weakest existence among gods of destruction. If Kampa can take the initiative to cultivate, even if he can't reach the first echelon, the second echelon is still fine. However, he has never seen Kampa practice on his own initiative, and it was Vados who forced him to practice. So every time Kampa practiced, there would definitely be a reluctant expression on his face. Now, there is that reluctant expression from Kampa. In other words, this time Kampa took the initiative to practice on his own. This surprised Beerus. But immediately, Beerus realized that it must be the reason for losing to Ziluo last time. Beerus felt that Kampa must want to practice hard from now on, to strive for strength, and to fight Ziluo again at that time, wanting to avenge his shame. It's a pity that this is impossible in a lifetime. By Lu, Qian Haozhao, Si. What are you doing in the 6th universe? Kampa, who was practicing, turned around when he heard Beerus' voice, and was still talking while turning around. However, when he saw Ziluo standing next to Beerus, Kampa's face suddenly became very flustered. Because Kampa was very worried, whether this way came to fight with him again. He has not yet come out of the shadow of being hanged and beaten by Ziluo. If he is hanged and beaten again, his mentality will collapse. You don't want your heir to fight with me again. No more fights, no more fights, this time I won't fight anymore if you say anything. Before Beerus and Ziluo could say anything, Kampa shook his head and refused. Seeing Kampa being so cowardly, Beerus was happy. It was the first time he saw Kampa being so cowardly. However, this time it was not him who came to Kampa, but Ziluo. Chapter 94 Free Labor, Kampa. Please subscribe. Beerus is also very curious, what is the reason Ziluo came to the 6th universe to find Kampa this time? Could it be that you didn't enjoy beating Kampa last time, so you want to do it again this time? If this is the case, not only will Beerus not stop it, but he will stand aside and watch the show. Anyway, Kampa and him are a pair of happy friends, and one of the things they like to do most is to watch each other make a fool of themselves. But this time, Beerus and Kampa were all wrong. Gods of destruction that has already been defeated will not get points if it is defeated again, that is to say, it is only the first reward. Therefore, Ziluo no longer has any interest in the 3 gods of destruction in the 4th tier. Fortunately, there is this first reward, otherwise, Kampa would be better off, with only 30,000 points. Rumsshi will definitely be swiped back and forth by Ziluo. It can be said that this first reward protected them. Kampa, I didn't expect you to become so timid now. I used to think you were quite arrogant in front of me. Hearing Beerus' words, Kampa glared at him. Can this be the same? Although the two of them are happy friends and like to see each other make a fool of themselves the most, but they are also brothers after all. No matter what, he would not really be too cruel to the other party, at most it would just make the other party lose face. As for the real fight, Beerus's strength can completely kill Kampa in an instant, but every time the two of them fight, they will fight back and forth in the end, both of them will be injured. In fact, everyone knows that Beerus has simply opened up the entire universe. But Ziluo is different, he doesn't show mercy when he strikes, that's called ruthless. After being beaten up by Ziluo last time, Kampa felt that his body was no longer his own, and he was completely paralyzed. If it weren't for Vados to help him treat him, he would have been in bed for at least a few months. Therefore, Kampa is not afraid at all when facing Beerus, who is stronger than Chi Lu. But facing Ziluo, he is afraid from the bottom of his heart. Of course Ziluo also saw Kampa's worry, he smiled slightly, indicating that Kampa was thinking too much. Don't worry, I didn't come to you this time to fight you, but I want to ask you some questions. Of course, if, you don't answer obediently or don't report the knowledge, then it's not certain I'm going to help you loosen your muscles again. Ziluo looked at Kampa, showing a smile that he thought was kind. However, in Kampa's eyes, his smile is simply the devil's smile. But fortunately, Kampa was relieved to hear that Zi Luo didn't come to him this time to fight him. As long as they don't come to torture him, it's fine. As for what's wrong with Zi Luo, in order not to be beaten by Zi Luo, Kampa said that he will know everything and talk endlessly. I'm asking you, you should know the way to find the Super Dragon Ball, tell me that way. Zi Luo didn't want to go around and asked straight to the point. He just doesn't hide his idea of looking for the Super Dragon Ball, because he knows that it's useless to hide, and he will be found anyway sooner or later. You're looking for a Super Dragon Ball? Hearing Zi Luo's question, Kampa cried out in surprise. Because, he wants Dragon Ball too. And Beerus also looked at Zi Luo with some surprise. Of course he knows what a Super Dragon Ball is, it is a good thing that can summon a Super Shenron, and theoretically can fulfill any wish. Zi Luo actually wants to collect Super Dragon Balls, does he want to have some wish come true? But he is already the gods of destruction, and he is still the most outstanding gods of destruction ever, with the growth rate, so there should be no wish to be fulfilled. But although he was curious, Beerus also knew that this occasion was not suitable for asking. Since Zi Luo wants to collect Super Dragon Balls, collect them. If Kampa dares not to report, he will help Zi Luo train Kampa to speak out. Don't worry about this, you just need to tell me how to find the Super Dragon Ball. But, I don't know either. Kampa said with some guilt. That's it, that's fine. Then you and I will go to the realm of nothingness. I happen to have itchy hands recently, and I want to find someone to discuss. As he spoke, Zi Luo twisted his neck and looked at Kampa with an unkind expression. Wait a minute. Don't be so anxious. Although I don't know how to find the Super Dragon Ball, I know where those Super Dragon Balls are. I can tell you where they are. Seeing that Zi Luo was about to make a move, Kampa panicked and said to Zi Luo quickly. Alright, then tell Wan, where are those Super Dragon Balls? Don't think about lying, or your end will be very miserable. Not only Zi Luo, but even Beerus looked at Kampa with a bad face. If Kampa dares to lie, don't say Zi Luo, Beerus will not let him go first. No way, who made the dishes made by Zi Luo so delicious, especially the barbecue before. The taste is several times more delicious than what Zi Luo made before. In order to be able to eat Zi Luo's dishes often, Beerus of course has to stand on Zi Luo's side. Not to mention that the opponent is still this guy Kampa. Being watched by two gods of destruction, and gods of destruction whose strength far surpassed him, cold sweat broke out on Kampa's fat face all of a sudden. He didn't even have time to wipe off his cold sweat, so he told Zi Luo the location of the Super Dragon Ball. According to Kampa, the 7 Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the 12 universes. One of them is in the 7th universe, 2 are in the 6th universe, and the remaining 4 are in 4 different universes. Kampa told Zi Luo where the Super Dragon Ball was. But he only knows which universe the Super Dragon Ball is in. As for the specific location, he doesn't know. Otherwise, he would have started collecting them long ago, so how could he have waited until now? Seeing Kampa's serious expression, both Zi Luo and Beerus believed that Kampa was not lying. That's right, then let me ask you one thing, okay? Except for the Dragon Ball from the 7th universe, you collect all the remaining 6 Dragon Balls and send them to the 7th universe. Zi Luo looked at Kampa with a smile on his face, patted his shoulder and said. Originally, Zi Luo wanted to find out about the Super Dragon Ball by himself. But after thinking about it, why did he take such effort? He can ask Kampa to help him find it. With free labor, why not? As for whether Kampa will refuse, Zi Luo is not worried about this issue at all. Just kidding, there's no room for Kampa to say no. Chapter 95 Kampa, I accept my fate. Please subscribe. You want me to help you find the Super Dragon Ball? Zi Luo's words made Kampa scream again, and then, Kampa's face turned red. Not the shy kind of blushing, but angry. He felt that Ziluo was really going too far, and it was fine to ask him to name the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Now he even asked him to help find the Super Dragon Ball. Once you find it, send it to the 7th universe. Did Ziluo regard him as gods of destruction? Kampa suddenly felt that in Ziluo's eyes, he seemed to be a free labor force. If Ziluo knew what Kampa was thinking, he would nod in agreement. Because he really treats Kampa as free labor. With Kampa's weak, yet arrogant, trouble-loving personality, if Beerus hadn't been his own brother, he wouldn't have known what it would be like to be bullied by other gods of destruction. But Beerus is not a threat to him, because he bullies Kampa. Beerus will not refuse, but will help him. Who made himself the heir of Beerus, and conquered Beerus' stomach? If Beerus doesn't help him, who will he help? So, when Ziluo bullied Kampa, there was no pressure at all. Who made Kampa's character so annoying? Ziluo felt that, as the heir of Beerus, he had the responsibility to help Kampa get rid of his annoying personality. I said Kampa, since Ziluo asked you to help him collect Super Dragon Balls, then you go and collect them. It won't take you much time anyway. Beerus also spoke at this time. Of course he was helping Ziluo speak. I do not have time. Kampa glared at Beerus and said. I still have to practice, you go find someone else. You? Cultivation? Don't be kidding. If you can really cultivate well, then your strength will be more than that. You won't be beaten so badly by Ziluo. Is it too late for you to think of cultivating well now? Besides, with your current level of strength, even if you really want to practice, it's not too late. Although he had indeed seen Kampa's active cultivation just now, Beerus still didn't believe that Kampa would really last. According to his understanding of Kampa, it is estimated that it is the rhythm of fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days. Besides, Xiang's practice is probably to consolidate his intermediate gods of destruction realm. But it takes a lot of time, at least it will take decades, or even hundreds of years of effort to do it. It can't be done in a day or two. Not everyone is as monstrous as Ziluo, and not everyone can achieve a breakthrough with points like Ziluo. Originally, the last time Ziluo broke through to gods of destruction in the junior middle stage by himself, he also needed to spend some time to consolidate his realm. But this process was directly handled by him with points. When he used strengthening points to strengthen his destructive power, he also strengthened his realm by the way. There is no way, you can do whatever you want if you have points. As for its gods of destruction, at least once it takes a long time. How about this Kampa? If you don't want to, I believe Ziluo will not force you, and of course he will not accompany you to compete with you in order to help you consolidate your realm faster, right Ziluo? Seeing that Kampa still refused, Beerus glanced at Ziluo and said lightly. Although he said it nicely, everyone present could hear the threat from his words. What Beerus said? Just listen to it in reverse. In other words, if Kampa disagrees, Beerus will let Ziluo accompany Kampa to have a good discussion. Of course Ziluo understood what Beerus said, and he nodded to Kampa very cooperatively. That's right Kampa, if you don't agree, forget it, and I won't force you. Although Ziluo said so, Kampa knew that as long as he dared to disagree, it would be the beginning of Wuzhija. Kampa only feels that his future life is dark. It's fine for Beerus to bully him by himself, but now he even brought his heir to bully him. Kampa regretted it very much. If he had known that he would not have gone to the 7th universe to find Beerus to show off the delicacies of the 6th universe. In this way, he will not disturb Ziluo's cultivation, and then Ziluo will not find him. Ask for flowers. Regret. Kampa really regrets it. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, even gods are no exception. Okay, forget that I'm afraid of you guys. Give me a little time, and I'll send them to you when I find all the Super Dragon Balls. No way, Tupa just resigned to his fate. Originally, he wanted to collect all the Super Dragon Balls first, so that he could make a wish first. But he also thought that Zai Luo only asked him to find 6 Super Dragon Balls, and he didn't let him find the one from the 7th universe. Obviously, either Zai Luo has already found the Super Dragon Ball, or he hasn't found it yet, but plans to find it himself. Therefore, the maximum number of Super Dragon Balls he can find is 6. Unless he can sneak into the 7th universe and find the Dragon Ball in the 7th universe secretly. But this is simply not realistic. So there was no other way, Kampa had to accept his fate. Now he just hopes to find 6 Dragon Balls as soon as possible, hand them over to Zai Luo, and tell Zai Luo, by the way, can he stop bothering him in the future. The search for Kampa is done, and Lo and 6 have Beerus back in the 7th universe. Regarding the challenge to gods of destruction, the 3rd echelon, Zai Luo plans to take a break for the time being, wait until Kampa collects all the Dragon Balls, and after he fulfills his wish, he will start his great career of playing all over the universe. After returning to the 7th universe, Beerus and Whis couldn't forget the barbecue that Zai Luo brought out before, and hoped that Zai Luo could give them some more. As for what Zai Luo said before has not come, they believe there are ghosts. Seeing that Beerus stood by his side just now and helped him a lot, Zai Luo also agreed. Opening the chat group, Luo found that the little head had sent him a lot of red envelopes. The contents of these red envelopes are the barbecued meat cooked by Zio Dangjia for Zai Luo. After receiving a red envelope, Zai Luo gave the barbecue to Beerus and Whis. As for the rest, of course he kept it for himself to savor slowly. Just when Zai Luo was receiving the red envelope, he suddenly discovered that other people in the group had left messages in the group, saying that after eating the food, their physical fitness had indeed been enhanced. Chapter 96 Group Members Who Have Strengthened Their Physique. Zai Luo remembered that it had only been less than half a day since he made suggestions in the group. He did not expect that those guys in the group had already eaten the food and their physique had also been strengthened. It seems that he still underestimated the energy contained in the ingredients, or it can be said that he underestimated the physical fitness of those people in the group. In the group, those who have eaten the food and strengthened their physical fitness are sharing their joy. The first to bear the brunt, of course, is Carp. His strength is the strongest in the group except Zai Luo, and of course he can eat the most dishes at once. Natural cooking also gave him the greatest boost. Carp, the group leader's ingredients are really amazing. I only ate about 2 dice-sized amounts, and it improved my physical fitness. Because Zai Luo said before that Garp can eat 0.80 more than other people, so Garp ate an amount the size of 2 dice all at once. As soon as he ate it, Carp felt his body start to heat up, and a wave of energy in his body was transforming his body. After the transformation was completed, Garp found that his physique had actually strengthened. Although the enhancement is not much, but that is because it is less. If he can eat a little more food, it will improve his physique even more. And after improving his physique, Garp even felt that he was several years younger. Of course, this is Carp's illusion. He is not young, but because of his physical improvement, at least Carp can live for a few more years. Moreover, after improving his physique, Carp also found that he only increased his chi after practicing for a while, but it actually increased a lot all of a sudden. This makes Carp very excited, because now he is estimated to be able to practice flying technique. In fact, when he first mastered chi, he could already practice flying technique. It's just that at that time Carp thought that he could use chi proficiently first, and then let his chi strengthen a little before starting to practice. But now, he can use chi proficiently, and the amount of chi has increased, so he can finally learn flying technique. Not only Carp, but also other people who ate food. Shinomiya Kagaya, I don't eat as much as Mr. Carp, I only ate about a quarter of the size of a dice. But I can feel that my physique has also increased, and my strength has also increased a lot. Shinomiya Kagaya, and more importantly, my body shape has not changed. I thought I would become a muscular girl. Shock me. Different from the men in the group, Shinomiya Kagaya is also a girl anyway, and she is also a girl who loves beauty. It would be a very scary thing if she turned into a muscular girl. So she actually hesitated before eating the food. It's just that her inner desire to strengthen her physique and learn flying technique overcame her inner fear. But fortunately, the result still made her very satisfied. It not only enhanced her physique, but did not turn into a muscular girl, it was perfect. Moreover, as a girl, she is very keen on the enhancement of her physique. Because in the past, she needed a lot of strength to lift a table, but now, she only needs to use one hand. And you have to know that little master cooks more than just a few dishes. If she eats all the dishes, she will probably become the most powerful person in the world. Even those strong men are no match for her. The same goes for everyone else. Sakamoto, Hattori Heiji, Kind Aichi, Zio Dangjia, and others all felt the enhancement of their physique. Jin Tianyi, a high school student who would get tired after accomplishing nothing but solving a case, deliberately went outside for a run after his physique strengthened, and it turned out to be very relaxed, without even panting. As for Sakamoto, using his cheats, it became easier, faster, and more powerful when he repeatedly jumped left and right. As for Hattori Heiji, when he was practicing kendo, he accidentally destroyed the sword he usually used to practice. As for Zio Dangjia, it is more convenient to cut vegetables when cooking, but because I am not used to it, I may destroy the kitchen utensils. In short, people who ate the food, except Zai Luo, all strengthened their physique. It's a pity that poor Izumi Masamune missed the news in the group because he was working hard on the code words, and didn't receive the red envelope from Zio Dangjia, so he missed such a great opportunity. So, as a writer, it is already very hard to code every day, and you may miss so many things. Only the great support of readers can soothe his young heart. Moreover, the people in the group have not only strengthened their physique, they have also been conquered by the superb cooking skills of the young master. Zai Luo's perfect ingredients combined with Zio Dangjia's superb cooking skills, the dishes made are simply enjoyable. This made Zai Luo feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. It would be fun if Yao Wang also joined the chat group. In addition, if Alu also joins the chat group, the captive world of food he is in has a lot of various ingredients. The gourmet group formed by these three people will definitely become a beautiful scenery in the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Garp, Mr. Carp, since our physique has been strengthened, can it be easier to perceive and master Qi? At this moment, a message from Shinomiya Kagaya in the group attracted the attention of others. Especially those male members left messages in the group one after another. Sakamoto, at Carp, Mr. Carp, can you teach us 10 more lessons? Kind Aichi, that's right, Mr. Carp, our physique has been strengthened now, this time we can definitely do it. Hattori Heiji, Mr. Garp, since everyone hopes so much at 0.3, then you can tell us more about it. Even Kagaya Shinomiya never forgets about Qi, let alone those male members. Hattori Heiji and the others are okay, because they haven't seen the cell conference, so they don't know how magical Qi is. They just know that if they master Qi, they can fly in the sky. And Kind Aichi and Sakamoto, who have watched the cell conference, have far more desire for Qi than Hattori Heiji and the others. But they know that mastering Qi can not only fly in the sky, but also can become a humanoid nuclear weapon. Of course, they know that they don't have the ability to become so exaggerated, but even if they only have 1/10,000th of Son Goku and Cell's ability, they are already satisfied. As a boy, who hasn't fantasized about being cool and very cool? Chapter 97 The style of painting has become a bit strange. Zai Luo couldn't help but feel a little funny seeing other people in the group asking Garp to take lessons. He remembered that when he was in school, he asked the teacher to finish class quickly and never delay class. Unexpectedly, now he met a group of people who wanted to take classes. Although he knew that this class was not his class, Zai Luo still felt a little funny in his heart. Anyway, being idle and being bored is boring. Zi Luo also joined in the fun in the group. Zi Luo, since everyone expects you to teach them, then you can start a live video broadcast, give everyone a good lesson. Others didn't expect that Zi Luo, a busy owner with a lot of things to do every day, would pay attention to this kind of thing. They couldn't help being very moved, thinking that Zi Luo sent such a message to help them. Because as long as Zi Luo speaks, Carp will not refuse. So, they quickly thanked Zi Luo in the group. How could they have thought that Zi Luo just thought 12 was a little fun, just to pass the boring time? At this time, Garp finally spoke. Garp, even if there is no group leader to speak, I originally wanted to teach you again. Then you can find a convenient time, and we will start a live video. Shinomiya Kagaya, great. I have time now. Kind Aichi, me too. I have a lot of free time now. Sakamoto, Mr. Garp has to give a lecture, no matter how busy he will definitely find time to come. Hattori Heiji, +1. Little Master, I'm so lucky, I just have time now. As a super chef, Xiao Dangjia is usually very busy and rarely has time to rest. So being able to have time to listen to Carp's lectures is really a very lucky thing for the young master. Besides, even if the young master doesn't have time, he will definitely find time. As a member of the chat group, he will definitely participate in such a big event in the group. Not only Xiao Dangjia, but even Masamune Izumi, who usually seldom bubbling, also spoke in the group. Izumi Masamune, I just haven't watched the group for a while, why do I seem to have missed a lot of things? In the world of teacher era manga, Masamune Izumi looked at the news of 99+ in the group with a dazed expression on his face. Because he needed to code words, there was no water group for a while, but in such a short period of time, so many things happened in the group. Carp, you really missed a lot. You missed an opportunity to taste the delicacies of Xiao Dangjia, and you also missed an opportunity to strengthen your physique. Shinomiya Kagaya, if you want to know what happened, just read the news in the group. After you read it, you will know. In the end, I can only say, you have lost a lot. Sakamoto, you have lost a lot +1. B, +2. Hattori Heiji, +3. Little Master, +4. The speech in the group gave Izumi Masamune a bad feeling. He quickly turned to the front, and then read all the news from beginning to end. After reading it, he realized that he was not only at a loss, but also missed the whole world. Unexpectedly, when he was typing, so many things happened in the group, even dishes that could enhance his physical fitness came out. As a novelist, he stays at home typing all day and rarely goes out. He is a standard otaku. As we all know, the physique of otaku is generally not very good, basically it belongs to the state of sub-health. And the dishes in the group that can enhance his physique are perfect for him. In the end, he missed it so alive. Of course, Izumi Masamune didn't blame anyone, he was blaming himself. He also joined several other chat groups, but they were all very normal chat groups, the kind that didn't matter even if he missed a lot of messages. Therefore, Izumi Masamune brought this habit to this chat group. Only then did he realize that the new chat group he joined was very different, even if he only missed these few messages, he might miss the whole world. Izumi Masamune has already decided that he will have to open the chat group for the next code word. Although doing so will slow down his coding speed, it is better than missing so many good things like this. Izumi Masamune, at Carp, Mr. Carp, I'm free now, so I'll trouble you to attend class. Although my physique hasn't improved, I will record your class video and wait until the next time I have a chance. Take it out again. The next chance that Masamune Izumi said refers to the next time when something good is posted in the group. He believes that it is impossible to have only one chance to enhance physical fitness. Everyone is available, and of course Carp will not refuse. Even if he has something to do, he must put these things behind him first. Turn on the group live broadcast, and Karp began to give lectures in the group. This is not the first time Karp has given lectures in the group, he has given lectures several times before. It's just that at that time, because everyone's physique had not been strengthened, the effect of the lectures was very poor. After talking for so long, no one managed to gather chi. But now it's different, everyone's physique has been enhanced by 680, and the probability of being able to gather chi has also been greatly enhanced. Karp's lectures are meaningless to Zi Luo. Therefore, Zi Luo still chooses to sleep first, hoping that when he wakes up, Karp's lecture is over, and those who attended the class will have learned something. Zi Luo soon fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed of some strange things. He dreamed that Karp was flying in the sky and used Kamehameha to sink an island. And he even killed 4 emperors. He dreamed that because Shinomiya Kagaya was flying in the sky, the stock of Sagong Group soared, and the whole world wanted to know how this young lady did it. He also dreamed that when Hattori Heiji was practicing kendo, he actually swung a sword aura. He cut a big rock in half. If Hattori Heiji hadn't restrained himself a bit, he might have cut a building in half with one sword. He also dreamed that Jin Tianyi used the flying technique to capture Gao Yuanyi, who was about to escape in a confrontation with Gao Yuanyi. When Gao Yuanyi was arrested, his eyes were full of astonishment and surprise when he looked at Jin Tianyi. He also dreamed that when the young master was cooking, he actually used qi to control the knife, and even used qi to activate the fire to burn the courtiers. It's like the way Master Xing and Tang Niu cook in God of Cookery. Such a weird style of painting was actually dreamed up by Zi Luo. Chapter 98 Group Members Who Have Mastered Qi. Please subscribe. When Zi Luo woke up, his expression was a bit weird. Because the painting style in his dream is very weird. But then he thought again, if Karp and the others really have mastered Qi, can use Qi proficiently, and have cultivated Qi to a certain level. Even if the things in his dream happened, it is not surprising. This made Zi Luo feel very interesting. Unexpectedly, with his help, the culture of the Dragon Ball world actually invaded other worlds. In the future, more and more people will join the chat group, and more people will also master Qi and embark on the practice of Qi. It will be interesting then. After sleeping, Zi Luo reckoned that the lectures in the group should have been finished. When I opened the chat group, I saw that I had really finished speaking. Zi Luo saw that the group members who took the class sent a lot of words of thanks to Karp, saying that they benefited a lot from this class, and they will soon be able to master Qi. However, it has been a while since the class ended, but from this time until now, no one in the group has spoken. It is estimated that they are now learning to gather Qi according to the video of Karp's lecture. Zi Luo guessed right. After Karp finished his lecture, everyone was working hard to perceive and gather Qi. Even Karp himself, after finishing the lecture, opened Vegeta's explanation video last time, scrolled to the section about flying technique, and started watching it. Karp felt that with his current Qi, he should be able to learn flying technique. Others are starting to gather Qi. In the world of Detective Conan, Hattori Heiji stayed in his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and was feeling the situation in his body. This is what he learned from the TV. Don't those people on the TV look like this when they practice? Moreover, in order to maintain a quiet environment, Hattori Heiji turned off his mobile phone, locked the door, and stuffed 2 earplugs in his ears. If he hadn't woken up on his own initiative, no one else would have disturbed him. Hattori Heiji used this method to perceive the Qi in his body every time after listening to Karp's lectures. But because at that time his physique was not strong enough and his aura was weak, so he didn't succeed at all. But this time, after strengthening his physique, Hattori Heiji finally found a little feeling. He felt that there was really a weak thing flowing in his body, everywhere. This discovery made Hattori Heiji very excited. He thought that this thing was most likely the Qi in his body. Then, Hattori Heiji began to control the chi in his body as Carp said, and gathered it in his hands. Hattori Heiji was excited to find that something really began to flow to his hands. And the place where these things flow is warm and very comfortable. This made Hattori Heiji feel that there is no need to turn on the air conditioner in the winter in the future, and he can keep warm by gathering gas alone. More and more chi flowed to Hattori Heiji's hands. According to Garp, Hattori Heiji began to try to release the chi from his hands. At this time, Hattori Heiji had already opened his eyes, and he was surprised to see that a white air mass the size of a soybean appeared in the middle of his hands. This made Hattori Heiji very excited. He finally managed to gather his energy. According to Carp, the next thing to do is to be able to skillfully use one's own chi. To go where you want your chi to go, you can control your chi to go all over your body. Moreover, the speed of gathering gas should be fast. Just like the method just now, the chi has already appeared as soon as the hands are raised. To do this, it is not something that can be done by instructing in class, it takes a long time of practice. Carp practiced day and night, and it took several days to do it. But no matter what, I have successfully perceived chi and gathered chi. He has already taken the most critical step. This made Hattori Heiji very happy, even happier than when he became a high school detective in Kansai and became a little famous. Because this means that he has finally stepped into the gate of the new world. Such a happy thing, of course, can't be hidden by one person, it must be shared with others. People in his own world are definitely not good, so Hattori Heiji naturally sent this good news to the group. Hattori Heiji, everyone. I've managed to gather my energy. However, no one responded to his message, because everyone else was working hard to gather energy. Zi Luo, at G, congratulations. When you can learn flying technique, then you can take your good brother, Kudo Shin, to go to the sky together. As an ordinary person, Hattori Heiji has mastered chi now. Congratulations to Zi Luo as the group leader. Hattori Heiji. Thank you, the group leader. I will definitely work hard to practice and strive to learn flying technique as soon as possible. Hattori Heiji was thrilled to get congratulations from Zi Luo. It's like a mortal being congratulated by a god, how can he not be excited? Moreover, Hattori Heiji was a little moved by Zi Luo's proposal. At that time, when he has learned the flying technique, he can really show off in front of Kudo Shinichi, and the other party will be so surprised that his eyes will drop. The news that Hattori Heiji has successfully mastered chi is only known to Zi Luo, because the others are now practicing hard. In Miss Kagaya's world, in Shima Sakamoto's world, Kind Daiichi's world, and Little Master's world, Shinomiya Kagaya and the others are also in an isolated environment at this time. In order to avoid being disturbed, they all found a quiet place by themselves. Even Izumi Masamune, although he has not been enhanced, is still working hard to practice the boat. Okay, although I know that this time he will definitely not be able to gather chi successfully. But practice a few more times, and when his physique is strengthened later, it will become much easier to gather chi. Unlike Hattori Heiji, at least Hattori Heiji is usually still practicing kendo, which can be regarded as having a little connection with martial arts, so he can successfully gather chi so quickly. As for the others, they don't know martial arts at all. Even Shinomiya Kagaya, although she can shoot arrows, it didn't help her gather chi at all. Therefore, the difficulty and time for other people to gather chi is slightly more difficult and slower than Hattori Heiji. However, because their physique has been enhanced a lot. With their current physique, they are stronger than Videl, who asked Son Gohan to learn flying technique, so it will be a matter of time before they succeed in gathering energy. Sure enough, with the passage of time, Shinomiya Kagaya and the others managed to master chi one by one. Chapter 99 Garp, I'm floating. Please subscribe. When Zi Luo opened the chat group again, the screen was filled with fireworks. The group was very lively. Although there was no group live broadcast, but from the fireworks and firecrackers on the screen and the 99+ news in the group, it can be seen how excited the people in the group are. Zi Luo took a rough look at the news in the chat group. It turned out that since Hattori Heiji was the first to successfully master Qi, others have mastered Qi one after another. The second person who mastered Qi was Kind Aichi, probably more than an hour later than Hattori Heiji. Like Hattori Heiji, after Kind Aichi mastered Qi, he also sent a message in the group to share his inner joy. Jin Tianyi was second to master Qi, which was expected by Zi Luo. After all, Kind Aichi's IQ can be said to be the highest in the group, and he must have absorbed more of Garp's lectures. Don't look at Jin Tianyi, who seems to always sleep and wander off every time he is in class, and he is the last one in every exam. But it's just that Kind Aichi didn't want to focus on his studies and exams. If Kind Aichi is willing to put such a little effort into studying and taking exams, he can easily take 171st places in the school. Zi Luo remembers that Kind Aichi was admitted with the highest score in the history of his high school. Moreover, Kind Aichi never does the previous questions in the exam, but only the last final question. Because for him, the previous topic is too simple, there is no need to do it at all. That's right, people with high IQs are so scary. And now, Kind Aichi finally showed his strength as a person with high IQ, becoming the second person after Hattori Heiji to successfully master Qi. If Kind Aichi had also learned some sports related to martial arts, he would have mastered them faster than Hattori Heiji. The third person who masters Qi is Sakamoto. In his world, he is the king that no one can surpass, and his realm of pretending to be X has reached a very natural level. Of course, Sakamoto also has the strength to pretend to be X, otherwise he would have been beaten to death long ago. Therefore, he also became the first person to master Qi. The fourth is Shinomiya Kagaya, and the fifth is Zio Dangjia. As for Izumi Masamune, because he hadn't received the food from Zio Dangjia before, his physique hadn't been strengthened, so he wasn't able to master Qi this time. The people in the group are also comforting him, telling him not to worry, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. And Izumi Masamune also said that it's okay, he will definitely succeed next time. Except for Izumi Masamune, all the other people in the group have successfully mastered Qi. This is something worth celebrating, which is why the group is so lively. This is the first time since the chat group appeared so lively. Because this represents a major breakthrough in the chat group, and the people in the group have stepped into the door of a new world. Those who have mastered Qi will no longer be ordinary in the future. Seeing such a lively atmosphere in the group, Zi Luo, the group leader, is also quite happy. Although it is just a trivial matter to him, it is a big thing to other people in the group. The group is so happy, Zi Luo, the group leader, of course can't dive anymore, he sent a message of blessing in the group. Zi Luo, at all members. Congratulations on successfully mastering Qi and opening the door to a new world. I also hope that you can work hard and strive to learn flying technique and other magical functions of Qi as soon as possible. It's almost the same as congratulating Hattori Heiji. Zi Luo's message of blessing also won the gratitude of others. The dignified group leader, the boss who waved his hand to destroy the planet, would congratulate them for such a trivial matter. They are so honorable. Zi Luo, don't be discouraged, I haven't received the red envelope that Zio Dangjia sent me, you can get one from it. Just search the chat records in the group, BCEA. As for the red envelope, there are also ways to use things in the group, you can see for yourself. Zi Luo hadn't received the cooking red envelope made by the little boss before, because he had gone to the 6th universe at that time, so he forgot about it. After he remembered, Zi Luo generously asked Izumi Masamune to receive a red envelope. When he didn't travel to the Dragon Ball world, he also worked as a novelist for a long time, so he knows how hard it is for a novelist to code words. Now that he saw that Izumi Masamune missed Zio Dangjia's cooking for the sake of code words, he was also slightly touched. In the past, he and Izumi Masamune, so hard-working and desperate code words, isn't it for the readers who support them? For those lovely readers, novelists have given up a lot of things. Masamune Izumi, thank you, the group owner. Thank you, the group owner. Masamune Izumi was very excited the group owner actually helped him such a big favor. For Ziluo's actions, the others didn't feel biased or anything. Because Zio Dangjia originally prepared a dish for Izumi Masamune, but he missed it because he didn't pay attention to the news in the group at that time. This is what Izumi Masamune deserves. However, they didn't expect that the group leader Ziluo would give one of his red envelopes to Masamune Izumi. This moved others very much, thinking that Ziluo is really a good group leader. Ziluo can do such a big favor to Izumi Masamune today, then when they have difficulties in the future, I believe Ziluo will not stand idly by. A group leader like Ziluo who cares about the group members is a real good group leader. If Ziluo knew what other people were thinking, he would definitely find it a little funny. These people are really good at making up brains. A random move by myself can actually move them so much and increase their goodwill so much. Not a loss. This wave is not a loss, okay. Sharing a red envelope dish with Izumi Masamune, plus the ingredients he provided to Zio Dangjia before, gave Ziluo a little point. But very few, just the same as the points obtained for helping Hattori Heiji before, but 300 points. Ziluo's current points are a little over 130,000 points, which can be said to be a huge sum of money. In One Piece world, Garp is practicing flying technique while watching Vegeta's video. Naturally, he has seen all the news in the group, and he is also sincerely happy for other people. After being happy, Garp put his energy into practicing flying technique again. Because he has already found some feeling that he will be able to fly in the sky immediately. And when Garp lifted his center of gravity upward with chi again as Vegeta said in the video, Garp was surprised to find that his body was slowly floating up.